Hey, Carl.
I've spoken to Rod a few times on his show.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah, it was a very simple one when he had that blue light ticket, and he was talking about how many hours it took for the process to go through the court, and he was appealing it, and I just told him a very simple answer. I said, why don't you just go into the court and say that who is making a claim that this blue light is not OEM? I believe it is OEM. I believe this is the way I got the vehicle when I purchased it, so unless any man or woman is going to come forth and claim that this is not OEM, then it stands as OEM, as true. And who would have came forth and said it was not the way it was originally manufactured from the original equipment from the manufacturer? Who could come before the court and say that that was not originally placed on that dashboard 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago? Nobody.
Nobody.
That
is a good argument, on what you're doing, and you're right.
And then this other simple one is, who was a plaintiff in this Washington, D.C. trial?
Well, see, I brought that up to the judge, and they told me it was the statute.
Okay, who was the name on the title, on the paperwork, in the caption?
It said the United States of America, and that's what I brought up. But we brought this up.
Did you bring up habeas corpus?
Yes, we did.
And what in the habeas corpus did you bring forth to the court?
Well, we brought in is the fact that if we could go back and show a constitutional violation or a statutory violation that no injured party was part of this, they had to dismiss.
Okay, the Habeas Corpus Act simply states that any man who's taken into prison has the capacity, has the right to cross-examine his accuser that he's done something wrong. So why didn't you just bring a very simple habeas corpus, just write habeas corpus and say, the number one rule in habeas corpus is that if I've done wrong, I have the right to stand and cross-examine my accuser. Who is my accuser, or what is my accuser?
Well, see, I brought that up as numerous of documents, and Harvey and I, went through.
I'm not saying it's numerous documents. It's one sentence. Just have to give a notice to the court or a habeas corpus. Just ask them a simple question. Has habeas corpus been suspended in the United States? And they'll say no. It's like, okay, then under the Act of Habeas Corpus, do not have the right to have to cross-examine my accuser. Who or what? I think it's more of a what that's accusing me of doing something wrong. Is it a who or is it a what? And do you understand what is standing before you? Do you think that I am a who or do you think I am a what? That's all you had to do.
Yeah, well, like I said, I did go before Kessler. I did ask who and what. Who is the habeas corpus? Who is the injured party?
Now, I didn't ask who's the injured party. The United States is an injured party. It's a harmed party. Only a man could be harmed. Injured parties could be my mailbox. My mailbox could be an injured party. Injury is something to a tangible object. Harm befalls man. Injury befalls the property of man. A personal injury means you hit my mailbox, you hit my car. If you bodily harm me, it means you injured my actual body itself. Harm and injury is not the same word. They're not interchangeable.
Well, it still comes back into the mailbox is not capable of writing out an affidavit and walking in.
It could have a representative. I could represent my mailbox. I could represent your mailbox. I could represent the United States. I could represent the state of Alabama. I could represent anything. I could represent an apple. Am I the apple? No. But can I represent it? Yes. Can I act like an apple? Can I act for the apple? Yes, of course I can. Why? Because the apple has no capacity to stand, but I do. All you have to do is ask who or what is bringing this case forward.
Okay.
And am I not a man? Do I not have the right to cross-examine my accuser who's believe I've done wrong? And what wrong have I done? Have I done something wrong? And they'll say, no, you've done nothing wrong. I mean, that's exactly what they will tell you. You ask a judge a very simple question, have I done anything wrong? And he'll say, well, no, you violated a code, you violated a statute. Well, when I've done something wrong, you let me know. It's like, no, we're not here to discuss whether you did something wrong. And what are we here to talk about? That I did something right?
Yeah, like I said, your arguments. There's nothing wrong with your arguments. Your arguments are right on what you're coming in here with.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, you spent a lot of time studying statutes and codes, and yes, I did that as well. But one big thing I think that you should really be dedicating it to is reading, or, well, not so much reading, but writing a dictionary. Because once you master the vocabulary, and once you master the words, there is no such thing as a synonym. In good law, the word is concise. The word only means one thing and one thing only. If it can have more than one meaning, you know this if you read code, if you read statutes. If a law is ambiguous, it is not a law. If it can be interpreted more than one way, it is not good law. It is not law at all. So when you say complaint and claim, it's not the same thing. When I say who or what is the plaintiff, it's not the same thing. Is it a who or is it a what? And you have a who standing before you. Where's the who? I'm not a what. And who always trumps over what's. Who, I, a man, will always trump over an apple or a mailbox, over a what. I could be harmed. It can only be injured. Big difference between a harm and injury. It's not a synonym. Huge difference. I can injure your mailbox. I can restore it. You can't harm me and restore me back to where it was before you harmed me. Huge difference. You have to know these words, and you have to be concise, and you slice through it like a razor. Once you make the words so sharp and so crisp, you need so few of them to use. Like the judge said over in England to some man who called me up. The judge said, if you really want to use this common law, sir, you better keep it down to one-syllable words. If you really want to master this, you better get it down to one syllable. You better make it short, sweet, concise, right to the point. So I'm just trying to give you a little hint there to try to stay away from two-syllable words. If you can make it one syllable, use the one-syllable word.
Okay.
And that's a good way to go at it. I mean, if you want to ask me something, you can if you want to, but you know.
Like I said, I understand. You know, you've got some good information out here, you know, and there's nothing wrong with your information because I've listened to it. My intent when I got into this DC case, like I said, I wasn't walking in here as a defendant. I was walking in here as a prosecutor. I was in there to expose their corruption. And that's something that majority of people out here aren't doing. Like you said, you're saying who or what. I'm walking in here and saying, your rule says you can't do this. Number one, under Rule 3 and 4 and 5, you had to have a complaint. You had to have an affidavit. You had to have somebody that was injured, and you can't write it up after the fact. You had to have it before the fact. And that was...
An injury befalls a what? An injury doesn't befall a who. And you said it again. They had to have an injured party. That's a what? It's easy to have an injured party. Anything can be injured. You could injure my apple. You can injure my mailbox. The big thing, too, is when you were saying that you came in as a prosecutor. So that meant, like what's his name? The guy with the long beard, the man out of California explains. I don't know if his name is, I forgot what his name is. But anyway, when you come in as a prosecutor, then you have to file your own case before the court. You have to be the plaintiff. A prosecutor is the plaintiff. The prosecutor is the one pursuing the defendant. So if you didn't come in with your own claim or your own complaint into court, you can't be the prosecutor. You said you wanted to prosecute them, which is fine. Did you file a case at the same time that they were moving their case against you in that same public courthouse?
Not the same day, but I did go back in and bring in a claim against them. And I did sit here and make the issue. But the point I was getting into with these people, that any time the prosecutor said anything, I was able to come back in and object, and I was able to sit here and show what he did wrong, where he did it wrong, and how, especially when the judge was questioning me on some of this stuff. I was pointing out their errors. Before you sit here and talk to me, you better get your own act straight.
But you said early in the show 15 years ago, the very first lady judge back in a little town of Ohio said that you cannot use their stuff. And if you do choose to use their stuff, that there's a hierarchy system, like the United States Supreme Court makes the ultimate decisions for them. There's a pyramid scheme, and the judge sits way above the defendant, and you're just a defendant. So when you're coming into court with their stuff, she's saying you can't use our stuff. First of all, you got to get permission to use this because this is copyrighted and it's privileged access information.
Right.
So, and if you do try to use it, you know what, I'm just going to deny you because, you know what, I'm the daddy of this court, and you're just one of the children. I run this court. So why bring their stuff into their court? Why not bring your own stuff?
Well, at that particular time, this goes back 15 years ago, and a lot of the stuff that you're teaching and what Howard Griswold taught was not out here on the Internet accessible at that time.
Okay, all I was just basically saying is the lady told you 15 years ago not to use their stuff. That was very good advice she was giving you. Now you came, into this district court, the D.C. court, and you're still using their stuff. Somewhere along the line, you should have said, you know what, their stuff is not going to work for so I better try a new tact because their stuff is useless for me to use. So you know what?
The thing of it is, you're saying it's absolutely useless. But it's not, because by me coming back in and hammering the shit out of them and doing what I did with them was not what they were expecting. They expect the typical person coming in is that I'm not that person, and that's my whole argument. Well, my argument was when a judge sits here and says, we brought up about the word person, I proceeded to explain to her their terminology, and that didn't fit me. I'm not a person under your legal definition. I didn't have a firearm under your legal definition. You're sitting down and mixing and matching your words, and this is where the issue's coming in. I'm coming back in and showing them what they're doing wrong, how they're doing it wrong, because they're using words in such a general terminology that if we don't come back in and rebut that general terminology, that's why we're getting our asses handed to us.
Did you tell them that you were not a legal person?
Yes, I did. By my paperwork, I came back in.
Do you understand that every single other entity that you saw in that courtroom was a legal person? It was a judge, it was a bailiff, it was a clerk. You understand they were all legal persons. And so when you're saying you're not a legal person, well, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, I'm not in this game. Everybody else in this room is in this game. I choose to opt out. I'm not a legal person. So if you're opting out of being a legal person, what's going on is a legal procedure with legal person speaking. They're not going to hear you because you just said I'm not a legal person. So you're opting out. You're taking the status of that of a man or whatever. You're pulling yourself out of their game. Only a legal person has status and standing in a legal procedure. Once you said you're no longer a legal person, you no longer have status or statute. All your paperwork is going to be falling on deaf ears because you refuse to be a legal person.
But again, you and I could go for hours on this, on your way. And like I said, your way is not wrong.
It's not my way. It's just the rules of the game. If you want to opt out, if you don't want to be a Boy Scout in the Boy Scout Society, if you don't want to be part of the legal society, if you want to opt out, you're voluntarily, nobody could force you to be a Boy Scout. Nobody could force you to be a legal person. You chose to opt out of being a legal person. Once you jumped out and said, I don't want to be a legal person, I am not a legal person, well, then it's like, I'm not a Boy Scout. Okay, we're having a Boy Scout jamboree. You're not going to be part of this. Okay. Anything you got to say, you know what, we really don't care.
Again, it goes back into, I have watched firsthand where people have tried to do this, and by remaining silent, coming back in, and the judge just bangs the gavel, and they get their ass hauled away anyhow, and you can yell and scream all you want, is that I'm not in here, I'm not legal, I'm not here debating. Like I said, we're not dealing with a legitimate system right down the line. What you're saying is not wrong. Well, a lot of people have come in here, they're not wrong. But what I went back in and went after was to show they're not following anything. They're not following anything.
Well, like I said, I've just been very lucky in court, and I put the paperwork in, and I tell people don't open their mouth. Always put it in writing. And when I was put on trial in Canada, the judge asked the prosecutor and asked the investigators, what is the most inflammatory thing that Karl tells people on his shows? And they said, Karl always tells people, do not open your mouth in court. Make sure it's in writing first. Once it's in writing, then you can record it. Then you can put it on the record. But make sure that everything that you say to that court is put in writing. That way it has to be filed. And that way, once you utter it, it's recorded. So when you just start yelling out things in court, like you said, people walk into a court and say, I'm not a legal person, did you put it in writing? Like, you got the ticket 30 days ago. On 29 days ago, did you put it in writing that I believe you issued the citation to a legal person in which I am not? No, you didn't do that. You wait till the day of the trial, and then you think you're going to walk in, just like with you. You had preliminary hearings. You could have set the rules at the time of the preliminary hearing that the plaintiff will appear, that you will abide by the Constitution. You can't do it during a trial. You had the time for it at the preliminary hearings. And if you choose to wait until the actual game day, when the battle is in the heat of battle, you're not going to be able to enforce any new rules. They had preliminary hearings where you could have contested their procedures. And if you failed to, okay, well then you say, I can only appear under these conditions. I guarantee there's nothing in writing that says that you cannot appear as a defendant to be an active member of this legal procedure unless we abide by these rules. And then you got a ruling that, no, we are not going to proceed under the constitutional rules, and you'll have the judge put it in writing, say, we are not going to proceed under the Magna Carta, we are not going to proceed under a court of record, we are going to proceed in this manner. And in that way, you'll have proof for everybody of all time that it's corrupt. But until you have a preliminary hearing and you get rulings by the judge, you'll never be able to prove it's corrupt, except that you failed to bring into the beliefs that you will only appear under these conditions, like you want blue M&Ms at every concert that you're going to appear at. And they're going to say, no, we're not going to have blue M&Ms. You're going to appear regardless. You're going to have to bring something in writing at preliminary hearing saying that you're establishing the rules. These are the procedures in which I will appear. If you fail to abide by these civil procedures or these criminal procedures that have been well established for the last 500 years, then I cannot appear at this time. I will not be able to appear in this manner.
Okay, but I have done exactly. Put the paperwork in. The paperwork went into the mail office at the federal court, went straight into the judge's chamber. The judge wrote across the top, denied, failure to file for leave, judge's name, dated it, sent it down to the clerk of court. And like I said, it got down there about 2 weeks later. The judge never cut an order. I have filed paperwork in. I have went back in and I nailed the prosecutor because they have not answered the paperwork. Judge Kessler told told Lawless, do not answer this man's paperwork at any memorandum whatsoever.
Okay, so when the judge denied you, what did you do next?
I went back in, filed more paperwork in, making an issue under Rule 12, that under Rule 12, you cannot deny any documentation that can affect my appeal. You are in violation of your own rules and regulations.
Is there some reason why you didn't just ask him to give you the findings of facts and conclusions of law? Did you not just ask him, get point of law? How many times in the trial did you yell out point of law?
Well, I've never had a trial. Everything that I've had from May 30th, 2013, up until February 9th was all status hearings. I never once had a hearing.
Okay, so anytime you never came before any magistrate or a judge?
Yes, but they were not trial. They were nothing more than
okay, I didn't say that.
hearings.
I didn't say they were. Okay, there were whatever you want to call them, adjudicatory hearings. Maybe they were adjudicatory hearings. But if that's what they were, is there any time that you had an issue with what they were saying? Did you just yell out point of law? Can you give me a ruling on on how you came up with that crazy? Why are we proceeding under this way? That's all I'm saying. Did you just yell out point of law?
No, I never
used. Give me a ruling?
No, I never once screamed point of law.
That's what I'm trying to say. Instead of you trying to correct them, why did you let them try to correct themselves? Why don't you say to them, hey, excuse me, point of law, and let them explain it, instead of you saying, well, the Constitution says this, and the statutes say this, and all these articles of Confederation say this. Why don't you let him say where he's getting it from? Why don't you let him tell you, so you can say, okay, thank you. Is that where you're getting it from? Let me do some research and see if you're on top of your game. Okay, thank you. So you keep telling them what they should be doing. Why don't you let them tell you why they're doing what they're doing instead of you telling them how they should be doing it?
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to debate with you. What you're saying is correct. I'm not arguing with that point. But I'm
just make life easy.
But there are different avenues because I have sit back, I have watched, so many people try to walk in and defend, and I don't defend. It's not my job to defend. It's my job to point out their screw-ups.
Okay, so that's what I'm just trying to say. You're trying to point out what they're doing wrong. Why don't you just ask them? I believe what you're doing is wrong. Can you give me a point of flaw on which you're relying on and how we're moving or not moving in this matter? And so instead of you telling them you're doing it wrong, why don't you say, I believe you might be doing it wrong. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I think I'm pretty good at this. But you know what? Can you give me the point of law on which you're relying upon? Because honestly, I think you should be doing it this way. But honestly, why are you doing it this way? Is there some law that you're relying upon that I'm not aware of? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying acting more courteous or more cordial when you get to the court. Just play stupid. Just play like you're dumb, like you're an idiot. But they know you're not an idiot because you kind of know what you're doing. So let them fill in the blanks. You give them the questions. You ask like a king. You give the questions, and you let them do the answering. Instead of you spouting out, let them spout out. Because then they can be held liable.
Well, they have, because like I said, whenever Judge Roberts, we got into this thing, and I brought up, because the prosecutor brought up that Mr. Class, he came into D.C., he did have in his ready-to-carry and ready possession his firearms. I said, excuse me, I object. I said, first off, your judge just ruled what he sit down and said was unconstitutional. And what did Judge Roberts say? Oh, well, we're going to try to get that overturned, so we're not going to allow that.
Why don't you just say to him, I have no idea what the term or the word firearm is, but what I do know is that everything in that car, everything outside in that driveway, everything outside in that street is my property, and everything within that property is my property, and nobody has any right to tell him what I can and cannot possess. That is my property. It is not stolen. Nobody's got a complaint or a claim that that this piece of property has been stolen. That's 6 inches long and 3 inches round. So is somebody making a claim that there's some stolen property? Because other than that, that's my property that's sitting out in that street. I am not in Washington D.C. I'm standing on the North American continent, but I am not in Washington D.C. It's like I tell everybody all the time. It's like, do you want to meet me in that rock, or do you want to meet me at that rock? I am not inside of anything. What makes you think I am in Washington, D.C.? What is a Washington, D.C., and how did I fit inside of it? How big is this Washington, D.C. that you speak of? What is a Washington, D.C.? Please clarify.
See, Carl, I've never learned to play those kind of head games. And that's exactly what it is. That is a head game. And I was never taught to play those kind of head games.
It's a word game. It says crosswords. I'm crossing words with you. And that's what they're playing. They're word nerds. These people on a bench are word nerds. They live for words. They've been doing it since they were little children. They're word nerds. So you're crossing words. Instead of crossing swords, you're crossing words. This is the battle that you're in. You better know the battle that you're in. You better bring the right tools. You better bring the right equipment, because they're crossing words with you. They're concise. They don't have synonyms. Everything means one particular thing. And unless you want to get concise and precise with these people, they're going to slice you up. Did Gus go to the grand jury, find out where the grand jury was?
I went today, and there is no grand jury receptionist. They gave me the name of the I forgot what her title is. I think it was a jury clerk that schedules all that stuff, and she's going to be in tomorrow morning, so I'm going to go back tomorrow morning.
And what are you going to ask her?
I'm going to ask her where I can find I can find them online, the stuff on the grand jury, but I want to see all the information that the grand jury get when they're seated, all the stuff available to the public. I just want to get a bunch of information, and then I'm going to start asking the questions about common law claims and having a presentment made by a man and not the prosecutor, and bringing that claim forward to the grand jury, because I want to bring my own claim to the grand jury.
Okay. Do you remember what I said, what you're supposed to ask them? Do you remember the most important thing to ask them?
I don't remember the most important thing.
The most important thing, is this a legal grand jury or is this a constitutional grand jury?
Yeah.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's the most important thing.
Well, it's the most important thing for them.
No, for you, because if they say it's a legal grand jury, you're wasting your time.
Well,
is it based upon is the grand jury, constructed upon the New Hampshire Constitution, or is it based upon some sort of legal doctrine, legal policy, legal procedure? You and I could have a grand jury right now.
Yeah.
Some guy named Charles, who listens to this stuff all the time, he could set up his own little grand jury out in the middle of the woods in Oregon right now if he feels like it. What is it premised upon? What is it based upon? What is this grand jury? What is it? Is it a legal grand jury? And I'm sure they're going to say, yeah, it's a legal grand jury. Is it a constitutional grand jury? They'll say no.
Okay.
They'll be based upon some sort of codes or rules or regulations. Is it based upon canon code? What is it based upon?
Okay.
Acts of the legislators? How is it based? You got to ask them, what is it based on? What is this grand jury based on? Is it based on legalese? Is it canon code? Is it constitutional? Is it based on the United States Constitution? Is it based on the New Hampshire Constitution? What is it based on?
Well, that's exactly what it's going to be based on, is the legal stuff, the legal society,
you don't know.
the legislature.
You don't know?
Sure I do. No, I do know. Everything comes from the legislature over here.
Well, New Hampshire has a constitution. I thought everything's supposed to come from the Constitution.
Well, I'm going to have to dig out the provisions of the Constitution. I've written about it in the past. I think it's Article 21 in our Bill of Rights over here, which describes the jury. Article 15 talks about, you have the right to be fully heard, which would involve the grand jury. But I got to dig it all out. I wanted to get together with somebody over there, ask them a bunch of questions, and then start looking for the way to convert that grand jury into a common law grand jury when I present.
Okay. Like I said, you better find out.
Yeah.
You look silly by putting a whole bunch of paperwork and asking a whole bunch of questions unless you don't even know. Is this legal? Is it based upon a constitution? How is this based upon?
Yeah. I'm going to find out.
Because, like I said, it's funny because, even this guy Charles keeps saying trial juries are pure common law due process. No, they get trial by juries, by trial juries. And you could define a strawberry as a trial jury. It depends on who is defining the term. Now, he wants to define the term, and it only means one thing. Well, that's his belief. Now, we had a whole bunch of brain surgeons, and we're going to say we're going to have a jury trial here today. That means we're all going to get together, and we're going to each going to get, take apart one section of this guy's head. We're going to slice it up into 12 sections. So it all depends on where the term, who is defining the term. It can mean anything to anybody. It's the same thing when I try to tell people. You can't tell people what a certain word means. It depends on who you're talking to. You go to one culture and you say this word, it's okay. You go to another culture and you say this word, it's a cuss word, or it's a curse word. It's one of the worst things you could say to the man. It all depends on what culture, what society, and who's defining the term. So, that's what it's funny. Somebody said I went easy on Rod Class. I was like, yeah, I wanted to, go a little easy on him because I knew he had a lot of his fans and followers on there. But there was a man that I went to go help out in Indiana 2 years ago. I think his name was Greg. Not sure. But when I went out there, Rod Class had spent 10 days in this man's house. 10 days. 10 days sleeping on a man's sofa. 10 days. Writing some paperwork for him for an IRS case that he was involved in. And when I got there, the man said to me, Greg said to me, you're more than welcome to sleep on the sofa. You don't got to get a motel room. I said, no, that's okay. I'll take a motel room. And he said, well, Rod Class was here for 10 days doing some paperwork for me. And I said, okay, that's lovely. And he showed me the stack that Rod Class had done for him. It was like, I'd say almost 5 inches thick. And I'm sure they went through a lot of ink cartridges and, killed half of rainforest to print that thing out. But when Rod Class left, the man put it into the court. And when Rod got there, the man had two federal felonies on him. when Rod Class left the man's house and the man put the paperwork in with him, they gave him 2 more additional federal felony charges, indictments. So when I got there, he had 4 indictments against him. So like I said, it was funny when Rod was saying last week, well, I'm just here to help people put paperwork in and help them with the paperwork. Well, his paperwork is going to get you some additional federal felonies, basically premised upon extortion and communicating threats. That's, it's very aggressive language that he uses, and totally opposite what I do. I'm like, yeah, not a problem. I'm totally guilty. Yeah, and what's your point? I don't speak legalese, and what's your point? My name is not taxpayer, and what's your point? I don't have a legal. I don't have a legal name. I only got the name my mom gave me. I got a given name, not a legal name. You got the wrong person. Stuff like that. So funny. When I got to Greg's house, he says to me, he said, let me see the indictment you have against him. It was pretty thick. It was about an inch thick. And I found the key words I was looking for on the second page. And I told the man, I said, well, this might take a little while. I said, why don't you go make a cup of coffee for me? It was 9 o'clock at night, and he had to stay in his house at 10 o'clock at night because he had an ankle bracelet on. And I wanted to get a hotel room, and I didn't know my way around that little tiny town where he lived. So I knew I better get it done in about a half an hour. So I told him, go make a cup of coffee. Because the man, he just kept asking me questions after questions after questions. I was like, oh, man, would you just, shut up so I could read the damn paper? But I don't want to be rude to the man. So I said, you know what, hey, why don't you go make me a cup of coffee? So by the time he got done making me a cup of coffee, I heard he'd done wrote what he needed to put into the court. And I said, when are we supposed to meet up with these folks? He said, Thursday. And it was always Saturday night, Sunday morning. It was going to be Saturday, 9 o'clock at night. I said, damn. I said, do you think you could move it up to Monday that we could, get at so I could get the hell out of here and get home? So they moved it up to Wednesday, but they want to move it up to Monday. But the first thing I did is I got rid of those 2 federal indictments against them, charges against them that Rod Class paperwork generated that created. So like I said, I was going to ask Rod, hey, what about this guy Greg in Indiana? Remember this guy Greg that you slept on a sofa for 10 days? You got to remember him. And I would have asked him, and whatever happened with that paperwork that you gave him? What was the net result? And I would have loved it, but I don't want to bash the guy too bad, I was being nice last week.
Yes, you were a gentleman. I appreciated it very much.
Yeah, but what kind of answer could he possibly gave me to that question? You see what I'm saying? What would he said?
Well, you would have put him on the spot.
Yeah, and he would have said, yeah, well, I guess 5 inches of paperwork is going to kind of piss the court off. It's like, yeah, because, like I said to Rod, and Rod even said that, the little traffic court lady in the little town in Ohio said to him 15 years earlier, don't bother bringing any of that paperwork into this court because it's not your court. You're not an attorney. You can't use this stuff. And I'm not going to look at it anyway because we don't care what your interpretation of Ohio code or the traffic codes are, the Constitution or the Magna Carta. We don't care what your interpretation is. You're not a member of the legal society. We don't care what your opinions are. And that's what I try to keep telling people a million times. It's like if Rod Class this is the kind of guy who'd walk into the Boy Scout Society, the Boy Scout Jamboree, and start sitting there amongst the Boy Scout, troop leaders or whatever they call those guys who are the leaders of this Boy Scout Society, Boy Scout group, and he'd start whipping out the Boy Scout Code handbook manual and telling them that they're doing it all wrong. And they'd be like, we're doing what? Oh, you're doing it all wrong. You see, the flag goes over there, and you sit over there, and that guy goes over there. You're doing it all wrong. I'm here to show you Boy Scouts how to fix your Boy Scout Society, how you doing your codes all wrong. So he was trying to say last week, it's like, oh, well, I'm doing the legal society, and I'm showing the legal society how they're doing it all wrong. And I'm bringing out all the procedural errors that they're making. It's like, dude, the same thing the Boy Scouts will tell you. Are you a Boy Scout? No. Get the hell out of here. You a Boy Scout? No. Then who gives a damn what your opinion is? So it just makes you laugh. It's like, he's like, well, I'm just showing them everything that they're doing wrong. It's like, dude, you're not one of them. They don't care. They couldn't care less.
It's just spinning your wheels.
Yeah, you're just wasting your time. Oh, yeah, and it was funny before I hung up before and I came in the house, so I had to take care of the animals. But so it was funny. One funny thing that man said, He said, "Oh, make sure you never put a zip. Make sure you never put a zip code on anything because
it'll." Doug. Doug is still on, and he's unmuted, so you can talk directly to him.
What I'm just saying, what I think is funny is when people send me letters, and I get hundreds of letters. When people send me letters and I don't see a zip code, I go, here's a nut job. This guy's going to be a hard nut to crack. This guy's going to give me trouble. I got to deprogram this guy's brain. He's listened to too many YouTube videos. Here we go. Because the only thing it does, it puts a target on your back and says, this guy's a wacko. This guy's a tax protester. Okay, we're going to really concentrate on this guy. We're going to break this guy. That's the only thing that does. I mean, when I get letters and I see people doing, when I see the four-corner bracket or the zip code in the box, a non-exempt, and I see all kinds of crazy stuff on the envelope, I go, you know, I don't even know if I really want to answer this letter. I don't even really know if I want to even open it.
Wait a minute. Okay, Doug, so what do you say to that?
I haven't had any problems at all not using a zip code, and it wasn't because I was listening to any YouTube videos. It wasn't because I was listening. It wasn't because I was listening to any YouTube videos. I read the law. It's voluntary. They can delete email without a zip code.
But what Karl is saying is that it immediately puts a target on your back.
I don't have a target on my back. They have left me alone.
Okay, I didn't say you personally. Okay, I said when I see it. Okay, I didn't say when the IRS sees it. I didn't say when the FBI looks at it.
Okay.
I didn't say when anybody. I said when I see it. I said the first thing it does is sends up a flag. And I'm telling you, if you start doing crazy things on your envelopes, like putting crazy names like family of or whatever, you know, and you put family crests all over the stuff, or you put American flag upside down, or you put stamps on the on the bottom on the wrong side. Oh, dude, I'm just making this stuff up. I don't even know if any of this stuff exists. All I'm trying to say is, if you do anything out of the ordinary, they're going to pull your. Okay, it's just everybody knows almost every single thing in mail processing. It gets automated. It just zips through the line, and machine just basically scans everything. They see something. The machine doesn't pick up the zip code. It throws your letter out. I mean, you know that. It throws your letter into a bin. So your letter is getting special attention, and I don't want my letter to get special attention. I don't want to stick out in the crowd. I just want to get in and out as fast as I can. I don't want to draw no attention to myself. So when I write letters to these people, I make it look so plain Jane that they never see me coming. They never have any idea where this letter is going. I just write a nice little simple letter to them and say, are you the man or woman who's been assigned, this case? Are you the man or woman who's been assigned, to this matter? Thank you. Kind regards. Have a happy holiday. Have a wonderful day. And I sign my name. I just make it super simple. I just want to get them man on man. I just want to get them one on one.
Well,
I'm not an executive. I'm not an executive. I'm not a trustee. I'm not a trustor. I'm not a grantor. I'm not anything. I am not a beneficiary. I'm just a man. That's all I know. I don't want any other titles. I got too many other titles in my life already. I'm a dad. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I'm an uncle. I got way too many titles. I don't want to be a beneficiary. I don't want to be an executive. I don't want to be anything. I just make it so simple it's scary. And nobody could place a title on me nobody could call me taxpayer. I can't accept the title. Thank you. It's a wonderful title, but at this time I got my hands full. Are you calling me taxpayer? Is that a title? No, I'm sorry. I can't accept it at this time. It's going to be quite a burden on me, and I sure know you don't want to burden your fellow man, with undue responsibilities. I can't be obligated to you at this time. I've got way too many obligations on my plate right now. I just write nice letters like that. I don't go using 3-syllable, 4-syllable words. I just talk as plain as possible, and that's exactly what the judge in England said to a man in England when he got on my show. The judge said to him, if you want this common law, stuff to work, you better keep your words down to 1 syllable. You better stop talking like an attorney. You better just talk like a common man. You better start using 1-syllable words. Because you start going off on these 2, 3, 4-syllable words, you're talking like an attorney, and we're going to treat you like one. You want to be a legal person? We'll treat you like a legal person. The judge said to me, what's your name? What, my given name or my legal name? The judge would say, my legal name. I said, I don't have a legal name. I'm not a member of your legal society. Just like I don't have a Boy Scout name. Like my name isn't Big Bear Running Leadfoot. You know, I don't have a Boy Scout name. My Boy Scout name isn't Chief Running Bear, you know, Lead Buckles. You know, I don't have a Boy Scout name. I don't have a legal name. I'm sorry, I'm not a legal person, you know. Oh, you're looking for the legal person? Oh, I don't know where you can find that. I think you saw some of these documents over here. I think that legal person you're looking for might be over here. But no, I'm a man. And I only have a given name, and it was given to me by my mom. And she told me not to give it away to anybody. But you can call me Carl, but that's about it. You know? So like I said, I just try to play it as simple as possible. You know, it was like Ron Class said, when he said that the judge lady 15 years ago, and this was a little traffic court judge lady, a little traffic court in the middle of nowhere, Ohio, he said. Even she knew. She said, don't use our stuff. We're not going to look at it. We're not going to accept your interpretation. We don't care what you think it reads. We don't care. We don't care how smart you think you are. We don't care. You know, you're not one of us. It's just like the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts. You're not one of us. We don't care what you think the Boy Scout manual says. We don't care. You know, so that's what I'm trying to say. If you want to try to play their game, they're not going to accept you into their crowd, into their group. You have no certification. You know, you got no proof of any knowledge, working knowledge that, you know, you're competent at it. So why should they listen to you? Just like me and my friends. If me and my friends were doing some excavation work or we're doing some welding and you come up to me, it's like, well, I read a welding manual and I think this is how you should weld something. Oh, really? Are you a welder? No. Then what could we possibly want to know from you? Well, the book says this. Okay. Have you ever done it does the book say what to do when it's over 90% humidity? I don't think so. Yeah, well, it's over 90%. We're going to have to do it a little different here. Well, the book says, I don't think the man who wrote the book was in a humid climate. I think he might have been in a dry climate and he might not have understood that this is how you have to do it when it's wet out. So it's like, thank you for interpretation, but you know what? You're really wasting my time. So like I said, when it's their case, you basically just have to back off and let them do their case, just like I did with Bali in England. You know, the first thing we walked in there and we basically just said, yeah, they're guilty. Why? They're guilty. Of course they're guilty. Why? Because they're not legal persons. Look at them. I said, thank the Lord, sweet Jesus, they're brown-skinned, so they don't look like you people, white English people. And thank God they're from India. They have their own culture, their own language, their own beliefs. They're Punjabi. So what they're doing over here in England, you might think is crazy, but where they come from, it's par for the course. It's how they do business every day. So, yeah. So are they guilty because they, in breach of some sort of legal procedure, legal practice? Absolutely. They have no freaking clue what the hell you people are going on about. They have no idea. They haven't done a damn thing wrong. Now, have they done some against the legal code or legal procedure? Sure. Is it illegal what they did? Absolutely. I'm not arguing
So what
that.
if they weren't brown? What if they were just white guys or black guys?
I said, fortunately, that's what I said to the judge, fortunately for me, it's going to make this case extremely easy for me because they're brown skinned. So you can look at them and say, they are not part of this culture. They are not part of society. I said, if they were white and they look like you or me, it might be harder for you to believe that they are not legal persons. Like me, I am not a legal person. But I look like you, and I talk like you, so you would probably believe that I'm just, you're just making believe that you don't really know what's legal and not legal. No, I couldn't care less what's legal and not legal. It's none of my concern what's legal and not legal. That's why you put it in paperwork. That's why you put it in writing, so they don't have to take a look if you're black, if you're white, if you're Indian, if you're Eskimo, if you're Aboriginal. You don't have to. You put it in writing. You say, I am not the legal person. I am just simply a man. And I've done no wrong. There's simple letters like that, simple notices like that. 2-3 sentences tops, and I'm done. Making it crystal clear. I'm not a legal person. I've got a given name called Karl Lentz.
You don't say anything about using capital letters and having your name in all caps. You don't go into any of that?
I just make it normal. I just make it the way my mom told me to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I try to tell people. This is what the judge in England said. If you want this common law stuff to work, just talk like a common man. Just use one-syllable words. Just talk plain. Don't do anything fancy. Don't use any big words. You don't have to explain. You know, we could see when a man is before the court. He's talking like a man. He's not talking like an attorney. He's not talking like a brain surgeon. You know, he's not talking like an airline pilot. He's simply talking like a man.
Listen, you know, there's somebody on the chat here that is Identitas is saying Karl just admitted he knows that common law only applies to white people.
Common law is unwritten. There is no law. Like, some kid asked me that the other day. Some kid calls me up and says he wants to do the common law. He wants to help people do common law. I said, kid. And he says, the practices of the people at the time. I said, yeah, that's my definition. I said, what does the law dictionary say? What does every single law dictionary say about what's the number one term that it says, the number one description, definition of common law? And he was like, I don't know. I said, well, you want to do common law and help people, and you listen to my shows, huh? Yeah. I said to the kid, if you wanted to be a veterinarian, what does that mean? He says, well, that means I help animals. I said, there you go. I said, if you wanted to be, if you wanted to be a baker, what does that mean? He's like, well, I bake cakes and stuff. Good. And you want to do common law? What does common law mean? He's like, I'm not really sure. I said, why don't you go find out? He says, well, what kind of book can I go read about and study about the common law? I said, what do you mean? He said, how far back should I go? I said, why don't you go look at paintings on the caves where the caveman's painted, and they explained it in paintings to their children, simple things. And they just doodled it on the side of a cave wall. They said common law is unwritten. It's just the practices and the beliefs of the people throughout the ages as they've been passed along from generation to generation. It's unwritten. There is no book that explains about the common law. And like I said, you have a guy like Charles say, yes, the common law. You could find it in English, 1640, Chapter 7, 362, Section 5. It clearly explains the common law. It's like, no, the common law is not written. It's the beliefs of the people and the society of the culture, like the Punjabi culture. They might have had the same beliefs for the last 4,000 or 5,000 years, and now we're coming along trying to tell them, well, no, it's common law. You got a surah butter and you got to do a plevin, and then we're going to file a motion in trova. They'll be like, what? That's common law? No, that's not common to us. This is what we've been doing for 5,000 years. If somebody took our cow, this is what we did. Oh, well, that's called a replevin. So you got to file a replevin. No, we don't. This is the way we've been doing court for 5,000 years, and this is the way we're going to keep on doing it. We don't care what you want to do. This is a public courthouse, a public court building. You run your procedures under the legal code, under the legal procedures as you wish, and we're going to run it under our procedures the way we've been doing it for thousands of years. We don't need your help. We've been doing it just fine without you. And this is what I try to tell people. The legal society is just trying to encapsulate the whole entire world into just abiding by a certain set of codes, so that if you do something wrong in China or Istanbul or Greece or, no matter where you are, it's going to be the same code. It's going to be like freaking Star Trek, where we're all Earthlings. We're not Greeks. We're not Brits. We're not Scots. We're not Irish. We're Earthlings. They want this one unified planet, one global, like Star Trek. Most of the people who probably listen to your show right now love Star Trek. And that's what they want. They just want one global community, one Earthlings. There's no nations. Everybody abides by the same codes. It's ridiculous. I don't want to live like that. But, some people call me primitive and all this other stuff. Well, that's fine. I don't want to be an Earthling.
Okay, but the common law applies to everyone equally, right?
Well, it depends. Whose society? If this is Sharia law, if you're 1/3 of the world practices Sharia law, and obviously there's a hierarchy there. Certain people can do certain things, and certain people can't. Like women can't drive cars, women can't do this, women can't do that. But that's their common law. You go over to Saudi Arabia, and you have millions and millions of people running around there. Their common belief, their common law is women can't drive cars.
Okay, but
he's
saying common. He's saying here in the chat, common law came from the English. It's common to white English people.
That's ridiculous. Okay, whoever's saying that is just being ridiculous. Now he's just wasting his finger space typing things. Because common law is if the common law is unwritten. If he looks up in any dictionary, the very first thing he'll see under common law is unwritten, the unwritten law. Now, if you're saying English common law, that's fine. Then the English common law is a common law for the English. That's fine. Are you trying to tell me there's not a common law amongst Eskimos up in the Arctic Circle where there's no paper, no pen, no books ever? Are you telling me they don't have a certain tradition and customs when somebody steals from somebody that they don't hold court somehow amongst themselves and render, justice without paper, pen, and ink? That's their common law. It's Eskimo common law, just like English common law. So that's ridiculous to just say common law only can mean one thing. That's what I was saying before. When somebody's saying grand jury or jury trial, it's like grand jury can be a brand of ice cream. Just be who's defining what a grand jury is. It depends who's the one who's defining it. And if you got somebody else who believes in what you believe in, that, hey, you know what, I got this great ice cream called grand jury. What? Yeah, it's really good. And the next thing you know, millions of people are eating ice cream called grand jury. Instead of calling it grand apple or grand grape, I call it grand jury. Why? I don't know. I just like calling it grand jury. It's my brand of ice cream. It doesn't mean there's 12 people that are sitting in that little ice cream container. That's ridiculous. It's whoever defines it. And whatever catches on, whatever popular. It's a belief. That's all law is. Law is just an opinion. At one time, last year, if you had a gram of marijuana in Colorado, you went to jail for 20 to 30 years. Now if you have 3 metric tons that you're selling in Colorado, they give you tax incentives and tax breaks to open up a store in the middle of capital city. So you can sell 300 metric tons because that's how much more money they can get in tax revenues and tourism in that section of the town.
And they put you on the local. They put you in the local newspaper as the new up and coming businessman.
Yeah, the entrepreneur of the month. Yeah. But a year ago, if you sold 3 ounces of it, you went to jail for 15 to 20 years. And if you did it within the school zone, well, that was another 30 years tacked upon it. So laws are just an opinion. At one time, it's illegal, and then the next day, it's legal. That's ridiculous. Law always stays the same. Is it lawful to sell pot? Of course it is. Was it always lawful to sell pot? Of course it was. If I had pot and I wanted to sell it to somebody, and they came up to me and they said, "Look, you got pot to sell?" "Yeah." "Well, I got a bicycle. How much will this bicycle get me?" "I don't know. It'll get you 4 ounces of pot." "Okay." I gave him the 4 ounces of pot. He gave me the bicycle. That's lawful. He gave me something. I gave him something in return. That's lawful. Nobody stole anything from anybody. Nobody did anything unlawful. Now, is it legal? I don't give a damn. It's like, oh, well, you did it. You could only sell pot on Mondays through Friday from 4 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can't do it on Sunday because there's a blue law in your state. I say, I ain't got time for all this nonsense. I'm just here to exchange with my fellow man goods for services, or services for services, or goods for goods. I couldn't care less what somebody who lives 1,000 miles away from me says how I should or should not conduct business Monday through Friday or alternate Sundays or national holidays. I don't care. I got things to do. I ain't got time to worry about what somebody's saying, how I should or should not conduct my business, conduct my life. Thank you, but I think I got this under control. I think I got this covered. Did somebody wants to make a claim? Not a complaint that I'm selling something on Sunday. Someone wants a claim that because I sold something on Sunday, it caused them harm. Let me know. And then they don't have to take me to court over it. They just have to tell me, hey, can you stop doing that? Why? Because you're causing me harm. Oh, okay. I'll stop doing it then. Or if I can't stop doing it, but can I compensate you? Or can I do it over here instead of doing it over there? So like I said, it also depends. Am I in the public or am I in the private? It all depends. But common law, to just say the English invented it, that's nuts. You know, they've always had, people have always had a certain set of rules and how to abide by certain customs and beliefs. Just to say the English created common law, that's ridiculous. Did they create their own terms? Sure. Did they do Trovan or Plevins and all that other nonsense? Sure. You know, that's their words. That's within their culture, within their society, you know. And that's what it means to the English. You know, that's fine. That's their common terms. And then again, like people, if this guy is typing, whoever's typing, he'd say the same thing. It's like, wait a second. Won't you find something in your English common law where the English attorneys, the law society that decided to no longer be a law society but to be a legal society, and didn't they abolish the common law in like 1880 or 1878? Didn't they abolish the common law? Which is ridiculous, because the common law is the unwritten law. How could you abolish the unwritten law? There was nothing to abolish. What, you just stop people from thinking? It's like, oh, you can't think no more. What? Yeah, the common law, it's unwritten. Right? So how did the English develop the unwritten law? Where did they write it down? How did they store it? How did they record something that's unwritten? So I don't know who this guy is who's just, you know, just giving you a hard time and just typing just because he feels like typing. Or if you watch something on YouTube video and said what the common law was. But if you look in every single law dictionary, it says the unwritten law. So it's unwritten. How did the English develop it? What's he talking about?
Nobody was writing 500 years ago. People couldn't even read.
Everything was in Latin, and the only people who got to write were the priests, the members of the clergy.
Hey, what do you say about the like today? I mean, there's a lot of literature, there's a lot of stuff being written, and people have a lot more access. But the maxim of, you know, ignorance of the law is no excuse. That's been around for a lot longer than print has. I mean, everybody knew 500 years ago what the law was, yet it was unwritten, and there was no excuse.
Right. That's right. It's still true to this day.
That's right.
If the cop says that to me, he said, you know, you need a driver's license. I says, no, I don't. He says, yes, you do. I said, no, I don't. I need a driver's license to drive a car. You know, what do you mean? I stick it in, you know, that's what I put in the steering wheel, and I turn left and right with the driving license. I need it to drive a car. I don't need to drive a car. What are you talking about? You know, I don't need a driver's license. He said, well, ignorance of the law is no excuse. What law? Whose law? Not my law.
Yeah.
It might be your law, but it ain't my law.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse. If there was such a law, I'd already know about it, and I don't. So.
Yeah. That's right. And like I said, you have to be a member of their society. It's like ignorance of the Boy Scout law is no excuse. So if you want to say that you want to be an upstanding member of the Boy Scout Society, and you're not wearing your hat to the left, and you're wearing it to the right, and everybody knows you're supposed to wear it to the left, and then you're not going to be a Boy Scout in good standing. And, of course, then you're a person and within a society, and within that society, depending on your rank, they could hold you liable. You know, and, you know, according to your rank and to your duties, you got certain responsibilities, and you don't live up to those obligations. Of course they could fine you. Of course they can impose upon you. They could, you know, reduce you in status or rank, or hold you in contempt, or fine you because that you're not living up to the standards in which you agreed that you abide by. Just like a family, you know. Your dad gets to give you a timeout. Your dad gets to punish you. You know, you got a certain duty and rank within that little family, and if you're not living up to your duties and carrying out your responsibilities, you're going to be imposed upon. You know, you're going to have the consequences for failing to meet those obligations, which you should, because you agreed to do the thing. You agreed to be a team member. You agreed to be a team player.
If you're in court, you're presumed to be a person. And if you rebut that, then you're out. They don't have anything to do with you. So right. Common law, not common law, it doesn't matter. Just if you get dragged before a man or a woman wearing a black robe claiming to be a judge, It's real simple. You just say, I'm only a man and an idiot to the Law Society. Does someone here claim I do wrong?
That's right. You're out. You're out immediately. You're absolutely right. You're out immediately. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear anything from you. They don't want to see anything from you, and they're just going to carry on. They're going to carry on and find the legal person guilty.
Right. And if they ask if you're the person, you can say, I believe that person was created and is owned by the state of Ohio, North Carolina, wherever you were born, and say, I can notify the principal if that will help you.
Yeah, you know, I guess you better, get in touch with the Secretary of State or the governor, because I believe they're in control of that legal person.
Exactly. And it's really quite simple. It doesn't matter about common law. Just don't be the person, because that's the only thing they have authority over.
Well, the only good thing that I do, see, if you do that, they're going to still take you into custody and all that wonderful stuff. And what I do under the common law, I go, oh, yeah, and by the way, Judge Bob, that you did see my common law suit here, my common law claim, that man who flashed a blue light in my rearview mirror, he trespassed upon me. And I require you to hear that matter at this time as well.
Well, that's fine if you have time to file that, but if you're plucked off the roadway they give you at least 30 days when you get a traffic ticket to appear. When I get my traffic ticket on day 1 and a half or day 2, I already got my claim of trespass against that guy filed. If you have enough time. If they pull me in out of the car immediately, I'd ask the court, leave a court for paper, pen, and ink. Can I please properly answer the court? And it's how long it's going to take. It took me 2 minutes to write a lawsuit for Bali in England at the clerk of the court's window at 4:28, and they'll close on 4:30. Give me 2 minutes, and I think I could properly answer this court, and I think we'll get this all squared away in 2 minutes. Here you go. Can you give me just a paper, pen, and ink, and I think we can nail this. I think we can knock this out in 2 minutes. Yeah, I get that. But if you're plucked off the highway, the roadway, whatever, thrown into a cage, and then the next thing is you appear before a judge, you've got to be able to think on your feet because you didn't have time to respond.
I need paper, pen, and ink. You just I require paper, pen, and ink so I can properly answer this court. They said, well, you could talk to me. No, I can't talk to you. I said, because you might interpret what I'm saying to be perceived as derisive or divisive, or it might be have an attitude or a tone of voice, and I don't want anybody to take anything in the wrong way. I would like to just put my answer before this court, paper, pen, and ink. I think that'd be the proper way to proceed. I don't think if I open my mouth, I've seen it where people have rolled their eyes or they smack their lips and they get 30 days, 60 days in contempt of court. I think it would be best for my self-preservation to have, require of you to give me paper, pen, and ink so I could properly answer you in a proper manner. So that way it could be recorded. They could be filed and it could be recorded for all times.
Okay, I get that. But what's wrong with saying I'm only a man and an idiot to the Law Society?
Because he doesn't hear you. He doesn't hear you. He's looking for the legal person. He's not looking for the man.
Okay.
Right, but if you put it in writing that you're not the legal person, you're the man, he's got to file it. And now he's screwed.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, because how could he rebut it? He's got it right there. Now he's got to put it in the case. Now he's got to put it in the case file, right? He's a clerk.
Yeah, it's on the record then.
That's right. It's been filed, and when you open your mouth, then it's on the record. After you open your mouth, it's on the record. Until then, it's just filed. And usually he'll read it out loud to court. I think Gus said that the other day to me. Somebody put something into the court the other day, and Gus did, I think he said, and then the judge read it out loud. And that's why I'm realizing this the more and more I go to courts. When I'm handing the notices to the judges and the prosecutors, the judges and the prosecutors are actually the ones recording it into their case.
Yes, I understand.
I can't record it into their case. They can, because they speak this legalese. They speak in the second dimension. I don't. If I speak in their case and under their charges, then I'm a legal person. If the court could actually see and take notice of what I said.
Okay.
Oh man, that's a mind fucker, huh?
Yeah, it really is. It's really
It's a lot of fun. It's a game.
It's really the lawyers have really set people up here, but
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it's also a challenge to navigate.
Good. It'll make you really be a man. It'll show you. It'll show you that you're really a man. It'll make a man out of you.
Oh, I agree.
That's what a judge said. No, a judge said that to some guy the other day. He called me up on my show, and he said that he was giving the judge all this man stuff, and the judge held him in contempt of court. Gave him, I forgot how much time she gave him, and she says, "I am going to make a man out of you." She said, "You want to play this game? Oh, okay. I'm going to make a man out of you." So it's like she wants to really see, can he come to court and can he really act like a man? These judges aren't stupid. They know the difference between a legal person and a man.
Yes, they absolutely do.
Right. And if you want to play man, she's going to challenge you. Oh, let's see if you really are a man. Let's see if you're good as you say you think you are. And it's a lot of fun because they give you all kinds of booby traps to step right into. And boy, you guys just step into them and it just blows up all over you all the time. It's like, okay, fine, you're not a man, you're a legal person, here we go. And
they're very good at the booby trap.
Yeah, it's a booby trap. Right. You got to be extremely careful. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but my point was all this discussion about common law seems like wasted time. Because all you have to do is not be the person. And that's all they care about. That's all they have to.
But they have to see it in writing because persons only exist on paper. So you have to put it in writing. You keep saying, open your mouth in court, open your mouth. You can't open your mouth in court because persons don't have a mouth in court.
Okay.
They exist in paper. You have to put it in writing. You keep saying, well, just say this. And you can't say nothing in court unless you're a legal person because the only legal characters, we've got a legal show going on. We got a legal play. We got a legal act. We got a legal procedure going on. And only legal characters and legal actors are allowed to participate. The judge is just a character. The judge, my dog is a judge. He could judge whether that bone is should he chew on a bone or should he just walk away from it. My dog's a hell of a judge. But that's just a character. That's not what he is. He's a man or he's a dog. He's a character. He's just playing. He's acting as a judge. This man is just acting as a judge. That man's acting as a prosecutor. They want me to act as a defendant. If I do anything but act as a defendant, if I say, no, I want to be a man, well, we don't see that in the script here. No, let me see. Does the script say man is to appear, scene 1, act 2? No man here. Sorry. If you want to be the defendant, though, we'll listen to you. But if you want to be a man, no, that's not part of this play. Nope, sorry. We can't play here. It's a game.
Oh, it is a game, and a person is just a persona. It's a mask. So if you want to put it on, you're going to go for a ride, but don't put on the mask. Don't put on a persona.
Well, yeah, it's the character as a persona. It's not so much the person as the persona. A person is a man.
No, if you look back on the etymology, look at the etymology of the word person. It goes back to persona.
Okay, it just means mask. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a mask.
Right. It's a man. A person is a man. See, this is how I got into Bali's court, because Bali kept saying he was a man, and the judge kept saying they're looking for the legal person. And I jumped up and I said, the person that this court seeks is present in this court at this time. And Bali thought I was throwing him under the bus. He's like, what? You're admitting that I'm a person? Yes, you are a person. You are a Punjabi person. You are not a legal person. And then the judge asked me, what's the difference? I said, a person is a man who, according to his rank and his society, he owes a certain duty and obligations in which he is obliged to conduct and carry out. If he fails in those duties, the society may impose upon him. Now, this legal society is trying to impose upon this man, who is clearly not a legal person. He is clearly a Punjabi person. So there's not going to be a meeting of the minds here. They're two separate persons. This is not the legal person you're looking for. This is a person, but not a legal person. So that's how the judge got into said, well, and then he asked me what's my name, and I asked, and he spelled my name out for him so he could write it down. He says, you may be seated next to your friends. Because I said I think I could, assist and aid this court in resolving this matter, quite quickly. It's because he was going to reschedule it for 6 months because the person refused to appear. He says, is the person known as Walrus Man appear? And the other two people, I don't remember their names. Are they present at this time? And they said no. And I said, yes, they are. And I jumped up and said, the persons whom this court seeks are present before this court at this time. but not in the legal person. They're not. They are here
Well,
as value persons.
You can be a person that's a member of a family. Not a legal person, but I'm a member of the Fishman family.
Right. You wear a hat. You wear a mask. The mask of dad, or the mask of uncle, or the mask of grandpa, or the mask of grandson.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You wear a mask. Right. No matter how old you are, you'll still be a little grandson. You'll be a little fucking toddler as far as grandma is concerned. You're still a grandson. You're a little baby.
Right. All right. Well, I said my piece. I just wanted to clear that up. That I don't think that the discussion on common law is so productive. But really, with these guys, you just got to demonstrate you're not the person.
You are a person. You are a person.
You're not the person.
What form of a person?
You're not the person. You're not the legal person for whom they are looking.
But you didn't say that. You say you're not the person. I am always a person. I've been a person since the day I've been born.
I didn't say
but I'm not a legal person. What's that?
I didn't say a person. I said the person, and to the person to whom they're looking, who they're looking for.
No. Yeah, what I'm just trying to say is when you said you're not the person, it's like, okay, I am the person, but the person in whose society? Whose society are you looking in? If you're looking into the legal society, you're not going to find me.
Right. That's why I'm an idiot to the law society.
Legal society. Not law society. Legal society. There's a big difference.
Okay.
It's written in legalese, Chinese, Cantonese, Japanese, not lawlese. This law is universal. Legal is only for a couple of 100 million people. The rest of the planet does like Sharia law. They're not legal persons. They're Sharia persons or Punjabi persons. They're not legal persons over there in Saudi Arabia. They have no idea what legal means over there. They are not a legal person. They have no freaking clue what you're talking about. They don't have a legal society over there. They have law societies over there. You better believe they have law societies over there in Saudi Arabia. But they have a legal society? No, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
We're going to move on. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, indeed.
We have guest number 16. You've been unmuted.
Yeah. Hey, Carl, they always give you fair warning on contempt of court, correct or not?
Oh, I have no idea. It depends whose court. Yeah. I'm not going to give you fair warning in my court.
Well, any legalese court, they give you a fair warning, the judge always say. If you do that again, I'll hold you in contempt of court. They always do that, even in federal court. I've always...
They'll say, do what again?
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you're trying to say to them, so, well, I'm not competent in your rules. Why did you invite me here? Why did you summons me to appear if you knew I wasn't competent to act in the proper manner?
Do you know where I'm coming from, though, Carl?
No,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Nope.
They always give you a fair warning. You know what I mean? That's all I got to say, Carl. You're a good man. I like what
I'm just trying to say. If the judge says don't do that, like I said, it was so funny. I helped some guy. He was one of these crazy, what do they call, anarchist kind of people.
Right.
He was throwing a whole bunch of rocks at a bank window, him and his buddy, and they break in all the windows in the bank in North Carolina from a rooftop from across the street. So obviously they got arrested. This man was 37 years old, and I could see if he was 17 or something like that, but this guy was 37 years old. I mean, Andy Griffith, they had this little guy who would throw rocks through windows. Ernest T. Bass would throw rocks through the window. And that's what this guy reminded me of. He was like 37 years old, throwing rocks through the bank window at 2 o'clock in the morning just to protest the banks or whatever he was thinking. I don't know. But anyway, he asked me for help. I said, yeah, sure. I said, it's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, but yeah, I'll get you out of it. So it was easy to get him out of it because I knew the bank has an insurance company, and they are insured for damage to the bank. So it was the state of North Carolina versus this man, and all I basically did was to explain in a notice that the state has no standing because the state has no loss. The state has not accrued any kind of harm or injury or damages due to this man's acts. This was conducted against private property because when a bank is closed or anything is closed, it converts over from public property to private property. So this man trespassed upon private property. the bank has been indemnified through their insurance company, and the only persons that would have a legitimate claim or complaint of damages would be the insurance company. And I don't see where the insurance company is before this court at this time seeking compensation for the money that it laid out to replace those windows. So I require this case to be discharged in its entirety. So the judge saw that, and the judge discharged the case. But what was funny is the judge said, okay, fine, this case is discharged. And the guy smiled at the judge, and the judge says, what are you doing? And the guy said, what? He says, 30 days, contempt of court. So, see, I love that judge, because the judge was like, this little bastard got away with it by using, the law. He knows the law. He got away with going out to jail for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days and breaking the bank windows. He's not going to pay for the bank windows, and he's going to get out of jail free by this piece of paperwork that, somebody like Karl Lentz put in there for him. So he's going to walk out scot-free. And he knew this 37-year-old man was laughing, thinking like, I broke all the bank windows and I'm getting away with it. So as soon as the judge said, okay, case discharged, the guy smiled. He says, why are you looking at me like that? He said, looking at you like what? He said, 30 days, contempt of court. So he didn't give him fair warning.
Well,
so like I said, when you're in their court, I don't care if you put the best paperwork in like I did for this guy, and I don't care if your case gets discharged. I'm telling you, if the judge is going to put you in jail for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days to teach you a lesson, he's going to do it. And it was so funny because the guy's mom called me up. He says, she said, he's in jail. I said, what? It didn't work? She said, no, the case was discharged, but the judge said he didn't like the way he looked at him at the end of the he said, what? He said he smiled and he looked at the judge. But the guy wears like Coke bottle glasses. I don't know what he meant by he gave this judge a look. He said he just looked at the judge, and the judge said, why are you looking at me like that? He said, looking at you like what? He was like, 30 days, contempt of court, take him away. So like I said, when you're in there,
what was the reasoning for the 30 days?
Just because the judge didn't like the way he was looking at him.
Okay, but he can't put that on the record like that. Something's going to have to show up on the docket sheet, right? I mean, it's going to have to say...
contempt of court, that he was just in contempt. Yeah. And that's it. It's so funny. I mean, when these judges want to get...
He should have just kept his mouth shut then.
Yeah.
There's almost nothing he could have done. Almost nothing that he could have done. But just the same thing that happened with me in England and Bali and them. All his Punjabis friends, when the judge said case discharged, all of the little Punjabis, well, some of them were tall, these Punjabis started to clap. And I jumped up and I said, in little court decorum, please. I said, keep it in your pants. Wait till you get outside. Wait till you take it home. We're in a public setting. Stop clapping. And it was so funny. I said to them, the judge hasn't removed himself from the bench. He could have said, did I say discharged? I said, no, guilty is charged. I said, you guys just got to calm it down. I said, he hasn't left the bench. You can reverse the decision. Oh, it's hysterical, man. How it's just, these guys. I said, the prosecutors, I said, they have feelings too. I said, you don't see them when they win. You don't see them cheering that they got a conviction. I said, little court decorum, little discretion, please. There was no bailiffs at the trial because they saw how I handled the Punjabis at the preliminary hearing. They didn't need no bailiffs. They knew I was going to knock their heads together if they messed around.
I appreciate everything that you do, man. You're a good guy. You've helped a lot of thousands of people out here just understand what's going on.
You should hear the latest audio. Did you send that out to everybody, Karl, or?
No, just a couple of people.
I'm going to put it up on the website.
Yeah, put that on the web, and I'll listen.
This guy, I mean, how long is it? 15 minutes or something like that? 16 minutes?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And the guy is going, boom, Karl was right. And he got his child back or whatever.
Yeah, the man from Barbados, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand him.
Yeah, he sent me some pictures of him and his son.
Oh, that's...
So I told him, make sure you send me some pictures, because I don't ask him for no money. So I said, you know what, you got to send me pictures. You can't, you got to send me something.
Yeah, did you get them yet?
Yeah, I got them. Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you put them, are you going to put them up on your website?
If I ever do website stuff, Gus always does it for me.
Oh, okay.
It's funny. Gus always takes care of that good stuff for me, man.
Thanks for all your knowledge, Karl, and God bless you. And, hey, man, keep up the good work. Keep teaching us how to get in here and do these guys right. Because they are wrongdoers. They do everybody wrong.
Well, they're just gonna make a man out of you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
They're picking up where your mom and dad left off. Daniel, who's a man who's doing the MMS up in Washington State. The bad news is that he was found guilty by a trial by jury, and he's probably going to get 7 years in jail when he goes to sentencing. The good news is he did not do it my way. He decided to go with a jury, and he decided to go with an attorney. And when I went out there and I talked to him, I said, this is so simple of a case, it's not even funny. All you have to do is this, and this, put in this notice, and then make this claim of a trespass, that you want all your MMS products back, that the FBI came into your office, came into your homes, came into your vehicles, and took all your property, and now you want it back. And I sat there and I talked to him about 3 o'clock in the morning before I had to leave because he had an ankle bracelet on. He couldn't go no place, so we had to go to his home. And we talked for hours. And his buddy called me up the other day, and he was all positive. He's like, oh, boy, the attorney put in a great closing argument, and the attorney, and it was, and he's really inspiring, and it's really, stirred, emotions in the courtroom. You could tell his attorney did a great job in a closing statement. And then he calls me up the next day and he says, well, he was found guilty, and he's looking at 7 years now. And so, well, that's great news, because he did not do it my way, did he? No, he did it his way, right? He's like, well, he couldn't really understand what you were trying to do. I said, that's right, because I'm too simple. And he was trying to think too much. And he said he'd rather gamble on an attorney and play in their court. I said he needed to start his court and have his court convene at the same exact time that their court was in session. I said, that way, I said they did the same thing with Bali. I said, because when it was said and done, the Crown prosecutor said, this has never happened like in the history of England. How did the Crown lose in Crown Court? I said, because you didn't see that little claim I put in there, the suit that I put in at 9 o'clock this morning. You didn't take a look at it. You got the notice from a month ago. You got the suit this morning. And you didn't realize that I flipped the court and I put Crown Court and I converted it into Queen's Bench. I turned it into common law. He says, but this was a Crown Court. I said, was a Crown Court until 9:01, until you failed to object. I said to him, I'll tell you how you could have beat me. I said, you could have just said you weren't properly served, that you got at least 21 days before you have to answer to this claim, to this suit. But you didn't, because you're so freaking arrogant that those 8 words to you meant nothing. You didn't have no clue what those 8 words meant. You think they're so freaking cute. You don't really understand the impact that those 8 words have, do you? And he just looked at me. He says, but I lost. I said, look, I'm sure your mama still loves you. You'll get over it. I said, someday I'll lose a case, and I might be upset. I said, but you know what, buddy? You put on a hell of a show. And I really appreciate, the passion that you put into this. Oh, man, he was shaking the bar. He was flipping his wig. He was spitting. I mean, the guy was incredible. What a performer. He wanted a conviction like you have no idea. And he got it. They were all found guilty. But the only problem was when the judge said, now for the common law side of this trial, all these matters are discharged. That's right, because they're not legal persons. Are they guilty as legal persons? Yes. The only problem is the legal person known as Balraj Man, doesn't exist. Sorry. You had the wrong person. You had a Punjabi person. You didn't have a legal person. I said, yeah, was all these charges against the legal person true? Absolutely. I'm sure they are. This prosecutor's I'm sure he's a hell of a prosecutor. I'm sure he wouldn't be wasting court resources and valuable time of public servants if his case wasn't, worthy of merit, wasn't absolutely, what he believes to be the truth. Absolutely. The only problem is they don't have a legal person in this building. They have no legal defendants. There is no person known as Balraj Man defendant here. There's a man known as Balaraj man, but he's from the Punjabi society, not a legal society. You don't have a legal person here. Sorry. So we're not going to stand here and argue that the legal person shouldn't be found guilty. You can do whatever the hell you want to the legal person. Kick the legal person across the room. I don't give a shit what you did. There is no legal person here. So you're just going to hold your little court, just like I said earlier. They're still going to hold. If the legal person isn't there, they're going to find that legal person guilty in absentia because he's not there. So what? But you better have your own damn court going on. You better have your own damn case before the court at the same time. But they're going to hold you in custody for that legal person until that legal person shows up. They're going to hold you, your body. They're going to hold you liable for the acts of the legal person. You better have something in writing to explain that you are not the surety for the legal person. You better have you better have it in writing. You better not think you're just going to open your mouth and say, I am not the surety for the legal person known as Karl Lentz. They don't want to hear that shit because now you're talking into their court and now you appear. That's why I had to slap Bali in the middle of court and I had to throw his brother down because Bali almost made a sound while the legal persons were talking. Man doesn't talk while legal persons talk. Man doesn't talk back to legal persons. That's ridiculous. That's like man talking back to a pine cone or a tree or a porcupine. Man doesn't talk to legal persons. Just like, we're working on a different dimension here. I'm not going to talk to a piece of paper. It's ridiculous. It's going to look ridiculous me sitting there talking to a legal piece of paper called prosecutor, a piece of paper called judge. I'm not going to talk to a piece of paper. That's the most ridiculous thing. You want to talk to me man to man? Let's do it. It's the same thing with Dean Clifford. I mean, is that guy still in jail? Did he violate his...
Somebody mentioned that he went back to jail, but I don't know. I guess he got out. I don't know. I haven't kept up on it.
No, they said that... I believe they said that he violated his terms of his release, and then no, he's still there. And I even told him on your show. I said, look, it was funny. He was saying, the head judge came down and talked to me man to man, and he let me go, and he didn't make me sign any paper, and he didn't make me put up any bail. I said, finish the rest of the story, Dean. He's like, what? I said, I guarantee the man asked you to give to him your word that you will be back in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. He says, well, yeah. He said they wanted me to come back. I said, Dean, he didn't ask you to sign nothing. He didn't ask you to give him any currency. He asked you for the most valuable possession that any man has on planet Earth. Is his word. He asked you for your word. He said, will you be back 30 days from now? And you said yes. That is the most valuable thing that you possess is your word. Not how much coin you got in your pocket, not your signature, your word. Now, you have to live up to that word. And I said, I don't care if you got to be back there in 30 days, you better be crawling on your bloody knees and stumps. You better be crawling back to that courtroom. You better live up to what you said you would do. Because if you don't live up to your word and you talk man to man, they're going to bury you. They're never going to give you the opportunity to talk to man ever again. See, he played the legal game, and you ain't going to win the legal game. Now you're playing the man-to-man game. You want to play man-to-man game? Okay. The only problem is the same thing with like the legal society, the Boy Scout society, or the man-to-man society. If you break your word man-to-man, you break it Boy Scout to Boy Scout or legal, they are going to turn your back on you. They're going to turn their backs on you. And now you could scream as loud as you want, take my word from it, I'm a man. They're not going to take your word anymore. They're going to turn their back on you. You only got one shot at this when you play a man-to-man game, and you better live up to your word because you don't have a second shot at it. They are never going to look at you again as another man because another man would have called up and said, look, I'm going to have to leave the province. I'm going to have to leave the territory. I'm going to have to leave this area. I'm going to have to go see my mom. I got to go travel for work. I'm going to have to drive my own truck again. I can't find a ride. I'm going to have to break the terms and conditions of a lease. This is the reasons why I have to do it. If you have a problem with that, can you please, tell me that I cannot do it? But I guarantee he was so prideful. Well, I'm not saying him in particular, but most people are so prideful they don't want to be considered like a child. It's like, look, who could tell me when I could drink a beer? Who could tell me how many hours? Because you gave the man your word that you would live up to a certain standard, and you would be obligated to abide by a certain conduct and a certain set of rules, and you will do a certain thing, and we'll release you from prison. And I'm sure he's like, fine, just get me the hell out of here. But then you have to actually live up to it. But if you don't want to live up to those terms and conditions, you could write a letter back to the man and say, look, Bob, you're a great judge, and thank you for coming down and talking to me the other day, man to man. But maybe I acted a little in haste to get out of the prison. Honestly, I can't live up to those terms and conditions that I agreed that I would abide by. So, again, I'm talking to you as my fellow man. If I do this, this is going to cause me harm. I'm going to lose income. I'm going to lose time for my family. So, and I know you don't want to hurt your fellow man, Bob. So can you please see to it that you're not going to hold it against me if I must travel, or if I must drive my own truck, or if I'm going to go out of the province to see my family. Please communicate with me as soon as possible, Bob. And I'm sure Bob would have wrote back, the judge would have wrote back immediately and said, okay, I could see your dilemma, I could see where you're going to. But I'm going to hold you up to your terms and conditions. I'm going to hold you to your word. And then Dean has to sacrifice and say, you know what, I gave him my word. I will live up to my word. Or he's going to say, or that Bob will say, fine, but don't let it happen again. I say, okay, fine. So like I said, I'm sure you just, if that's what happened, if he didn't live up to his terms and conditions of his bail or parole or release, I wouldn't doubt it. Because this being a man is a lifestyle. It's not I just had to say whatever I had to say to get out of jail that day. I just agreed and did whatever they told me to do. And now I'm going to do what I want. Now I'm going to be a little brat again. I'm going to do what I want. Because I'm so cute and I'm so precious and I'm precocious, and nobody ever going to spank me.
Do you have to pay to file a claim?
It depends. I mean, if it's, like I said that many times on my shows, if you can't afford it at that time, you could talk to the billings manager, the chief judge, and just say, look, honestly, I can't afford it at this time, And sometimes they ask you for something called like a financial disclosure, which is only fair. Because if somebody said, well, look, my neighbor bent a blade of grass on my front lawn, and I want to seek a claim for compensation for that bent blade of grass, you could have some nut job filing 500 claims a day and tangling it. Well, you could have like a Rod Class guy doing crazy stuff like that, putting 5 inches thick worth of paperwork in for a blue light on his dashboard. It's ridiculous. But that's what I'm saying. So should they have a nominal fee for accessing a public building at times? Yes. Because if they didn't, you can have people piling into that courtroom with frivolous cases, just because they are bored, just because they want to prove something. So yes, if it hits them, stings them in their pocketbook a little bit, then maybe they're not going to be so willing to put the most ridiculous claims before the court. Maybe they're only going to do claims that are worthy of some real merit and concern for not only themselves but for the public at large. Maybe it's for the benefit of mankind that they're putting this claim in, not just for their own self-enrichment. So yes, should there be some sort of a fee? Yes. But that's why you always see them say they'll waive the court costs, a lot of times when they say, well, if you're indigent. But I would never say I'm indigent, because indigent means that I'm worthless. And I would never say that I'm worthless. I'd never say that any man is worthless. So I would never say that I'm indigent. I would just say I do not have, the proper currency at this time. I don't have green money, or if I was in Canada, I have brown money. I don't have in England, I don't have the blue money. I don't have the proper currency at this time, at this time for filing. But, I believe this case has got, is worthy of merit, and the public should be made aware of what is going on out here. And believe me, that's why they take a look at your case and they say, yeah, this is a good case. Yes, we should bring this to the public attention, and yes, we should have a hearing, and we should have a trial over this matter. You're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. And like I said, the only thing you could do then with the judge, if he says it's $500, say, look, I'll pay you $5 a week for the next 100 weeks. I'm good for it. I'll give you my word. And the judge will take you at your word because because he knows he's told it to a man. If you say, look, I'll pay you $5 a week for the next 100 weeks, I'm a man of my word, and I'll carry out my word. I'll be obliged to you for $5 a week. And like I said, like when I said to the judge for that moonshine, I said I pay him $5 a week for 60 weeks for $300 fine. I said, and if I can't come up with $5, I said, believe me, I'll get in touch with the court clerk and I'll tell her what I can do that week. I might be able to give her $1 or $2 that week. I said, but believe me, as soon as I get a decent job down in Florida, I'll pay this off so fast your head will spin. I said, as soon as I get a chunk of change, I want this off my back so fast it's not even funny. I'm glad to get all debts off my back. But I said, I can do $5 a week. Then I think I could swing. I said, I think I can handle $5 a week. So he said, okay, fine. Just tell the court clerk that whatever you want to pay is okay by the judge. And she'll understand.
Okay, we've got one more and we'll wrap it up, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, South Texas.
I'm trying to put a claim through. I was assaulted by officers. It was pretty bad. Supposedly they had a warrant for my arrest. I didn't see the warrant. They never showed it to me. They arrested me. They took me in. And the claim that I'm trying to put in is, of course, from what I've learned from you, is, trespassing. And I didn't get their names. I still don't have their names. They keep giving me the runaround as far as the actual names. I only have one last name from one of the guys that actually cuffed me and took me in. And my question is, can I use the last name? Can I just use the last name to put a claim in?
Like let's say you went to the zoo and a whole bunch of gorillas jumped out of the cage and they attacked you.
Correct.
While you were going down the street. Now, what kind of names would you call those gorillas? Bob, Susie, Betty? You wouldn't worry about it, would you?
No.
You'd find out who's in control of that zoo. You'd find out who's in control of that police department, wouldn't you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you'd say agents acting on your behalf that you supervise, train, discipline, and monitor, or that you failed to train, discipline, supervise, and monitor, like your monkeys, like your gorillas.
Oh,
if you failed to train, discipline, and monitor them, I've accrued a loss.
All right.
You can say, Officer A, B, C, D. It doesn't matter. You don't need his name.
Wow.
Because like Walmart. Okay, let's say you're at Walmart, and some stock boy puts soap on the floor just to see people fall, so he's got his camcorder going just so you put it on YouTube videos. What are you going to sue, a stock boy? The 16, 17-year-old snot-nosed stock boy who's worth $13.17 and a pair of roller skates? What are you going to do, sue him?
Right.
No, you're going to find Walmart. You're going to find the guy who runs Walmart and say, hey, you failed to train, discipline, and monitor your agents, and because your failure to train, discipline, and monitor your agents who act on your behalf for your benefit, I've accrued a loss. Okay. You go right to the top like that. It's that simple.
It is. It is very simple. It is very simple. For this, what I'm being charged for, I'm being charged for an assault with a deadly weapon, and I wasn't even. I don't even own a weapon. This
well,
is
like
not
me on my show. On my show, I'm assaulting people with my brain, so that's a deadly weapon, right? My mouth.
Well, that's what I'm trying to learn from you, man. I mean, I get it. I really do. You make it so simple that at first it was so confusing, but my eyes are opening to your to the way you teach and you express yourself. It's so simple that it kind of gets confusing, but once you start continually listening to you, it's just wow. Like right now, you make.
Well, like I said too, the best way to go after a statute, if you feel like going after a statute, is you just use something like assault with a deadly weapon. And it's like, okay, deadly weapon. Okay, who died?
Right.
Like, what? Then I guess it wasn't deadly.
Okay. Wow.
You see, stuff like that. I mean, that's how you destroy this. A judge taught me that. And actually, he taught me that after my trial. He taught me that, during another trial. I came back into the courtroom. I said, this is going to drive me crazy. I said, can you explain if I pled guilty, I was going home. If I pled not guilty, I was going home. And he explained it to me. And then I said, oh, okay. And he says, kid, let me tell you what. He says, what were you charged with? I said, I was charged with, adding an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without a federal permit. He said, yeah. He says, do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? He's like, what? He said, if they really wanted you, they would have charged you with moonshine. He said, but they charged you with adding an artificial heat source to speed the fermentation of an alcoholic beverage without a federal permit. He says, how do you destroy this statute? How do you make it look totally irrelevant to what you did? How do you make it show that it has absolutely nothing to do with what you did? I said, I don't know. He said, take a word and destroy it. I said, what word? He said, pick a word. He said, I'll pick one for you, kid. Heat, artificial heat. You use the artificial heat source. He says, just use the word natural heat source. Come back to court next week, ask for a retrial, and tell me that you used a natural heat source, and you swear that you used a natural heat source, not an artificial heat source, and I'll discharge this case against you, and I'll clean your record. I said, nah. I said, I like, it's going to look good that I that I have something like that on my permanent record. I said, moonshine, that's a really cool crime. I said, it's not like baby rape or kidnapping or, assault with, what I'm saying, it's assault with a deadly weapon.
I heard your recording, and I know you said that's a cool charge. I don't mind having that on my record. I'll technically with that. So, is there?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have to take it apart. You have to, like I said, find assault with a deadly weapon. Okay, assault. You mean I assaulted? I did something in the past. I assault. That means I'm doing it presently. Or I'm assaulting, which means I'm doing it now and sometime in the future. So, it's assault with a deadly weapon. You mean I assaulted somebody with a deadly weapon.
Right.
Did I assaulted somebody with a deadly weapon, or did I assault somebody with a deadly weapon? Because assault with a deadly weapon means I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
Did I do it in the past? That means I assaulted somebody with a deadly weapon.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's funny, man. That's called playing like loopholes, and I really don't like playing loopholes. I'd rather just kick their ass in common law. Just saying, who's the man? I'll compensate them. If I've done wrong, let me, I want to settle the debt with the man right now. Just have him come forward and let's clean the slate while we're all here together. Or you can play a loophole game.
Okay. I got it.
It depends how you want to play. I mean, I'll play it either way. I'll play the loophole game or I'll play the common law game. I don't care. They're both fun. I don't care.
You don't even worry about cleaning your record, right? From what I gather.
No.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you got your raps you always talk about, and I listen pretty closely.
Everything's discharged and not guilty. Discharged, not guilty. It's hysterical.
Right, discharged. I hear you. So that indictment that is waiting for me, I mean, it just do it like that, like you just said. Just where is the deadly? What deadly weapon? Just like that, at the indictment. I mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And what's funny too is, like I said, like somebody asked me not too long ago. They said, how do you if you're worried about your legal record, if you're worrying about your legal person, because most of this country is 80-90% legal nowadays. You got to get a legal license, legal jobs, they want all kinds of documents, paperwork, passports. What you have to do is every state has rules of rehabilitation, how to clean up your legal record. They will actually have a set of procedures, a set of rules of rehabilitation, of how to get your legal person back into proper status and standing in the community, in the legal society. Just like if you were a member of the Boy Scout Society, they'd have a certain set of rules. Or like the Catholic Society, you'd say 37 Hail Marys and 7 Sons of Graces or whatever, and you'd be back in good standing with Jesus.
Right.
So there's a certain set of procedures, just like George Steinbrenner, when he wanted to get rid of his felony conviction, he gave a ton of money to Richard Nixon's re-election campaign. So Rich Nixon pardoned him and got rid of that felony conviction against him.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of ways you can rehabilitate yourself through the legal system. There will be a set of rules and codes, that you have to abide by, and you have to almost always have to go back to the court of original jurisdiction, the original judge that sentenced you, and you have to show him that you're worthy of obtaining, legal status again. That you're not a felon. This felon is as low can go. Because felon in Greek actually means some guy who sucks another guy. So if you want to get, if you etymologize the word felon, that's what it means. If you read it in Shakespeare plays, that's actually literally what it means. It's as low as you could be. So if you want to raise your status from being the lowest of the low, and you want to, get rid of that felon status, there's ways to rehabilitate yourself. So, and somebody asked me that the other day. And I said, just go to your local state or county. Probably state. There's probably some sort of state rehabilitation, to obtain legal status again, to get into the good graces of the legal society again.
Did you get finished moving?
No, the electric company said that either Friday or Monday they're going to electrify that. I had to put a meter in and a service panel on the outside. See, because I don't want to have like what you call a house or a home, because then you have to have permits and you have to have everything else. So this is a funny way to do things, is if you have something deemed as a farm, you don't have to have permits. So whatever structure you put up there, you just say is for me to aid and assist me in agriculture and farming. So no matter what you build, no matter what its shape or size, you don't need a permit. You don't need permission from the county. You don't need anything, because you just say it's for agriculture purposes. And the county can't get involved, because fortunately in an area that 80% of the people who contribute to the government, like election campaigns, are farmers or cattle ranchers. Like the state of Iowa doesn't have daylight savings time, because it's the farmers that make up, the huge majority of the people who vote for the congressman, and they don't want daylight savings time and they don't want to be a part of it. So their state doesn't have daylight savings time, because the farmers just don't want it. And what the farmers don't want, when it's like almost 100% farmers, they're going to get. So the farmers say, we don't want to have to get permits every time we put another water line in, every time we put another power line in, every time we build another house. We don't want to have to get a freaking permit. Guess what? There's no laws on the books. It was so funny when the young kid came out. The man's name was Lance Armstrong, good kid. He works at a power company, big boy. And he said to me, you are going to get permits? And I said, I'm going to get a permit. He said, well, I said, this is a farm. He said, a farm, what makes it a farm? I said, that barn right there makes it a farm. I said, as long as it's got a barn on it, and something that's I call barn, it makes it a farm. If I believe it's a barn, it's a farm. He says, really? I didn't know that works like that. I said, yes. He said, well, you still got to go to the county, get permits, and you got to get a licensed electrician in here. So licensed electricians, I don't need no licenses to wire up any structure I feel like for agriculture. He said, yes, you do. I said, no. I said, kid, you're going to have to go back and go talk to a supervisor. And it was so funny. My buddy Jimmy was there. And he says, no, Carl, you got to get a permit. I said, Jimmy, shut up. You don't know anything either. I said, sir, go back and ask your supervisor. We're in Augusta County here. And when a farmer wants something done, he just does it. And you just make sure it happens. He said, you just help the farmer. I said, I don't want to hear nothing. He says, well, I'm going to have to go back to my supervisor, and I'm going to have to find out. So what was funny is he did. He went back and he found out. He says, holy cow, you're right. He says, but since you're not having a permit and since you're not having a licensed installer, the electrical company wants you to do something different than just a normal household guy. I said, okay, what does a household guy do? He said, they just put an electric meter on the side of their house, and we put the meter in it. You're going to have to stick the meter on the side of the, whatever you call this thing, office or trailer, whatever you want to call this, barn or building, whatever you want to call it. You're going to have to put the meter base there, but you're going to also have to put a service panel, like where you have your circuit breakers. You're going to put your service panel outside here, and you're going to have to put at least one 110 electrical outlet on this pole as well. So all your electrical is going to be out here on this pole. He says you could have another service panel in your house, your barn, your trailer, your office, whatever you want, whatever you're building, we don't care. But since you're not having an electrician do it, and since you're not having permits, the electrical company wants to make sure that they're covering their behind by saying you have an electric meter, the service panel was all up there with the proper fuses in there, and you had a 110 outlet that we plugged something in. We plugged the vacuum cleaner, we plugged a fan, a hairdryer, and it worked. And we're done. And now you can do whatever the hell you want. He says, you're absolutely right. A farmer can do whatever the hell he wants. He can put water lines in, sewage lines. He can do whatever the hell he wants on his land. You're damn right. But the electrical company does not want to be sued. So you're going to have to put the service panel out here on this pole next to the electric meter with at least one outlet so we can see that it worked when we walked away. Now, what you do to it after we leave, we don't care because we could swear in court it was working fine when we left on Friday or Monday. They said they'll be on Friday or Monday. They'll electrify that meter and that service panel. So it's a lot of fun when you know the law. You know, you can tell them to go F themselves. When you got a farm, you can tell them to go F themselves. And that's why so many farmers who call me up and they said they got hogs and they want to slaughter their hogs because they got some sort of swine disease, or they want to take their lambs and kill all the lambs because they got some sort of AIDS virus going on. I said, dude, you're a farmer. Dude, you're a rancher. Dude, you have no idea. They can't even come near your enclosure. They can't even trespass. They can't breach your enclosure. That is so crazy. You have no idea how much power you have. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can raise aardvarks. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's your farm, and you can raise them any damn way you want. And you could use whatever. You could use nuclear power to fucking power that place. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can make those things glow. Whatever you think it takes to make it survive for your family, whatever you think it's going to take. Because if somebody comes in and says, you can't electrify those aardvarks, oh, really? So when my family starves and my children are starving, are you going to be held liable? Are you going to take the responsibility to tell me I can't do my farm and raise my crops in a certain way, or I can't raise my livestock or in a certain manner? Are you going to take liability when this farm fails? Are you going to take the responsibility because you're telling me I can't put water line over there, or I got to get a permit or a license, and it's going to take 30 days or 60 days? You realize what's going to happen to my livestock if that doesn't have water there today? Do you understand what's going to happen? Oh, and you want me to get a permit? It takes 30 days and then inspect it? Oh, really? Really? Just sign a piece of paper saying that I, Bob, a man, am telling Farmer Carl, that he can't put a water line there today to save and preserve and for his animals. Just put something in there saying that you're not going to allow me to do it. And if I do it, you're going to fine me, punish me, jail me, incarcerate me. Yeah. Just go ahead. Just put it in writing and tell me not to do it.
Can you talk about your case at all? I mean, I've gotten some emails from people wanting to download the paperwork. I got that one document showing the dismissal from Karl, but that's not enough.
There's not a whole lot of paperwork in the case. You know, they charged me with possession of a firearm. They found a what they call the firearm behind the seat of the car I was driving, and it was loaded. It was a loaded .45 Springfield Smith & Wesson, and they charged me with possession. And I put some paperwork in, and basically, I did exactly what Karl tells people to do. You know, who says I've done wrong? Where's the man making a claim for some kind of a loss, injury, or harm? And when's the plaintiff going to appear? Who's making the claim? Why am I here? And that's it. I wouldn't budge from that. And I went to a bail hearing, and they set bail. And that's at the bail hearing, I talked with the man who was acting as a judge, and I told him, man to man, I want to talk to you man to man. And he said, that's fine, as long as the prosecutor's here. And I said, okay, well, man to man, I'm letting you know that the man, Scott, who's investigating this case, tells me that there is no man making a claim against me for causing any harm, injury, or loss, so I require the case discharged. He looked at me and just said, well, here's your bail, conditions, and set bail. So that was the first time I got it on the record. The next time was at a preliminary hearing. It was a probable cause hearing to find out if there was probable cause to send it to a grand jury. And the man acting as judge, they proceeded with their case, and I choose not to participate. And I said what I had to say on the record. I put my notices in. And basically that's all it was, is, I'm not the legal person you seek. Who's the man making a claim against me? A man. Is there a man here? Where's the man making a claim? Who says I do wrong? Who says I've caused them harm, injury, or loss? And I just kept repeating that over and over and over in court. The man acting as judge, Bob or Frank or whatever his name was, he made a determination that there was probable cause and sent it over to the prosecutor's office, the county prosecutor, to present it to the grand jury. And I had been in touch with the prosecutor's office since day one, letting them know that somebody was bearing false witness against me, and I wanted them to prosecute the man making false claims, and I wanted them to prosecute the officer who had pulled me over for interfering with my right to travel. And as soon as I get back home, I'm going to follow up with that. But like I said, right now I'm in Minnesota working on a property case, and so my stuff's on hold. There's really nothing I need to do now except just follow up and make sure that it stays gone. They chose not to prosecute, and they dropped the whole thing 3 weeks in.
Let me ask you, what's a bail hearing? I mean, did they put you in jail?
Well, yeah, I was arrested at 3:30 in the morning, and I required to speak to a magistrate first thing in the morning. So they brought me in, and I was charged with something. It was not the place because it's a felony. They could not accept the plea. All they could do is set bail. So based on the charge, they set bail. So a man has a right to make bail and get out on his own recognizance and so on. So they
so you paid that amount, right? Whatever it was.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I paid that. I got out and I started pounding paperwork. Well, it wasn't a whole lot of paper. It was just a few simple notices, targeting the people that were causing me harm.
So did you get your gun back?
I've never seen that thing. It's not mine. I have no idea what it was doing there.
What? It wasn't your gun?
Wasn't my gun. Wasn't my car.
Oh, well, that was a surprise then, wasn't it?
I was a really big surprise. I wasn't too freaking happy about it. I felt like somebody set me up is what it felt like.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Okay, so do you know whose car it was?
I have no idea whose car it was. Somebody had come over and said, my roommate took off with my van. I'm using this guy's car, and I'm trying to get my van back. Could you give me a ride to my place and see if my van's there? And then, we can pick up the van. I don't want to deal with this guy. I should have never let him move in the first place. And this is somebody I knew, so I said, sure. So I hopped in this car with him, and we took off. And when we got there, the van wasn't there, so he went into the house to do some things and asked me to drive the car around to the other side. He was only going to be in there for a few minutes, and then we left.
That sounds like a setup to me.
Yeah, so I was driving, and I was traveling. I was behind the steering wheel, and so we got pulled over later on, and they found this thing back there, and everybody was getting excited. The cops did really good, actually. They were very mellow. Nobody pulled a gun on me. Nobody stuck a gun to my head. I mean, it all went down really calm and no big deal. There was by the time it was over, there's probably I counted 7 or 8 cruisers, and there was at least 12 cops over there, paddy wagon and all that shit, dogs and all that. But everybody was calm. Everybody was cool, and they thanked me for being a gentleman, and it was nice. Nobody panicked, nobody freaked out.
Wow, that sounds really well. It was a learning experience, right? A learning experience.
When you do talk shows and you talk about this stuff over and over and over, week after week, and you think you know it. But I'll tell you something, at 3:30 in the morning when you're laying on a concrete bunk and you're going to be seeing the judge, first thing in the morning, things crystallize real well. All of a sudden, you take those 20 or 30 things that you think you're going to say and you narrow them down to the 1 or 2 things that really matter, because there is nothing else that really matters. Is there a man making a claim of harm, injury, or loss against me? Yes or no? And that's it.
So, looking back on the whole scenario, is there anything you would have done differently?
Not a damn thing.
That's wonderful. that you got that clarity.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing how that happens, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, you think of all these different things, and I got into court, and they were talking about bail, and the man asked me if I had anything to say about it, and I said, well, I'd like to say something man to man, and he says, what's that? I said, I require pen, paper, and ink to answer the court properly, and he says, well, I don't need an answer from you. I'm just giving you a chance to say something. And I said, well, man to man, I'm telling you that man says that the man Scott who's investigating this tells me that there was no man making a claim against me. And that's it. That's the bottom line. The statutes, the codes, the ordinances, those are just a group of elected officials who have an opinion about how things should be done for the efficiency of government, for the good administration of government. And in New Hampshire, where I live, the New Hampshire Constitution, which created that government, specifically says in Article 38 that the legislature and the judiciary are bound to the Constitution to create laws and enforce those laws which are necessary for the good administration of government. Those things aren't created to control men. The reason that we need the statutes and things to be set up and to be available, or to be out there, like the building codes, for instance. The building codes came out in the 1800s. The 1900s, and they were set up because as the townships were being set up, people didn't want their money wasted, so they created building codes for these towns for the government buildings, for the town buildings, to be set up properly and built correctly, because there was no oversight. When you build your own house, you make sure it's done right because you're the one spending the money. But when you have community buildings put up or common buildings put up, then who's going to oversee that stuff? And that's the purpose of statutes. It's for the good administration of government. But the government's role has always been, if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it's stated right there at the beginning. The government is instituted to secure rights. And those rights include life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, all these things. So if there's no man making a claim against me, then the government is not protecting somebody's rights or securing somebody's rights, which means they're acting rogue. So there's either a man or a woman making a claim against me, or they're acting for the good administration of government. It's one or the other. And if I'm not part of the government, then that's obviously not what they're doing.
Right. Wow. That's great. It was a learning experience.
Well, it's all stuff I already knew, but to have it all, focus in that 2 or 3 hours to really, zero in and get into my head and get, basically it burned away all the stuff that I thought was important.
Well, I'm glad you got it. You asked for it to be discharged, but they dismissed it.
Well, they didn't dismiss it and they didn't discharge it. The prosecutor chose not to prosecute. So they know it's called null prosecute.
I saw that nolo process, you said?
Yeah, Carl's calling. Hold on just a second.
All right.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Carl said you were going to be on.
Yeah, did Angela start the call yet?
Yeah, she started the call about 20 minutes ago and asking me about my kids.
Oh, okay.
I unmuted you also, Carl, so we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, what did she ask you so far, Jeff?
Just talking about what happened, what the charges were, how, what kind of paperwork I put in, just the process that I went through.
Yeah. Well, I guess you got it right.
Well, they know process. They chose not to process. Only 3 weeks after they charged me. Well, they never actually charged me.
There's a heavy duty. There's a heavy duty buzz coming in there.
Yeah. Still on the road, Carl?
Yeah.
You want me to mute you out, Carl, or do you want to be on, or what?
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to try to get Gus on the same time that I was on, just because I didn't want to have to repeat everything that Gus just said. So I honestly don't know what Gus said.
he ran down what had happened with his case.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want to say something that he didn't want me to say. I don't want to say that how he got arrested. I don't know if he mentioned it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I pretty much mentioned everything. I was charged with possession of a firearm, and that carries a felony penalty. And when I went to the bail hearing, they were asking, if I had something to say about the bail conditions, and I told them that there's no man making a claim against me. The man investigating, the man Scott, who's investigating the case, told me so. He said there is no man making a claim of any kind of harm, injury, or loss. So I required the case discharged. And then the following week, I went for a probable cause hearing. And at the probable cause hearing, the officer testified. That's how I found out what they had found in the back of the car. He went and described it on the stand. And but I didn't engage. I didn't question him. He was kind of pissed off, actually,
Finish what you were saying, Gus. You were pissed off. What?
Well, the only thing bad is the way Gus is doing it. He's going so freaking fast that nobody can really understand what you did. It's like you did the bail hearing. You went through that in about 14 and a half seconds. He said that like I said when we were talking on the phone about it. We went in a lot more detail. It's like, what happened when they brought you into the room? What did you say? You require leave of course with paper, pen, and ink.
Yes, I did.
But what I'm saying is, Steve, this is what I'm saying. You're telling the story so fast. I don't know if you're in a rush or like people need to hear. Angela's got 5 freaking hours. People need to hear exactly what you did right and what you did wrong. Not just it was a tremendous victory and you're done. Yeah. How did you do it? Where was the pitfalls? Where was the missteps? What did you do right? What did you do wrong? You see what I'm saying? So you got to just slow it down. This is what I was trying to say to Angela. Just chill out and wait for me to get here so I can talk to Gus. I really don't need somebody to say to Gus, what happened, because he'll just give you the version in 3.7 seconds. It's like, well, wait a second. We got all freaking night. Ain't no freaking hurry. Just take your time and tell the people, like, what happened when you went for the bail hearing. You came out. I don't know if you came out in an orange jumpsuit. I don't know how they brought you out. Just tell people what's it like when you go to get charged with something like this. What's the process? You got arrested on a Saturday night or a Sunday or a Monday or something?
Yeah, it was Mother's Day. It was 3 a.m. at the end of Mother's Day.
Okay, so it was a Sunday or Monday morning?
Yeah, Monday morning.
Monday morning, all right. So it was a Monday morning. And they did the fingerprints and all that other good stuff?
Oh, yeah, they brought me down to the station, and they booked me in, took my name, all my information. And when they pulled you over, they were very, very nice to you. They didn't draw their guns or scare the shit out of you? They were very polite. They were really, really cool, actually.
So it's not like this horror stuff that everybody says on Angela's show. The cops will arrest you for having a taillight out. They'll pull you over and they'll arrest you and beat you up and pull a gun on you because you ain't got a taillight, like that other guy said last week. These guys are really nice.
Well, it depends on the cops. They're not all nice.
I'm just asking Gus. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to tone everybody down. I'm not an inflammatory guy. I'm not trying to get people to hate everybody. I'm trying to get you guys to understand that these cops are decent people. They're your brothers, they're your relatives. They're not evil bastards. The Baltimore cops are doing a great job right now by just answering dispatch calls. Thank God. So like I said, I just wanted to get you guys to understand that these cops weren't, going for Gus because Gus has got a show or Gus is outspoken. So they weren't just gunning for this guy and saying, you know what? Oh, well, see, Gus stuck his neck out, man. Gus was making himself a name. These cops just pulled him over and arrested him. No, they didn't. They just 3 o'clock in the morning, a couple of guys driving in town. It kind of looks kind of weird driving around that early in the morning. And the cops just want to obviously, they're doing their job. 3 o'clock in the morning, God bless them. Because I wouldn't pull anybody over at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. and this is in a town with a population of about 300,000. So it's not some rinky-dink little place. Yeah, there's some heavy-duty stuff that goes down.
Right. So, like I said, so it was amazing that you're a pretty big-looking man. You're not a peewee. And for them not to, especially one of them was a woman, you said.
Yeah, the lady that pulled me over was she was about 5'5", 5'7", and decent build. But I mean, she didn't panic. She didn't freak out. The other officer that was backing her up is actually the one who saw the firearm and or whatever it was they found, and he got excited at the right up front because he was looking for some quick answers. And when you verbally come at somebody, they tend to make mistakes if there's a mistake to be made.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say, that even though at 3 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden they see two, men, and you ain't peewees, and they didn't panic. They didn't all of a sudden draw their guns. They get on the ground, lay down, roll over. There didn't any more weapons in the car, any more weapons. They didn't start, doing any crazy shit. They just started talking to you like man on man. They didn't go nuts, did they?
No, they wanted to know what it was there, what the gun was doing there. The other man with me, they pulled me over for not using my left turn signal.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, when you're driving at 3 o'clock in the morning in a city like that, you got to expect to be pulled over, because this is what the cops are paid to do. They're paid to secure and protect the property of man at 3 o'clock in the morning. They want to see if these guys are going around selling drugs. Like, what normal man is just driving around at 3 o'clock in the morning? Now, other people could jump my ass right now and just say, look, Carl, everybody's got the right to be let alone. Everybody's got that's right, in the private, not in the public. There's what's that ruling that they make all the time? There is no consideration for privacy in the public. You have no right to privacy in the public. None. If you're in the public, you're fair game. You have a certain duty and obligation to that public. If you don't want to do a certain thing, you don't want to bring notice to yourself, don't drive around 3 o'clock in the morning, like look like us. I mean, I don't mind when I get pulled over at 3 o'clock in the morning. I know exactly what those officers are pulling me over for. They want to see if there's a dead body in the trunk. They want to see if there's a goofy guy like me. What am I doing? If I'm a little old lady, Aunt B, obviously they're not going to pull Aunt B over. But I expect them to pull me over. I hope they pull me over. And I hope when people who look like me come through my neighborhood, they pull them over as well. I believe in that. I believe they're doing a damn good job. I'm sorry, I don't bash cops.
Yeah, and this was, this was one street off the main drag in Manchester, New Hampshire. So this wasn't, 8 blocks out of downtown. This was right downtown on at the intersection of 2 major roads.
And it's a real bad area, some of those sections down there. They're really old, run-down sections of New Hampshire. I mean, I've been through some of the neighborhoods where Gus took me, and some of them are rough. So if this guy's driving around in a rough neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning, well, gee, guess what? He's not going shopping. He's not going out for a hamburger. What is he cruising for, some action? What's going on? So like I said, all I'm trying to establish is that Gus was treated extremely politely, but in a very intense situation, because if there's 1 gun in the car, there could be 2 guns in the car. If I saw 1 gun, I probably would have drew my weapon on him so fast his head would have spun. I said, don't you even blink. If you got 1, you got 2. I'm not taking my chances. I'm going to go home tonight. I'm going to predict that you've got 2 weapons. You got 1 gun, you got another gun. Somebody's got the other gun. And I'm going to protect my ass. And Gus said that the people didn't jump him and throw him on the ground and do all kinds of crazy stuff. I said, wow, those cops have, up there in New Hampshire, man, that's nice. That's all right. It's like, that's amazing. And Gus did say a lot of nice things to me, over the couple of weeks about how professional the cops were and how they didn't treat him like a criminal. And even though he's an ex-felon, they could have just said, look, you know better, you're an ex-felon. You're going to go right to jail for this. No get out of jail free, nothing. It's a one-way ticket for an ex-felon when he gets stopped and he's got a handgun. Everybody in this country knows the price an ex-felon pays for having a handgun in his possession. It's strict, right to jail. So, okay, so then that was like a Monday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then what was the next thing that happened, Gus?
Well, they searched the car and they wanted to know what I knew about the gun. I didn't know squat about it, so we had that discussion. And more cops kept showing up because it's 3 a.m. It's the only exciting thing going on. But they were all pretty cool. There's no yelling, no screaming. The first thing they told me is just put my hands on the steering wheel, and I did, and that was enough to keep things calm. It was no big deal. So they asked me to step out of the car. I stepped out. They patted me down, searched me, emptied my pockets, went through my stuff, and eventually I got into the paddy wagon, and that's when one of the cops thanked me for being a gentleman, and we went down to the station where they walked me in and booked me, and they didn't squeeze the shit out of the handcuffs. They didn't do nothing. It was just really cool.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying. Well, like I said, like I said on my show or whatever, when there's a time to give like an accolade to somebody who's doing a professional job and did it right, I give it to them. If they say if somebody's a horrible, hateful human being, I give it to them as well. But I just wanted everybody to know that you actually were treated them decent. You didn't give them the riot act.
Nope. As a matter of fact, the guy that was with me said, "Aren't you going to take orders? Aren't you going to do the Karl Lentz stuff?" And I was like, "Dude, it's 3:30 in the morning. I'm not in the mood for that shit. I'm going to bed. I'm going to take the ticket, and I don't know why I'm being pulled over, but I'm going to take the ticket and go home. I'll deal with this tomorrow morning."
This is what I was trying to say to people. This is why you had to talk slower, because some people might try this crazy order stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, it depends. If I wasn't so tired, I hadn't really slept a whole lot, and if you're going to do that stuff, you got to do it with a smile on your face. So I wasn't in a pleasant mood. I was already exhausted. It wasn't time for me to try out new things.
You better do it when the cops could have full visual imagery of they could see everything coming and going. They could see your hands. They could you won't make them nervous. You pull this, you just at 3 o'clock in the morning, you just go along with a freaking program. In a bad neighborhood, just go along. Don't play any of this. Oh, is that an order? Is that a command? Oh, I'm a man. I got the right to travel. The United States Supreme Court says this, man. Don't play that nonsense. And this is all I'm trying to say. There's a certain time when you do my stuff, and there's a certain time when you don't. So I'm so sick and tired of people saying, "Well, Karl, you said to do this." It's like, look, every case is the same, but every case is unique. Every situation that you run into is different. It's like when I say to people, the Supreme Court makes a ruling today. Is Angela against Gus? And this is the way the Supreme Court ruled in that case. So lawyers and the legal society runs around and say, "Oh, well, look at the ruling that they made for Angela versus Gus." Okay, now I get in a similar situation with Karl versus Mark. And Mark tries to say, "Well, look in the Angela versus Gus case, the Supreme Court ruled this way." It's like, wait a second, I'm not Angela, and you're not Gus. So whatever happened between Angela and Gus in their case, that's between Angela and Gus and whatever judge was sitting at that particular moment of time. I don't really care what happened in Angela versus Gus or Hale versus Hinkle or Roe versus Wade. I don't care. I'm not Mrs. Roe. That's not Mr. Wade. I don't care. But those cases, they had their evidence and their facts, which is completely has nothing to do with the evidence and facts that I'm going to bring before the court today. So when they all start yelling out, especially the lawyers and legal people, say, "Oh, well, look at Harris versus Jones, 2007." It's like, do I look like Mr. Harris? Are you Mr. Jones? No. Then why are you bringing up such irrelevant material at this time? What are you going on about? I'm sure the evidence and the facts back in 1997 were not the same or exactly the same of what's being presented to the court at this time. So why are you bringing up some ridiculous case law, some ridiculous precedent? Because my name is not Mr. Harris. I'm not Roe. I'm not Wade. I'm not Angela. I'm not Gus. I'm Karl Lentz. Now, who's making a claim I've done something wrong? Or where's their evidence and where's their facts? Because it's unique. Every case is supposed to be determined on its merits of the case, those facts, that evidence, not what happened in 2005, not what happened in 1902. I don't care. And this is what I'm trying to make such an effort to get people to understand, that stop worrying of what case law, a precedent was set 5 years ago, 20 years ago, 200, 2,000 years ago. Who cares? It's irrelevant to what's going on in your case because you're a man and that's another man. What happened between me and him is what happened between me and him. So, okay, Gus, you said that you just pick up where you left off then.
Okay, I'm eating a burrito.
Damn. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to remember where you were at, man. You're saying that you were in a paddy wagon, they treated you really nice, and he said, thank you for acting like a gentleman. And then what happened? You went through the process.
Well, yeah, I went through the booking process, which is where they take your name, make sure they have your correct information, and fingerprint you and go through that, that whole booking process. And then they asked me if I wanted to speak to a bail commissioner or if I wanted to speak to a magistrate. What was my preference? And I told them that I required to speak to a magistrate as soon as possible. And then they put me in a cell, and they woke me up a few hours later.
So you wanted to go for a magistrate, and what happened there?
Yeah, went to a magistrate for a bail hearing, and the prosecutor read the charges in my past history, my criminal record, and told the judge because of my history, because of the charges against me, they wanted a $5,000 surety or surety bond or cash, and the judge asked me what I had to say about that, and if I wanted to say anything about that, and I told him I required paper, pen, and ink for leave of court so that I can properly answer the court, and he said, I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just going to give you an opportunity to say something if you have anything to say. And I said, well, I'd like to say something to you man to man. And he says, you can do that as long as the prosecutor's present. I said, all right, well, man to man, I'm letting you know that Scott, the man who's investigating this case, tells me that no one is making a claim that I have caused them harm, injury, or loss, so I require this case discharged. And he says, all right. And then he gave the bail papers over to the lady who I don't know if she's with the sheriff's department, but she's part of the security. And she walked me out back and told me to sign the paperwork, which I signed.
Okay, let's just slow down here a second. Okay. So when you actually leave a court for paper, pen, and ink, what did the magistrate say?
He says, I don't need an answer from you.
Okay, and then remember what I said to you? It's like you say that's very good and well that you don't need an answer from me. I'm addressing this court. I am not addressing you. I am addressing the court. I would like to answer the court. Are you the court? And he'd be like, well, no, I'm just the magistrate. That's right. You're just one of the elements of this court. If we're in no hurry, unless there's somebody in line behind you that had to be processed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, like sometimes they bring in like a chain gang and they just, process it like 50 people. You could have just said, can I step to the side and can I have legal court for let the next person go in front so I properly, put a proper, so I can address this court in a proper manner. I just want to address this court in a proper manner. I wish for, to address the court in paper, pen, and ink. I do not want any miscommunications. I don't want anybody to perceive that I said something, in contempt. I just wish to place, I wish to address the court with paper, pen, and ink.
Is that what you did, Gus?
No, let me just finish that before you jump in. What I was trying to say is, if they try to tell you that at this time, that's not that, I'm not looking for an answer from you right now. What I was explaining to Gus, what to say to Gus then was to say to them, tell them that you require. Say, I'm not asking, I'm not begging permission, I'm not requesting. I require of this court to give I, a man, leave so I can address this court in a proper manner. This is not my court. I wish to address it in a proper manner. And the big thing is you have to get a piece of paper in immediately, because the prosecutor or whoever looks at it next, Gus's piece of paper would have been the very first thing that they would have saw. And then they would have saw the charges. it would have, the charges would have came after. So no matter who read it, next they would have said, "Holy cow, we got a man here." Holy cow, look at this piece of paper up here. This piece of paper says, "I, a man, require of this court to bring a man or woman forward who's claimed to have done wrong." And that's it. And just submit that piece of paper and say to the judge, "That's it? That's all you do?" He says, "Yes, I just require of this court to bring any man or woman forward to make a claim I've done wrong." And the judge will say, "Okay, duly noted. I'll take it on advisement or whatever." And at least it's filed because you gave it to the judge and it's already filed. He's also a clerk. He's got to take whatever present you give him and he's got to put it in a file. So then no matter who reads it next, they'll see that you immediately address the court. You didn't wait 6 months. You didn't wait to get a lawyer. You didn't wait a week or two. You immediately, as soon as they come at you, you got to come back at them because they're coming at you with a paper charge. They're coming at you with something, a statute. They're not coming at you with something, you see what I'm saying? They're coming at you with paper, pen, and ink. You have to fight them with paper, pen, and ink. They're not bringing a man into the courtroom to battle you. They're bringing paper, pen, and ink into the courtroom to battle you. So what you're doing is you're saying that this is a lovely battle that you want me to fight. You want me to fight a paper, pen, and ink battle. Okay, but you know what? With my paper, pen, and ink, I am going to convert this to man-on-man battle. I'm bringing it to, trial by combat. I don't have to do it by trial by ordeal. I'm going to take the man on, head on, one-on-one. So, bring the man forward or the woman forward who made the claim, I've done something wrong. And to say there is no man or woman bringing a claim forward, say then, I wish of this case to be discharged in its entirety. And you could write that down too. If the judge says there is no man or woman who, has, brought a charge against you as wrong. I said, okay. Then you could say, I require to be in court again. Or you could put it down in the first thing. You could say, I require this court to bring a man or woman forward who makes a claim I've done wrong. If no man or woman will come forth, I require this court to discharge this matter in its entirety immediately. You'd do something simple like that. So, Gus, were you the one who's telling me that maybe you should keep something like that in your back pocket so that way they can't take away legal documents from you or paperwork from you when you're locked up?
Yeah. Whenever, one thing I've learned from having been arrested and gone through this process a few times is if you claim you've got legal documentation on you, they cannot take it away from you. So, for anybody who's not sure, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to do it again. Is to have something written up that you just keep on you, and when they take your money out of your pocket and they inventory all your stuff, they're not going to inventory your legal papers, your lawful documents. You can keep those with you, so you can definitely have a laminated card and just keep that in your pocket at all times. It has all those things on it that you want to bring, put forth onto the case before it goes any further.
Yeah. You see, this is what I'm trying to say, and this is why I just wanted to go a lot slower, because there's a lot of information Gus and I talked about for a couple of weeks leading up to the no-law process week. So I just wanted to take it a lot slower than just everything. Congratulations, Gus, it's over. Yeah, right. There's a lot of ups and there's a lot of downs. There's a lot of trepidation. There's a lot of fear. It wasn't that quick. It wasn't that simple. It wasn't that easy. This isn't a game. This wasn't one page done. You went through the booking process, the bail hearing, and then your dad, you forgot to tell him, you cannot be discharged, I know, in the United States unless the property owner signs you out. So what happened?
Say that again, Carl?
In the United States, no matter when I've been, there needs to be a property. Somebody who owns property has to sign you out.
Yes.
Okay, explain to them. So people never been arrested, Gus. This is what I'm trying to explain to them exactly the minutiae of every single thing that's going to happen. So what happened then after the bail hearing?
Well, your bail conditions are set, and you either got personal recognizance or you have something a little heavier involving cash or surety. And, once it escalates to a felony, now you're looking for somebody to back you up who owns property that's willing to put their property on the line as collateral should you take off, should you run. So my dad had to come in, and because I don't have any property, my dad came in and he signed off and put his house up to, as collateral for the $5,000 should I take off.
Right, and this is what I tell people too. Thank you, Gus, because that's really important. Like I said, a lot of people might not have got arrested, like you and I, so they don't understand what they're looking at. So what I tell people all the time, if you really want to protect yourself from being arrested, one of the best things to do is go out and buy 3 inches of land, buy 6 inches of land, because it doesn't matter. They don't never ask the landowner, how much land do you have? They just want to know if you have something deeded to you, which I think is hysterical. They said, do you have any land deeded to you here in this county? And you say, no. They say, do you know anybody who owns land that's deeded to them? Well, yes, but I really don't want to wake them up at 3 o'clock in the morning and ask them to come down here and sign it. I think they're going to be pretty pissed. It's like, well, that's the only way you're getting out, or you're going to spend, until your trial, day of the trial. So I tell people, look to see the easiest ways to buy the minimum amount of land in your community. If Gus had 3 square feet of land, Gus could have signed himself out. You see what I'm saying, Gus? Ain't that funny?
Oh, yeah, it totally makes sense. I've never thought of it that way, but
and this is why I'm bringing it. So that's why I'm doing it little by little, slowly by slowly, because all the years that I've been dealing with the law and dealing with being arrested and being signed out, I've taken something and noticed that, you know what, I've never noticed them ask the property owner, how much is your property valued at? How big is your house? All they want to know is, are you a landowner? It doesn't say 3 square inches of land. So like, you know what? I bet you if I own 3 square inches of land, they would never ask. They'd just say, yes, do you have any land in this property? Yes, I do. And they, find out, yep, he owns land. Register.
Wait a minute. Did they ask you that, Gus?
No, they asked me if I knew anybody that would sign for me. They didn't ask me if I had any. They wanted somebody else involved, but it had to be somebody that had property to put up.
It had to be it had to be a property owner. Actually, it has to be somebody who owns land.
What they did ask me is if what I had for collateral. So right. I told them I had 3 cars that were paid off, and I could put them up. And they said, "What else you got? What else you got?" So they didn't ask me if I had land.
Right. If Gus said he had land, they would have said, "Oh, so you're a landowner here in the county?" When the Constitution of the United States first got started, there was all kinds of electoral conditions to place a ballot, to vote. And one of the number one things, which I think is super important, was you had to be a landowner. The freeloaders could not vote in the United States. People on welfare could not vote because obviously 90% of the people don't own land. So obviously, since you don't have a stake in the game, since you don't have a claim in the game, since you don't have anything to lose, why should you be allowed to vote? So what happened, this is what I learned, I think it was in a little Iowa or Kansas, they still had that law in the books. So what the people were doing, they were selling 1 square inch of land to all poor black people in town so they could be landowners. So then when I heard about that story, I said, well, wait a second. Maybe we could use this 1 square inch rule, just the mere fact that you're a landowner, to help you get out of jail. So instead of having to call up a relative at 3 o'clock in the morning, so they kept asking Gus, what else you own, what else you own, what else you own. He could say he owned the Hope Diamond. Honestly, they don't care. They're waiting for him to say he owned land. Because you're attached to the county, man and land are one. So they think you're not a flight risk because you are established here. You got your roots here. This is where you're from. You're not going to leave it. People are never going to walk away from their land. That's the most valuable thing that you can own is land. So that's what I'm just saying. I'm just trying to emphasize certain things about Gus's because I'll never get a chance to talk about stuff like this unless somebody else gets arrested and gets on your show. But at least Gus and I get along fine, and I can interrupt him, and he's not, going to get all upset. I'm interrupting every 5 seconds he's saying something. Okay, so your dad came down. He signed for you out.
Yeah, the bail conditions were set on that Monday morning around 10 o'clock or so, and I was not allowed to make a phone call until about 10 o'clock that night. So I called my dad up. I told him what was going on, and he came down the next morning and signed me out. I had already met with a bail bondsman and had given her the information. So she had contacted my dad. I contacted my dad. So in the morning he came over, and I was out of there by noon on Tuesday morning.
All right, that's good. And then obviously, what happened next? You go home, and how soon did you start? How soon did you let me know? Do you remember?
I think I took as soon as I turned my phone on, I took a picture of the charges against me and I sent them to you. So
okay.
It was probably that day.
Okay, and so like I said, you basically started to get into gear immediately. You didn't wait around. You were going to go proactive pretty fast.
Yeah, I think it was either Wednesday or Thursday. It was within a couple of days. I had notice into the court stating that that there was a bail hearing that that the man had come forward to make a claim that I had stated such at the bail hearing, and that I did tell the man Bob, I think his name was Lawrence, I'm not sure what his name was, but I did tell Bob that there was no man making a claim and that I did require the case discharged, and yet it was not discharged, and I put some kind of notice in right away within the first couple of days. I had the probable cause hearing was the following Tuesday. So
okay, but like I said, what I'm saying, you gave a notice, so that's good. So like I'm almost basically trying to say is that you basically gave a simple 1-sentence, 2-sentence notice. What did your notice look like? Was it 50 lines? What was it?
The notice was basically 2 or 3 sentences saying that there was a bail hearing on such and such a day, that I did appear. I did state that there was no man making a claim against me, and
you did appear as a man.
I appeared as a man,
right?
And that no man came forward to make against me. Right. It was a basic, real basic notice. I mean, there was no. It didn't take. It probably took up a quarter of a page.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, I'm just trying to get people to understand that you don't have to explain what happened that night. You don't have to explain any of that. That was my friend's gun. It wasn't my gun. Yes, I was the driver. Yes, I was in a vehicle. Yes, it was. You don't got to explain them, and they already got all that from the police report. All you basically saying is, look, I appeared in court that morning as a man. I asked the court if there's any man present and make a claim I've done wrong. No man appeared. I require you to discharge this case immediately or bring a man forth immediately. Either, one or two options. Either you bring that man and made the claim immediately, within the next 72 hours, or discharge this case in its entirety. I mean, you didn't, none of that 72-hour stuff was in there, but you know what I'm saying. You kind of had an idea. You were doing okay.
Yeah, it was real basic. And then before the probable cause hearing, I put in 2 other notices. One notice that there was a man bearing false witness against me, and another notice that the lady that had pulled me over was interfering with my right to travel, and that I required. I think actually there was a third notice that I put in, restating that no man had come forward, and that I required a man to come forward at that hearing on that day. I believe it was the 19th maybe. I think it was on the 19th they went to court, and that I required a man to show up on the 19th to make a claim, or that this case should be discharged, or that I required it discharged.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I think it was
the only thing different that I would have done that you did is I would have never put in a claim that the woman interfered in my right to travel, because to me she's doing her job, and I say this woman who was acting as a police officer did her job and did it quite well, and I appreciate what she did. She treated me with utter respect, and she was a perfect perfect lady, at all times, but that still does not negate the fact that they took me and they incarcerated, for a claim that does not exist.
Well, one of the reason I had put that in there is when I looked up the statute on the felony charge, there was an element to it because it involved a motor vehicle, and anything within reach of the man or woman driving the car is considered constructive possession.
Okay, that's a little bit different than I do. I would never look at the statute to try to use that as my defense. I would put it in a 4-corner bracket and I'd say I was transporting my property from point A to point B. And not only do I believe there's nothing wrong in doing that, I believe that there's a statute that maintains that if I'm in a motorized vehicle, blah, 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 blah. But I would do that in the four corner bracket.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? I would not go because, okay, the big thing is when you answer them in Latin, when you answer them in legalese, when you answer them in Chinese, you're under their jurisdiction.
Yeah, but I didn't use any part of the statute. All I said was, all I did notice that my right to travel was interfered with, and if that had not, I didn't go on to explain anything. I just made the statement. And
but to me, I don't have a right to travel. My rights are unlimited. You see, I don't use a word like travel. It's like when I say to people all the time, when they say the judge is just messing with you, because the word travel, if you go back to the etymology of the word, might mean absolutely nothing about taking your property from point A to point B. It might have to do with some sort of taxation process. Travel might mean all kinds of convoluted nonsense. So that the legal society, decides. It's like when they say, the judge tries to say so, like they did with Jesse and Jonathan. And they said, well, we don't like calling it a property. We want you to call it a child. And Jesse said, okay, the judge was so nice to me, Carl. They gave us lemonade. We actually changed it to child. And it's like, you crazy bimbo. I said, I told you the word is property. Leave it property. Let it lie the way I presented it to the court. I said, a child is a crown that you wear on top of your head. So when you go to court and say, I'm looking for my child, it's like, oh, you look for a crown on top of your head? Oh, somebody stole my child. Oh, that lady over there robbed me of my child. What, you had a crown on top of your head? They're using these words like, say, well, if somebody stole my kid, what, are you looking for a baby goat? What do you mean, your kid? Oh, you mean your child? You mean the crown on my head? No. I'm talking about my effing property. That's what I'm talking about, property. It only means one thing. You can't convolute it. You can't distort it. You can't twist it. You can't reshape it. You people are word manipulators. You guys just live on, this legal mumbo jumbo bull. You're not messing with me. And that's why I tell people, only go to court like with the Bali's claim that I put into the one in England. 8 words. If I'm doing it in 8 words, why are you guys doing it in 9 words? I can master 8 words really well. And I could carry those 8 words for the rest of my life. And anybody could say anything in court, well, what about this, Carl? What about this? And I'll just keep going back to the same claim. I am there, claim the wrong of trespass. That's it. What's the trespass? See Exhibit A. What was Exhibit A? The police report. That was you. You could have just put the lady's police report down as Exhibit A. I want to make a claim of a trespass. And there you go. The right to be, I wish to be let alone, or I wish to go from point A to point B. See Exhibit A. Clearly shows that I was not allowed to go from point A to point B. That ability was hampered by this lady's actions. But like I said, she was a police officer. God bless her that she did a freaking job. Look what's happening in Baltimore right now. Thank God this is what's happening in Baltimore right now. Thank the Lord that the cops are refusing to just pull people over anymore. They don't care. They're like, you know what? We don't care if you guys shoot each other, kill each other. We don't care anymore. Go ahead and rob everybody. We don't care. Until we're dispatched, we don't care. And this is what I said to people a million times. If you go back to my show, and I say to people all the time, I had an uncle, his name was Gary Puma, and he was an officer in New York City. And when he walked the beat with me, I walked the beat with him. And he showed me, his jurisdiction, his precinct that he walked in, and he walked the beat. So say we were on 11th Avenue and 42nd Street, and he looked across the street, and he said, you see that little old lady with that black man? I said, yeah. What happens if that black man grabs her pocketbook and runs? What do we do? I said, well, duh. Obviously, we go chase the black man. He says, no. First of all, I told you, this is our precinct, the south side of 42nd Street, not the north side. If we cross over that line, we're in somebody else's precinct. So first of all, we're out of our jurisdiction. We have no right to be over there. That's not within our control. I said, but wait a second. What if the little old lady starts screaming? He says, perfect question. He says, you think this is freaking Starsky and Hutch? You think we chase bad guys? You think that's what we do here in New York City? This is what the police officers do? I said, well, of course. He says, no. He said, because what's going to happen is I'm going to chase Jesse Owens. And back then, the cops wore funny shoes. They didn't wear, like, trainers or tennis shoes or sneakers, whatever you guys call them. He said, I'm never going to catch that guy. that guy is going to blister down 42nd Street, 8th Avenue. I'm going to be exhausted. I'm going to come back. And he was walking me down, in the summertime. He says, that's when I had vacation. I'd come into New York City and I'd hang out with my family in the city in the summers. He said, I'm going to come back down 42nd Street, huffing and puffing, wheezing, and, the captain's going to be here, the shift commander's going to be down here. And the jewelry store that was standing right here in front of us right now called got robbed. And then they're going to say, where were you? Why were you all the way down 42nd Street? Where were you? Were you going humping the whores? What were you doing? No. Then why are you all sweaty? Why are you all out of breath? No. Chasing this black guy who robbed the little old lady. Where's the little old lady? Well, she was right here a couple of minutes ago. Oh, really? Where's she now? Did you have an affidavit? Did she file a police report? Were you dispatched? And he said he'd have to say no. He says, you know what's going to happen, Carl? He says they're gonna bust me. They're gonna bust me down. He says they're gonna keep breaking me down until I just wait until I'm dispatched. He said the little old lady could have been part of the burglary. That she was she was supposed to know when I was going to come around the corner. I come around the corner at 12 o'clock every day. She was going to get robbed in front of this jewelry store. Black guy was going to run, and I was going to chase him. And then all his buddies and all her buddies were going to come in and rob the store because I'm out of my position. He says, I don't know how to explain this to you. We don't act until we're dispatched. He says, because the only thing it is just being bad news. He says, we can't win. In New York City back in the 70s, late 60s, the police could not win. They could do nothing right without being charged with discrimination, being called a racist. Their life was holy hell. So they said, you know what? We're not getting involved. When you need us, call us. When you need us, file an affidavit. So if you ever watch the old Barney Miller TV shows, that's basically what is the little old ladies would come in all the time. It's like, why won't anybody do anything? It's like, nope, we have to file out a form and triplicates, and then you got to take it downstairs and process it. They're like, wait a second, all I want to do is report my pocketbook got stolen. And they look at a stack, it's like 6 feet high. Yeah, well, when we get through that stack, we'll start working on your case. Okay? And so that's what the Boulder more cops are starting to do now. They're saying, you know what? 6 cops are sitting in jail right now because some guy decided to not wear a seatbelt in the paddy wagon. Maybe the paddy wagon guy drove a little fast, who knows? But for some reason, the guy broke his neck because the guy was bouncing all around the back of the paddy wagon. Now 6 cops are sitting in jail. And the lady who, that black lady, the chief of police or whatever she is down there, tried to make these 6 cops look like they're animals. But she gave out a memo a day or two earlier saying, do whatever is in your power. Do whatever is necessary to secure that street corner. Bust the people down. Do whatever you got to do to stop that drug trafficking trade going on down there. Do whatever in your power that you possess to clean up that area. So they were just doing what she told them to do. And then once they did it and somebody got hurt, all of a sudden she says, oh, no. They should have never done that. They were way out of bounds. They should have never, been stopping people, checking to see if they had a knife on them. It's like, wait a second, lady, you just gave us a memo a couple of days ago, told us to stop everybody and break everybody down there and do whatever we have, in our power to do to make that area secure. So the cops have realized, you know what? We're just going to move when we're dispatched. You know what? We're not going to do a damn thing until somebody files a report, and then we're going to play it to the letter of the law. So you're either going to have communities that, the police are going to stop you at 3 o'clock in the morning and search your vehicle, or you're going to have, where everybody's just going to start cruising the streets at 3 o'clock in the morning, start shooting them up and say, oh, do you hear gunfire? No, it sounds like my uncle said. Nope, it sounds like rain. And that's what my uncle said to me. He says, what happened if this lady was, and this black guy, same scenario. What happened if all of a sudden they stop and start having sex? What do we do? He said, well, you go over there and pull the black guy off the white lady. He says, no, because that's probably her boyfriend, and she's got this bucket thing to-do list before she dies that she always wanted to have sex with some black guy on 42nd Street. And next thing you know, you're pulling the black guy off of her, and she's pulling out a handgun and blowing it out the back of your brains. He says, look, we don't get involved. I mean, they actually made a movie about that in the 1970s, how the people in New York City do not see anything. They don't get involved. They don't want, because they're going to become liable. It's like you see something, you're going to be a witness, you're going to be asked to testify in court. It's just not worth it. Just don't get involved. So that's what's going to start spreading, like in cities like Baltimore, is apathy. The people are just going to stop caring. And like I said, you think it's bad that the cop stops you at 3 o'clock in the morning? Oh, go live in a city like I did. It was a lot of fun for a kid to live in a city where there's no law and order, where it's just total wide open 1970s stuff. Go watch like some shows from the 1970s and what New York City was like. What a little hellhole. But it was a lot of fun for a little devil like me to be running around New York City in the 1970s because anything went. It was wide open. The cops didn't care. They didn't stop anything until that Giuliani guy came in, and then he cleaned up New York City. Now it's Disneyland. But I remember when I was a kid, what a lot of fun, just living in a little crazy land like that. But everybody's scared shitless of being in New York City, once the sun went down. It was a zoo.
Are we done with Gus's case? Or
no, I just broke off into a tirade because we got time to kill, and I really ain't got much to talk about.
Well, we've got 6 people in line waiting to ask questions. We've got Native Americans.
Yeah, but like I said, they're going to ask me questions, and like I said, that's the good thing about me being the host or whatever, guest or whatever, is I just wanted to explain what was happening to Gus. And the cops treated him good. The prosecutor treated him all right. So Gus went to a preliminary hearing whether or not he should be indicted before the grand jury. And Gus put a couple of notices in before he went to that hearing. So go ahead, Gus, you can pick it up.
Well, at the probable cause hearing, the officer that had seen the gun testified to what he saw, and the judge asked me if I had anything to ask the officer, and I didn't answer him. I waited an extra 3 or 4 seconds, and I looked at at Bob and said, "Is there a man here that's making a claim against me of harm, injury, or loss? Have I caused a man harm, injury, or loss?" And he looked at me and said, "I can't give you," he said, "Sorry, sir, but I cannot give you legal advice." So I said, "Well, is the plaintiff going to appear? Is the plaintiff here today?" And he said, "I'm sorry, sir, I cannot give you legal advice." And I said, "Well, is this a court of record?" And he says, "Well, we are recording, so yes, this is a court of record." And I actually started laughing. I said, "You realize a court of record proceeds under common law, correct?" And I should have given him the opportunity to answer that question, but I kept on talking and seeking the plaintiff, seeking the man who was making an accusation against
Well,
him.
you were nervous. It makes sense.
But that was a huge mistake. I really wish I would have waited for him on that one.
Of course, you could have just said, "I'm not giving you legal advice." I said, "Sir, I don't. I'm not. If you believe you have a legal person before you, you're in error. The only thing that you have before you is a man. There is no legal person. There is no defendant before you. What you're witnessing is a man. And I'm calling you out. I'm addressing you as a man. I am not addressing you as the prosecutor. I'm addressing you as a man."
Yes, and I did say that. I told him that I was a man in common law at all times, that I evoked common law, and I required for the man who was making a claim against me to come forward.
Yeah, that's good. And what did they say? Was it say duly noted or anything? Did anybody make any mention of it, or did he just look away?
Nothing came out of his mouth except he just kept repeating, "I can't give you legal advice."
Yeah, right. But then you don't know how to say to him. It's like, say to him, all you had to do is look at it and say, "Legal advice. So are you making a claim that you are a legal person?" And he would have said yes. And you say, "What legal person, do you appear to be?" And it's on the prosecutor in this case. It's like, okay, well, I'm looking for a man who's making a claim I've done something wrong. That's the court that I'm in. I'm in a court where a man has to appear and make a claim I've done something wrong. I'm not in this is a legal procedure. Oh, I'm not a legal person. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm not a legal person. I'm only a man. But that's okay. But like I said, man, but the best kind of stuff like that is always put it in writing way before you get there. It's like I said, it's just like Van Halen when they would always say they want blue M&Ms before they'd appear. All you had to do is put the terms and conditions in which you were going to appear at that preliminary hearing. I will appear as a man, and I'm going to require this court to bring forth a man to claim that I've done something wrong. I'm not really, then another notice could be like, I'm not a legal person. I'm not a Boy Scout. I'm not a person of the Boy Scout Society. I'm not a person of the Girl Scout Society. I don't understand Boy Scout code. I don't understand legal code. I am not a legal person. I'm not a Boy Scout person. I am not a member in good standing in the Boy Scout Society. I haven't paid my dues. I'm 51. I haven't paid my dues in 37 years. I'm not a member of the Legal Society. I'm not in good standing in the Legal Society because I'm 51, and I've never paid dues in 51 years. I am not a member of the Legal Society. So if you're looking for a legal person, known as Karl Lentz, is not I.
Well, that was that third notice that I couldn't remember what was on it. That's what was on it. The notice said that I am a man, but yeah, I am a man before this court, without representation, without title, an idiot to legalese and to the customs of a legal society, and I am only here to answer any claims against me.
Okay, that's about 3 or 4 notices that should have been. That third one should have been broken down into 6.
Wow.
It should have been 4, 5, 6. One should have explained that it gave notice that you're not an idiot, that you are an idiot and legally. Sorry about that. The next one should have been that you're a man. The next one should have been this. Everything has got to be an itemized bill. The bill's got to be standalone. It's just like when they try to pass a bill through Congress. You should know this. You love legislative crap. They will just jam so much crap into that bill, and hopefully it'll squeak through. And then if somebody catches that through the bill, that bill gets slowed down. It's like, oh, no. Now it's got to go through committees. Now it's got to no. How about we just make a nice little simple bill that goes through Congress in 2 seconds? All kids on the school bus should wear a seatbelt. Who's going to argue that? Nobody. Let's let it go through. You're going to say all kids should wear seatbelts on a school bus, and I'm not a legal person and I'm an idiot in legalese? Well, that's going to start convoluting things and start getting discussions and arguments and no. How about we just do one notice at a time? How about we first say I'm an idiot. Then the next notice is okay, I'm a man. Next notice is I'm not a legal person. Stuff like that. Just one boom, boom, boom. That's why if you look at my paperwork, that's exactly what I did. Boom, 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 boom. One notice at a time. That's what I said to people. I said, oh, you think my case was dismissed? Oh, really? I said, what makes you think my case was dismissed by the United States District Court? I said, why don't you actually read what the magistrate wrote when he dismissed it. The only problem is read the paperwork I put into the court before he dismissed it. I told that magistrate, I said, you've got about 24 hours to dismiss the United States complaint. I did not file a complaint. You should have never opened my case. It was not open for the inspection of the United States District Court. It was for the jury's eyes only. You better close that case. You better dismiss the case, and you better pull the United States District Court out of my case immediately, or I'm going to hold you personally liable for trespass on my case. He dismissed my case in lightning speed. The next morning I woke up, it was dismissed. I said, thank God. And everybody says, well, look, Carl, your case was dismissed. Read the paperwork that I put in the day before it was dismissed. Read what I wrote to the magistrate that he better dismiss. He better pull the United States District Court out of my case. It's not their case. It's my case. It's my suit that I'm going to try on before the jury, not before a magistrate, not before a judge. I'm going to try on my case. It's going to be opened. It's to be sealed until I bring it into the court and I present it to the jury. Nobody, no clerk, no judge, no magistrate better tamper with my case. They better not trespass it. I don't want to hear your opinion on my case. I don't want to hear nothing. This case is to go before by a trial by jury only. So you better get your fingers out of it. You better tell the clerks to keep their fingers out of it. You better keep your opinions to yourself, and you better pull the United States District Court out of it, because I am not submitting it to the United States District Court. It is the Lentz Court that happens to be occupying that public courthouse at this time under federal rules, not United States District Court rules. There's a difference between being under federal rules and United States District Court rules. Huge difference. So just with that little thing I wrote to them, next thing you know, the U.S. Marshals are looking for me. And when I explained to the U.S. Marshal, thank God they had a one who went through law school, and he said, this is brilliant. This is unbelievable what you did. This is just like genius. He says, holy cow, this is so simple, it's scary. I said, yeah, this is why they're so scared. He said, yes, because your claim looks ridiculous. It's like full of lines. This is, when you show us like C-Spot Run, it's like meet Tarzan, you Jane steal bone, give back bone. It's like, this sounds like, this is so benign. Yes, unless you're a judge, unless you're a magistrate, and you know exactly what I wrote. I am bringing the wrath of man, God, down upon the public servants, upon my creation. They work for me. So it's like, wow. And then he finally started to understand. So thank God, like I said, that's why I don't give don't bash police all the time, don't bash the U.S. Marshal Service, because I've ran into a lot of good cops. My uncle was a great cop. This U.S. Marshal down here was great, a U.S. Marshal, and he said that, please call, that you're getting children back from parents, that's fine, but can you do something with little old ladies in foreclosures because they can't pay their hospital bills or their husband died and they're in debt? We got to throw little old ladies out of their farmhouses out here, and it breaks our hearts. Can you help little old ladies? I said, look, all I want to do is help women and children. I don't want to help little old ladies. I already got a family. I got too much on my plate. Please don't burden me with helping people with credit cards or foreclosures, or I just don't want to deal with it. I said, look, if I can make some time to try to figure out how to keep people in their homes, I'll make some time. But honestly, I just want to help people get back their property, get back their kids. And he says, well, I'd appreciate it if you, help people, stay in their homes from these bankers. I said, okay. So like I said, I don't want to hear that these U.S. Marshals are just evil bastards, because they even want the bankers to stop doing what they're doing and driving people out of their homes based on foreclosures. So, and believe me, I have cops who call me up from all over the country telling me they have IRS problems. And there should be a cop from Chicago listening to us tonight. But he never wants me to call him out and say he's a cop. But he's got IRS problems, and they're coming after him too. So they're just normal people. There's a
gentleman on from West Virginia that says that he had 3 charges dismissed on June 8th, thanks to Karl. I was arrested on December 21st and charged with obstructing an assault. Karl helped me to settle the matter in private.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, it was funny. I'm grateful that it worked out good for him, but it was funny. I don't know how much longer it was before. I wish you guys, when you guys get a win or a victory doing like my stuff, you guys write to me immediately, or send me the paperwork immediately. Gus did, and I think Gus, as soon as he got the no low prosecute, I think Gus took a picture and sent it out immediately. But let's finish with Gus though. Okay, Gus, so you went to this preliminary hearing to whether or not you were going to be indicted, and the judge did what?
The judge bound it over to Superior Court for the county prosecutor to take over the case.
Okay. And then?
So I had written up a letter to Bob, the man acting as judge, requiring to know what findings of facts and conclusions of law he based his determination on for finding probable cause. And when I went to file that letter, I went to the court to give it to his clerk. And when I got there, they told me the case was bound over and that he would never see it. So I told him I wanted it put into the case anyway. And then I made extra copies, and I went to the other courthouse where it had been over to, and I made sure that same letter, which I had put into the first court, which is a district court, also was entered into that Superior Court. And then I checked the case file to make sure the case file was complete. And there were some notices missing, and I did have some with me. So I had copies from the district court. So I had brought them over and made sure that the case file was complete over at Superior Court.
That's cool. You saw some missing, so yeah, that's great. Well, what happened when they were saying that they wanted to bring it over to a grand jury? What happened there?
Well, the day I got to the Superior Court was the day the case file got there. So what I did is I put those notices in that had not been carried over, and then I took a copy of those and I brought them over to the prosecutor's office, the county prosecutor's office, with a handwritten letter to the prosecutor that I had written that day, letting the prosecutor know that I required to speak with him about the harm that this case was causing me, and I wanted to meet face to face. So I brought that letter over to him, and I wanted the letter also said that I wanted to speak with him about presenting my case to the grand jury against the man who was bearing false witness against me. And there was a few other things in there, but it also said that the letter and the notices and everything was going to be courtesy copied over to the grand jury foreman. And I never had a chance to get back and do that. I got a letter in the mail the next, I think it was 2 days later, where they had no problem.
Okay, Gus, so what was funny is that I remember that what we left off was you were going to be indicted by the grand jury. And we were talking about it, and we said we are going to go talk to the grand jury because you started reading me the riot act about how grand juries are to convene. Remember?
Yes, we had talked about the grand juries.
And I said to you, what did I say to you about the grand jury? Do you remember?
Find out what rules they acted under, whether it was legislative rules, if it was statutory law, what
was it constitutional grand jury? Was it a legal grand jury? Was it a statutory grand jury? Was it a common law grand jury? Was it a constitutional grand jury? Just because you have a jury, is like, is it a maritime, commercial? How are they moving this grand jury? Under what procedures? Under what rules? So you were getting ready to go find out this from the foreman of the grand jury, or you were going to try to make go talk to at least the receptionist or something.
Well, what I was going to do is get back to the jury clerk who schedules the juries and the grand juries. But before I did that, I wanted to read up so I had some kind of head knowledge about what I was talking about. So I contacted some friends that are familiar with juries and grand juries, and I asked them to send me, what they thought I should read, and I did my own research. So I spent about 4 days researching the grand juries, and the case got discharged in that time. Not discharged, it got malprocessed in that time. So that's something I still have yet to follow up on. I'm going to be, it's one of the things I need to do as soon as I get back to New Hampshire. But I never did find out.
Well, all I'm saying, I'm glad that, I was not hoping that this was going to drag on for Gus, but I would have loved it for the drag on for Gus because I really wanted to get into the grand jury, with Gus because I knew he was competent enough to really just I could act through him, I could say, well, now Gus, let's try this. Now, Gus, try that. Now, let's try this. Now, let's try that because I always wanted somebody competent enough to try it out with, let's see if this works, and like I said, when I filed that lawsuit in the United States District Court, like that, when I filed in federal court, I just did that on a day on one of the shows. Somebody said to me, well, Carl, can you show us how to file a federal suit? It's not a United States civil rights complaint. I said, oh, absolutely. I said, I'm not really ready to move my suit yet, but you know what? I could file it, and you know what? I could pursue it, or my children could pursue it, my grandchildren could pursue it. You know what? I'll at least file it. Just be a couple of sentences. I'll file it, and I'll pursue it when I got time. He said, but you know what? You want to see how it's done? I'll show you how it's done. Because I couldn't find anybody who wanted to file a federal lawsuit that understood the difference between a United States District Court and a federal court. Because there's federal courts in Canada, there's federal courts in Mexico, there's federal courts in China. There's a difference between a federal court and a United States District Court. It's not the freaking same. And I got so tired of trying to help people file things into federal court instead of United States court. I said, you know what? I am going to do it myself. I am going to show you people how to file it. They're going to try to convert it over into United States District Court. They're going to try to take control over it, and they're going to try to stylize it as a complaint. And you're going to see how I'm going to jump all over their behinds and say, you better keep your fingers off of my claim. You better not convert it to a complaint. I'll forgive you of your trespass if you pull it out immediately, if you keep away from my claim immediately. I have a claim for gold. Don't convert it to tin or silver. You leave my claim there as gold. That's a golden claim. Don't you mess with it. I didn't ask you to help me. I got this covered. I don't require anything of this court at this time. I'll let you know when I'm ready to pursue my claim to a federal court. Thank you very much. If you refuse to, I'm going to hold you personally liable for trespass on my claim of gold, my claim of trespass that somebody used a forged instrument to cause me harm. So before you people are like, oh, well, Carl's got a case dismissed, read the damn case. And then somebody called up and said, Carl, you got a case dismissed. I said, so what do you think that means? That means it's over. I said, so that you think it means that I can't put anything into the case? You think that's what it means? It's over? Like I can't add things, take things away, modify it? I can't do anything? Really? How many documents would you like to see me put into that case? Oh, it says the case is closed. Really? The United States District Court's case is closed, not the federal court case that I placed in front of the court. That case is open for as long as I want it, my children, my great-great-grandchildren. It's open until I say it's closed. So I said, well, what do you mean? I said, how many documents would you like to see me place into that case? They're like, oh, I don't know. You can't place anything. It says the case is closed. Okay, watch this. I'll put in what? What will make you happy? 10, 20, 30 documents? How many will make you satisfied that I could do it as I wish with my case as often as I like? Put documents in there as often as I want. I said, and I put in what? Like 10, 20, 30? I don't know. It's on my website. I put 10, 20, 30 documents in there just to show. Yeah, right. You're trying to tell me, they're going to tell me what I can and cannot do with my case? Yeah, really? You think they're going to trespass on my case again after I gave them fair warning? Don't do it. I'm going to hold you personally liable for a trespass. No, they let me. They kept putting it in, and people said, wow, yeah, look at all these notices that you put in. That's right. Put a couple of dozen notices in. Put a couple today, a couple next week, a couple of weeks after that. I said, so you're saying my case is closed? How do all these documents keep popping up on paper? How do they keep getting recorded? Well, gee, I don't know. It says case closed. Well, that means what to you? Well, it must mean something to you people because you must think that you can't continue pursuing the case. Huh? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Well, you can. It's your case. You paid the fee. You tell them when it's closed, not them. It's your case. You tell them when you're going to take your letter and I want to send it to China. Well, no, I want to send it to India. No. Reroute it to Tripoli. No. Reroute it to Bangladesh. No, reroute it to Burma. Now, it's my damn case. It's my suit in that case, and I'll transfer it and I'll move it any damn time I want, any place I want. I paid for it. You know, so it's like I said, it might be a little hard for people to understand, but that's why I was hoping we would work with Gus because he was going to be sent down to the grand jury for an indictment. So it's like, oh, this is great. We finally get a grand jury case. This is wonderful. Let's go ask the jury foreman if it's going to be a legal grand jury or a common law grand jury or based on statute or a constitutional grand jury. What is it based on? What's it premised upon? What are the procedures in which the rules are going to act upon? Let's see. And I was hoping it was going to be like a legal grand jury. I said, oh, good, I'm not a legal person. You have no authority, no jurisdiction over legal, because I'm not a legal person. I only got the name my mom gave me. I don't have a legal name. Like, you don't have a legal name? No, I don't have a legal name. What do you mean? I don't have a Boy Scout name. My name is in Big Running Foot Little Beaver. I don't have a Boy Scout name. I don't have a legal name. I just have the name my mama gave me. The only thing you got in your life is your good name. So I'm not giving it away. Well, what's your name? You mean the name my mama gave me? You mean like that apple pie my mama gave me? You want me to give you my mama's apple pie? I ain't giving you my mama's apple pie either. That's mine. That's my property. I'm not giving you anything. You're going to give me fair and just compensation. Then I'll give it to you. What's in it for me? See, I'm from New York. What's in it for me? You want something from me? Okay. You want my name? Good. What's in it for me?
Yep. Good stuff, Carl.
Carl?
Still there?
Yeah, sorry about
Carl?
that. I'm sorry about that. I was just walking around. I don't know what part I left it off at, but you said good stuff, Carl. And I just said I'm on a roll. I don't know if you heard me say that.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm on a roll, man, because you're on, and I wanted to get this done once and for all, talking to people who have gun charges on them, stuff like that. What's a gun? I don't have an effing clue what you're talking about. You're talking about my property? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I don't know. And like so many people try to say like that, Rod Class guy, oh, well, gun, firearm, a firearm is a bazooka that has a 50 cal. Look, I don't care how the legal world defines their terms. I don't care. Well, you had a gun on you. You mean I had my property in my possession? Yeah. Did anybody claim that property is not my property? That's how the guy in Canada, in Quebec, got his birds back immediately in an open court. I said to the guy, just plead guilty to every damn thing. Go listen to it. It's Mr. Daly and Karl Lentz, Birds of Prey. It worked in Quebec, which is supposed to be a code land.
plead effing guilty. Did you bring the damn birds into Canada? Yeah. Did you have them inoculated? No. No vaccination? No. No paperwork? No. You smuggled them into the country? Yes. You know what? I don't give a damn. Because you didn't hurt nobody while you're doing it. You paid somebody in Venezuela, Brazil for all those birds, right? Yeah, good. Then who gives a rat's ass how they got to your home or to your zoo, your private property? Who gives a damn how they got here? They're yours. Did you steal them? No. Did you make fair and just compensation for the guy in Brazil or Peru, wherever? Yes, good. It's not stolen property? Good. No, great. The prosecutor is going to swear up and down. He's going to swear that that's your property. He's going to swear that those are your birds. He's going to swear that they're your guns. Good. God bless the prosecutor because he's building your effing case. He's swearing on a stack of Bibles. Those are that man's birds. Those are that man's guns. Oh, good, good. Okay, then give me whatever your legal fine penalties are. You know what? I'm just, you know what, the other problem is I'm not a legal person. I don't understand your legal codes, and I'm not bound by them. So you know what? If you say I'm guilty, if the Boy Scouts say I'm guilty of breaking the Boy Scout code, okay. If the Boy Scout code handbook says I can't bring birds into Canada, okay. If the legal code book says I can't bring birds into Canada, okay. So the problem is I'm not a legal person. I'm not a Boy Scout person. The other problem is you have no jurisdiction authority over me. I'm just a man. And this is a land of man still, a common law land? Yeah, well, sorry. But, you know, what do you believe, you know, you believe I'm guilty? Fine. If you believe you see space aliens on my head right now, look, I'm not here to argue the facts or evidence with you. If you see space aliens on my head, you see space aliens. I'm not here to dispute your facts. I'm not here to dispute your evidence. I don't care. Am I causing any harm or injury to you? No. Then what the hell does it matter what I'm doing with my property? What is it to you? Well, you know, according to this code, the Boy Scout code, according to this legal code. Again, with the legal code. Again, with the Boy Scout code. What are you going on about? I don't see it. So, like I said, if you listen to Mr. Daly and Birds of Prey, he says that they were talking in French. And the man just simply said, fine, I'm guilty. Fine. You believe I owe a fine, a debt? Fine. Tender me the bill and tell me that's what I owe. Fine. Not a problem. Oh, yeah, and he said when it got nice and quiet, he said, oh, and the man said, oh, yeah, and by the way, that prosecutor swore that those are my birds. My birds? Those are my birds? You know, my birds? Good. Give me back my property. Give me back my property immediately. And the judge said to the prosecutor, restore his property immediately. And the prosecutor went off in French and said, da-da-da-da-da, whatever. And the judge said, you know the law. That's his property. You must return it to him immediately. And then he said the man left the courtroom, and he said you could hear the prosecutor and the judge like screaming at each other. Like the prosecutor going like, you Willis, what the hell you just did, Judge? He was like, hey, I'm a mandated reporter. That man said, somebody's got his property. I got to give him back his property. That's the law. I can't hold his property. Government only exists to secure and protect the property of the man until the man comes forward and makes a claim for the property. This man made a claim for his property. I got to get it back from him forthwith. I don't got a choice. That's my freaking job. I'm the judge. That's what I do. Define my job as something else, and then I'll do it. But until then, I got to abide by the rules of my job. This is what I do for a living. I help man secure and protect his property. When a man claims somebody's got his property, I got to order the other man to give it back. So you're the one who screamed up and down for an hour that was the man's birds that he brought into Canada. What am I going to say? No, they're not your birds. When the prosecutor in Canada, the Canadian government just swore for 2-3 hours, 2-3 months, that it was this man's birds, it was this man's property. What am I going to say? No, it's not your property. The prosecutor just swore it was your property for the last 3 months on the witness stand. So the Canadian government swears that those are your birds. You bought your birds. These are your birds you bought. Yeah, you brought them into this country. Yeah, they're your birds. Yeah, okay. You're liable for these birds. Absolutely. There you go. Didn't the prosecutor just swear for a half an hour that those are my birds? Yeah. Now give me back my property. There you go. You have to give them back. You don't believe me? Go listen to Mr. Daly versus Birds of Prey. Mr. Daly is a multi-millionaire. He has the biggest zoo in Canada. He owns a Lion Safari Park up there in north of Hamilton. There's no reason for him to lie. He was just like, holy crap, Carl, this thing really worked. I told my friend he owned a zoo in Quebec how to do this, and he got his birds back. He was like, holy crap. He said, it was great. It's not a very long YouTube video to watch. And just go listen to it. These judges know what the hell they're doing. These cops know what they're doing. These U.S. Marshals know what they're doing. You're just waiting for a man to appear and make a claim. Not somebody jib-jabbing back and forth and some ridiculous legalese jogging. Because like I say to people all the time, when you take on the role, when you act as the defendant, if you act as Othello, I don't care if you're Lawrence Fishburne, I don't care if you're Laurence Olivier, I don't care what a great actor you are. I don't care, who you think you are. If you take on a title, if you take on and you act of the status of that of Othello, Othello's going to die in the end. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care what a great actor you are. I don't care what a great performer you think you are in the courtroom. I don't give a damn what lines you know. You're the defendant, you lose. That's your title that you took, you lose. You better have your claim before that court at the same time that they're moving their complaint against you, because claims always trump complaints. If you got a claim ticket that you got a hat, you walk to the hat checkout girl in the restaurant. At 7 o'clock, you check your hat. You got the claim ticket. 8 o'clock, you leave. You give her the claim ticket. Boom, she gives you a hat instantly because you got the claim. You got the claim ticket. Matches, boom, you got the claim. You're done. You get in the restaurant at 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock, you got to leave. You lose your damn claim. Claim ticket, you lose it. Now you got to say to the lady, oh, that's my hat over there. Oh, really? Well, how do we know it's yours? Well, I say it's mine. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? You don't have, we're going to have to wait until 3 o'clock in the morning until all the hats leave. And if that's the very last hat standing, we'll give it back to you. You can complain all you want, buddy. Here's a complaint form. File a complaint. But guess what? There's not a damn thing that's going to happen until 3 o'clock in the morning. You ain't getting no hat because you don't have a claim. The claim is always going to trump a complaint.
My name is Joe. Well, Carl helped me get 3 charges dismissed.
Well, you helped me move a lot of furniture, too.
Oh, yeah, I did help that a little bit. Yeah.
That's right.
I enjoyed that. So, but anyway, good to hear you, Carl. I just wanted to share kind of what happened. On December 21st, I was arrested in my home, and I had actually it was 4 charges, but one was my wife had a charge against me, and which she dismissed. But a lot of times they don't let the wife dismiss charges on husbands. The state will pick it up and carry it. Yeah, when I went to the hearing the first day, my wife went with me. She was supportive of me, and the judge actually told me that I wasn't supposed to bring her here with me, which I didn't know. I've never been to court before. I didn't know anything about it. So, but what happened was, we got in an argument, and the cops came, and basically the cop told me to, that he wanted me to go to another room, and I said, no, this is my house. I'll go where I want. He didn't like that, and I used some other language in that. I wasn't very nice, Anyways, so they reached my arm. I withdrew my arm back and told them they were trespassing. They had to leave, and the next thing I know, they had tackled me and taken me to the ground and arrested me. So I spent a day in jail. I was on a video conference for the Bell hearing. I've been listening to Carl for, a couple months.
What were you listening to me for if you didn't get in trouble? What was the purpose? How did you find me? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I have some issues with the IRS, and
okay.
So I was introduced to you. Someone had referred me to listen to you, and that's how I got started listening to you.
Okay. I just always wondered stuff like that. How do people find me? If they're not in trouble, how do they find me?
Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't in trouble. I've never been arrested or nothing. So I just, forget about the taxes, but I was arrested, and when I had the hearing, the bond hearing, I told the magistrate over the video conference. I told him, I said, I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand any of this. And he kind of looked at me and he said, this is you're not being charged, or I forget the word he used. He said, this is just a bail hearing, and he went through all the paperwork, and I ended up signing it. Because
please.
I was in jail.
You're not entering a plea at this time.
Right.
That's what he was telling you. Right. There was no entering of a plea at that time. That's right.
Exactly. That's exactly what he said. I just wanted to get out of jail. I'd never been in jail. I had to go to work the next day. I was afraid to lose my job, so I basically did what they said.
Oh, what kind of job do you got, man? I forgot.
I actually work in an IRS facility for the O&M contractor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I kind of remember you did something with the government, so the getting a conviction was not conducive to employment.
No, I would have lost my job.
Right, that's what I was trying to say. Right, in a nice way. Yeah.
In a heartbeat. So.
Yeah. In a heartbeat, exactly. So you couldn't afford to stick around. Yeah, you couldn't afford to get, assault on police officers, resisting arrest, and all that other stuff. You couldn't afford it.
No, none of that, because I have to, I have to get the clearance, and I don't know if that'll come up, even though it was dismissed. It may. If it wasn't dismissed, I would have lost my job for sure. So.
Right. How fast after you came out did you get in touch with me?
I had been listening to Gus, and I had Gus on the Skype group, and I asked him to ask you to help me, and I think that was, it might have been the next day, the very next day after I got out. So I got out at 8 o'clock on Sunday, and I had to go to work. I went to work.
The reason why I ask you guys this all the time is because the people who do well with what I do start acting proactive immediately, not waiting for the plea hearing, not waiting for just you. As soon as you hit the pavement, as soon as you get out of that cage, you start acting proactive, and you start going after the prosecutor. You start pursuing them, because that's what a prosecutor is. A prosecutor is something that pursues. Like my dog's a prosecutor, he'll chase a cat. You turn the table, and instead of having them chase you with a rifle, you come after them and say, wait a second, they don't understand this. They are the prosecutors. They don't know how to be prosecuted. They were only trained to go in one direction. They don't know how to block when you come after them. They only know one style of fighting. You're the defendant. A defendant covers up. A defendant blocks the shots. A defendant is not allowed to strike back. A defendant is not allowed to come forward. A defendant is not allowed to bring in any of his crazy crap. You're in the prosecutor's court. It's the prosecutor's rules. It's the prosecutor's claim. Only the prosecutor sets the tone. He sets the rules. He sets the guidelines. So you've got to start coming after them and saying, oh, no, I'm not going to be taking on the title of defendant. Lovely title, just like Muhammad Ali was, like I say to people all the time, if you gave me the title of a defendant, if Don King came here right now, give me $1 million check, give me the heavyweight crown champion of the world, and say you're the defending champion of the world, so you're the heavyweight champion, I'd be like, wow, look at all the accolades, look at the great title of defendant you gave me. And then he says, oh, yeah, next week, you got to fight Muhammad Ali. I'm like, I don't think I want to be a defendant because I think I'm going to get slaughtered. No, you took on the title, you got to be defendant. I think I'm going to have to recuse myself. I think I'm going to have to gracefully bow out. I think I can't accept such a wonderful gift because now it's a burden, and you wouldn't want to do anything to cause harm to your fellow man. And if you make me fight as a defendant, I'm going to get killed. If you make me fight as a defendant, I'm going to lose. So I know you don't want to cause harm to your fellow man, so why would you bestow such a wonderful title, even though it's a lovely title? I can't afford to move forward with such a lovely, gift at this time. That'd be too much of a burden upon me. So thank you, but I'm going to have to, kindly bow out at this time. So, okay, so that's great. I just wanted to get that on everybody's mind. You got to be proactive. As soon as you get a ticket, as soon as you get a citation, as soon as you come out of jail, you got to start pursuing them immediately. So you got in touch with Gus, and then you got in touch with me. Then what happened?
Is basically you talked to me and said, I'm going to try to settle this on the private side, and you explained to me a few things on how to do that, and I started writing letters to the man who was acting as the deputy sheriff that arrested me. Actually, you had me do two things. One was, try to settle it privately with, his name is Joe, and so I started writing a couple letters to him, apologizing basically if I offended him, and if I caused him any harm, I wanted to compensate him. So I wrote.
He charged you with assault, yeah.
Yeah, so I wrote him a few letters, and I also he asked me to write a letter to
the sheriff's department, I found out who it wasn't the comptroller. His title wasn't comptroller, it was something else. I offered to pay for their services to come out to my home that night, and compensate them for their services.
Oh yeah, like bring security system or something like that. Right? I said right. You've got to compensate them for wasting public resources, on helping you. So right, we basically said, where is the bill, and can you itemize the bill and tell us exactly what we owe at the society for you performing your job so brilliantly, good, kindly police officers.
Right, and he sent me back. The chief deputy sheriff actually wrote me back and said, hey, thank you for offering to pay for our services, but our services paid for by taxpayers like you, and basically I don't owe them any. So
it's impossible to equate debt to society, but he made it in a really nice way, which was lovely of him. Instead of him just saying, look, dude, honestly, debt to society, we don't even know where to start. We asked that question. They all looked at us and laughed and said, who knows?
Yeah.
So he wrote a lovely question and said, look, you know what, don't worry, the services that we rendered to you and your family that night on that occasion, it's on us because good people like you, who pay your taxes every year, affords us to be able to do such a wonderful service for our community. There you go. He wrote a really nice letter back.
Yeah, and it basically said that I didn't owe them a debt. And, I've been listening to you and learning these things, and basically a charge means a debt, or guilt. Guilt means debt. And, the fact that I didn't owe a debt.
Right, the word guilt is from German, when it just means, if you say the word guilt and people in Germany, they said that you just said the word debt to them, like D-E-B-T, debt. So if there is no debt, there is no guilt. So when you go for a plea, they say, well, there's no debt here. So if there's no debt, there's no guilt. Well, how do you want to plea? Nobody's saying I owe a debt. There you go.
But then shortly after that, I think it was 7 or 8 letters that I had written, and I then got 4 notices to appear, 1 for each charge. I was
when we actually summons to appear that for a plea to plea.
The date on the notice to appear was March 5th.
Okay, so you got arrested in December. That makes January, February, March, basically January, February. Okay, 2.5 months. You're saying basically like 80 days, something like that, 75, 80 days.
60, 70 days, something like that.
Okay, good. Because what I'm trying to say is, you already put in a ton of paperwork, right?
Right.
Before you even got to the plea stage. See, people don't do a damn thing until they wait till they enter a plea guilty. It's like, okay, how do you plead guilty, not guilty? Okay, we're going to put in a not guilty plea. Go get an attorney, da-da-da-da. Then people will start getting their asses in gear. Then they'll go start finding an attorney because I just entered a plea of not guilty. So we already put in a half a dozen notices, letters, asking for bills, way before even the day for an arraignment.
Yeah, even before I got the notice to appear.
Right. We were proactive. We were just slamming them from every single angle. Right.
Yeah, you made that very clear to me to do that. You were very clear. You need to settle this on the prop side, and so that's what I had tried to do. And
you're right. And you even tried to settle it with the public. You were willing to pay the public for their services. The public servants are coming out and helping you.
Yeah.
You're willing to compensate. You're willing to compensate the officers that you may have touched, and you were also willing to pay the public.
Yes.
We covered both. We covered the man. We covered man on man, because yes, even though he's wearing a uniform, bottom line, he's still a man. He's not a robot. And yes, you could have caused harm, or you could have caused a loss to him. And we made sure man to man it was covered. We covered the common law ground, and then we covered the public law. Was there any expenditures to the public, the public at large? Yes or no? No. Okay, then I don't owe a debt. So then obviously I'm not guilty of anything, because that guilt means the same. So when we're getting ready to come for the arraignment to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, we could just show, well, I don't owe a debt to him, 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 don't owe a debt to society, and don't owe a debt to the wife. everybody's like, yeah, I don't owe a debt to nobody. So there's no guilt here. Debt, guilt, same thing. I don't owe anything to anybody. So, where are we going to go with this, Judge? You can put a notice like that into the court if it got silly.
Yeah, and actually when it got close to the hearing date, I put in that notice into the court. I went to the courthouse. Well, prior to that, since I'd never been to court, I took a day off and actually watched the magistrate court and watched how they operated, just so I was kind of familiar with how it worked. And that was a learning experience all by itself. But
why was it learning? I mean, was it because that you seen what was going on and you knew the words that you've learned, listened to when you listened to me, and you were able to try to decipher what was really going on?
Yeah, that I had learned, a little bit from listening to you, and so when I watched some of these cases go through, I saw, I recognized some of the things you were talking about. So did you want
to jump up and help the poor guy or something like that? Did you ever feel like that?
They railroaded this one guy. It was awful.
When I go to court and I just sit and watch, I want to jump up and I want to help the poor bastard so much, it's not even funny. Some people I want to see them hang, and some people I just want to jump up and say, yell this out, say this. I just want to coach them.
Get back to what we were doing. Once I got close to my hearing date, I had put in that notice like you told me to do. And I listed how I tried to communicate with the man acting as deputy sheriff, and I listed each correspondence and provided an exhibit with each one. And I also listed or wrote down that I tried to compensate the public, the sheriff's department, for their services, and I received a letter back from such and such. And the one question at the bottom of that notice was, they say I do not owe a debt. Who do I owe a debt to? And that was my notice. And that went in like a week before the hearing. And then, I'd been studying you crazily, listening to all your stuff, taking notes, trying to come up with notices for court if I had to go to court. And when I went in that day to go to the hearing, bailiff came out and called my name, and I said, yeah, I was here. I was outside the courtroom. Then the prosecuting attorney, his name was Greg, he came out, called my wife in, who was with me, and she went in and basically dismissed the charge against me. And then he called me in, and I went in and talked to him, and basically it was really informal. I talked to him, and he said, well, he's there. There's 3 charges against you. We're going to drop 2 charges, but we're going to keep one obstructing. There's probably going to be a $50 fine plus court costs. And I said, listen, I said, who did I harm? I used some of the things I had learned from you. I said, well, who did I harm? Did I, I don't believe I did anything wrong. And he kind of looked at me funny, like, yeah. And I told him, I said, listen, I can't have these charges against me. I need them all dismissed. He said, well, go back out. And he went in and talked to, he must talk to the magistrate, but he came back out with a handwritten letter, and basically it was a diversion agreement where he said as long as I didn't break any laws of the state or any other state or the federal government, that within 3 months the charges would be dismissed. And that was it. And we went in and we went into the actual courtroom. The magistrate was there, and he said, we agreed to do this and that. And really that was it. And I came out, and that was pretty much everything. And until I received notices to appear about a month and a half ago, and I didn't understand that, why I was being asked to appear again, because, I thought we had already settled it. There was an agreement. As long as I didn't do anything, the charges would be dismissed. And then I think I sent them to you, and I talked to you. So I sent a couple letters, asked, what is the purpose for me to appear? I didn't hear back. I didn't expect to hear back. I sent a follow-up letter, and then I had a notice ready to submit in court in case, because I didn't know what was going to happen. I was presuming that it was all because it was set for June 8th and my charges were to be dismissed on June 5th, that was what it was about. But I didn't want to take any chances. And when I went there, basically he said, per our agreement, I'm going to dismiss all the charges, and they gave me a letter stating that they were dismissed.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought was great, because I've never seen anything like that where they had you dead to rights. You violated so many statutory codes. They had you dead to rights. I've seen where an attorney would put a motion in to dismiss for his client, but for the state to put a motion to dismiss, I never seen that. When they know that, they had all these charges on you, they put people in jail or they convict people of these charges every single day of the week, hundreds of them, and the state actually made the motion to dismiss, not you. So when you sent me that paperwork, I said, holy cow, the state made the motion to dismiss.
Yes. Yep.
I was like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
I figured, you motioned the court to dismiss this. Like you would just say, I wish to have this dismissed in its entirety or discharged, and the judge granted it to you. But no, the state made the request to dismiss. So holy cow, that opens themselves up to a kettle of, worms now. Holy cow, you dismissed your case. So you're the one who basically wasted everybody's freaking time with this ridiculous case that went nowhere, right? Yeah, I told you all along. But no, you dragged it on. Thank God you didn't lose your job over it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. It worked out.
You could have really had a case against them, especially when they dismissed it. You really could have had a case against them. So, but like I said, thank God you just move on with your life. Yeah, thank God, like I said, because a dismiss is not as good as a discharge. You could have required the court to discharge it in its entirety, but then you would have been having to open up your own claim to have their case discharged, that is placing a burden upon you. So you can ask them to discharge their case, but they'll just say, no, we're just going to dismiss it. Because just like what happened to Rod Class thought his case was dismissed, and Rod Class found out a couple of months later that dismissed means absolutely nothing, because they came right back reopened the case against him, and put him on the house arrest or whatever the hell they did, put an ankle ball and chain on his ankle or something, whatever ridiculous nonsense they did to him. So it doesn't mean it goes away forever. And like I said, when I went to court back in 2007 for stupid driving, citations, I said, look, I'll grant the court a dismiss at this time. If you could use this paperwork to obtain funding, for the county, so be it. I know what you're doing I know what you're doing with the citation. I know how you generate money for the county with these citations. So if this dismiss doesn't cause a burden upon me, or I accrue at no financial loss, use the dismiss at your leisure. But I'm telling you, if this ever pops up and it causes accruable loss, I am going to come back to the court, and you will discharge it, and then I'm going to seek compensation for causing me to accrue a financial loss. So, like I said, there's a difference between the dismiss and the discharge, but like I said, I'm just grateful that you guys get dismissals, because honestly, the odds of them popping up, unless you do like a Rod Class and just be flamboyant about it and start thumbing it in their face and saying, ha, 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 I kicked their ass, they ran scared, yeah, threw the Constitution in their face, boy, did they run. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Guess what?
No, I didn't know. I mean, to be honest with you, when the whole thing happened, I was an asshole. I was kind of an asshole. So, but I didn't harm anybody. I didn't do anything wrong, and
right.
I may have said some things I shouldn't have said, but you know what? Like you said, he was doing his job, and I'm okay with that. Not that I ever want it to happen again. I do not. But it's been a learning experience, definitely. And
right, like I said, we didn't write letters saying that the police officers trespassed into your domestic tranquility authority, because they were actually they were invited in. Somebody made a phone call from within the house and they arrived.
Right.
So we didn't go that route. That these are just a bunch of thug gangsters who think they're going to kick in my door without a warrant, without a bond. See, every case is different. Like, every case is the same. There's a controversy. Every case is unique because the facts and evidence are not the same. So, sometimes I'd say the cops came in your house and dragged you out of your house. Oh, we're going after these guys for trespassing. Where was the warrant? Where was the bond? You know, they're acting unlawful. We're going after these bastards for this, this, and this. But you call them up, so it's like, well, Carl, you say the cop comes in your house. That's under the domestic authority doctrine, you know, and you're the king of the castle, blah blah blah. It's like, look, somebody made a phone call from inside. Yeah. Do they believe that there's a citizen in that house, like a member of my family? Because citizen means a member of the family. They're coming in. They rescue one of their members of their family, a citizen. They're coming in.
Yeah,
so like,
you know, I
said, it's just like if you had my son in your house. I'm not waiting for a warrant. I'm not waiting for a bond. It's called self-help. I am coming into your house, and I am taking my child, my property out of your house immediately before you rape them, kill them, brutalize them. I'm not waiting for the police. I'm not waiting for affidavits. I'm not waiting for warrants. I'm coming in. It's like if somebody else sees and assists me coming into your house, that's called being a good Samaritan. And actually, in some states in this country, if you don't act like a good Samaritan and you know that somebody needs help and you don't help them, you could actually be held liable for failing to give aid and assistance to your fellow man in a time of need. Like, well, I saw him bust. I saw that guy take that guy's kid. Or like that lady who was getting stabbed in Target store the other day, and all those people jumped in and helped her because this guy was just going to slice her head off. And all these guys jumped in and to protect this teenage girl from this gorilla, stabbing her, to death. So they jumped in and acted as a good Samaritan. If they just stood there and watched, like say there's a whole bunch of other, like say black people just videotaping it, like wow, Whitey deserves it, well she deserves it, she's white, they could all go to jail because they failed to give aid and comfort to their fellow man. There are laws in this land that you must provide aid and comfort to your fellow man. You can't just sit there and videotape. You can't just sit there and watch. You better be doing something proactive to help your fellow man. So, like I said, I'm just grateful that, when did your case get dismissed? What day?
June 8th.
Okay, you sent me the paperwork pretty soon, then after that.
Yeah, I think it was the next day I sent it to you. So.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and I wanted to share it so everybody knew, so everybody, kind of like, my testimonial of how it worked, that what you talk about works.
People have been asking me who've been watching YouTube videos, can you send me the copy of Joe's paperwork? Can you send me the ruling for Gus? I said, yeah, sure. Now, you people are happy you got it in writing? You got it with the court? You got the court document with the court signature on it, the court's time of day, the court stamp and seal? Yeah, great. Now you're happy? And people are like, well, yes, we are. I'm like, okay, it doesn't take much to please you people. You just have to be able to stick your finger through the hand of Jesus Christ, and you just, oh, yeah, there really is a hole in your hand. You are the real deal. Oh, yeah, okay. And now you're happy? Yeah, good. Now you can go on your life? Yeah, okay. Now you know how to just act like a man? Yeah. There you go. Make your life simple. Just call them out man to man and get on with your day. They're just waiting for a man to appear. They just want to see that you're acting like a responsible adult. And once they realize that you were willing to pay your debt to society, you're willing to pay your debt to the police officers, and they realize, you know what, you're a good man. They could have prosecuted you. They had every right to just keep going right on through, just run you right through like they run everybody else through. But they said you're different.
They could have.
Yeah. There's not a damn thing you and I could have done about it.
When I went and talked to at the first hearing, when I talked to Greg, the prosecuting attorney, I told him, he mentioned something about the code. I said, I said, I don't understand that code. I don't speak legalese. I threw that in there, and he looked at me and he said, he's there, I doubt it. I think you know more than you lead up to me. And, which kind of told me that he can't prosecute an idiot. An idiot is somebody who's outside of their society. That's what it literally means. Somebody who's not within their society. He cannot pursue somebody outside. He can't pursue somebody who only knows Sharia law. Just like I say to people a billion times, look at that great case up in New York State where this black Nigerian man had sex with his 8-year-old niece. She popped out a baby at 9, and they arrested him. The guy went crazy. The guy's like, why are you arresting me? Where I come from, they give me a medal because the death rate for the last 10,000 years in the jungle is enormous. So if we don't start breeding the children, we don't start breeding with the women at 8, 9 years old,
By the time they were 11 or 12, dysentery got them, a cougar got them, a lion ate them in half. You know, we got to start breeding at very early ages with the women. So they said, that's the most ridiculous defense I ever heard in my life. So they actually got an ambassador from Nigeria, wherever, Cameroon, wherever it was, brought him to the court. And the ambassador said, he is telling you the truth. In our country, he'd actually get a medal. That he took his time out from his busy day to get his niece pregnant. It might not have worked the first time. He might have had to do it 2-3 times for a week or two until she finally got pregnant. But he did his time. He gave to society. And our culture and our people will now thrive because he actually took the time out to have sex with his niece. So he's a hero. So the judge had to let the guy go. The people in New York State were outraged. That's common law. Not this silly stuff about replevin, retrovers, surrogatas, that all these people on Angela's show all the time say, well, common law is very strict, very disciplinary, and it comes from Magna Carta and 1215. Oh, yeah, right. Sure it does. How do you explain what this Nigerian did in New York State and got to live to talk about it and not spend a day in jail? How did he pull that off? Common law. English common law? No. Nigerian common law. It's what he believes. He has done no wrong. And to convict somebody, they must do wrong. It's his belief. That's his common belief. That's his policy, practice, and that's his religion. That's how he lives. He's done no wrong. There you go. So that's common law, because I started reading this stupid chat board, and the guy keeps saying, well, Karl should be the king of the common law of Nigeria, the common law of the Eskimos, the common law of the Aborigines. What common law would you like me to be the king of? King of what? The only common law I know is what I believe. It's my common law, how I believe I should live. And hopefully the people who surround me in society, when they perceive to have done something wrong, they will look at me and judge me and say, you know what, honestly, Karl's just being Karl. That's just the way he is. And he doesn't think that what he's doing is wrong. And honestly, he hasn't caused any harm to anybody. And you know what, honestly, we have no business to tell Karl what's right or wrong. Thank you. It's that simple. So all this common law nonsense, like, we'll call this common law. Well, so is this Nigerian. So the Eskimos, and they said, oh, well, the common law is a very strict common law, and you can find it in through the writings of the English and the Roman, and it comes from Roman civil law, and it comes from the slave fucking beliefs in society. Oh, really? So the common law for the Eskimos, since they have no paper, no pen, no ink, what do? Write it on a snowball, etch it on the side of their igloo? Where does their common law come down for the last 10,000 years? Where do they store it? Where do they record it? In their hearts, in their minds, and in their actions, or their inactions. That's their common law. That's where you find their common law. Every single definition in every single legal law book for common law, the very first term says common law is unwritten. Unwritten. So now they say, oh no, it's a very precise science, and the English have been doing it for the last 700 years, and it's very accurate, and it's very, dude, that's English common law, okay? Back off, okay? You ain't got a freaking clue what the hell you're talking about, okay? You're talking about English common law, not common law. Common law is unwritten. It's the belief when the people at that particular moment of time.
Yeah,
and it changes so quick. What's that? You looked what?
I said I've looked those up. I've gotten on Entom Online and Black's second edition, and what you say is exactly right. It says it's unwritten.
So these people who get on Angela's show, and I'm not going to mention names, like Chuck, he knows what I'm talking about. They're ridiculous. They go on and on and on, and just ridiculous diatribes about what common law is. And dude, that's what you believe it is. And the Aborigines going to think what he believes. Nigerians go, oh no, see, then you're going to have anarchy and chaos, and everybody just believes whatever they want. Yeah, because we're all in the image of God, and we're all God-like creatures. Yes. And, God could believe as he wants to, and we can't limit the capacity of any man, just as we would not want any man to limit our capacity to act as we wish. We don't want to be bound by some other man's rules or some other man's laws. No. Why would anybody want to be bound? I just, believe, it's in your heart. You know what's right, you know what's wrong. My dog knows when she shouldn't be peeing on the floor, and my dog knows when she shouldn't be jumping up and eating out of my bowl. My dog knows. I give it the look. And it's like, I'm doing wrong. Yeah, you're damn right you're doing wrong. You want penalty phase now? You want a fine? What do you want? Yeah, well, just give me the penalty. Yeah, right. You know, it's common law.
I've definitely been talking with a few of Karl's buddy over the last week or two about a lot of things, and I will tell you, if you know, people have to realize that in the last 15 years, I've been around for every concept that's come up, every concept that people have tried in law and developed and tried in court. We've tried everything. We've done everything. And I've won using every one of these arguments before in the past. There's no shortage of different theories out there. And what's really interesting is a lot of stuff that I was teaching and talking about years ago to do with the trust stuff and equity. Every single aspect of the stuff that we were teaching years ago with the trust law and the equity is completely convertible to what the stuff that Karl's doing. It's just a much more simplified version of it. It's a one page reduced to less than one sentence to keep it simple, 2 syllables or less, and you're not getting into the legalese stuff with them. I mean, we became great at mimicking what they were doing, at just being a monkey and throwing the stuff right back at them, right, and just getting these poo-flinging contests that messed everything up, and everything would disappear, and they didn't, you know, it's just... boy, like I say, it's but all the concepts are the same. All the concepts of law are exactly the same. That's all equity and legalese is, anyways. Is they made the law very, very complicated. They made their own very complex, complicated version of the law that's only for them within their system, so only they can understand it. That's what Babel is, right? That's what confounding the language is, just taking something simple, making it exceedingly difficult so that everybody thinks that you're some kind of a god, calling yourself a lawyer, and then convincing everybody that they have to use you when they go to court because it's something so complicated they possibly couldn't understand it, when really it's just a couple of words you need to know if you really knew the proper words to use, who you are, what your rights are, and just not being able to be bullshitted by the courts. That's bottom line what this all comes down to as well, is do you even believe in what you're doing? Do you believe it? Are you going to stand by it, or are you going to fold? And if you even start to fold, I mean, they stare right at you, these judges. They stare right at you when you're talking. And even when you're sitting there and you're listening to other people in the courtroom talk, they're watching your face. They're looking to see does this guy believe? Is he confident? Does this guy look like he's about to bolt out of the door in fear? Like they can smell fear, just like a dog. And the minute you show any fear, or that you don't really believe in what you're doing, or you're about to fold, they will pressure you until you fold. And as soon as you fold and snap and you start believing their bullshit, it's done. It's over. You're finished.
I think that's what we mean when we say you got to know who you are before you go in there. Did you have a question for Karl? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've been kind of listening off and on tonight. I'm not sure what I have in the way of questions. I'm not really sure where they've, again, I was in jail for 16 months, and when I don't even think, I know I'd heard of Karl. I can't remember if we even spoke once or twice before I went into jail. Like I say, 16 months in jail kind of messes with your mind a little bit, and I can't even remember half the people I spoke with beforehand. It was a little bit of a blur before I went to jail. But I read some of his stuff while I was in jail, and I just basically said to everybody, this guy is saying exactly what we have been trying to say, using equitable terms, but he's saying it in just real simple, no bullshit, one-sentence lines. No, property, give it back. Property, give it back. Property, give it back. Property, give it back. And just keep saying that and repeating it over and over and over again. And don't believe these pieces of shit in the courtroom, anything that they try to sell you. And when they figure out that that's, and again, we did a lot of research on the law merchant court stuff, and when everybody was saying, I got a couple of pages sent to me of some of Karl's stuff while I was in jail, and it had little captions in there about repeat 3 times, repeat 3 times, repeat 3 times. I started laughing. I said, well, of course, that's just law merchant court stuff. In the law merchant court, when you say something once, it's construed as a mistake. When you say it the second time, it's deemed a coincidence. So they just write it off. But when you say something a third time, that's a pattern. That means you really meant it. That's the magic number 3 in the law merchant's court. That's all that is. And so I was like, yeah, it's exactly why it's working. As soon as you express your will 3 times, you mean it. Whether it's a law merchant court, a common law court, it doesn't matter. That's your will. And when you're saying property, that's my property, now you're saying I'm the owner. When you're the owner, your will is the law. It's the will of the owner. That's who makes the law regarding property. So when you walk into a court and you say, I have done no wrong, there's no man or woman here making a claim against me, so I've done no wrong, you got the common law angle covered, and that's my property. So in equity, you're saying, I make the laws when it comes to that property. Nobody has a higher equitable standing than me. So, because in most of these courts, especially international law, law merchant courts, it really doesn't matter. Equity always trumps the common law. There's only very few circumstances where common law trumps equity. So equity is always the top. So you got that covered when you walk in, you say, no, that's my property, and I've done no wrong. So you're saying, no, I own all the equity, and I've done no wrong in common law. Who could I possibly have to answer to? And you wrap everything right up. And now apparently people are doing it in 1 or 2 sentences, where we used to do that with 20 or 30-page documents, which was just, oh my God, I don't ever want to have to do that shit ever again. I'm so fucking tired of it. It's just sickening to think about it.
So after you win your case tomorrow, you can come back and fill us in. I'll schedule you on as a guest speaker, and you can give us all the lowdown.
Remember, we're dealing with murderers and rapists here, so you could be as right as rain, but if you're too popular and they just want you gone, they'll just rape you for 16 months and throw you away no matter what, just to teach you a lesson, right? Like Bill Turner there, Slobodan Milosevic, they didn't like that guy a whole lot. Watch that guy's trial at The Hague. That guy, Milosevic, destroyed the court. They didn't know what the hell to do with the guy, so they kept him in jail for 6 months, and then they killed him in jail to shut him up. He destroyed that court. Unbelievable watching that guy in court. That guy knew what he was doing. That guy knew what it meant to be an elected leader of a society, of a nation, and that no court had any authority over him whatsoever, period. It's amazing watching that trial. So they killed the fucker.
Yeah.
Dean, it's Carl's calling. He's available. So if you have any questions for him, ask him some questions if you want anything, any feedback from him.
Yeah, definitely. Oh boy, let's see. What is a good question? It'd be good for everybody and myself.
Maybe allocution.
Yeah, you know what? Allocution is not terribly applicable in Canada. I mean, I know a little bit about allocution, and it's mostly an American thing. It's not really practiced in Canada a whole lot. They might have a different word for it. It seems mostly just like it's the closing arguments to any case, though. So allocution, sure.
It's what you say before.
We can talk about that, but I'd like to know what most people have got back to him with, what the biggest problem or headache has been, or the most unsuccessful parts that he's been teaching with people that people are having the most trouble with in the courts, either in Canada or the United States.
Okay, well, like I said, the big thing is this equity. If you actually study equity, I'll literally read it out of a book right now. It's a name of a court exercising jurisdiction at law, but mainly in equity. Common law judges consider equity arbitrary and a royal encroachment on the power of an independent judiciary. Okay? It says, renowned 17th century judge John Sheldon called equity a roguish thing and noted that results in equity cases might as well depend on the size of the chancellor's foot. Okay, equity is just an interpretation of a man over another man. And I don't want to live based upon somebody else's opinion, what somebody else believes, what is fair and what is just. I'll tell you what is fair and what is just, and you will bring another man into this room, and you will have the other man say that what I'm doing is not fair, and it's not just to him. I don't care what society's opinion is, and I certainly don't care what a legal judge's opinion is if what I'm doing is fair or just. I don't care. I'm going to call you out man to man. I want to know some man who's saying that what I'm doing is not fair, that I breached an agreement, I'm in breach of a contract. Show me. So, like I said, equity makes things too complicated. It's when everybody says, well, look, Bob, got it this way, and Joe, we did it this way for Joe, so why don't we do it that way for you too? It's only fair. Let's make it all equal. I don't believe in equality. I like not being equal. I don't want everything to be,
like a code world. Like everything was like, well, you know what? We got to make it fair and equal for everybody. Everybody gets this. No, I'm going to work harder. I'm going to work longer. I'm going to work better. I'm going to work smarter. I'm going to get more than you. I'm going to capitalize. I'm going to take advantage of your shortcomings. And that's what capitalize means. You know, take advantage of someone else. If you want to sleep and I want to work, why shouldn't I have more than you? Don't say, well, that's not fair. Everybody should be equitable. No, that's a socialist society. I live in a capitalist society. I don't live in Canada. I don't live in England. I don't live in a socialist society. I don't believe in equity. I believe in, you know, the common law of my people, that if we work harder, longer, faster, and better, we make more than you do. So that's just my opinion on equity. And like I said, what I do is when I go into court, I don't know if you have a jury, but because you got a jury, I hope you don't. I hope you just go in front of a judge.
They tried to give me a jury. I waived my right to a jury because I said, no, I want that guy to be liable for whatever happens to me. I don't want to have to go after a jury of retards. That guy right there is going to be liable for whatever happens to me. So I put all the liability on the judge.
Well, it's not so much that he's liable for what happens to you. It's that he could be held liable for not maintaining the court. Now, do you have your court going, or are you just operating in their court?
That is a very good question. I don't even know.
Okay, well, with Bali in England, I put an 8-word claim, a suit, that the prosecutor, that the Crown, was making a trespass on it was a breach of enclosement. So they were making a trespass. So I filed this little simple claim that they were committing a trespass, and especially since you had guns and drugs or whatever else you had, they made a trespass. They have your property, and not only do you believe they have your property, the Crown believes it's your property because the Crown's case is your only exhibit that you need. Because they itemized and said every single thing that is Dean Clifford's. That's right. You know what? Not only do I don't have to prove that that's my property, the Crown is swearing on a stack of Bibles that that's my property. So thank you, Crown, for having all these officers come in and itemize my property that you are now in possession of. You have to give it back. It's that simple. Like I said, that's why I tell everybody, go listen to Mr. Daly and Birds of Prey. When that man went in, fine, you know what, I'm guilty. You know what? See, your style is a lot different than mine because I just walk in and say, guilty? I owe you a debt? Maybe. Maybe I do. If you believe I owe you a debt, okay, you know the problem is you've never sent me the bill. You've never showed me where I've done you wrong, that I haven't paid on something that is owed, that is true, or that is due. So, where's the bill? Where's the bill of particulars? Where is it? Then, if you hand, like I said before earlier, guilt, the word guilt in German means debt. So they say, you believe that you're guilty or not guilty. Am I guilty? I'm sure I am. I'm sure I owe a debt. To who? I don't know. Nobody's presented me a bill yet. But if I'm guilty, fine. If you believe I owe you something, fine. Just send me the bill so I can settle the debt. Has anybody sended me a bill? No. Is any man going to come forth before this court and swear that the bill is true, that is due and is now owed? No. Okay, well then obviously there's no debt. Obviously there's no guilt. There you go. It's so simple, it's scary. That's what the man did. The man did in Indiana.
I was just talking about the last 2 days with a friend that's doing the three-way here tonight. And that's years ago when we used to walk into court, and I used to say, produce a claim for which relief can be granted. It's the same thing. I don't give a, fine, you say I do this, okay, I don't give a shit. That's not what I'm here to talk about. What's the claim? Produce
a claim in which relief could be granted. The only problem is that you're still acting as a legal person. You're acting as a defendant. You are not acting as a man moving your own claim in that courthouse, in that courtroom, at the same time that they're moving their complaint. You are not moving a claim. You are not going to be heard.
So, Karl, the most important thing he could do would be file a claim tomorrow morning for property.
Okay, like I said, what happened in England when the Crown prosecutor, when the case was over, like I said, when the judge was reading the ruling, he went on for about 40 minutes saying, count one, harassment. guilty as charged. Bob versus Crown, 1979. Susie versus Crown, 1992. Crown versus Bill, 2011. Count 2, stalking, guilty as charged. And he went out and read the rulings, and the prosecutor and the clerks on the prosecutor side, on the Crown side, who had their pens and pencils flying, taking down all these judges' citations and all of his case rulings that he was relying upon. So that way, if anybody got charged, like with the people I helped, they were charged with terrorism, stalking, communicating threats, putting forged commercial paper into the public from the trust. They were all found guilty on all the charges, all the Crown's charges. And then when the judge said, now, for the claim before this court, for the common law side, this has been the most idiotic, and I was like, oh, we're going home. They called you a bunch of idiots. We're going home. I said, because you have no clue of what's going on the legal side, on the Crown side. He says the case is discharged in its entirety. So what was funny is the Crown prosecutor at the end came to me and said, what the hell just happened here? I said, oh, you didn't notice that little eight-word claim I put in the court this morning? He just looked at me. I said, yeah, you think it's silly. You thought it was cute. You thought it was freaking adorable, right? You thought it had no, standing here, right? Yeah, well, I said, first of all, that's a claim. And you filed a criminal complaint against these people? Yeah, well, a claim always trumps a complaint, okay? Let me just put it that way. But I said, what you could have done to stop me is you could have said to the judge, this court cannot hear this claim at this time because we have not had 21 days to provide an answer to Karl's court. Well, it was the man court, the family of man. It was M-A-N-N. Their name just happened to be M-A-A-N or M-A-N-N. I said, you could have put in, I gave the court notice that you didn't have adequate time to prepare an answer to this claim. And you could have stayed the proceeding for at least 21 days, and we would have had to come back out here and do it again. But you saw my claim, and you thought it was ridiculous. Well, buddy, I kept asking the court 3 or 4 times during the trial, am I upon the land known as England, as the UK? Is this the United Kingdom? Yes. I'm not in France, right? I don't want to waste this court's time. I want to make sure I'm standing upon a common law nation. This is a common law land, is it not? This is not code like France, right? And the judge or magistrate would say, there was 2. There was a judge and a magistrate. He'd say, yes, this is a common law land. Good. Because if this is not a common law land, I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting this court's valuable resources. I said, so I'm just making sure this is common law still, right? Common law still prevails over England, right? Good. And then we're ready. I'll continue. I'll continue to proceed. So they were like, I was drilling it into their head that this is a common law land, right? This is not a code land, right? This is still a man over here, right? He's not a legal person, right? He's of his own society, right? He's not a member of the bar. You a member of the bar? No, I'm not a member of the bar. Okay. Then the legal society, just like the Boy Scout Society, would have no jurisdiction over a non-Boy Scout. The legal society would have no jurisdiction over a non-legal entity. Is that not true? It's true. It's that simple. But you have to have a claim before the court explaining that you are a man. And if there's a man over there who acts as a Crown prosecutor, who's bringing a complaint that you have done something illegal. I'm not saying I haven't done anything illegal. Of course what I do is illegal. I'm sure I did 3,817 things illegal today on the way to the courthouse. I'm not a legal person. You can't hold me liable. Just like the Boy Scouts, I'm not a member of the Boy Scout Society. I'm sure if I opened up the Boy Scout handbook, I did 3,872 things that would require the Boy Scouts to give me demerit badges or take merit badges away from me. The only problem is I don't give a damn what the Boy Scouts leaders rule or determine that I acted inappropriately according to some Boy Scout code because I'm not a freaking Boy Scout. I'm not a legal person. I'm not a Boy Scout person. I'm not a member in good standings. I haven't paid my Boy Scout dues in 35 years. I haven't paid my legal dues in 51 years. I've never been a legal person. This has been a total utter waste of time bringing a non-legal person into a legal proceeding.
Why don't you explain to people why there's so much confusion out there about why a lot of people seem to think that the common law is simply hundreds of years of case law in the courts, and that's exactly what acts and statutes are. So everybody seems to think the common law is just case law.
Okay, well, like I said again, how about Eskimos? They have a form of law that is common to them. It's not written. It's not built on precedent. It's not based on anything written. They don't have anything to write on. What do they don't have? What do they write it on? Snowballs? They pee in the snow? I mean, how do they record what happens throughout their history? But they're very lawful people. They don't steal from each other. They don't rob. They don't rape each other. They don't plunder each other's igloos. But they're a very lawful people. They're very law-abiding people. Nothing's written down. That's what common law is, unwritten. You know when you're doing something right. You know when you're doing something wrong. That's common law. So all this ridiculous stuff is called English common law. It's English common law. The law of the Law Society of England. They would write it down. They'd say, look, this is how we record what happened 50 years ago, 500 years ago. And they'd say, you know what? We never ran into a situation like this. Let's look up in the book and let's see what, King George did 500 years ago or King Louis did. Let's take a look. Oh, wow, this is how he ruled. Cool. Okay, well, we're going to rule this way too. Yeah, that's how their courts roll. That's how the King's courts roll. That's how the Queen's court rolls. Yeah, great. That's what the King of England could be 8 years old. What is he going to base his ruling on? He has 8 years of experience on planet Earth. What is he going to rule it on? They're going to say to the king, you're 8 years old. Where did you get that from? Well, my ministers, the people who helped me, they said this is the way Dad ruled, 50 years ago. Oh, okay. Because it sounded awfully silly, an 8-year-old saying it. This is the word of the king. You're 8 years old. Where are you getting this stuff from? Well, it's been recorded, and, this is English common law, and this is the way my daddy did it. His daddy's daddy did it. Oh, okay. Great. So before King's Bench, Queen's Bench, yeah, that's how we roll, based on what happened in the past. And I'm just sticking with what worked. So you people don't behead me and thinking I'm going off the range and just some crazy king. He's like, no, man, this is the way we've been doing things for 100 years. No, don't kill me. This is the way we've been doing things, and everybody's just been fine with it. That's English common law. So like I said, everybody's like,
so then people should be aware of the fact that when they're going to claim common law, that they should be expressing exactly what they mean by common law. And
they don't have, right. They like I said, you just say, like I said, this is a land. Because like I said, the judge knows the word land and man is the same word. The land and man is one. Like I said, the judge understands that you come from the land. And that when people, unfortunately, even you said it at times, saying get rid of your birth certificate. I was like, no, that's your anchor to the land. That's proof. I can't go to Canada and buy Canadian land. I hope I can't. I hope you people stop me, because that means the Chinese could come in with $1 trillion and basically buy Canada. I hope only people with birth certificates that could prove that they are of that land, that their mom and dad ate of that land and produced it from what they got from that land, the natural resources. Because if you don't believe you're from the land, when you drop dead and die in 3 seconds and you hit the ground, guess what? You're part of the land again. If you don't believe you're from the land, when you die, you're going to hit that ground, and you're going to be absorbed by the land, and you're going to go right back where you came from. So if you don't think you're the land, yeah, right. You think you possess godlike qualities, you're sovereign? Yeah, right. You're the land. You're the clay. You're the salt of the earth.
From the dirt we came, and from the dirt we will return.
You will. So this is what I try to tell people. The judges all understand this basic, simple concept. So a birth certificate, so when people say, destroy your birth certificate, you understand that this is because banks can't own land. Financial institutions cannot own land in Canada. Because when I was up in Quebec, and I asked at a seminar thing, I said, is there any real estate agents up here in France? And, some lady interpreted for me. And they said, 2 people put their hand. Can a bank loan money for land? And they said, no. I said, good, because they can't do it in England. They can't do it in Australia. They can't do it in the United States. So I was just wondering, can they do it in Quebec? They said, absolutely not. The banks can't own people. They can't own land. That's why you have a deed and you have a mortgage. One is a second dimension legal fiction, and one is the third dimension that pertains to man. And the bankers can't cross over into the land of man. They can't. They can't come over here. They can't own us. They can't occupy us. They can't. They can't control us. They can't. They can control everything in writing. So when they establish this birth certificate, and they're saying,
well, this man's Canadian. Well, honestly, I'm just a man, but I happen to stand upon Canadian or Soviet Union soil. Yeah, great, fine. Great, that establishes my claim to this land. But if you get rid of all your birth certificates and nobody has birth certificates, it's like, well, how are you going to prove that you're a Canadian? How are you going to prove that you're of that land? So it secures and protects your ability to purchase land in Canada that the banks can't do. So if you get rid of your birth certificates, you just become just like a bank. You can't own land because they're like, well, how do we know you're of this land? You know, how's there any proof? I hope I can't just walk up to Canada and buy as much land as I want. I hope you people stop me and say, where's your birth certificate? Where's proof that you are of this land? It's like, I don't got it. I mean, just like somebody in China asked me, can I put my name on a deed for land in Washington State because the United States government won't let us put up wind turbines. So can you help us get wind turbines established in Puget Sound in Washington? I said, you don't need me. You need any United States citizen. Just pay any United States citizen $100,000, $10,000. He'll be more than willing to put his name on the deed for you. He said they'll give it to the English. They'll let the Belgians come here and put up wind turbines, but they won't let the Chinese. I said, oh, you can't get wind turbines? Just be a U.S. citizen. Just find a U.S. citizen, pay him a couple of dollars, tell him to put his name on a deed, and there you go. The United States government can't interfere with the man, the contract. So they'll grant it to the United States citizen. But, yeah, they won't grant it to a Chinese citizen, and I don't blame them. They shouldn't. Because you guys buy up every damn square inch.
Wants to go on for days and days and days, but I got a better question. Because one of the things I've been told recently is that you've been helping a lot of people with getting proper claims in before a court that they've been the courts that they've been convening. That's one of the things I was kind of interested in hearing about. We've had a lot of difficulty with that over the years.
Okay, the biggest thing is they will try to impede your ability to access a public court. The biggest thing that you folks have to do is explain to them, ask them a simple question, because they did that to Jesse and Jonathan out there in Canada. They were trying to put a claim into the court, and they weren't following the Canadian legal forms. And I wrote a hell of a letter, and Jonathan's got it, and that was a great. Well, I was a little pissed that that these people. That I was like, man, don't make me come up in Canada and do this for you. You know, this is so simple, people. Don't make me come up there. So Jonathan and Jesse, what I wrote for them was something so simple. The building manager to the steward of the public courthouse. Is this not a public courthouse? Yes or no? If this is a public courthouse, who has right to access this courthouse? The public. Am I not considered one of the public? Yes. I would like to occupy that courtroom on a certain specific day at a certain time. Is there a problem with me occupying a courtroom on a certain day at a certain time? Is the docket totally full? When is the docket available for me to occupy that courtroom to bring my court into the public? When can I do that? So like I said, once you start explaining exactly that you know this is how you assemble your courtiers, this is how you create the court, this is how you move the court, this is how you summons others to appear, this is how you make a claim of wrong, this is how you make an order. Once they see that you have like all 20 steps under your belt, they're going to realize you know what the hell you're doing. And if you want to move your court into this building, not a problem. But if you don't have the ability to actually move a court, why are we going to waste our time with your silly gibberish? Why are we going to waste our time when you don't have to convene a court? When you don't, like a king or a queen, it's like if you watch the Prince and the Pauper. If you're, that old, who wrote that book, man? The Oliver Twist guy wrote it. Okay, The Prince and the Pauper. When the prince stepped down because he wanted to just go out in the public and act like a man at large, he found a carbon copy of him from the public, and he put him in the position of that of king. When the king, the alleged king, the fake king, tried to assemble a court, everybody realized that this guy was a total knucklehead. He had no clue how to move a court. He had no clue what the hell he was doing. And everybody was starting to panic that the king, lost his mind. There was something wrong with the king, because the king, since childbirth, has learned how to act in a certain manner and how to act a certain way. And like I said, I was very fortunate. I had a mom who worked for the IRS for over 30 years, and I had a dad who was very street smart, who couldn't read or write English. He was German. So he taught me practical, and my mom taught me book. So when they let me out into the public at large at 18, 19 years old, I knew how to handle myself in the public. I knew how to handle myself in the courtroom situation because my dad, he spent many years in reform school and he was arrested all the time. So he explained to me how to handle yourself in court. So most dads taught you how to throw a baseball or football. My dad taught me, well, when you go before a judge, you better, when you say something, you better stick to your story. Don't change one word. Don't add one word. Just keep saying the same damn thing and just say, over and over and over and over the same damn thing. As soon as you change one word, he's going to take away everything you hope for, worked for, dreamed of your whole life. You're going to go in such a deep, dark place you ain't never coming out. He said, when you give the judge your word, you say one thing and don't you deviate. Don't you take one word away. Don't you add one word. You stick to your story until the day you die. So that's what I was drilled in, not how to catch a football, not how to hit a baseball. So I got very lucky. So like I said, this Prince and the Pauper story, is they could see that this rogue from the community, just an average man trying to hold court, had no clue what he was doing. So you're wasting the court's valuable resources and limited time and valuable resources. They have limited resources. You can't just, could you imagine every moron coming in there trying to convene a court? Every person who said, well, he bent the blade of grass, and I want to sue him because he bent the blade of grass, and I want to occupy this courtroom, and I want to sue him for $1 million because my feelings were hurt because his dog bent the blade of grass. You've got to have clerks in there that says, oh, no. We have very limited time.
Well, if
we have
doing that,
limited
they call you Her
resources.
Majesty the Queen.
What's that?
If you kept doing that, they'd call you Her Majesty the Queen.
Okay, like I said, what I'm saying is, it's Her Majesty the Queen. It's a fictional title. It doesn't exist. There is no Her Majesty the Queen. If you're talking about Elizabeth Windsor, Elizabeth Mary Windsor, who was born in 1923, she's a woman. And if she's suing me, it would be Elizabeth Windsor versus Karl Lentz. She wouldn't be using a title, because to use a title, she would be diminishing her capacity to move a court as a man against another man. Man on man is superior. Man is in the image of God. Okay? King and queen is under that of title of that of a man. They are underneath man. Now, if you're talking about subjects and servants, well, they're under the king and the queen. But man is above king and queen. King and queen has duties, responsibilities, and obligations. A man does not. A man cannot be controlled and limited in his capacity to move or not wish to move. He can't be. There's no rigid structure to tell a man what he can and cannot do. There is guidelines on what a king or queen can and cannot do. They are bound by certain rules. A man is unlimited in his capacity to act or not do as he wishes. You can't force a man to perform, but you can compel the king or queen to perform, or you could have them abdicated from the throne. You can have them removed. You can't have me removed as being a man.
There's also guidelines on what a king. There's also guidelines on what a king and queen must do, not just what they can and can't do. They've made promises. That's why they're a king or a queen.
Right. They sit on a rock or something under a throne or whatever they do. They swear to do all this stuff. I don't swear to do any damn thing, and I'm not obligated to any man. I'll come and go as I please. But a king or queen, they take an oath and obligation. They swear that they'll do this. They swear they'll do that. They'll swear they won't do this. They'll swear they won't do that. I'm not swearing any damn thing. I'll do as I wish, as I need to exist. It's survival. I'll do what I deem is necessary and proper for my self-survival. I'm never going to bound myself to some ridiculous rules or obligation which might actually cause harm or burden upon me and which I can't carry. I'm not going to promise you anything. So see, that's what I'm saying. A man is so superior. It's like I said, a man is in the image of God. It's that simple. And when you hear one man speak and another man speak, that is the proof that God does exist. Because you're speaking to me. Obviously, you're in the image of God, and I'm in the image of God. And obviously, that proves that I'm not here and I'm not alone. So we have a duty and obligation to not cause harm to our fellow man. That's it. That's the only thing I'm obligated to, not cause harm and injury to my fellow man. And as long as I don't cause any harm to my fellow man, I'm not obligated to any legal.
With their claims.
These
people have gone in Canada here that have gone into the courthouse with their claims. Have they been able to actually convene courts and get courtrooms booked and actually get some process going on people?
Well, the two people that worked was Jesse and Jonathan, who got her claim into the court. The judge reluctantly took it in. And that was fantastic because their trial was either Monday or Tuesday to get their 4 children back, and the judge took it in on Friday. They refused to take it on Thursday. We wrote a hell of a note. They went and actually met the judge on Friday, and he told the court clerks to accept their claim. And then the other one was when I was in the city of London in England, and we had to go into the Royal Courts of Justice. And the man I went to help, the 3 people I went to help, he left his claim out in the car, and it was 4:30, and they closed up the courthouse for the night. And they said, we're not open for business until 10 o'clock. And I said, yeah, really, sure, who cares? So we went out to the car, we walked around London a little bit, came back at 8 o'clock, knocked on the great big huge door, and we said to them, we're here, we have court business, and we need to access the court. And they said, it's 8 o'clock at night, sorry, come back at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's like, is this not the Queen's Court? Yes. Is she not, obligated to serve the people? Yes. Okay. Do you realize I'm one of the people? Yes. Do you understand this is my court as well, and I need to access it? So it was funny. I just pushed the guy through the door that was opened a little bit, and we got in. And it was funny. They said, we're going to call the head of security. I said, please do, because I need to convene court now. I need a courtroom, and I need a magistrate, and I need to convene court now. Court is open 24/7, 365. I need to access the court now. So it's funny, the head security guard came down, and I asked him, he said, what do you need? I said, I need a magistrate to be present immediately. I have business with the court. And so he said, okay, come with me. So when they took us into the head security room, if you go on my website, you go to documents, I took a picture of the notice on the security guard's booth. It said, out of hours filing. It's like out, O-U-T, of hours. Out of hours. When you want to access a courtroom out of hours, this is the rules. So I actually took a photo of it, and like the second paragraph is what we were doing. When a man needs to come forward and or have the court open, the court is to summons a magistrate to appear immediately to have access to the court. So I said, there you go.
They're doing everything they can, everything in their power to hide that kind of stuff from us, aren't they?
Because they just don't want. Can you imagine? You've listened to talk shows. You've heard a whole bunch of whiny people whining about this and that, basically trivial stuff. And it's like, do you really think they want every moron that wants to whine and complain and grumble and gripe about something to have free range and access to the court? No. You want to say, look, we have very limited time here. We have very limited resources.
I don't even want people having my email address, Carl. So yes, I can understand why the courts wouldn't want that.
Right. They say, look, get people in here who know what the hell they're doing. If this guy wants to be a man, if he thinks he's a man, he'll know how to act like a man. His mommy and daddy would have taught him. He knows how to walk in here. He knows how to stand up and make a claim. He knows how to just look around. I say he knows the law of the land. He knows how to say, hey, is there any man who's going to make a claim I've done wrong? Bottom line, I'm here to settle any debt with any man I've done wrong. You don't go in there and you don't say,
how about we switch gears here? I got a different question for you.
Well, just wait a second. You don't want to go into court and say, I object to these proceedings in their entirety. You don't do that, which you do quite often. You don't go in there and say, I object to. Look, you were invited to their tap dancing party. You hate watching tap dancing. You know what? You were summoned. You were invited to appear. You can't jump up and say, now, I hate tap dancing, and I object to anybody who ever tap dances ever. I hate this stuff. I object to it in its entirety. Dude, you're a guest here. You're invited here. If you got a problem with tap, you sit there respectfully and you tolerate a tap. Now, this court will hear your claim, and we will respect your claim, and we'll sit here and we'll be polite to you, and we won't object to you doing the two-step shuffle. We will watch your act. You can perform for us now. But while their proceedings are going on, you don't object to what they're doing. You let them believe and act any way they wish. You don't limit their capacity, just as you would not wish them to limit your capacity. If you don't want to watch that tap dancing stuff, God bless you. Turn your head and look the other way, and you don't ever take notice that they're even putting on a tap performance. You don't interact. You don't let them control you by you huffing or you puffing or you whining or you rolling your eyes or you're blinking. Nothing. When that man in England, I forewarned these people from India. I forewarned them. I said, if these people, when they're performing that act, when the crown is performing, you're going to sit there and you're going to look away. You're not going to make a sound. You're not going to object. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to let them show that they have control of you. You're not going to show, because control is jurisdiction. Anything that's going on over there is an illusion. It doesn't exist. They're performing whatever ridiculous act they're performing. Let them do as they wish. I said, I better not see one of you go to say, I object, make a noise, blink your eyes, huff or puff. I said, I'll let you out. And the one guy, the crown started ripping onto these people from India, because one was Hindi, and he was the prosecutor, was Hindi, and the other Indians were Punjabi, and they hate each other. So the Indian prosecutor realized we weren't blinking, we weren't moving. He wasn't getting jurisdiction over us. He wasn't getting a reaction out of it. We were sitting like stone soldiers. We weren't moving until it was our turn to take over that courtroom. We weren't doing anything. So he started making fun of Sikh people, saying that they were animals, they're the scourge of India, they've been animals for centuries. And this guy next to me started to, move. He wanted to start being combative. He wanted to argue. He wanted to say something about what this man was saying about him and his people. As soon as he turned his head just a little bit, I hit him so fucking hard. And then his brother stood up, and I threw his brother down. And the judge said, do we have a problem over there? I said, no, sir. We have this under control. He said, can we proceed? Absolutely. Because these guys almost brought the second dimension, the crown side, to life into their world. And I said, look, that is an illusion. Do not watch. Do not react. Don't interact. Don't intercourse with them. Don't join them. They're going to get joined. As soon as you object, as soon as you make a sound, as soon as you make a peep during their proceedings, they're having an impact on you. And you're showing them that they control you. They're pulling the strings like a puppet, like a marionette. They're pulling you. And they're making you jump up and down. We got them. Because if they were speaking Chinese, you wouldn't object. If they were speaking Japanese, you wouldn't object. But they're speaking legalese, and for some reason you think you know legalese. For some reason you think as soon as you think and you answer competently in a legal manner, they understand that you're competent, that you're not an idiot, that you are a legal person. Because how would a non-Chinese person answer that Chinese question? How would a non-Japanese person answer that Japanese question? How did you answer that legal question without being competent, without being under their control, without being a legal person? You proved by objecting that you understood legalese and you are a legal person. And that's what gets you all the time. I read your transcripts all the time. I feel so bad for you. I was like, oh, my God. When a legal person says something to you, you should say apple, oranges, unicorns. It's like, what? Yeah, I know. Are you speaking legalese or are you talking to me like a man? We're speaking to this is a legal matter. I don't speak legalese, Chinese, Cantonese. So if this is a legal term of art, I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer because I don't speak legalese. Talk to me man to man, and we're good to go. You're evoking one God calling out to another God. You're evoking the right of man to call out to his fellow man for aid and comfort. You're calling out to your fellow man as a good Samaritan. We live in a Judeo-Christian culture. When you call out, you have to aid and assist your fellow man. Just like Jewish people, they can charge a usury fee on each other. They could get to the Canaanites or anybody else on planet Earth, but if a Jewish person says to another Jewish person, how much did that sofa cost you? And he has to say $603.12, for the storage, for the transport. That's how much he has to sell to a fellow Jew. He can't charge him anymore. But to anybody who's not of their society, he could charge $1 million for that sofa, and they all sit around and laugh about it, how they got over a non-Jew. It's a very societal, structured organization, this legal society. They are very honorable people. They are honor-bound. Without them showing honor, they know their whole society, their whole game is going to collapse. So when you could point it out that you know the rules, that you could see, that's an old man pulling the curtain. He's the Wizard of Oz. You realize it's just an old man. He's got no power, no control over you. It's no more, and his thunderbolts and crap and lightning no longer scares you. Then he realized, I got a man standing in front of me. He sees right through this bullshit. And like I said, I read it in the Winnipeg News the other day. It says, Dean Clifford says, I object to these proceedings in their entirety. I say, oh, Jesus, what proceedings, buddy? There's nothing going on. What do you think you see? There's nothing here. Oh, a legal proceeding? Like, you have any concept of what a legal proceeding is? You have any idea what equity is? Really? Isn't those legal terms?
Yeah,
I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue about any of that.
They also claimed They also said I claimed to be a free man on the land, and that I continually disrupted the court and had to be told by the judge to shut up a number of times, and none of that happened.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, did you say that you object to these proceedings in their entirety?
Yeah, that was my answer to the arraignment. I was really pissed off that day.
What I'm saying is right. What I'm trying to say is, you know, I don't object to anything. If this is what the Boy Scouts do, God bless you guys. If this is what the Legal Society does, if this is what the Boy Scout Society does, God bless you. But you realize I'm not a Boy Scout. You realize I'm an idiot. You realize you can't prosecute an idiot. You realize you can't prosecute somebody out of your society. You do know the rules, right? Everybody knows around the planet Earth you can't prosecute an idiot. Okay, am I incompetent? You better believe I'm incompetent. I'm not competent in Chinese, legalese, Japanese. I'm not competent. I'm an idiot. I have and there's no law that requires me to understand Chinese terms, Japanese terms, legal terms. Is this a legal proceeding? Is this a Japanese proceeding? Is this a Chinese proceeding? I'm not freaking Chinese. I'm not legalese. I'm not a legal person. You got the wrong fucking guy. I'm sure there's a Dean Clifford somewhere here in Canada who's more than glad to claim he's a legal person. But it ain't me. Sorry. It's that simple.
Oh, you can say that all you want, or you can bark like a dog for 10 minutes. They're still going to enter a plea of not guilty for you.
That's fine. Whatever plea that they, as long as it causes no harm to either man, you could accruable financial loss. I'm going to hold you personally liable. So whoever wishes to place a burden, whoever wishes to place a burden upon me, place a charge upon me, is going to bear the liability of that.
Karl, you're cutting out.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, well, like I said, what was the last part you heard me say? Whoever's placing a burden, if somebody's placing a title, like I cannot accept the title at this time as you placing the title of defendant upon my person, you're going to cause an undue burden upon me. So if you want to place a title upon me and you wish me to perform a duty and an obligation, if you wish of me to be the defendant, I'm going to require fair and just compensation. You could summons me to appear, just like when the Queen gives a royal command performance. You've heard of them all the time. Paul McCartney is summons to the Queen's Court to give a royal performance. He gets compensated. So if you wish me to perform as a defendant in your little act here, your little act of parliament, whatever, 1937, or whatever the hell you're moving me under, I'm going to require fair and just compensation. Judge, you're getting paid, prosecutor's getting paid to be here, clerk's getting paid to be here. You wish me to take on the role of defendant, I'll be more than glad. But you'll give me fair and just compensation.
That sounds like me 5 years ago. I don't know what more anybody wants to go over tonight. I got friggin' court tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So.
Oh my gosh.
Hang on here.
Hey, Vicky,
good luck.
Before you leave, can you just tell them about the pathetic thing?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so I actually really liked that notice, idiot, when I got sent it, and the definition there on etymology of idiot and being a layman and a private person as opposed to, one conducting public affairs and stuff like that. And I was like, well, yeah, that's fantastic. I got no problem doing that. So that's exactly what I did the next day. I figured, well, piss on this. I've done everything else. I got no problem trying this stuff because I kind of agree with this. It's a simplified version of everything that we normally do. So I threw that into the court, and first thing in the morning there, I think on Wednesday morning, must have been Wednesday morning, and the judge read that onto the record, the notice, and made a joke about, I hope you want me to refer to you as idiot from now on, kind of thing, and everybody chuckled a bit, and I just kind of kept a straight face, like, whatever. And every time it came around to ask me if I wanted to cross-examine any of the witnesses, I just wrote down a piece of paper. I have no idea what's going on here. I'm confused. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't know what anybody is talking about. I just pass that up to the judge.
Well, see, what's funny is you said it earlier. You said it earlier. You said say the same thing 3 times. You don't ad lib. You just keep saying I'm an idiot, and you put the definition of the word idiot. Like I always do that if I'm summoned to appear and I know what's going to happen. Obviously, I'm putting a notice into the court immediately that you are summoned saying I, Karl Lentz, I, Dean Clifford, and I am an idiot in legalese, Japanese, Cantonese. I'm an idiot in Boy Scout Society rules. I'm an idiot in legal rules.
Yep.
And there's no law that requires me to be competent. You can't prosecute the incompetent. They know it.
Yeah. Well, it's just every time they even tried speaking to me, I just wrote a quick little note that said a blurb like that. Said, forgive me, I'm an idiot. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't understand a thing anybody's saying. And after about the 4th time,
what I'm saying is,
he finally got pissed off.
They finally did what?
He finally got pissed off, and he decided that was a good time to stop the proceedings to kind of give me shit and tell me he didn't appreciate my change in tactics, and that he frankly found it pathetic. He was trying to get a rise out of me because he knows every judge in that court building knows they can get a rise out of me and they can get me fighting and arguing. All they got to do is do something like that, and I just kind of didn't even change facial expressions, didn't answer him, didn't do anything, just kept looking straight ahead like nothing was going on, even though he said he would call me pathetic and a bunch of other stuff, and I better take this seriously, and this change in tactics is not going to work, and I'm pathetic, and yeah, you name it. He got into it.
So what happened today with the bowing?
Oh man, there was more talks like that, but I hand wrote 6 more notices to the court there while they were questioning 2 people in the morning, because I don't even listen when they're questioning people because it's got nothing to do with me and I don't understand it anyway, so I really don't give a shit what they're saying or talking about anymore. I'm not going to cross-examine because I don't understand what's going on, but they had a specialist on at one point, a fingerprint specialist who was talking about all sorts of stuff that I'd never heard before, and he asked me if I wanted to cross-examine, and I wrote a note that said, forgive me, I'm an idiot. I have absolutely no idea what this woman is talking about. She could be talking about building a space shuttle for all I know. And he got really mad about that one. Maybe a little bit disrespectful, but I really didn't care. So then this morning, same thing. They were questioning more people that I didn't give a shit about. So I hand-wrote 6 notices that I handed in all at the same time. And it was after the Crown rested their case, and it was time for my defense. I just handed them in 6 notices, and one of them was a claim common law. And he read all my notices onto the record, including the common law one. All I said was, I, a man, evoke common law. I said, not the English capital E, capital C, common, capital L law, but the lowercase c, lowercase l, but the common law derived from the Word of God, capital W, capital G. And that's it. Sign that, put that in as well. And right after he read that, he didn't really say a whole lot. Nobody said anything after they read all 6 of those notices on the record and entered them in as exhibits. But about 5 minutes after that, he recessed until the afternoon, got up, and I didn't even see this because I was busy doing paperwork. But when we left the courtroom, my friend said to me, "Did you see what just happened there?" I'm like, "No, what?" He goes, "Dude, when he got up to go leave the room, he stopped, turned, stared right at you, bowed, and then turned around and walked out of the room." And I said, "Bullshit." He's like, "No, for real, man." I'm like, "Holy fuck, okay, well, that's interesting." So we went for lunch, went back at 1:30 in the afternoon for what was supposed to be closing arguments. And when he came into the courtroom, he did the exact same thing again. He came walking in, and I was kind of standing in the back gallery because I don't stand when the judge is walking in. I just kind of mull around like I'm just minding my own business. And he walked in, and he turned to me and bowed again before he sat down at the bench. So I thought that was interesting. Then he tried to reestablish jurisdiction over me to see if I was going to abandon my common law claim and try to get me arguing. And he spent, after the Crown finished with their closing arguments today, and spent a half an hour doing it, and really stammering. And there was a lot of interesting things that happened today with their closing arguments. I think they were trying to get me to offer up some form of excuse or rip their case apart, because when they rested their case, and I noticed they left a lot of stuff out and made a lot of incorrect statements about what had happened over the last 3 days and evidence that they had brought in. The justice there, he spent the next 15 minutes trying to entice me into entering an argument of some kind, or to offer up an excuse of some kind that would explain explain away the charges. At one point, he actually even said to me, he goes, just Mr. Clifford, I highly recommend you enter an argument of some kind. He goes, look, how did he phrase it? Hang on. Basically, he was along the lines of just amuse me, just free of liability, just argue, just give me an excuse of some kind, like tempting me just to try to say something to acknowledge his authority and to get me to ask him, or to make up excuses to him, like I need to explain my actions to him in some way so that he can make some kind of a decision. And the whole time he was enticing me.
No, that was good. What you said, Dean, I liked what you said earlier. Sorry about my phone died. You said the judge actually said to you, when you're going on about being an idiot, he didn't like your change in tactics. Explain. Sorry, I lost the phone, but what happened? Because that's great, because he's witnessing that you're moving in another direction. So what did he say about your change in tactics? What did he say?
Oh, he said that he found them frankly pathetic.
Okay, because like I said, when we went out to lunch, when we broke for lunch in this trial in England, I said to the Punjabi interpreter, I said, when this judge comes back, and when he comes back with the ruling, if you hear the word idiot, or like pathetic, or you hear any of this stuff, just smile, because you're going home, because he's trying to bait you. He's trying to get you to, fall. He's trying to, it hurt your feelings. Like, if you're a man, you don't have fucking feelings. I don't give a shit what any woman says. A real man has no feelings. He doesn't care. He's just going into battle, and he's going in to win. He's all in. I don't give a shit about my feelings. You call me any damn name you want. We're here to fight, buddy. This is to the death. You're going to put me in a cage. You're going to lock me in a box for 16 months or 16 years. This ain't a joke. You call me any damn thing you want, but I'm a man. You call me pathetic. You call me any damn thing you want, but we're going down. And when you can take it like a man. You can call you any freaking name in the book, you're going to see if you can take it like a man.
When the judge...
So good, he said this is pathetic. And what else did he say? Other than it's pathetic, what else did he say?
Yeah, and then he told me I better start taking this seriously, and this new approach is not going to work, and just I better start thinking seriously about this, and I better get a lawyer, I better get representation, all that kind of stuff. But essentially, I knew immediately he was trying to get a rise out of me by saying that was pathetic, because normally I have a bit of an ego and I have to argue with these guys, and nope.
Oh yeah,
I just think
I see the transcripts.
Just going to stare straight ahead. I'm not going to fall for any of this. He can say whatever he wants. He's not going to get a rise out of me. I'm not even going to change expressions. I'm just going to keep looking where I'm looking with a bit of a vapid look on my face, like I really have no clue what's going on in the courtroom. And that carried through till today as well. And I realized that he was trying to egg me on and get me to, just like the devil there with the 3 temptations of Christ there. Oh, come on, just argue a little bit. Just offer up an explanation to me. Acknowledge my authority. Explain to me why you did what you did. And maybe don't affect my judgment tomorrow.
Because for years you were. See, that's the problem. For years you were. For years you were answering back in beautiful legal documents. I mean, you were doing this wonderful legalese. And I remember when you said to your brother on the phone, because I met your brother when I was out there in the Hamilton area, and when you were talking to your brother, you said, Karl Lentz's stuff is like the 1% that we need. 99% of this legal stuff we got covered, but maybe that Karl's common law man stuff, maybe that 1% that'll show us over the edge. No, it's the opposite. You go 99%. You're presenting yourself as a man you're presenting yourself as a man. You are the freaking man. You are the man. You own this place. Everybody else is a servant.
A man doesn't need to explain himself to a judge. I don't need to explain myself. So when he kept saying, just explain, what happened, or just just argue this.
And all you could have said to him is like, look, I'll be more than. Okay, like I said, if somebody said to me in court, like a prosecutor or a judge said to me, just explain yourself. You wish for me to explain myself, sir, correct? Yes. Then we are talking man to man, correct? Because you're not a judge, I'm not a defendant. We're talking, well, you're a man and I'm a man. We're talking man to man now, right? Because see, you're pushing it on the legal land, because there is no definition of man in the legal world. And you can look in the legal dictionary, and all of man is an adult animal.
He started doing that 2 months ago, just before I got bail, actually 3 months ago. At the hearings we were having, he started saying stuff like that to me after I'd filed my first couple of notices about being a man only and whatnot. I mean, I've been doing this for 3-4 months now. And he started saying, well, so Mr. Clifford, man to man, and he would have a little conversation with me. And the first couple of times he did that, I was like, did he just say man to man? Because I've never heard a judge say that before.
Yeah, but he called you Mr. Clifford first.
That's okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he calls you Pinocchio. We're talking man to man.
Yeah. You know how many times I tried to tell them, I said, don't call me anymore. That's not my name. I wish to not be addressed as Mr. Clifford, and they just said, well, I'm just going to do it anyways.
Okay, well, like you said, what you would say to them, it's Mr. Clifford is the name that my mom gave me. Now, if we're here to talk man to man, you could call it Mr. Clifford. If this is a legal proceeding and you're looking for the legal person with the legal name of Dean Clifford, that legal person is not I. I'm not a legal person. Because like I said, one of the first things I tell people when they go into court, when the judge calls your name out and you go, did somebody just call my name? What's your name? My name is, what name did you call out? Karl Lentz. Are you talking about my legal name or the name my mom gave me? Well, your legal name. Well, I don't have a legal name. This is a legal proceeding, correct? Yes. Well, I don't proceed in legalese because I have no legal person. I am not a legal man. I am simply a man. I have a given name that my mom gave me, and, it's Karl Lentz. I am not going to give it to you without fair and just compensation. If you wish to have my name, if you wish to use my name, you could give me fair and just compensation.
Yeah, well,
because you have a legal name. You have a legal name.
Right.
And they can only move. They can only.
One at a time.
I had a hearing years ago where I walked in. They called the matter. I said, I'm here for that matter. They said, who are you? I said, I'm the man that was arrested that day. They said, are you Dean Clifford? I said, do you want the legal person or the man? And they said, we want Dean Clifford. I said, I'm the man that got arrested that day. They said, well, we want Dean Clifford. Are you Dean Clifford? I said, are you asking for the legal person or the man? They said, we want Dean Clifford. And this went on for about 15 minutes before they finally said, all right, if you're not Dean Clifford, we're just going to issue a bench warrant for his arrest. And that's it. And I left. And
the other thing about that is I wish you knew. Yeah, back then I wish that you knew that when they called you years ago. I wish that you. Okay, years ago when they called you out and they were looking for Dean Clifford, I wish that you knew how to say to them, you calling out for Dean Clifford, you're calling out for the man. You would have said to them, Dean Clifford is the man whose claim is before this court that another man who acted as an officer committed a trespass upon I. So when they were calling you to appear, like I said to the 2 or 3 people who got on before you, I said, what was the number one thing that you guys did correct? As soon as you were arrested, as soon as you were let out, you guys automatically went out and started to tell, especially if an officer arrested you, pulled you out of your vehicle and put you under arrest. You were not under arrest. You were trespassed upon. So instead of saying, I was arrested that night, you say, I was trespassed upon by that man, and do not have my claim before the court. Because while you're addressing this legal matter, I wish to also address the trespass matter against that man. That he stole my property, he trespassed upon me, and I made a claim against that man who was acting as an RCMP. So instead of that way, you're prosecuting them. At the same time, they're trying to complain about you. They're trying to prosecute you, you're prosecuting them. We basically are canceling each other out.
You're saying that I might have done something illegal, and he arrested the legal person on the team clinic? That's fine. The only problem is, I was a man, and he trespassed upon the man. And even though he's wearing a funny badge and a scarf, he knows there's no affidavit on file that I've done anything wrong to anybody. He knows that I've done no wrong. But yet, he still trespassed upon I and my property. And I seek compensation for the trespass. That's how you should have answered him. Not keep saying, I'm not Dean, I'm not Dean, I'm not Dean. Oh, yes, I am Dean. I'm being that man on that claim in front of this court that said that there's a trespass that happened that Saturday night. Was I arrested? No, I was trespassed upon. That man did me wrong. He knows that I'm a man, he's a man. He has no right to tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property unless I'm doing something wrong. I have done no wrong. Or he broke this code. I don't speak legalese. I'm not a legal person. How many times have I told you people that? I don't understand your code. And there's no law that requires me to understand the code and submit to your jurisdiction and authority. Show me the law where it says I must submit to the code. Show me. And I will submit. But until that day arrives, it ain't going to happen, not as long as this is a common law land. If it's a code land like France, oh yeah, it says you will submit. But this ain't a code land, so I don't have to submit. Hallelujah.
Okay, we're going to move. Yeah, we're here. We've got a whole bunch of people.
I hope that helped, Dean. I hope that helped, Dean. I hope it helps a lot of people because you have to be proactive. If you were arrested on Saturday, where the hell was your claim on Monday? You didn't have one. So they can't hear you. Only their case is moving through the court. Their suit case is being opened. Their suit is being tried on. Their suit is being determined if it has merits. Where's your damn case being opened? At the same damn time their case is being opened. And Nelsie, they got a little wimpy complaint. Oh, they're complaining again. Oh, where's your claim? Only a man can make a claim. The government can only make complaints because they know they can't swear that anything is true because that would be a claim. They can only complain. Well, then complaining. Yeah, they're not making a claim. Only man can make a claim. The government can't make a claim. They make criminal complaints. I guarantee in Canada, there's a criminal complaint you're facing, not a criminal claim. If somebody says to me, well, you're making a complaint, this man did you wrong, hell no, I'm not complaining he did me wrong. I'm making a claim he did me wrong because I saw that clown do it. Now, if I didn't see him steal my wallet, if I didn't see him steal my car, I would complain that he stole my car because I can't prove it's true. I believe he did it, but am I an eyewitness to it? No. I can't testify that it's true because I didn't see it. So I can't make a claim. I can complain about it. I think he took it. I walked out of the room. Next thing I know, my wallet's gone. He must have done it. Well, Space Aliens could have evaporated it. Who knows? All I could do is complain. I can't make a claim, and that's all the government can do is make a complaint because no man has ever come forth on that behalf and claiming it's true. It's that simple. The prosecutor didn't see you do a damn thing. All you can do is complain.
Can we move on?
I hope that helps you, man. I really do, man. I think it's too smart. It's sometimes too smart, man. It hurts people. You know? You don't seem like a bad guy, man. You know, just...
He's not a bad guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I never really met the guy. You know, I'm just saying. What I've observed.
All right, let's move on, okay?
If he's ready to go, man, I hope him all the best.
Hi, Carl. I'm preparing a claim right now that I have against the HOA where I live in, or the HOA that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
The thing is that I was part.
Yeah, tell people it's a homeowners association.
Yes. So, but
people don't know that. People, half the people on the show don't know that. Okay.
Everybody knows that, Carl. That's a basic term that goes with foreclosures, and everybody knows that.
Watch how many people on the board just say to you, Angela, I didn't know that, man.
We have a very sophisticated group, Carl. You know that.
Yeah.
Hey,
we know what HOA is. We've heard it a billion times.
So he's a slave to the homeowner. He became that slave. He signed a piece of paper when he entered that he said he's going to do exactly as he's told to do. And now he's saying, no, I don't want to do exactly what I'm told to do. Right? That's basically.
Well, that's the thing, Carl. We ask for any paper or the rules and regulations, I guess, of the HOA, because several things happen, and the only thing that they send us.
Let me ask you a simple question. And that HOA, does it specifically say in that HOA that you cannot take them into court without going through arbitration or mediation first?
That everything that I've read is
yes or no
of the HOA and what we asked, because we had a car ran through our wall, so I was dealing with their trespass, and that happened, and so we asked for rules for what their boundaries and the rules and what they own. And so the lady wrote back an email, and I still have the email. And she says, this is the only rules and regulations that I have for that HOA on file. And the rules only direct to the pool area and the what is it called? The clubhouse. So here's my situation. I had my property and my garage is full, so I was parking on the driveway. They put tax on my property, and so I took them off, and then I didn't park on the driveway anymore because they told me that I can't park on the driveway. Now, again, my garage is full, so I was parking on the street, just like everybody else does. Now, my taxes expire because I haven't been able to pay and keep up with all of that. So I took them off because I still use it to go from point A to point B, and I figured that it would be I would be less harassed if there's no tax rather than have the tag and it's expired. That's what the cops are looking for. So I had it that way, and the security kept on putting tags that my vehicle is not registered. So I went on and put a notice inside the property for anyone who came near to see it, and I actually confirmed with the security that they had seen it. Then I sent a notice and a letter to the HOA lady after an exchange of emails that she said that it needed to be registered because we agreed to the contract. And so on my notice, I said that I have the right to secure my property, and that I don't waive any rights under anybody's jurisdiction. And so after that, we asked for the rules, and that's when the lady said, this is all we have, and it said nothing about us signing anything about vehicles being registered or not. So eventually, she ignored my letters, my notices, then they tagged it again. Right away, the very next day, I sent another notice, and I said, I believe that you are the woman that manages the security man who keep on tagging my property. I am willing, as I mentioned before on my notices, I'm gonna charge $1,000 per each trespass, but I'm willing to forgive my fellow man as I wish to be forgive if I err my fellow man, something along those lines. But upon the verified promise that this will not happen again, the very next day, or 2 days later, they put in another paper for the towing company to come and get the car, so they came and took it. And but everybody was notified. I sent notices to the lady to touch or give any orders to touch my property. And then after that happened, I sent another final notice, and I said, you haven't answered to any of my letters or notices, and this is your last chance, basically. If you do not provide me with the names of the men who committed such trespass, it will be assumed that you bear sole liability for such wrongs or for said wrongs. And also never responded. And I know she got him because I sent him certified, I tracked, I printed, and she got him. And after I sent her a few letters, she actually sent back, oh yeah, this was after they tore my property. She sent an envelope with the letter and the little tags that we need, like if we're going to be in here, we need our property to have certain tags so they know that they're from here. And so that letter comes directly from the address that I've been sending my letters to. So I have the claim already. The only thing that I'm, I guess, wondering is if I should ask for a magistrate or which I believe that a magistrate would know a little better about, the law, than if I get a panel of people and they're all going to be like, oh, well, you signed the contract and, you should.
No, if you go in front of a judge or a magistrate, you're going to lose.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, guaranteed. Because he's going to say you became a slave once you signed that contract. You are bound by the terms and the obligations and conditions. You gave your word.
But I didn't sign any contract, though. I asked.
You didn't sign any obligation with the HOA. You just came in and you never signed anything.
My fiance is the one, and every paper that she signed, we have a copy of downstairs, and I already went through the whole thing, and it mentions nothing about the
Okay, good. I'm not talking about mentioning anything. They should just put the letter A on that contract and you sign it. It's a homeowners association. That's it. Everybody understands a homeowners association. You're just a slave. You're technically on their property. You're joining a membership. You're joining a club. You're joining like a country club. And a country club is private and exclusive. And if you don't want to be a good, upstanding member, they could penalize. Look, it's like, look at the word person. A person is somebody who owes a duty according to his rank in that society, and that society may impose fines and penalties upon that person. You chose to become an exclusive member of that society. I can't just waltz onto that HOA and do whatever the hell I want. You can. You can use their pool, their jacuzzi. You can use whatever the hell they got over there. I can't. So for you to have the exclusive use and enjoyment of that shit, you had to give up something in return. Your freedoms, your rights, your whatever, your property, your claims. All you can do is make a complaint. All you have the capacity to do is go before a mediator or an arbitrator, which I guarantee that's what it says in the HOA. You can't take us into a public courtroom. You must settle this through arbitration and mediation first. But you wouldn't answer that damn question. And I asked you 3 times now. And I guarantee that's exactly what it says in that contract. So, yes, if you want to take him into a public forum, that's fine. If you take it before the judge is going to rely upon the letter of the law that you signed, that you are their slave, you are their bitch. The only thing that you could do is take it in front of a jury. You take it in front of the jury might say, well, that's just not fair. That's just not right. Because homeowners associations are acting like tyrants. That's horrible. They should never do that to their fellow man. Right. So that's why I take it in front of a jury, because the jury might feel pity for you, but the judge has to abide by the letter of the law. If you signed your soul away to the devil, too bad. You're the world's greatest rock star. Now you're dead. You go to hell. It's that simple. You signed the deal. You face the wheel. You ain't got a choice. You should have read the terms and the conditions when you entered into this deal with the devil. Everybody knows when you deal with the IRS, you're in for hell. Everybody knows when you enter into HOA, you're in for nothing but hell. Everybody knows when you deal with the devil, you're in nothing but hell. So, but you might find the mercy of a jury, but you're not going to find the mercy in a judge, because you came to me. I don't give a damn what the hell you're whining about. Did you make a deal with the devil? Yeah. Well, too bad. Pay up.
So even if we already asked for that contract and there's no proof that we signed?
Dude, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what. Look, the word A could mean whatever they wish it to mean, okay? This is what I explain a million times to people. Just because you and I are making a contract together and we make an agreement that if you give me 3 trillion widgets, I'll give you 10 billion gidgets. So every time we see the word gidget, it actually means a penny. And every time we see trillion, it actually means the number 2. So every time I give you 2 cents, you give me 3 cents. Because we're defining the terms and the conditions of our contract. No judge can come in as a third-party interloper and determine what is written in that contract, since he's not directly have first-hand knowledge to what was put into that contract at the time of the signing. It's that simple. But you can bamboozle a jury and say, "Oh, this is reproachable. Oh, this is horrible. This is evil. This is just cruel." And the jury doesn't understand basic contract law. So the jury might be swayed to your side, but a judge, no, he's going to say, "No, I can't interpret." And it clearly says that everybody knows that you entered into this agreement. You signed it. Your name's at the bottom. You're liable for all the terms and obligations that you undersigned. That you're the undersigned? Yeah, you're liable. You're the last one on this page? Yes, and you're liable for everything above this.
Well, Carl, even if it was my fiance who signed, like I'm not in any of the papers, my name is not on the papers or anything.
Well, then they just say, well, then you're a trespasser. You're not supposed to be here in the first place. Get the hell out.
Now, on the other twist, thank you for explaining that to me. On the other hand, what about, that's my property. It's not defined. I don't define it as a vehicle.
Okay, if you came onto my property, literally that simple. If you parked your car on my lawn, like I did this one time, it was funny. My first wife was cheating on me. It was pretty funny. And I came home early from Secor, it's a fiber optics place in North Carolina. I came home early on Friday. I saw some guy's truck parked in my driveway. Unbelievable. Parked in my driveway at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She figured I wouldn't be home till 6 or 7. I called the police department, and I said to them, I am going to do what is ever necessary and proper to remove this vehicle from my property. So when this man calls up and he finds his truck in the street, looks like scrambled eggs, well, it was on my property, and I did what was ever necessary to secure and protect my property. And they said, okie dokie, have at will. So, yeah, his truck was kind of all flavors of effed up when he got there, and they had to tow it. But the cops could not press charges on me because he put it on my property, and I could do it as I will. That's my property. I'm going to secure and protect my property, and I have free will to do whatever I want. If you abandon a vehicle on my property, if that's my property, I'm going to do as I will. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. I could destroy your car, and you can't sue me. You can't do a damn thing. Where did you place it? On my property. I guarantee the homeowners association says that's homeowners association property, and you're a privileged guest.
Okay. Now, well, my.
But you could get a jury to cry for you, and you could probably get something to a jury, okay? Because a jury's a bunch of morons that you just go on and on and on and on with your crazy shit, and they might buy it, but a judge ain't gonna buy it.
Starting a case, and I want to know, and it's going to be in a federal court. How do I get the rules, my rules, into that court? How do I? I'm going to summons the other party is in another state, and so I want to.
You have to go to their state.
What's that?
You have to file it in a public courthouse within 100 miles of where they reside. Where they leave a residue, where they reside, where they poop, 100 miles within their radius of their poop, where they reside.
Oh.
The residue, okay, the marker where they exist. Yeah, you got to be 100 miles within that public courthouse. Yeah, that's where you do it.
And then that would mean that I would have to travel there, or can we do it telephonically?
Nope.
Can we do it telephonically?
You could file a claim to the U.S. Postal Service. And you could, 99% of the times, almost every single suit at the United States level is dealt with paperwork. Hardly anybody ever occupies those buildings. Those buildings are like mausoleums. There's nothing in there. There's like a ghost town. Go to the United States District Court one day and see if there's anybody ever in those courtrooms. They're empty. Everybody does everything on paper, especially at the civil level.
Okay. Well, the things that they're doing are civilly or equity type of law.
No. It's called no. If you're going sue, are you suing another man?
Yes.
Okay, it's 2 men in, 1 man out. Judge Judy, she does common law. You know what I'm saying? You know, she wants to hear the complaint. And what's funny, Judge Judy does a form of equity. She'll determine what is fair and equitable, which is crazy. I don't want that crazy bitch to say, well, I don't like the way you're standing in my courtroom. I don't like the way you're making a face at me, so I'm going to rule for the other guy because you're very disrespectful. I don't give a damn what she thinks of me. That's what's dangerous about equity. You see Judge Judy shows. If somebody pisses her off in the court, she'll say, get out of my court, and then make a ruling for the other guy. That's equity. Because I pissed her off, I lose? No. What was the merits of the case? Is it true or not? That's all I want to hear. Yes, your claim is true. I don't want to hear, well, you talked back to Judge Judy or you yelled at her, so she threw you out of the courtroom and she gave the win to the other side. That's equity. That's insane. I don't want that judge to be anything but a witness. It's this, this is the claim. This claim is true. Does this man say the claim is not true? Yes, well then present your evidence and your facts to the court. Is it or not? Is my claim not true? Is your claim true? That is fine. I don't want her to determine equity. I don't want to tell her, well, I'll give you half and I'll give you half. No, it's all or nothing. I'm all in. Either it's my gold or it's his gold. I said I found it on the 13th. He said he found it on the 14th. It's mine. It's all mine. Well, let's be fair about this. He developed the gold mine. He worked it for 3 years, and now you're just coming back? No, too bad. The law says I got 7 years. Once I make a claim for that gold, he trespassed on my claim. Well, why don't you give him some for all his hard work? Hey, F him. I'll determine whether or not I give him something. Not you, lady. I'll work it out with him, not you. You just stayed by the letter of the law, lady. The law says I made the claim. It's mine. You give it to me.
Okay. Now you said should file a claim within 100 miles of where the other person is.
So they could answer it.
Okay. So now Yoes had said that you want the other person to appear. So, and if they don't speak, they don't speak, but they must appear. Can they appear telephonically? In other words, by telephone.
It would depend. It would depend if all parties agree that they can make their appearance through a telephone. That'd be fine. If both parties agree, sure.
Oh, okay, because it would be convenient in order for not me to travel there.
What happened to the snowstorm? What happened to the courthouse burnt down? And what happened to doing it outside underneath an oak tree or something like that?
When and how do I send them the rules? Do I do it when I send them the summons?
What rules? You just tell them what kind of court that you're summoning. What court is the rules of civil procedure and the rules of federal procedure? On the rules of court of record? What rules do you want to play under?
Oh, well, in this one particular courthouse, they said there's no video cameras allowed. Well, it's going to be my court, isn't it? So can I say I want video cameras may be allowed?
Yeah, when you say when I hold court, I am going to bring forth video cameras into my court.
Oh.
It's that simple. But like I said, they might say you can't videotape anything outside of the courtroom. You can't videotape what's the proceedings that are going on in the hallway. You can't videotape the security booth. You can't videotape the clerks.
That's okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You write to the building manager, to the steward, to the chief judge. And say, during my proceedings, I am going to have the aid and the assistance of audio and video recording equipment. So simple. You're just going to say for the ease and convenience of holding this court, it is necessary that I bring recording devices such as audio and video into aid and assist this court. And that's it. You just write something simple like that.
Okay. Now,
and if the judge says no, you just say the judge says he's not going to allow that, and say the findings and facts and conclusions of law kind of dialogue goes along. Then they say, can you give me you can say you could be like a lawyer and say, can you give me the findings and facts and conclusions of law and how you establish the answer? You can just say, if there's concern of liability, I will bear the burden of liability if something goes wrong. You require I to post a certain bond or collateral in case of any harm or any claim of any loss. So you try to work with them. You try to say, you say to the judge, I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to understand where's your concern. Is there a concern with security or liability or accidents or damage? If there is some concern along those lines, can you explain to them, what are you going to require me as a form of collateral or for a form of a bond in case of anything goes wrong?
Court systems basically are under a trust application and work in that form. So
What do you mean the trust application? What do you literally mean? You mean that the courts they have to act honorably and the people have to trust in them, and there's no sense in having a court?
No, trust as in trusteeships and being, it is a commercial realm.
Yeah, it is. So, and
so therefore, if you work in that commercial realm as a trust capacity, and that's what this guy was doing, I'm saying he's passed away, and that Yahoo group is long.
I followed there was some crazy guy a couple of years ago, and I forgot the company. He says all like the United States District Court rulings or claims or complaints go through some sort of trust company. And I actually researched the trust company, and that was a joke. And all it was saying that when a court clerk collects money at the end of the day, she used to deposit it in this trust fund that was located in Texas. But it was funny. They say they process like 1,500, cases a year, and then when you go on the website, like the United States government, they have like 1.7 million cases a year. So this trust fund only was doing a couple of hundred cases or a couple of thousand when there's really millions out there. I know what you're talking about. I have a pretty good idea. But like I said, it sounds great, and it's just freaking ridiculous because, like I said, the court clerk's like, yeah, I put the money at the end of the day, like electronically wire it through this trust fund. Yeah, and it's like they're putting it into a bank. Yeah, and
well, this guy was actually getting checks. When he was doing his claims.
The check. Dude,
I understand that. I know that. But
so you have no clue. He's a fucking liar, okay? I'll play it from the safe point of ground and say he's a fucking liar. Now prove he's not. Because almost every human being I ever met, they got an angle. They're trying to cut an angle. There's an angle going on here. Where's his angle? What's in it for him? Why is he doing that?
Yeah, it was just a Yahoo group. Sounds like your dog got injured. There you go, Angela. Okay.
Okay. What happened with your dog?
No, that's one of the puppies.
Oh my God.
I got like 12 of them. No, she was just
okay. You can mute me out now.
All right, thank you. And next up is Donaldson.
Yeah,
go ahead, Donaldson. And then we have King Coffee.
Oh no, we don't.
And
we got about 2 more minutes, and I'm going to bed. It's 1:30.
Hey, Carl, my question is about basically the courts and regarding the lower courts and then the appeals court. And this question is really, I read that the lower courts cannot hear the issues of fact, but they can hear the issues of law. And then they have to move those issues of fact over to, that's why it's all declaration on paper. And then when they move it to the appeals court, then you can have your oral argument. How do you feel about that?
It depends, man. Where are you talking about? What state, what county, whatever? Are you talking about city, municipal, state, county?
Yeah.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, is not an answer. Was it city?
I get what you're saying. Okay,
is it New York City court system? Is it New York State court system?
No, well, I mean, it's any court system, really. I'm talking about.
No, it's not, dude. It's not any court system. It's a specific court system, dude. Which one are you talking about in specific?
Well, what
are you saying in the state court?
I'm talking about the structure of the legal system in our country.
You're telling me
that
okay, the only thing that almost every court that I've ever dealt with gives a shit about is the facts. They couldn't care less about the law.
Okay?
The law never appears in a court. I've never seen the law actually literally appear in a court. When I go to court, like even if it's a stupid traffic ticket, I say every single thing that this policeman is saying, the facts of the case are totally true. If this is what he witnessed, who am I to call him a fucking liar? He's a good, godly man. He's telling the truth. Even if he says there's 700 space aliens dancing on the hood of my car, I don't care. He's a good, godly man. He was telling the truth. Who am I to argue and saying that man's a liar? If that's what he's bearing witness, if that's what he saw, if he saw Jesus Christ, I believe him. Is that what you saw, pal? Fine. You saw 300 aliens on my head? Great, lovely. Whatever makes you happy. You know, what the hell does the facts have to do with anything? Where is the law? What law did I break? So for you to say that the only man that ever appears in court is the law, that's ridiculous.
No, what I said was that the courts, the reason why I think we can't get arguments, oral arguments in these administrative proceedings is because of the fact that they're not there to hear the facts or any of that, but they can hear questions of law. But if you go in there and say, I'm a man, isn't that a fact? The judge can't hear a fact. He's only there dealing with...
In administrative court, they don't... Okay. In administrative court, okay, it's very simple. There's an act of the legislative body of the state government or the United States government. And they create a public law, okay? And then that public law gets enrolled, and it becomes codified. They get a team of attorneys down there, they take the public law, and they codify it. And they say, this is the codes. So when you go into an administrative court, you're going under some sort of code violation based upon the public law. You're not going in there based upon the law. You're going on there based upon a violation of a code, not doing, not violating or committing a public wrong to the public law.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you, and I think that's right along those lines. Since we're there for a violation of a public law, and we're
when you're saying you're going into an administrative court, and you can't argue, you can't what? You can't bring your point of view into the court.
Sure, you can in declaration.
Yeah. No,
you can argue in my readings, right? And now keep in mind that I intend on going into the system of court soon, physically taking my body in there to handle some of my issues. But I'm planning on opening up my own court, of course. But the idea was that I was thinking through the oral argument aspect of it that I would want to kind of like really put my best effort in the writing phase, and then leave it very simple and not really say much in the administrative proceeding. But then if it ever got beyond that, I could then begin to engage on
it. Get beyond what?
I mean, if my writing isn't enough, if my writing isn't enough, Carl, my question is, if my writing isn't enough, well then why would I need to say anything? I should be able to put my true facts and law in the writing, and I shouldn't have to say a word.
Okay.
The judge is competent.
Again, dude, whose law?
Well, mine.
Okay. You're confusing the crap out of me. You're saying you're going into an administrative hearing, right?
Right.
Okay, how are you bringing your law into an administrative hearing? If it's your law, it's your beliefs. It's not administrative.
That's true.
Okay. So
well, I would bring it into an administrative procedure called the commercial affidavit process.
What?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's all commerce.
Dude, you created something called the commercial affidavit process?
I didn't have to. On an individual tip, but on a mass scale, yes, we as people did.
No, you did. Look, dude, like Rod Class said it great the other day when he was on Angela's show. He says the judge in Ohio said the same thing the United States court said to him in Washington, D.C. Dude, that's not your Constitution. That's not your procedures. This is not your codes. Who gives a rat's ass how you interpret somebody else's Constitution, somebody else's code book, somebody else's procedures? You're not certified. You're not authorized to use this stuff. You're not competent. We're not to sit here and listen to your ridiculous interpretations of something that is not yours.
Got it. Can I move on to a different question that this goes into?
Not me. Rod Class said that, and he said that a little old lady judge said that to him in Ohio in a traffic court 15 years ago, and the United States court judges said that to him last year. You can't use our stuff. You could interpret the Constitution, the Bible, however you want to make you happy. Are you a constitutionalist expert? Now, are you certified? Did you go to law school for like 17 years and you're an expert in administrative law? No. Then we don't give a damn what your opinion is of commercial administrative processes. We don't care.
So
Just
what
like
you're saying is
iPhone.
that the writing doesn't matter, though, right? So writing has no bearing on my case?
No, dude, because if you're coming into their world, and into their code world, and you're trying to interpret their code, it's written in the code for a reason, to keep people like you from knowing what the hell it means. So he's like, I figured out your code. It's like, dude, we don't give a damn if you think you figured out our code. It's our freaking code. It's the Code of Virginia, 1950. It's the Code of Texas, 1983. It's the Code of Alabama, 1975. We don't care what you think this code is. We don't care what you think this code is interpreted to. We don't care. It's written in a code.
Gotcha, but it's my understanding that the law can constantly be changed by the people's will.
I didn't say law. I said code. You're going to administrative hearing.
No. When you say code, it's the same thing.
It's an administrative hearing based upon a code. You're not a code decipherer. I'm not. If I was them, I would tell you the same thing. Where are you getting this from? It's like, I got.
So we can't argue facts of codes in the courts. We can't go in there and say, hey, that code right there, it doesn't really apply to me.
That's right. How do you know it doesn't?
We can't argue that. Yeah.
How do you know it doesn't? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. But you know what? Regardless, one way or the other, we don't give a rat's ass because you're not a lawyer. You're not a code decipherer.
That brings me to this next issue is the competency thing. If I'm not a lawyer and I'm not competent, then there must be a procedure. You're saying, wait a sec, they gave me a birth certificate, they called me man, right? They're the ones calling me a child and an infant and all these different things, and I even learned that I was a man from reading the Bible. Well, Christ's sakes, who the hell am I? Am I really a man?
It's not, dude, that Bible ain't you either.
Well, the man word comes from the Bible, though. See, that's confusing, Carl.
Dude, are you telling me Aborigines in Australia have the word, they've got their interpretation of the word man from a Bible? Tell me, for real, dude. No, for real. What's up the hell?
I don't have knowledge like that.
It's ridiculous. You're telling me they don't have a word for man because they don't have the Judeo-Christian Bible. That's ridiculous.
Oh, okay, I get you.
The word man didn't come from a freaking Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're going on
so
and
you're saying
on.
this word...
I mean, you're probably a lovely man. I mean, you're probably a really nice guy, but, dude, come on.
Well, we have to appreciate the simplicity of these questions, right?
You've got to appreciate what?
I'm asking real simple questions because I think that, there's probably listeners that are...
These are beyond rude and ridiculous.
Okay,
you said you're going to the administrative court, you can't argue the facts, you can only argue the law. I said, that's ridiculous. It's not your law to argue.
I said I have read that, and I was wondering how you felt about that.
You read it from who?
Well, a first-year legal writing and analysis in the law textbook for law students.
And I could give a rat's ass what somebody else wrote, and somebody wrote some satanic Bible, and somebody wrote
It's insightful, though. It's insightful.
Somebody wrote some satanic Bible, and you're going to quote me from some crazy satanic Bible. Like, Carl, look, I read some satanic Bible, and this is what they said. I don't give a damn.
We're going to move
on. What do you believe?
Donald?
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago you were saying who has to pay taxes?
Who has to pay?
Yeah, you were saying, you were explaining to some man. You said, child.
There was I could probably dig through my files and find it real quick. A partner of mine, which I'm going to refrain from saying his name because I don't have his authority to say anything, but he did the research on one of the statutes, and for the life of me, I'm believing that it's 12 Stat 479, and that original statute basically, and I'm going to paraphrase here, it's not going to be verbatim, but it basically said that any citizen abroad or any person here is hereinafter, obligated to pay a tax, and it goes into, what specific taxes and blah, blah, blah. Well, that distinction between a person and a citizen caused him to write to the Congressional Research Committee and ask them what the difference was, because obviously not everyone has to pay, only citizens that are abroad and persons here, so it pales the question of what exactly is a citizen.
and they wrote him back and told him that the word person replaced aliens, as in aliens from foreign country. So if an alien from a foreign country comes over here to live, they have to pay a tax, where it doesn't say citizens and aliens, it just says person. Well, if the word person was an alien, then that clearly identifies that aliens that come over here have to pay the income tax, where citizens only have to pay it if they're abroad. And that goes into, I'm quite sure you're familiar with, the lien levy and garnishment section of the Internal Revenue Code, which only applies to civil servants and so on, and as well as aliens that are here. And it's kind of interesting how all that just kind of intertwines in current day.
It was a very simple question. I was just asking if you go back and listen to the recording, I don't know, about a half an hour ago, all I know he was saying something about all persons and all citizens and all aliens shall, pay whatever taxes, whatever he was saying about.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up that.
Yeah, whatever you said like a half an hour ago, something with the word shall in it. Like I don't know what you do for a living. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're a mechanic, a plumber. I don't know what you do for a living. What do you do for? What's your occupational trade? What do you actually do for a living?
Who, me? Oh, I work at an auto dealer.
Oh, okay. I just wondering because everybody who knows, who even these state troopers. When I got talked to a young state trooper about 22, 23 years old. The other day, he said registration on this vehicle has expired. I said, that's nice. I said, as much as this vehicle, and I shall let her know. And I said to him, she will re-register this, sometime in the future. And he said, well, I shall return. So then when he gave me the citation, I said, you do understand what the word shall means? He said, yes. We were taught that at the state troopers, like the police academy. And shall means sometime in the future, but it has no force and effect at this time. So when you folks keep saying that you're reading these codes, you're saying all persons and all citizens and all aliens shall, it doesn't mean now. It has absolutely nothing to do with the present.
Interesting point.
Well, it's not an interesting point because, like I said, even the young state trooper knew what it meant. He said, we're taught at the police academy that we have absolutely no jurisdiction over you people. I said, then why do you do what you do? He said, because, that's what they order us to do. He said, this is what we do.
Yep.
So, like I said, it's very simple. All these people, all these legislators, they all understand about this word shall. And if you look at every single code book, it's like all persons shall and all citizens shall and all, like I asked you a very simple question, and this is what would drive me totally nuts. If somebody like you or an IRS agent or a judge or somebody said this to me, did you call me citizen or did you call me person or did you call me defendant or did you call me plaintiff? Did you call me judge? Did you call me prosecutor? Did you call me this? Yeah. Do you know you called me a what? Oh, a defendant has to pay. Okay, a citizen has to pay. An alien has to pay. That's a what. It's not a who. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are missing the super simple. Are you saying all citizens must pay? All persons must pay? Yeah, okay, that's a what. It's not a who.
Taxpayer has to pay.
What's that?
Anybody.
A taxpayer has to pay.
Okay, that's a what. That's a what. Do I look like a what to you, or do I look like a who?
You look like a who to me.
Yeah, I'm not a what.
All right. So what else?
Okay, that's one thing. Another thing is, the first thing I always ask everybody is, first of all, when you guys use these rulings like Rock Class did, the court tells you we couldn't possibly care less what your interpretation of the United States Supreme Court rulings are. We couldn't care less what your interpretation of precedents or case law or the code. We couldn't care less.
Yep.
So why bother using it if they're telling you they don't care? What your interpretation is, you have no certification, you're not a member of the legal society. Why would we care to listen to what you have to say? Okay, and like I said, you can say that's rhetorical. You don't have to answer that. And then the very simple thing that happened today. Did anybody read the ruling today about the Affordable Care Act? Did anybody read about the Obamacare ruling today?
No, I heard about it, but I didn't read it. No.
Okay, well, all these citations and all these public laws that Congress is creating, the judges ruled 6-3, except for obviously, Scalia, the number one guy, love him to death, and Thomas, the guy who hangs alongside him, which is great. There's a 6-3 ruling. And the Scalia and Thomas obviously did it right, just like I would say. When you give your word, when you say this is your word, you live and die by that word. Whether you wanted to say it at that time or not, or whether you were in error at the time, too bad. You etched it in stone, you live and die by your word. Well, they agreed. Well, the other 6 justices said, especially Roberts, he wrote the opinion for the court, and he said, well, even though the statute might have used these words, and maybe this phrase they might have used, we believe that that's not what they meant to say. We believe, that they really meant to say no. Even though here it says yes, we really believe it means no. So, we're going to interpret that the words that they used in this Affordable Care Act are not correct, and these are the words that they should have used, and these are the words that we believe they meant to use. Right. So no matter what these codes are and these statutes and these public rules, these public laws are, when it gets before a judge, the judge is going to interpret. He's like, well, that's a lovely code. That's a lovely statute. That's a lovely public law. But you know what? Honestly, I don't really think they meant to say that. I think it means something completely opposite. So where the judge is and justice is. So, we're going to say that the public law, and the statutes. No, that's not what it means. We're going to interpret this way instead. So you can master the public law, you can master the statute, you can master the codes. And when you get in front of a judge is going to say, like, no, you know what, I don't think that's really what they meant. And you can show them their own definitions, the definitions of the court, and the judges will not care less. They did that in a court in England. The man.
That's what they do, Carl. I can't argue with you because that's exactly what they do. We all know that. What I like to do, to kind of defend
what I'm saying is plug their courts in the cases that they establish, you're wasting your time. It's just like when I was over in England and the judge allowed the witness, we call the witness, to testify. And obviously the rules are the other side has 30 days to have the witness list and know who's going to be, so they could examine the witness, make sure he's credible. They could do a background check on the witness. So obviously we didn't have. I wasn't in there for 30 days before the trial, so it was like 22 days or 28 days. So the barrister, the prosecutor, he did a wonderful job. He said, well, if you allow the witness to appear, he said, you're in clear violation of Rule 17B. And throughout the history of England, we have a very rigid standard and procedures that we all must abide by. And obviously, clearly, the defendant did not follow proper procedure and proper form. So we're going to have to request of this court to deny the witness to testify. And the judge said overruled. I'm going to allow the witness to testify. And the barrister, I'll call him prosecutor, the prosecutor got extremely verbal with the judge. He started saying, Your Honor, maybe you don't seem to understand what I just said. In England, we follow certain procedures to the letter of the law. We do not deviate. We do this in extreme, rigid fashion. If you go off the rail and you just decide to, 17B is no longer relevant, well, then what's the next rule you're going to say is no longer relevant? Rule 23, Rule 27, you're just going to start whimsically just deciding what rules apply to you. You do know you remember the legal society, Your Honor. You do understand that you have a duty to perform. And you do realize that you must abide by these certain set of rules and conduct. And you must abide by these procedures. And the judge was like, overruled. I'm going to allow them to bring the witness forward. And then the prosecutor went crazy. I mean, he flipped his wig. He started barking at the judge. He was shaking the rail. I mean, he was livid, saying, I have no idea what you're pulling. What in the world is going on in this court? Do you not understand the simple rules? How long have you been on the bench? Do you not understand what you're creating? Do you understand the chaos you're going to start? Do you understand what's going to happen if we don't all abide by the rules?
Do you understand what's going to happen to this justice system in England? I mean, the prosecutor was awesome. But these judges are going to just do whatever they damn well want.
Right.
Why allow them to even have a voice in the matter? Why even bring it to the judge? Why even play in their case? Because
real simple. Real simple. If you don't say anything, you lose. You may as well stand up and at least make the judge
that's exactly
look
how you
bad.
win. You win by saying nothing. Because that proves they never had jurisdiction. As soon as you open your mouth, it proves they had jurisdiction. It's very simple.
So you're telling me if I go into a court of law and the judge starts to talk and I say I'm challenging your jurisdiction, I lost because I said I'm challenging jurisdiction.
Because a judge spoke, a what spoke, not a who. So you're being controlled by whats. So you're a what. When a what talks to you and a what responds, the what's got jurisdiction over the what. I'm a man, I'm a who, I'm not a what. So when a judge tries to speak to me and says, who's speaking to me? Oh, well, I'm speaking to you. What's your name, Bob? Bob Smith? No, I'm the judge. Oh, you're a what or a who? The judge is a what. I'm asking who. It's very simple. And you guys are just making this way too freaking complicated.
Okay, and I'm not challenging you. I'm not saying it's not happening, but where's the proof that it works?
Gus got out of jail. Gus got out of felon with possession of firearms 2-3 weeks ago. He was arrested. He was arrested about 3 or 4 weeks ago for possession of felon and possession of a firearm at 3 o'clock in the morning. Gus was on a show last week. You go listen to that call, and we explained in great detail what we did. Another man from West Virginia called up Angela's show last week with proof, saying that he was arrested for domestic violence, fighting with the police officers, assaulting the police officers, and resisting arrest. All the charges were discharged by the prosecutor. The same thing with Gus. Gus didn't put in a motion to dismiss. I told Gus, and I told the other man, you do not make a motion to dismiss. How would you like it if somebody made a motion to dismiss your case? You believe you have a wonderful case. You believe you have a great suit. You want to try that suit on in an open forum. How dare somebody deny you the ability to put on your case and try your suit before the court? I said, so it's nice that the prosecutor dismissed their own case. It's nice that the prosecutor discharged their own case. Don't you dare ask them to dismiss their case. You let them perform. Because when you bring your court in, and you bring your case and your suit, heaven forbid anybody tries to interfere with my ability to put on my suit to the world, to the public, to the forum. I won't allow it. You're going to give me access to that court. I have just as much right to this public courthouse as anybody else, including that man who's acting as a prosecutor. So like I said, it's do I have proof? Go listen to Angela. Angela's heard Gus talk about it. He was a felon. He got sentenced to 23 years. They let him out in 1.5 years, a couple of years ago. He had a gun in the back seat. They went to go collect a van from somebody who wouldn't return the van. And, the cops stopped him. Him and his buddy got arrested. Gus had a felony in his past, so obviously Gus had to spend a couple of days in jail until he was out. The other man only had a misdemeanor on him. The other man who was the passenger. It's funny. Gus's charges were dropped. The man who was the passenger, who only was charged with a misdemeanor, his charges are still ongoing because that man is a defendant and that man has an attorney. Gus had me. Gus had me.
Again, Carl, I'm not challenging anything you're saying. However, I come from a place where you can probably appreciate a lot of people say this works, and they say it, but they don't back it up. Hence, that's why I said earlier, Bubba said. If somebody says it, it's Bubba said. Where can we find the proof?
That's why I emailed the paperwork. I guarantee Angela has the paperwork where the prosecutor moved to no low prosecute Gus's case. And because Gus went to a preliminary hearing to see if it should be sent up to the grand jury for having an indictment, and the judge agreed that it should go to the grand jury. There was enough facts and evidence in the case to move it before the grand jury for an indictment. 2 days later, the prosecutor sent a no low prosecute notice to Gus. Okay, when I sent that paperwork out to dozens of people, and then the same thing with the man from West Virginia. He called up Angela's show, and here's the piece of paper with the prosecutor, the court date, the court cases, the charges against them, and they motioned to dismiss them all.
Right, and I completely agree with what you're saying there, and if Angela's got it, I can communicate with her on getting that information. However, let's transfer this topic now to a civil mortgage crisis somebody's going through. If they say nothing, what's going to happen, Carl?
They're going to get stampeded. You're absolutely right. And I'm not challenging that because you're in a criminal.
No. Angela's muting me. I can't answer you because Angela's muting me.
You're unmuted, Carl. I muted you momentarily so that Dan could respond, and then I would unmute you again.
He wanted me to answer a question, and since I didn't answer it within 3 seconds, he said, "See, Carl, it didn't work."
Go ahead, Carl. Please answer.
Okay, what was the question you said again?
Everything you spoke of was for criminal prosecutions, not civil. If somebody is in a civil issue where a bank files foreclosure documents in a court of law, if they say nothing, what's going to happen?
What you're going to do is you're going to bring in your claim that by their actions or inactions is causing man harm, and they exist only to cause no harm to man. If they ever cause harm to man, that they are no longer allowed to exist. Their charters to be pulled, and they're supposed to no longer be able to conduct business with man. And you don't believe that? Okay. What's funny is Angela had some other man call up one night, and he says, "Oh, that's crazy." And then I said, "You know what? Fine." Angela muted me. I went home. I called up an hour or two later, and the man apologized. He said, "There's some hillbilly from Chattanooga called up." He said a couple of years ago, you asked him for help on a foreclosure. He's living in his house still now for the last 2 years, and nobody from the bank is giving him any hard time anymore because I put a couple of simple letters to the bank. And the bank
I never said that you're crazy, Carl. I've never said that to you, and I won't say that, and I don't think you're crazy at all. This call right here is not designed for Dan Benham to come up here and talk. This is an invitation from Angela for open dialogue so that we can try to get our nation back. And if what you got works, hey, I'm all game for it, Carl. I'm not your enemy, brother. I'm here with you.
Yeah,
we're just trying to work. And what I was saying about the statute, by the way, it was 83 Stat 281 to be exact. It specifically says there is now imposed an income tax on any persons here or any citizens abroad. I'm just stating what the statute says.
That's lovely.
If people want to use it, fine. They don't have to use it. But I'm simply stating this is what Congress does.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, Congress is a what? Okay, a citizen or a person is a what? I am not a what. When somebody tries to talk to me, when somebody's trying to communicate with me, I'm going to make sure we're talking man to man. I'm going to make sure it's a who that is speaking to me. It's not a what that is speaking to me. I'm not going to talk to a what. I'm not going to talk to an IRS. IRS is a what. I'm going to talk to a man or a woman, and I'm going to say to that man or woman very clearly what you're claiming, what you're saying, what I owe. Do you believe it's true? And they're going to say, well, I don't believe it's true. Well, then what do you believe? Well, I believe you. Oh, really? And you're going to make yourself liable. You understand the simple law that's been around for thousands of years. If you make a claim that I owe you 2 pennies when I only owe you 1 penny, what was that claim? What happened when you did that in open court? It was instant death. You do not claim more than what is due. So, can you prove that this is exactly what I owe? Are you sure? To the penny, to the breath, to the hair. If you watch The Merchant of Venice, you see what they do to the Shylock at the end. Yes, you will get your pound of flesh, but if you're off by 1 hair, 1 breath, 1 drop of blood, one way or the other, you better collect your 1 pound. Because if you take 1 hair, 1 breath more than 1 pound, then you cause harm to man based upon your contract. And you will die immediately. So go ahead, Sherlock, and take your pound of flesh. It's an ancient rule that's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. It has not changed. You guys are making things too complicated. This caveman rule, it's the old-fashioned rule. You can only claim what is due. If you make a claim that's a false claim, that 1 farthing, 1 breath, 1 hair more than is due. It was very simple. It was a very simple concept for thousands of years. We are not going to tolerate a man or a woman coming before the court with a frivolous claim or complaints. We're not going to tolerate it. And we're going to show you what we do to people who bring false claims and frivolous complaints into the public. We're going to get rid of you. So that's all you have to do. No man who works for the government is ever going to make a claim.
All right.
They're never going to do it. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm just trying to make things super simple because, it's going down. Like I said, thank God they made us the United States Supreme Court ruling today. It said, you know what? Honestly, it doesn't matter what the Affordable Care Act says. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the words they use. That's fine. They also created a whole volume of just definitions,
it doesn't matter because you know what? We, the judges, we are so much smarter than the Congress, and we know they really didn't mean to say this. They really meant to say that. You know, they must have just had a bad day. You know, the couple of hundred congressmen. You know, they you know, sometimes they just, you know, they're not paying attention. So, you know, the justices, we'll interpret the law for you. We'll say, no means yes and yes means no. You know, we'll do it for you. So what's the purpose of having a Congress? What's the purpose of having public law? If the justices are just going to come and say, you know what? Well, no, you know what? We don't like that law the way it's written, and we're going to interpret it this way instead. So, like I said, just pay attention to kind of stuff like that you're kind of wasting your time. You know, when you're trying to deal with these justices, when you're talking about public law, they're not going to. They go read the opinion. It's a great opinion.
Right. I got it. I'm clear, and I will get with Angela and get some of those documents from her and do some research because I like easy. So I had a gentleman down in Tampa, Florida, called me up the night before court on a banking issue. He had to be to court next morning. There's no way that, you know, at the time, there's no way I could come up with anything to put on a piece of paper for this gentleman. So I just told him to go into the courtroom, and when the court addressed him, stand up, don't even get in the bar, just stand up in the crowd, look at the judge and say, well, who are you? And when the judge says who he is, just say, well, you know, do you have a claim against me? No, the prosecutor does. And ask the prosecutor, who are you? I mean, what do you hold against me? What do you got against me? And he said nothing. He said, I don't have anything. I represent the lender. And he said, well, since no one here's got any kind of claims or issues with me, I'm gone. And he left, and everything went mute. And a year later, nothing had been done. So I asked him to just file a motion to dismiss for failure to prosecute, and the whole case went away. Wow. That's lovely. Yeah, it's quite interesting conversation there, Carl. So I don't disagree with you. I don't think you're crazy. I'm wide open, man. I'm so tired of fighting this crap, and I just wish it would just go back to happy.
You said the common law doesn't exist?
No, it exists, but the problem is the people that are to implement it, the true courts, are not there right now because we've overthrown. They're basically all administrative type courts, and they're operating under the UCC in one respect. In Alaska, they have come out and say it. UCC is the supreme law in Alaska. They put a holding on it.
Okay. Well, I have actual written proof from two separate courts, one up in New Hampshire and one down here in West Virginia, that the common law does exist and it does work very well. When two men were arrested with criminal charges, you can say administrative criminal charges, whatever you want to call them.
I'm having trouble understanding you.
Yeah, you know, Carl, what are you on the phone or what? You're sounding so bad. Get right into your mic, into your mouthpiece there.
All right, can you hear? Is that really good?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Okay, like I said, it's very simple. I said when a man was arrested, an ex-felon was arrested with a handgun in his car at 3 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, an ex-felon with a loaded handgun driving around in a bad neighborhood, he should go to jail and probably go right back to jail. Well, he just evoked the common law, and all we put into the court was one or two sentences which basically just said, if there's a man that's going to come forward and make a claim I've done something wrong, I'm just here to settle a debt with that man. If no man's going to come forward and make a claim I've done something wrong, I wish for this case to be discharged. And the case was dismissed about 2 weeks after he was arrested.
I've got cases like that too, but that doesn't prove. The first thing is you got to go in. Is that judge actually qualified? He may abide by it. That doesn't mean he's bound by it. And
No. The judge did not dismiss the case. The judge pushed it over to get a grand jury indictment. The prosecutor said that the prosecutor will not prosecute the case. It was a no-low prosecute because we called out the prosecutor, Bob, the prosecutor, that if he moves forward with a claim that when we evoke the common law and he's not going to be able to prove that this man has done anything wrong, we're going to hold Bob, who acts as the prosecutor, personally liable for bringing a false claim.
I don't doubt what you're telling me is true. There are examples of this all over. I've done some myself, but what it does not do is get to the core issue of what the core problem is. First of all, I would say, is that judge, is he actually a public officer? Is that a true constitutional court?
It wasn't the judge.
I've done it here, and I've won with it, but I found out that our courts really don't exist. So you can't get something repeats that works for everybody.
Okay. Again, we're not going before the judge. We're just communicating with the person or the man or the woman who's prosecuting the case.
How many times have you used it?
This past month, twice. One was for a man who had a loaded handgun, an ex-felon, and the other man who got arrested for assaulting the police officers, resisting arrest, and domestic violence. And all three of those charges were also discharged because we went after the prosecutor, not after the judge.
Great. Hey, if it works, and if you got someplace where it's working, man, do it.
Okay, and the other question I had was the W form. Why don't you just file everything exempt? Why don't you just, when you employ it, why don't you just make everything exempt?
You do, and there's W4, you mark exempt. That's in their world.
Right. So what I'm saying is, why are you, I got in this conversation extremely late, and I hear a lot of IRS questions, and when people are having a problem with the IRS, why don't you just recommend that everybody just files, your W-4 under exempt and get every single dime?
That's what you do. That's what you do. I went through that. You file exempt, but if they come back and tell you no, you say, fine, I'll put it back to whatever you want because I need my job. Then you get around, you have the agent get around, and your employer say, I just need a signature of an agent. As soon as you get the signature of an agent, then you go under 7433 and you file in the procedural stuff against them, and they got 6 months to fix the problem. If they can't, then you can get around and take it to federal court and sue them up to $1 million.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, why do you have to go into the federal court when you could just file exempt at the beginning, at the onset?
Because what happens if the employer says, hey, I'm not going to hire you unless you change this because the IRS told me. They send out form letters and said, we're going to change it for you. And then they keep out taking more money. So what's your remedy?
If I file a W-4 and I just write the word exempt, what are you saying that my boss is going to do to me?
Some of them, some of them will, that they'll do. They'll have accountants that say, no, we're not going to allow that. And they'll get a hold of the IRS usually. And the IRS will send them a form letter that says, we won't allow that to happen, unsigned. So then they'll say, well, we want for this person to have 3 or 4 or whatever exemptions. What's your remedy?
What happens if you just say, I'm incompetent to put an answer down? I don't know. What you fill it out for me.
What happens if the employer just fires you? And what are you going to do then?
Okay.
You don't want people to lose their jobs because people have to have a means to support. I have offered a remedy that you get the signature, and then once you get the signature, then you go back against the agents, that signature, under 7433, and then you go in and tell them what they're doing wrong procedurally because they can't back it up. But you have to know what you're doing, and then they got 6 months to fix it. If they don't, then you can go into federal court and sue them for up to $1 million damages.
Okay, so if you sue them, then are you trying to tell me in 6 months when they fix it, your employee is not going to care any longer that you're exempt now?
The employee is out of it. You're going back against the agent.
Okay, what I'm trying to say.
While this is going on, say they take out 3 exemptions. Okay, let them take 3. You still got your job. Meantime, you're behind the scenes going after and actually you have to go to the area director. You don't go to the agent, but you have to have an agent's signature. You have to go to the area director, and I don't even have all of them in the United States because they try to keep them hidden because they don't want you knowing that there is a remedy.
So you're trying to say after 6 months they're going to cure the problem. So then from now on, my paycheck is going to my paycheck is my paycheck going to be completely without holdings, with holdings eventually.
Okay, here's what's going to let me back up. You start off and you put in exempt, and they go to the IRS and they say, no, we're not going to do it. So they take out 4. So you then, your exemptions will go to 4. The employer, you actually not an employer because that's a statutory employee if you look on your W-4 form. But anyway, they will keep taking the money out for 6 months. You go to the area director, and the area director has up to 6 months to say, where is your authority, and make it work. In the procedural world, they can't do it. So when that 6 months expires with the area director, then you, and all this time they're taking money out. Then you can go into the federal courts in the several states, and you can sue them up for $1 million.
Okay, now I understand that crystal clear. What I'm trying to say is after 6 months, after you sue them for $1 million, are you saying on the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th month after that, they are no longer going to withhold any money from me?
I would say that would be true. I haven't done there yet because the bottom line is you're going to be able to prove that they had no authority to do it, so then your employer is going to have to abide by the court decision.
Okay, so this is just speculation then. You've never actually had anybody do it.
I haven't got that far yet because we're working on this subject matter jurisdiction and all these other cases to, one, get the first win when we put in the chief counsel notice in McAlpine's case, and we didn't even know for sure what we'd done. We got a win in 4 days.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that you're speculating that it should work according to the way you say it should work.
I am basing it on the information that I have right now with the other cases that every one of them has stopped.
Okay, so nobody's got their full paycheck after the 6th month, you're saying?
I haven't been doing that particular part of this. What I have been working on is people that are losing their property or notice of deficiency type stuff.
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is if you file exempt and you just say that the accountants don't want to withhold it, you just tell the accountant that then you say you be liable because I do not want to, I don't believe.
It's not going to be liable. If you're not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Whoever signs that piece of paper is going to be liable.
They're not going to. They're just going to change it. It's not going to be signed. I don't know how they change it. I don't know.
Okay, they take a pen and they write down the number 4. Okay, a lot of big companies, the reason why they take exemptions out because they only have to turn the money in either quarterly or twice a year, and if it's a huge corporation like Coca-Cola and they have thousands and thousands of employees, they could take that money during 6 months and they can invest it in stocks or any speculation they want to invest in. And all that money that they're collecting from employees every week, say $1 million that Coca-Cola is collecting, they don't have to turn it in every week. Coca-Cola could turn around and invest it in something for 26 weeks or 52 weeks.
Do you know what the subtitle A, B, C, and D taxes are?
Why would I want to know?
Why would you not want to know? Because outside of the District of Columbia, we have subtitle A, B, C, and D. Inside, we do not.
Is that like alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
Absolutely. There's a little bit of difference between alcohol, firearms, and tobacco and the IRS, and these are different things. And the only tax that they can do is a Subtitle A, Part 1 income tax.
I haven't dealt with the IRS since 1987. Okay, my mom worked for the IRS for 30 years. Right. Okay, so I don't understand. She explained to me how simple this was to file exempt.
You do.
And I don't understand. Right, and like you said, what I'm saying is you're guessing that maybe after 6 or 7 months, if they follow your method, they'll get that.
I'm going to take offense, not offense, I'm going to take exception to guessing because I have spent tremendous amount and I can prove all of these different steps. Have I got to that last step? No. Can you prove that somebody has actually gotten fired because they wrote exempt? No, but I tell you what I have done is a couple of people have called and their employer said you either do this or we're not going to fire you, but they haven't fired them yet because they want to keep their job, so they capitulate.
There's a simple U.S. law, a simple code that says if you do not want to disclose your Social Security number to an employee or you don't have one, you could actually turn around and sue the potential employer because you don't have a Social Security number.
I'm not going to mess with the leaves and the branches. I'm going after the juggler. We're stopping real cases with that have to do with property and stuff. As far as this other thing with the W-4, I haven't had anybody come forward with it yet. I've had a couple of people talk about it, but they haven't chosen to go that way.
Okay, well...
I'm dealing with more substantive issues beyond that. Taking your property, kicking you out of your house is pretty damn important. I'm going to be filing in for Jack Kyle, by the way. He's out of Texas. I get rid of habeas corpus on lack of subject matter jurisdiction. I have proven that what they're doing in 2 criminal cases, they're using substitute for returns, which is out of the public rights doctrine, which they cannot do.
Okay.
To put people in jail. That's a fact.
Okay, well, there's a very simple case going on in Canada right now. There's 571 cases for the CRA that's been stayed indefinitely because I had a man named Jason LeMay put one question before the court.
What are we talking about again now?
Okay. I was helping the folks up in Canada. They did the 1099 OID. They did the Winston Shrout stuff. Whatever they did, they got themselves in big trouble. So they were being prosecuted by the CRA. They actually were on TV, like a 60 Minutes show up there, and the CRA
Yeah.
was saying they were going to put them in jail. So 571 cases are stayed indefinitely because we asked a very simple question. We asked the CRA, whose property are we talking about? Whose property are you making a claim that is owed?
I have no comment about Canada. All I know is
it's very simple. If it's my money, if I earned it, if it's my money, it's my property. Now, we ask a simple question. Whose property are you talking about? Whose property do you want? Do you want my property? Do you want Canadian government property? It's my money, correct? Is it my property or is it your money? Is it your property? Whose property are we talking about?
Canadian law. I don't know. I have no
and that's it's just the same thing you could do in the United States. If the United States...
It's not the same thing. They have different laws than we have down there.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is a very simple question. Every court in the universe, whose property is it? So if the IRS is trying to drag you into court and you say, I earned that money, whose property is that? Is it my money? Is it my property? Are you making a claim for my property?
Some of the arguments that you've made about IRS and about money and there's money, income, and all these, I have followed a lot of different cases, and most of them, what they do, you know what, and down here, they just run over and put you in jail, and that's a fact.
Okay, who would put you in jail?
What do you mean who put you in jail? Feds.
Okay, the Fed would, this is what I'm saying is very simple. When anybody gets a letter from the IRS who calls me up or deals with me, we ask a very simple question. We just say, are you the man or the woman who's been assigned this case? Mm-hmm. And they say, yeah. As soon as they write a letter back, yes, my name is Susie Johnson, Susie Cupcake, and I've been assigned this case. Great, lovely. So now we got her in the capacity of a woman. Now we don't go and start filing massive amount of paperwork. When somebody gets a piece of paper from the IRS, we ask one simple question. We see the person's name at the bottom of this.
And so this is working.
Oh, absolutely. It works great because
send me some documentation on it. I'll take a look at it.
There's a man in Australia with the ATO, and this happened very recently. And he mailed me a hat and he mailed me a coat from Australia because he said, do you want money or do you want an Australian hat and a coat? I said, I'd rather take a hat and a coat. But anyway, he very simple thing with the ATO. He had some woman write to him from the ATO. And he asked a very simple question. You're the woman who's been assigned this case. And she wrote back, yes, I'm the woman who's been assigned this case.
Give me some cases in federal court that I can look up on Pacer.
It never makes it go into court. We just try to get the man or woman liable for saying that the debt is due. And she knows it's not true.
What's your remedy then?
Okay, the simplest thing my mom said to me when I was a kid, all you have to do is what my mom used to do tax audits. She said all anybody had to do who sat down in front of me was say, oh, thank you, for this lovely assessment. This is how much you believe is owed? Okay. Yeah, ma'am, can you just sign it and say that this is the true debt that I owe? And my mom said there is not one federal agent, not one U.S. agent that could ever tell a man what he owes. There's not one federal agent that knows what the debt is.
If they come and arrest you in the federal court, what's your options then? You're going to give them a letter?
Why did you have to wait until they took you into federal court? What I'm trying to say is the very first letter that they sent to you. This is what we deal with. We deal with the very first letter that is sent to you by the IRS.
Yeah.
Why are you waiting to go to the federal court? Why are you always running to it's not federal court, it's United States court.
It's a different method. Ralph has his, you have yours.
Well, there's a lot of people who don't have the option. They come and haul them off to jail.
Why would they haul somebody off to jail? Can you give me an example why somebody's at work?
Because they want to. They get around and say, well, you're not filing 1099s like they did a guy up here in Alyeska Pump 2. They said, well, you're not filing 1099s because you're not filing a document. We're going to get around and take you to court. You just quit filing.
Okay, a 1099 is a contractor's document. Well, if
no, it's
you're
not
a
contract. It's not a contract.
1099s is what, if I'm a contractor, my boss would
No, it's
tell me
called an implied-in-law contract. If you want to get technical, an implied-in-law contract is what somebody is turning you in, and it's not signed by both parties. That's a 1099.
Okay, so all I'm trying to say is
contract.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is if somebody's trying to say that I owe a debt, all I have to ask the man or the woman,
We're just going
do you believe it? Do you believe it's true, and will you sign that document? if you sign the document and say that's how much I owe, I'll pay it.
Okay, so what you're saying is, how many wins have you had with people doing that?
Plenty. Hey, I'll give you a funny one that happened up in Canada the other day. A man was running a company.
How many wins?
Okay?
Well, let me ask you this. Have you had any losses?
Not that I know of. Let me tell you this one, if you think this is a loss or not, okay? A man went to court the other day in Canada. He had a meat market, okay? He got fined for not having the proper sanitation stuff, water, whatever, cleaning supplies, whatever. I said, he went in there and just said, okay, I'm guilty. What's the fine? They said $30,000. He said, okay, fine, $30,000. He said, I'll pay you $1 a day. And they said, okay, fine. Okay, so now he's still up and running. The court case is done. $30,000, $1 a day. You know, that's going to be about 70 years. He'll be about 130 years old.
And what if the judge had not said that?
What judge say not what? Not said what?
What if he hadn't agreed to this, or the prosecutor?
He has to, because if you do not agree, if I'm not willing to pay you and you won't accept the payment on the debt is no longer due.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things you said that I think are kind of funny. The last thing he just said, something about that he's trying to hold them in accordance to the law, right? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, what kind of law are they writing?
Say that again. What kind of law are they? What?
Yeah, you said law. What kind of law are they writing?
What kind of law are they writing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. You have to be a little bit more expansive on your
question.
question.
Okay, I'll just give you the answer. Okay, it's administrative. Okay, it's administrative law. Okay.
Okay.
And they're abiding by the administrative law.
Well,
it's like Coca-Cola or Pepsi. It's the centralized government, the United States Government's corporation. Okay, it's all administrative, and they're living up to it perfectly. If you're a member of Coca-Cola or Pepsi is going to have an administrative hearing, and they're going to hold you, liable for either doing something, that is against the policy. They're creating policy, not creating law. But if you want to call it law, go ahead and call it law. Okay, and the other thing I heard you saying a little bit before, all I kept hearing you saying was the government, government is bad, government this, the government is great. I think government is perfect. I think, without government, where would I be?
Karl, my darling, did you have a question?
Yeah, I asked him a question, a very simple question. What does he believe the government is?
Okay.
He keeps saying the government's bad. Okay. How's the government
bad? I just made the point that the people in the government ain't following the written procedures is about all I've ever said, I think.
Yeah, you didn't say that.
The very simple thing is, okay, government is great because without government, I couldn't function because 99.999% of my life, I govern. Okay? Government is me. Now, you got to be a little more specific on what government you don't like. You mean you don't like the United States government? Because when people just keep saying the government is bad this, the government's bad that, well, almost 100% of your life, you're self-governing. You determine which way you're going to go. You're probably more worried about what cup of coffee you're going to have in the morning than what the federal government, the United States government, is doing today to you. So this is what I'm trying to say is when people say government, the government, I think you're trying to say like the United States government. And the big thing is they're just servants. They're public servants, and you're the public. And you've got to get them to understand that when they try to encroach upon your, upon your property, that they're committing a trespass. Okay, they're there to serve and protect. If they're doing anything other than serve and protect, you just have to make them aware. You understand your duties and obligations to serve and protect. Anything else that you're doing right now is a trespass.
I think he does that, Steve. Don't you do that?
I think I do it well, yeah.
Like I said, when you were going on saying about the like property taxes, like places like Camden, New Jersey, or Detroit, they don't have property taxes anymore. They also don't have services, public services either. They all have to. The community has to provide their own policing, their own firefighting. They have to provide their own protection. They have no more property taxes. So what would your solution be? The property taxes, if you don't want to pay property taxes, and then not be like Camden, New Jersey, or Detroit.
I have no problem with the property taxes, okay? It's fine what they're supposed to do. They're just not doing it right. They're using it to do things. They're using it to collect money they're not supposed to collect on, okay? That's where it's at. But it's okay. I don't care if they tax the 7-Eleven. That is taxable property. I don't care about the strip malls or office buildings. That is taxable property. When they come to me telling me I owe them a tax on my home, that's impossible. And when
whatever there's no businesses in the community to do this tax to, what kind of is just the county or town homeowners?
That's not true, man. When you start looking
I'm just saying. Just look, sir. What I'm saying is, if there's only 2-3 businesses in the community, is this 2 or 3 businesses within this community supposed to pay for all of the services for everybody else in the community? I live in a very tiny town.
There's a lot of communities that have volunteer fire departments and policing, and everybody gets together and takes care of the infrastructure. I wish it could be that way here. It's not, but that's a small community. You know, you're talking about Detroit, which is bankrupt.
Because nobody's paying property taxes.
No, that's not why they're bankrupt. They're bankrupt because their congressional people, whoever was running the government there, stole all the money and didn't put it to what it needed to go.
So if they stole all the money this year, why didn't they have money for the next year?
Who cares?
Because there's no base. There's no tax to base anymore. The people are moving out. The homes are being abandoned.
That's it.
Right, there's not enough people to pay for the services anymore.
Well,
because the politicians stole all the money. I don't think they have.
Say they stole it. Say they stole it in 2010.
Well, yeah,
they stole them. Okay, what happened in 2011?
Now the whole location is like going down the tubes.
Because there's
nobody living there.
There's nobody. There are people there living there, but they can't afford the taxes that's going to take to provide the public services. This is what I'm trying to say. Somebody's going to have to pay these taxes. I mean, it's okay. It's almost like stealing. If your neighbor's paying property tax and everybody else is paying property taxes, and they dial 911 and they get EMT and they get the fire department to show up at their house, and you don't pay property tax, isn't that stealing?
Property taxes have nothing to do with any of that.
Okay, are you telling me property taxes has nothing to do with the police department, the fire department, has nothing to do with the public services, the snowplow removal, firefighting? It has nothing to do. Property taxes are used for those purposes.
Not in the sense you just made it out to be. No. It's not.
Okay, what do they use property taxes for, other than to steal and line their pockets? What else do they use property taxes for?
They use it to basically set the city up, the roads up, the trolley car things.
Schools.
Yeah, schools. There you go. Yeah, down the line.
Okay. So if everybody else pays their property taxes but you, and you say you're not going to pay your property taxes because of whatever reason, you don't have kids who go to school anymore, whatever, you're not going to pay property taxes anymore. Well, then if you use any other form of public service, wouldn't that be considered a theft, that you are using something that you did not pay for?
Well, maybe if you're not paying the taxes, they won't come out and service your property. They won't pick up the trash.
I'm saying you're still going to have to drive. You're going to still have to drive on that road to town in the snow. You're still going to have to.
You can make a private contract with them. I've heard.
You're still going to use those. You're still going to use those stoplights. Okay. When there's a crash in the road, the EMT and the fire department are still going to come out and help you. So after they came out and helped you, did you write them a check and say, oh, well, here's $500 because I don't pay my property taxes, but thanks for showing up and doing a good job?
Vital is saying here property taxes are mostly dumped into CAFR accounts. See www.cafrs.com.
I'm just asking a simple question. Would that not be considered theft of services? Like if you drove in a taxi, you used a motel room and you didn't pay for it.
No, it's not the same thing, Carl. This is your
then
house.
How are you going to pay when the policeman comes to help you on the side of the road? A fire department comes out and puts your car out on fire.
That's not your property taxes paying for that.
For the what? The fire department? Okay, what do your property taxes pay?
Schools and stuff like that.
There you go, schools
and maybe the fire department.
Maybe the fire department.
If you're not paying property taxes, you can always arrange some kind of a contract with
them.
Okay,
you're on the side of the highway, your car's on fire. They do that down here. It's pretty funny. If you did not pay your property taxes, they're not putting your fire out.
You know what, Carl? Here in California, if you go hiking up in the mountains and you fall and that helicopter has to come and get you, you know what? Those people get a bill. There's
Damn
no
right
taxes
they do. They
paying
should.
for it. Yet there are somebody's paying these people when they go and help people that have legitimately fallen somewhere else.
That's
and
right.
Didn't get themselves in. Well, okay, well, there's some finagling going on with the money, so
that's right.
It's not going to fly. You saying, what if a cop pulls, gets you on the side of the road and helps you out? That's a different.
Whatever he pulls you out of the car, who's going to pay him his salary? You're not paying it. You're not paying taxes. You're not paying a damn dime to anybody. You're keeping all the money yourself.
And when the cops get sued for killing people,
and they pay.
And it's millions of dollars that is taxpayer money that's paying for these lawsuits that these
no, it's insurance companies.
Having.
They're all the cops. All the cops are insured. All the cops are indemnified. There's not one cop running around out there that's not insured.
Okay, so when the county agrees to pay $10 million to somebody's family because the cops accidentally killed their kid, you're telling me that their insurance is going to pay for that.
The insurance could have paid for it. Watch this. The insurance company could have paid for it, just like when you get into an accident with your car. Your insurance company could pay for it, but your premiums are going to go sky high out of the roof.
Not only that, I don't think that cop wouldn't have a job again if they went after it.
The county is paying it out of pocket because when they do make a claim to their insurance company, just like you, their rates are going to go sky high. So it's cheaper for them to pull it out of the county coffers than it is to go through the insurance company. Just like you, if you get into a fender bender, is it better for you to just fix your $500 bumper, or is it better to make a claim? Because once you make a claim, your insurance next year is going to be $2,000 instead of $1,000. So you're like, you know what? I'll pay for the accident on my own. I'm not gonna go to my insurance company on this one.
Yeah, that's what people would do. Pay out.
Okay, well, all I'm trying to say is, look, government, you have to specify it in better terms. You're going to have to say some centralized government, public employees are doing this, and I don't know how to deal with them, so I jump up and down and cry. Okay, and I bitch and moan and groan. Because if there's anybody who's listening who knows, I heard another man asking him a court question, if the state of California was taking you to court, what's the court of original jurisdiction according to the Constitution?
Well, it's going to be the court of general jurisdiction where the issue arises. That's the way it's written in the state constitution.
Nope, absolutely not. When the state say the state of Virginia where I live, attempts, or the Commonwealth of Virginia where I live, attempts to file a charge or claim against me, a complaint against me, where's the court of original jurisdiction? See, because this is what drives you people nuts. Because you people keep saying, oh, well, then I got to go to a state court with a state judge and a state clerk and a state prosecutor and a state bailiff. No, that's not the court of original jurisdiction. You just don't know the law. So you wind up going to these stupid state courts instead of going to the court of original jurisdiction in accordance with the Constitution. Because the state obviously can't take a man into a state court, obviously. But you guys allow it all the time because you don't know the law.
Okay. Well, appreciate that clarification of those issues there, Carl.
What's that?
I appreciate the clarification of those issues, man.
Oh, yeah, not a problem, man. I'm just trying to keep you from getting in trouble, from jumping up and down and get all excitable. Anytime anybody from a public servant, starts to give you any crap, just explain to him that he's the public servant and you're the man. Anytime the state tries to come after you, just say, hey, what's the court of original jurisdiction? You want to take me to court? Well, I'm glad to. Just remember to take me to the court of original jurisdiction. And have a nice day, and they'll disappear. It's so simple, this stuff that's scary. You were saying earlier, Angela, you were saying that the government never lies, like somebody's quote. And,
I was being facetious.
No. But what's funny is, you are absolutely correct. The government doesn't lie. The government is perfect. The government is complete. What is the problem is there's a man who acts on behalf of the government that lies. The man or the woman lies. The governments are perfect. The governments are written in the dictionaries as a perfect body, organization, a perfect corporation, a perfect assembly of constitutions. It's a beautiful thing, governments. The only problem is who is the one doing the lying. The government is a what. The government's not a who. A what can't lie. My tree can't lie. Only a who can lie. So a government is a what, not a who. So you guys are, the folks who work for the government, the men or the women who work for the government, they love when you people keep attacking the government when you should be actually holding a man and woman personally liable. You should be holding the individual liable, not the organization.
That's right. You're absolutely right. We should be naming names and holding them accountable.
Naming names. That's exactly what you guys, instead of just saying the government is that. Okay, who specifically in the government is in control of that agent and in control of that agency? Who's in control of the IRS and the IRS agents? Bob Finkel, whoever. Let's just make up the name, Bob Finkel and Susie Cupcake. Okay? Go after them. Say that they're not, training and discipline and maintaining their agents in a certain manner, and they're causing harm and injury and loss to their fellow man. Regardless they're wearing a badge, they're still causing harm and loss to their fellow man. That was the one thing that he was saying. Another thing I heard much earlier on, I'm actually sitting on top of a spool of cable. I'm at the back of the farm on my backhoe. But I stopped because I wanted to talk to you guys real quick. And then the other thing I wanted to say to you guys is you guys keep saying, it's so hard to find case law, it's so hard to find precedent on the internet now. Good. Because, like, what's his name said, Rod Class. Rod Class said that they won't let us use legalese in their courts. And if we try to use legalese in their courts, they basically just dismiss us. Because a court, just like any other society, a legalese court, a legalese society is a hierarchy. It's shaped like a pyramid. And the plaintiff and the petitioner and the defendant and the respondent and the mobbant, they're all at the bottom. And then you got the magistrates and the lawyers up on the next tier, and then you got the magistrate above him, and then you got the judge above them. It's a pyramid. It's like almost like a family organization. Mom and dad are at the top, aunts and uncles are in the middle, and the children are at the bottom. So they're looking at you as a bunch of children. So when you're using their stuff or trying to use their stuff, they're just like, that's a lovely opinion you have, sonny boy. But honestly, you're so far down on the pyramid, we don't really give a damn what your opinion is. So like with Rod Class, they were saying, even the judge told him, you know what, you shouldn't, be using our stuff. Then they're absolutely right. Go into court as a man. Point out the man or the woman on the other side. Stop pointing out the state attorney general. Stop pointing out the governor. Stop pointing out the president. Stop pointing out the man. Stop pointing out the woman and go after them. Stop going after the state of Alabama. Stop going after the state of Georgia. Stop going after the IRS. That's ridiculous. You're going after a what, not a who. You're going to have to start understanding that this old way of thinking, and the younger people who listen to my show understand it a lot better, we have to go after man and not after organizations, because organizations...
And you have to clarify that when you say go after, you don't mean in the physical sense, you mean on paper.
Paper, pen, and ink. That's how you go after them. You go after them how they're coming after you. They're always coming after you with paper, pen, and ink, because they will not have a man... Okay, like when you have a trial, you could have a trial by combat. You could have a trial by ordeal. That's where it used to be a man coming after another man. One man making a claim somebody's done something wrong, he wants satisfaction. Okay, they're not coming after you as in the trial anymore, man on man. They're coming after you with some statutory code or some violation of some code or some rule or some regulation, but they're not coming after you with a man. They're not saying you've done anything wrong to a man. So that's what I just do. I evoke the old law of the universe, and you could go, I'm sure, on any planet, you watch any Star Trek episode, and all of a sudden, you're a man on man or a man on against a Vulcan or whatever. They put it man to man, and that's the way it works around the universe. So all these ridiculous laws and codes, they're written in the code. And like I said, thank God my dad couldn't read or write English, because anytime they try to flash a piece of paper at him, he's like, I don't trust what's on this paper. I don't know who you are. Why should I give a damn what this piece of paper says? Honestly, I don't know what it says. And it says, well, you got to give us all your property, all your money. It's like, oh, come on, you got to be kidding me. You think I'm going to fall for that trick? You think I'm silly? You think I'm really going to care that this piece of paper says that? Now, who's the man who says I owe money to somebody? Who's the man? I'm calling him out man to man. And that's what I do with every single case that I work with the people. Anytime a government entity comes, I always call out the man or the woman who's in charge of the agency and said, okay, do you believe that I owe this agency a debt? Okay, and how am I indebted to the agency? What have they provided for me? What was the benefit I received? What was the product? What was the service? And you have to itemize it. You have to give me a bill of particulars. You have to say, we gave you $316.17 worth of something. Okay, that's fine, then I owe it to you. But I don't owe something unless I have an exact bill and a bill of particulars that can itemize and say exactly to the penny what I owe, because you can't claim one dime more, 1 penny less of what is due, or that's fraud. And let me just finish with the Constitution thing. The Constitution is Pepsi has a Constitution, Coca-Cola has a Constitution. It's the bylaws of how the organization is going to be structured. And when we really need to go back and see that half the delegates at the Constitutional Convention were saying, do not put down a Bill of Rights. And the reason why, I don't know if anybody who's listening, do you know why they said do not put, half of them said do not put down a Bill of Rights. Do you know why they said don't put down a Bill of Rights?
I can guess.
Okay, guess.
Because it restricts the power of the Constitution.
No, because if they write a Bill of Rights, man might believe that this Constitution or this United States government has some sort of control or authority over him. So if you're going to try to tell a man what his rights are just by the establishment of a centralized government whose only duty is to secure and protect the borders and maintain a standard currency, if you try to start writing the rights of man might actually think that he's limited to what he cannot do based upon the blessings or the grant or the permission of the United States government. So if you guys just Wikipedia it. It's pretty simple, the Bill of Rights, and you can see where the delegates, half of them said, this is ridiculous. This Constitution only defines the structure of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, of the United States government. Now, obviously, when Coca-Cola wrote their Constitution, the Constitution is just showing the components of how the organization is going to be structured. It's like one president, 3 vice presidents, a board of directors, and that's what the United States government did. They just set up a Constitution, basically defining the structure within the body. And that's what a Constitution is. People used to ask you, how's your Constitution today? And I said, my kidneys are a little sore, my bladder feels a little funny. And people would ask you your Constitution. It's just basically the encapsulation of the body. What is the contents? What's the elements of the body? That's all the Constitution is. So they put down 3 elements, legislative branch, the judicial branch, and executive branch. But it has absolute. Coca-Cola could write their Constitution, explain how their structure and organization is defined. Now, can you imagine the people who wrote the Constitution for Coca-Cola said, hey, you know what? We got to also put in a Bill of Rights for man. And the people in Coca-Cola would be like, that's ridiculous. What does us starting an organization, what does us starting a corporation have anything to do with the rights of man? Well, let's just put them down there. Well, why? That's just going to confuse man in the future. What Coca-Cola can and cannot grant them. It's like, well, Coca-Cola says that every man has the right to ice cubes. Coca-Cola says man has every right to a can opener. That's ridiculous. Why could we possibly care less what a corporate body and their Constitution defines as the rights of man? That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. But now they could grant the rights for their citizens, because citizens means a member of the family. So if you join Coca-Cola, you better believe they could give the bylaws and structure of how you must obey certain rules and conditions and ordinance once you're working and within the corporate structure of Coca-Cola or on one of their territories or property. But like I said, it's a wonderful benefit to be a member of Coca-Cola at times. But then when it's too much burden to be a member or a citizen of Coca-Cola Corporation, you just say, I'm going to opt out for it now. You know what? I just don't be involved with it right now, and I don't like where it's going, so you know what? I'm just going to opt out. And then when the United States government closed up for business for 5 weeks 2 years ago, nobody cared. So it's just a myth that this United States government has some sort of magical power. And everybody, like I was over in England at the time, everybody in England were like, wow, the United States government's going to close down. There's going to be rioting and looting in the streets. People are going to start turning into zombies in 3 weeks after the government closes down. And I said, wow, I'm glad I'm over here in England.
All right, now let Paula and Joe have their say.
Yeah. Okay, let them ask me something. Or let them contradict me. That's fine.
No, I'm not going to contradict, because I agree with what you said.
Joe, you're yelling. Go back.
I agree with what you said about government can't give us rights.
Our rights are our rights, and they're not given to us by anyone or regulated by anyone.
Okay, do you want to say anything about the Constitution or using legalese and trying to use a legalese in their legalese procedures or process?
Well, I have used it to beat them in court. At least on 3 occasions, I would be sitting in jail doing 10, 15 years for growing marijuana or producing oil for people for healing. But I have used case sites from past court cases, I used a lot of the Constitution Man stuff, and it's excellent stuff. When you hit them with 10 Supreme Court rulings that have never been overturned, the prosecutor can't. It's like checkmate. The prosecutor can't argue against it. You know.
Okay. Well, let me explain something real simple that a court clerk in charge of the Alabama Supreme Court explained to me. He said to me, he says, even if you appeal this and you take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court rules in your favor, he says, what happens when the Supreme Court rules in your favor? He says it goes back to the court of original jurisdiction. It goes back to the local district court. And a local district court judge can say, you know what, honestly, I don't care what the United States Supreme Court ruled in Bob versus Hinkle, or even in this case. You know, as far as I'm concerned, no. It's lovely that the United States Supreme Court, when you always use the United States Supreme Court, you'll say it is the opinion of the court. It's not the law of the court. It's not. It says the opinion of the court. It's just an opinion. And like I said again, if it's Hale versus Hinkle or Roe versus Wade, when I'm in court against you, if you try to use Hale versus Hinkle or Roe versus Wade, I say, are you Mr. Roe? Are you Mr. Wade? No. Are you Mr. Hale? Are you Mr. Hinkle? Then what the hell does it matter what happened in 1908 or 1975? That was then. That was them. They were different situations. There were different participants. Everything about it, all the elements of the trial, I'm sure that exhibits and evidence are different. The witnesses are not the same. So you're bringing up something that's kind of similar of what might be happening today. I'll just say let's focus with the case and the issues that are at hand, the witnesses, the evidence, and the exhibits we have at this time. Don't worry about what happened in 1902 with Mr. Hale and Mr. Hinkle. You see what I'm saying? I just make it so simple. You know, like if you tried to use a case law precedent, if you tried to use Hale versus Hinkle against me, I just laugh. I say, are you Mr. Hale? Am I Mr. Hinkle? And I'm sure the exhibits and everything we have against each other is completely different, and it's totally irrelevant to what the opinion was of the United States Supreme Court in 1902, because honestly, maybe Mr. Hale and Mr. Hinkle, you know, stuck their tongue out at the United States Supreme Court and they ruled against them. I don't know. I wasn't there. Do you have anybody testify that that's exactly what? No, you don't.
Carl, the only problem I have with you is I think you're arrogant and you say only my way is the way. Let me tell you, many people have used other things, other arguments, and it has worked. And to just say my way is the only way is arrogant. I agree with.
What I say is I'm not a hippie, okay, but there's something about this is the age of Aquarius, and I can't stand hippies. But the age of Aquarius means this is the time of man. It's the end of the king. It's the end of big government. It's the time of man. And I just happen to step in at the right time. And this hippie age of Aquarius stuff, I really believe it's true. I really believe this is the time of man. I really believe it's the end of legalese. I really believe it's the end of kings. I really believe it's the end of big centralized governments. I believe it's the end. YouTube and communication is making the information so easy for people to understand. When some man like me just comes on and just says, look, make a 2-sentence claim, make a 1-sentence notice, and you're done. That's all you have to do. No 10,000 pages, no 500 hours of reading in the library. Just 2 sentences, 1 sentence, and be done, and go back out to the sunshine and enjoy your life like God intended man to enjoy. Get away from the centralized government.
Karl, these young people that you're talking about, they are your followers. You worked very hard to get to those 2 sentences to where you win. You work to build up your stature in the community, to know who you are as a man. That's a big feat.
There's a lot of kids. There's a lot more kids who I can't believe how many kids in their 20s and 30s are writing to me and saying, oh, my God, you are what I've been looking for my whole life. I didn't have a mom. I didn't have a dad. They were too busy accumulating wealth.
Stop moving around, Karl. You're cutting out.
What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to get people away from the books. I'm trying to get people away from the Constitution. I'm trying to get people away from the written word of man. I want people to go what's innate, what God gave them. They know when I speak, it feels right in their heart. They don't have to read it in a book. They don't have to read a constitution. They don't have to read ordinances. They don't have to read a damn thing. I talk to people all over the world, and somehow it gets through to them. They're like, oh, my God, Paul, when you speak, it hits me in the heart. You know, you're not worrying about what the paperwork says. You don't care what the Constitution. You don't care what the Magna Carta says. You don't care what the Bible says. You don't care what anything reads. That's right, because the Bible was written by a man. The Constitution was written by a man. It's interpreted by man. What did God make you? Did God make you feel that this was the right thing to do, to turn your child over to the government or to turn your property over to the government? Does that feel right to you? No. Have you done anything to hurt any man? No. And why are you turning all your property over to the government? Because they said you haven't paid a certain tax, or that you were speeding, or that you were driving without a license. Who did you hurt? You didn't hurt anybody. So just say to them, can you just please the man or woman, folks, who I've caused harm to, can you please show me the debt, and I will be glad to pay the bill. Give me the particulars. Tell me exactly what my debt to society is, and I'll pay it. And they don't do it. Because you need one man to stand there and hold up that bill in court and say it's a true bill. That bill is totally true. Everything on that against you is true, Paul. Really. What did I do? Well, the cop had to stop you. Okay, well, it took him 3 minutes. Okay, we pay him $20 an hour. Okay, I owe you 63 cents for the cop's time. Okay, anything else I need? Any other bill? You know, any particulars in that bill? I need it itemized. You got to tell me exactly why I need to pay this amount of money. You need to show me the debt. You need to show me exactly the cost. It's just like when you get something worked on. If you come over to me and you say, can you weld something for me, Carl? Yeah, sure. It's like, it'll be $83. I say, what's $83 for, Carl? Well, it's for the flux, it's for the wire, it's for the electricity, it's my expertise, it's my time. And honestly, it comes out to $83.17. But you know what? I was cutting your break. Okay, you owe me $83.17. Say I'm going to give you a bill with the particulars. Why you owe me a debt? So if I owe a debt to society, just give me the bill of particulars. Is that why I'm going to court? Because I owe a debt to society? Yeah, great. Give me the bill. And like I said, if you guys want to do your other styles, hey, God bless you, man. Because if you guys do your styles, it just makes a lot more business for the legal society.
You're fading out, Carl.
Like I said, no, the man was saying, like, I'm very arrogant because I like my way. No, I really, the legal society, if the legal society didn't do what they're doing to you people, I wouldn't be making any money.
I
didn't say
you're arrogant because you like your way. I said I think you're arrogant because you say your way is the only way.
No, I don't say it's the only way. The legalese way is a wonderful way, because when you guys get trapped up in this legalese nonsense and you guys run into a brick wall, you guys come to people like me for help. So it's wonderful, the legal procedure, because if you understood how simple this was, if everybody learned it's 2 sentences, 1 sentence, and we're done, I can make no money. The legal world can make no money. But as long as you people keep getting trapped in this legal structure and this legalese rigmarole, that the crazy maze, the crazy mousetrap they made for you guys, you're going to keep generating money for these people forever. These people wear suits and ties. They have a mighty suits. They drive Mercedes, and they've never gotten their hands dirty one day in their life. They've never sweated one day in their life. And how are they doing it? From taking it from hardworking people like people who listen to Angela's show. So it's like, well, you've got to cut off the money supply to these people. Get away from these people. Get away from this legal society. Get away from their books. Get away from their teachings. Get away from them. Because it's just going to keep costing you people money. And the more and more you deal with these legal people, the more and more money you're going to make for them. So I tell you, if you want to work with the legal society, God bless you.
Can we talk about not legalese? Let's talk about what you know about cable, because I also built out a cellular telephone license in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So I see where you're going, that we need to actually be productive. So
well, why did you bother getting a license? Why did you get a license? Why didn't you just do it?
Because, I didn't know that at that time, and I don't know if I would just set up. Are you saying just set up a broadcast television station?
Yeah, of course. And then when somebody says that your frequency is interfering with their if your frequency is interfering with their frequency and they've been there first, then obviously you're going to have to remodulate your frequency to another channel. It's simple.
Right.
Yeah, it's simple.
Right. But here's what's not simple. You're working in a community of people who do believe that. Like, for example, I'm on a radio in Woodstock, and this lady has worked very hard to get her FCC license to do it.
Why? Why bother getting licenses? God gave you the ability to communicate with your fellow man in any means that you wish. No. Who the hell could tell you can't talk to your fellow man? Unless you're interfering with somebody else's right to talk to their fellow man. If you're stepping on their frequency, if they've been there first, or if your frequency is so powerful that it's modulating with somebody else's frequency, then you got to learn from it. That's all.
You know what, Carl? Let me speak for a minute without interruption. You just can't go on and start your own TV station. The FCC comes in and confiscates all your equipment. It's happened to people who've tried that.
Well, before you set up this magical TV station, before you do that, why don't you just write to the man who controls the FCC? I remember it was that General Schwarzkopf or whatever son, whatever the guy was. Why don't you just write to the FCC? Powell's son, right? Why don't you just write to Joey, little Joey Powell, and say, Joey Powell, I'm going to communicate with my fellow man on this frequency. Do you have a problem with it, Joey? Does Joey have a problem with this? Is any man going to have a problem with this? And he says, well, the FCC.
Why aren't you doing that?
Because I couldn't care less. Ma'am, what time is it at night, ma'am? I'm standing out in the middle of a field. Okay, I got a backhoe. I shut off for a couple minutes to talk to you folks. I got to move a whole bunch of spools of cable, and I got to move a whole bunch of water tanks still. Ma'am, I'm a very busy man. I wish you came down here and you saw how I lived. I don't just sit in an office building. I got to get hot running water in my place still. I still got a lot of that. I got to get a stove in my house. There's a lot of things I still got to do. I'm moving from one place to another.
Right.
Can I build a TV station? Of course I can. I got all the books. I got all the equipment. I got all the amplifiers. Of course I could.
Are you going to do it?
What? You'd have to show me what would be the benefit for me to do it.
I don't know. You can broadcast to more people.
YouTube is working fantastic for me. Once YouTube, if maybe YouTube goes down, yeah, then you go pirate radio, pirate TV, yeah, sure. And then like I said, you got to go after little Joey Powell first and say, hey, Joey, you got a problem? I'm going to start up a frequency at this modulation, and it's going to have this many watts broadcasting over planet Earth. Do you have a problem with it, Joey, for me broadcasting on this frequency to my fellow man?
When they come back and say the FCC requires that you
I didn't ask the FCC. I asked the man. I asked the man in charge of the monster.
No, I know. I'm just telling you what they'll come back with. That's how they answer. They don't acknowledge
but he can't what you're saying. They will acknowledge you when you do say that.
Same thing when you're dealing with the FTB here in California. They don't come back as an individual human being. They come back as the California Franchise Tax Board.
Okay, well,
and
William
they say
Anderson.
we, but they never say who we is, okay?
Okay, Bill Anderson, who's listening to the show tonight, I guarantee, because he tried to call me a little earlier today, he wants me to come out there and do a show for them out in the Bay Area, which I'm sure I'm going to do it for them. He's had to deal with the FTB. He doesn't have to pay a freaking dime, okay? He's done with them, okay?
Lovely.
But like I said, yeah.
Share it
yeah. Because we do what? No, ma'am. I can't do that for every freaking. You guys got to. You kind of give me a good reason why I'm supposed to help a particular man or a particular woman. You just don't throw this stuff around like cotton candy. So nobody pays property taxes. Nobody pays FTB. Nobody pays anything anymore. Who's going to pay for all this stuff? And then you guys are mad that these politicians get together and form corporations, and they go to the IMF and they get funding for their communities because you guys don't want to pay taxes. So what they do is they go to the IMF for loans. But they go and they say, hey, look, we got 3,817 people in Royal Valley to this and that. This is how much money we take in every year from this. We could borrow money from the IMF, and we could pay you back at this rate because we have this many taxpayers, and we collect this much money every year.
I wish I had a bunch of property to just grow some marijuana. That's all I want to do, and heal people of diseases. Why
don't you take it and find some common land, some land in common ground. Why don't you find out where some common ground is in your area and write to the man in charge of the common ground, like the Interior Department, Minister of Interior, or whoever, and just say, hey, Bob, I'm going to be accessing this public land. This is public land. I'm a member of the public, and I'm going to grow some medicinal plants on there. Do you have a problem with that, Bob? And go from there. Why don't you just do that? There's tons of common ground out here. There's tons of public lands.
But I had an easy question because, like I said, what the man was saying just a couple of minutes ago, if he could repeat it again, he took the witness stand and the judge asked him a question. And he went on about saying something about the government, And so, if I don't want to paraphrase what he said. So, if you want to, can you say it again? Kind of what you said to the judge on the stand.
Oh, I don't know. I was saying this when it was pre-trial. So if you're talking to me, it was pre-trial and not before a jury. He's asking me if there's any chance that I would plea out to they were offering me something like 18 to 24 months. They ended up giving me 9 years. I said, no. And I said, I've tried to explain the law as I understand it, Your Honor. I said, but the government can put me away for as long as they want and cut my head off, but I will not bend to an unjust law. That was, and he said, the trial is set for blah, blah, blah.
Right. Of course, he said the trial is set for blah, 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 because I think if you said something else, he would have said, have a nice day, sir. We're out of here. Everybody go home. Because
I'd certainly like to know those magic words. I'll tell you what.
Well, what you keep doing is you keep saying they, and what you keep saying is the government. When you keep saying that, I heard you earlier. You were saying the government is corrupt, the government is this, the government's that, whatever. Some bad stuff about the government. And honestly, the government is perfect. It's whole. It's complete. A republic form of government is wonderful. Our government is probably the most magnificent government that ever existed on planet Earth. The only problem is, if you look at the definition of it, it's crap. There you go. Angela's going to say, we're going to have to start to hold the man who's running the government accountable. And we're going to have to hold him accountable for all his little minions that he's got acting as like just crazy dogs running around, peeing and pooping and scaring everybody, because the government is wonderful. The government is whole and complete, a republic form of democracy, self-governing people. It's wonderful. The problem is that there's a man or there's people who are running the government who are manipulating it for their own self-interest, or they're just totally tampering with what is a perfect instrument. As men and women. There's a man who's ultimately in control of Coca-Cola. There's ultimately a man who's in charge of Microsoft. There's ultimately a man in charge of Apple. There's ultimately a man in charge of the United States government. And that man should be held accountable when he's allowing his employees or his agents to just run around and put a destructive product to the people. If it's Apple or Tylenol or if it's Coca-Cola, that man should be held liable. Like, you realize what you are allowing from your company being, coming from your corporation to be having intercourse with man and woman on planet Earth. You realize what you're doing to your fellow man. You realize that you're not controlling that which you're putting out into the public. You realize you're causing the public great harm by what you are putting forth. You realize why what you're doing is causing harm not only to legal persons, but that legal person, like Coca-Cola, is a legal person. But sometimes a legal person is also called a man or a woman.
Then what, should we hold all of Congress responsible for giving the ability to print the money to a group of private families?
Congress is a gang of monkeys, or a gang of gorillas.
Start there.
Yeah. Okay. That's what a Congress is. A Congress is like a gaggle of geese. It's like a gang of chimpanzees or monkeys. No, you don't hold a Congress liable, because that's ridiculous. A Congress is a what? You can't hold a pine cone responsible, or a tree responsible. You can't hold a Congress as a
all
what?
All the men and women that make up Congress.
Right, the man or the woman, right. And obviously there's going to be a Speaker of the House, and obviously there's going to be a Senate Majority Leader. So obviously you're going to find out who is that man who possesses that title, and you're going to tell them, you better get your Senate tight. You better go get your House of Representatives tight, because we're going to hold you liable.
Yeah, they'll have you shot and killed. They kill presidents to get away with it.
I am not shot and killed, and I've been saying stuff for years. Okay? And
you haven't done anything with the members of Congress yet, Carl.
Okay, members of Congress, okay. But what I'm saying is, all I'm trying to say is, when you go to court, and the judge asks you the simple question, do you want to enter a plea? Absolutely. I want to settle all matters of controversy with my fellow man at all times. If there's any man who's going to claim I've done something wrong, that I'm guilty of something, that I owe a debt, I am here, I got my checkbook, I'm ready to pay every single man and woman on planet Earth anything that I may owe that is true, that is due, and is owed. I don't want to die with a debt on my conscience. I want to go from this world and be debt-free. I don't want to be guilty of anything, that I've done anybody wrong. I want to settle all my controversies, all my debts as fast as I can. Now, who is the man or woman who's going to come before this open court, the open forum like they had in Greece, open forum, open to the sky, so God could watch, open to the whole universe? Who's going to come into this open forum and claim I've done something wrong, and is there some reason why, if I've done something wrong, they didn't come forth to me on the private side, like a week ago, a month ago, a year ago. Why did they wait till this moment? Is whatever reason they want to, I don't know. But if there's any man or woman who wants to come forth and say I've done something wrong, I am here to pay every single dime I owe to any man or woman. Now, the government's a what? I don't owe money to a pine cone. I don't owe money to a tree. I don't owe money to a car. But can I owe money to my fellow man? Yeah, a medium of exchange, because money is a medium of exchange. Currency just makes up 1/trillionth of what money is. Money is a medium of exchange. I'm giving you information. You're giving me airtime. We just transferred money between ourselves. It had nothing to do with currency. It had nothing to do with PayPal. It had nothing to do with check. Money is a medium of exchange. Currency is like what you people would call paper or coin of the realm. That'd be like metal. Money isn't what you people keep saying is currency. You keep getting it wrong. You know, money is a medium of exchange between me and my dogs. I feed them food, they bark when somebody comes up. They give me money. I give them money. It's a medium of exchange. It doesn't mean currency. So every time I hear people say, oh, money, the money, oh, geez, you mean currency? You mean a coin of the realm? Is that what you're talking about? What we use to exchange instead of carrying 10,000 pounds of rice on our back to exchange it for a bowling ball? Yeah, okay. That, yeah, the minor convenience of a debit card, oh, yeah, that's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing they created for us. But the big thing is what people keep saying, is like this poor man keeps saying is, the government is evil. But no. The government's wonderful. A republic form of democracy ran by self-governing individuals.
People in government are criminals.
It's the man of right. It's
right.
Who are you right? And then the worst thing you do is that it's like when the government closed for business a couple of years ago in 2013 for 3 weeks or 5 weeks, nobody cared. Everybody said there was going to be looting in the streets. The federal government's going to close. I mean, Alex Jones, people were saying people are going to turn into zombies within 2 weeks, start eating each other. You better start getting food supplies in the ground. I was like, holy cow. Then the government closed. Nobody cared. Some Vietnam World War II vets cared because they couldn't get into a World War II memorial, and the Japanese and German tourists were pissed because Yosemite State Park was closed, National Park was closed. But other than that, Joe Average, we just kept going on with our day. So they realized, holy cow, nobody gives a damn that the centralized government is closed. We've got to open them back up to business because, honestly, nobody gives a damn if we function anymore. I think
we probably function better with them closed.
Yeah, we didn't even realize they were closed.
Do any harm if they're closed.
Right, and I think when Congress got together amongst themselves, it's like people aren't turning to zombies. The black people aren't looting in the streets. Nobody's going crazy. You know what? We've got to open up for business again real soon before people realize, you know what? We really don't need you people, do you? You're just all hype. You're all fear. You scare everybody. You're all hype. You're nothing. You're just like a paper monster.
Hey, Carl, let's hear from Glenn. Glenn, what do you have to say to what Carl's saying?
Well, when I use the term government, I'm talking about the people who are representing government. I'm not talking about the established order of our constitutional form of government. I have no problem with that. But what I'm talking about is when the opponent to Bill Bailey files a motion in court, they call themselves the government, and so that's the term. That's the means by which I use that term. I totally agree that the.
Well, I'm trying to say, if they can call themselves, they can call themselves the pine cones. But the pine cones are still going to have to take a witness stand, point across the room, and say that I deliberately did something wrong, that I deliberately hurt Mr. or Mrs. Pinecone. They could call themselves anything they want. They could call themselves the government. They call still a man or woman's going to have to come forth and say that you've done something wrong. It's the same thing. Like
well, I understand.
The easiest one to do is when Al Gore took George Bush Jr. to the Supreme Court over the election in 2000. And the United States Supreme Court said, you know what, you might be right. You know, Al Gore, thousands and millions of chads might have been hanging up on these election machines. But, and you'll realize the Supreme Court ruled this case in like 3 minutes. Because all the Supreme Court said to Al Gore and his team of attorneys and the thousands of trucks of the hanging chads and ballots they brought from Florida up to Washington, D.C., all the Supreme Court flat out said is, do you have one man in the state of Florida with you who said that his vote wasn't counted, so his right to vote was denied because of a flawed machine? And they were like, all his teams of attorneys, like, did anybody bring a man? Did anybody remember to bring
the victim. Did anybody remember to bring the harmed or injured party? No. So the Supreme Court said until you find a man to come before this court, you have no standing. You have no case. Go back to Florida and argue in Florida because there's nothing we could do here without a victim, without a man, without an injured party. So if anybody wants to see the simplest case on planet Earth about a harmed, injured, accruable loss to a man, it's Gore versus Bush. It was over in 2 seconds. The Supreme Court just said, okay, Al, you got any man whose rights were denied to vote? Oh, well, look at all these thousands of okay, you have one man who's going to swear that he was harmed, injured, or he accrued a loss due to a faulty machine. Well, no, I guess one of my thousands and billion-dollar attorneys forgot that little aspect of law that is needed to move a case through a court. Yeah, I guess they did. I guess you overpaid for these attorneys. And that's exactly what all you guys are doing. You guys are just forgetting to bring up that one little fact the Supreme Court said. You got a man over there on the other side that's making a claim that's wrong, like, say, the people of California. You have any one of the people, anyone, just bring one of the people that said, I've done something wrong. I got my checkbook, and I will compensate him. I'll tell him I'm very sorry, and I didn't realize what I did was wrong. And I didn't realize what I did accrued a loss, an injury, or harm to him or his property. I'm very sorry. If he told me this a week ago, we wouldn't have to be in court today. But
okay, so
no
the point is that they never bring a man to make a claim against you.
Right, you got to keep telling him, I'm sure I'm guilty. Guilty means you owe a debt. I'm sure I owe debt to so many people. It's not even funny. School teachers, doctors, judges in the past that helped me. I'm sure I owe so much to so many. It's not even funny. But
we've got documentation here that came from the bank saying you paid taxes on a mortgage or interest on a mortgage. We've got documentation saying you paid this and that and the other. What do you say then? Still the same thing, right? Where's the man or woman that...
You could say that, but it wouldn't be ethical to say that because you decided to get into bed, intercourse with the second dimension, with the credit world, with the banking institutions. And this is what I tell people all the time. What's going to happen is somebody like me is going to show people like say, Gus's girlfriend, how to pay pennies on a dollar for a debt, and she thought it was funny. And then she did it again to another credit card company, and she thought it was funny. And when all the credit card companies realizing that the United States people are catching on to this, they're going to do what they did to Cuba. When Castro came into power and said no more usury fees because usury fees are against the Bible, no more usury fees because they're all Jewish bankers, and all the bankers said fine, and they left Cuba. Why is the Cuban economy the worst economy in the world? Because they don't have, like, the Jewish bankers. So go ahead and get rid of usury fees. Go ahead and don't pay interest. Go ahead and don't pay taxes and be like Cuba. And then what's going to happen is the banks are going to leave the United States because we are tiny. We're tiny. We only got 300 million people here. Malaysia is almost the same size as the United States now. And most people who listen to the show can pull Malaysia out of the map. They're number 4. We're number 3 in population. They're going to go over to India. They're going to go over to China. Or they're going to take on a continent like Africa. That's massive. The banks don't need us anymore. Okay? We're just like now we're a natural resource, for the world. We don't manufacture things anymore. We just produce timber and oil and coal. That's all we are. We're turning into a colony again. So if we don't play nice with these bankers and these credit card companies and these mortgage companies, they're going to leave. And we're going to turn into Cuba.
No, we don't.
Oh, you don't think so? You don't think they'll say,
I don't think so at all.
Watch this. Just watch this, because what they're going to do is they're going to say, we will come back if you get rid of the common law, if you turn into a cold code nation, if when a man owes a debt to the bank, the man could go to jail for paying because he hasn't paid on a debt. And they're already starting to do that by putting people in jail for not paying IRS taxes, for not paying, they're trying to do it for student loans. They're trying to put people in prison for owing a debt. Mm-hmm. Because you can't do that to a man, but you can do that to a legal person. A legal person could have another legal person like incarcerate, but a man cannot, a legal person like a bank cannot attack a man to say a creation of man cannot put a man in a cage. That's ridiculous. How could
That's what I said before when I said status. If you know who you are in the grand scheme of things, it's a matter of status.
But people don't understand that they are the creation of God. and all these legal fictions and all these legal persons are the creation of man.
Mm-hmm.
And all these, what you people would call yourselves a man, are being controlled by a legal fiction. And like I said, when you learn how to control the legal fictions, we live in a very unethical land. And what I'm telling you is people are going to wipe out their credit card debts instantly. Like I could tell people who really are in a bind, and I'll make them wipe out their credit card debts instantly, or their hospital bills instantly. And most people, I just hope that, you know what, they're just happy and they go on with their life. They don't teach other people how to do this, because this is always like the last panic button when they're going to sell off your home and garnish your paycheck and take everything away from you. And I'm not talking to people who have $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 McMansions, and you're going to lose your home. You only made 3 down payments. You only made 3 payments of $10,000, and you want to keep a McMansion. I tell them, too bad. That's not your home. You still owe a debt. You owe a debt of $500,000. You bought a Lamborghini and a Maserati and a Cadillac Escalade last year because you refinanced your home. That's not your home anymore. You gave it away to somebody else for those 3 cars sitting in your driveway and the ski mobiles. And you think that's your house? How is that your house? Didn't you just? How much money do you owe on it? How much money did you pay on it? So, like I said, I don't believe in giving people freebies, because when the banks find out that you guys figure out how to get everything for free, they're going to say, you know what? We're going to come back when the common law is gone, when you people are begging your congressmen to get the banks back here up and running, and we'll sign over our common law rights, and we'll allow the banks to own land, and we'll allow the banks to.
We're going to disagree on that one, Carl.
Who is?
I am. I'm going to disagree with you on that, because I believe that the banks, the current form of banking in this country, is going to ruin this country, and it is.
No, they're doing. I think they're doing what it is. I've never had a credit card in my life. I've never applied for a mortgage. I've never applied for a loan. When you look at my name on the bank, I had the bank guy do it for a laugh. He says, "You don't exist." That's right, I don't exist in the second dimension. You folks decided to join over with the banks. Now, am I going to destroy the economy because I've never intercoursed with the bank? No. Can a bank have any control over me? No. What's the bank having control over? People who decided to go into town, and they didn't go to the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker for money. They went to the banker.
Well, that's because they've all been trained to do that from day one.
Why didn't you go to your family first for money?
Well, a lot of problem is that there's not full disclosure.
Why didn't you go to your family first? Why didn't you go to your church first to borrow money? Why didn't you go to your neighbors to borrow money? Because nobody's going to loan you.
Maybe they don't have any money to lend.
Nobody's going to loan you. Nobody's going to loan. I wouldn't loan my brother a dime because I know he'll never pay me back. I'm not crazy. That's why your family didn't loan you money either.
All right, Carl.
Because they know you ain't going to pay back.
Okay, we're going to cut it short because we're over time. Carl,
right,
scheduled to be our guest. You're scheduled to be our guest speaker on September the 3rd, and we will get into a lot of conversation on that call. I want to get back to Glenn. Glenn, do you have anything to say or to wrap up?
No, I enjoyed listening to Carl. We all have different views on different things, and his approach may work and ours may not, so I'm very much open to that. Whatever works is to me of paramount importance.
Well, the wife went to court. The husband didn't want to do any of that wacko stuff. She was being taught by other people about the signature, paid off the debt, and I just laughed. I said, no, a creation of man by the acceptance of another man, accepting that creation, that paper note or that IOU, if he believes it's worth $1 million and you believe it's worth $1 million, then it is $1 million. Because it's a fiat currency we have. It's all based on faith. So she was trying to say, well, I signed a piece of paper and then paid it off in full. I said, that's ridiculous. You signed a piece of paper and you said that this piece of paper is worth $1 million if you live up to the terms and conditions of the contract, of the agreement. If you don't live up to the terms and conditions of the contract, of the agreement, then obviously it's not worth anything. It just makes me laugh, and people like, well, I signed this, the house is paid off in full, it's $1 million,
The bank took that note and sold it immediately. They made money, and we don't even have the original lender anymore. I said, it doesn't matter. It's the holder in due course rule. Just because you needed $1 million, and you were going to give me an IOU, like a mortgage or a loan note. I said, nah, I don't want an IOU. I don't want a mortgage written out between you and me. I don't want a loan contract written out. I said, just give me that diamond ring. I'll hold that diamond ring. That's worth $1 million. I'll hold a diamond. So say I lent it out to the guy for $1 million, and he built a house or whatever with it. The money that I gave him for the diamond ring. And then I took that diamond ring and I said, hey, I'm getting hard up for cash myself. I think I overextended myself. Or I said to myself, hey, I just loaned the money to Donald Trump, and he's going to pay me back at 20% interest a year. This note, over 20, 30, 40 years, this is actually worth $10, $20 million, this $1 million note, or this IOU that he gave me, or this diamond ring, is actually going to be worth a lot more money, in 5, 10, 20 years. So I could either sell it immediately for what the face value, or I could sell it if somebody's willing to buy it and more than what it's worth. So it's just basically trying to explain to the husband and wife, what was going on with the holder in due course. So if you wrote out for a mortgage or a loan, you're chasing the note. You're constantly chasing the note now. I said, because if you gave me a diamond ring, and I turned around and I gave it to Jeff, and Jeff turned around and gave it to Al, when you're all done in 10, 20, 30 years, whenever that agreement was, that contract, that loan, that mortgage was written out for, however long that was, the terms of the agreement, or you wanted to pay it off sooner, you expect to get that note back. And I kind of lost the husband at that point. I said, you never seen mortgage burning parties, like note burning parties? And he's like, no. I said, well, these people were from Iran, like Persians, Iraq, Iran. So these people are Iranian. It was funny. I said to them, as I was telling the story, I said, okay, what's your folks' name? It was like Ishmaeli Ibadah, and the other lady was Mansida Ubada. I said, okay, your name is Bob and you're Mary. Okay, Bob and Mary. Okay? I don't care what your names are, honestly. I just, wanted to, have something to reference you to with. I said, so let me explain it to you, Bob. I said, you want your diamond ring back. You want your note back. He says, I want my note back. What do I want my note back? I said, okay, you want your diamond ring back someday, right? He's like, oh, okay. Yeah, you want your note back. So if you wrote your name on a mortgage payment, if you wrote your name on a loan, that's very valuable because somebody who picks that note up can chase you around and collect on that note because it's an IOU. It's an IOU note. So you don't want that IOU note to keep biting you in the behind for the rest of your life. When you pay off the $1 million you owe me, you expect me to get back your ring and give you back your ring. And you don't give a damn what I've done with it for the last 20, 30, 40 years, how I made money on it or traded it or exchanged it. But at the end of that 20, 30 years, you want it back. So I said, how you could basically do it, if you people want to cheat, steal, and just not pay back your debt, which 99% of the people who listen to my show want to do, they don't want to pay back. They're trying to get something for nothing. I said, you just chase the note. And you just say, wait a second, why should I keep paying you, Paul, for my diamond ring when I know you don't even have it anymore? Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. You just keep paying it. You agreed you'd pay it. Here's the piece of paper. You give me a diamond for $1 million. And at the end of the, just keep paying it. They say, yeah, but you also read the agreement that when I'm done paying it, I want it back. Nobody knows, like I said, like a mortgage burning party. I said, why don't you just Google it? I'm sure I've never Googled it myself, but I know it exists, so I know it's real. And I said, it was funny because they were from Iran. I said, this is what us white people used to do all the time, the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, when banks started to become prevalent. Once we paid off the note, we said to the bank, yay! Took the last coupon out of the book, gave it to the bank teller. The bank manager went to the vault, got out the mortgage, got out the note, handed it back to us. We took it home. We burnt it. We didn't stick it on a wall and frame it. We didn't put it in our filing cabinet for memory, for keepsake. No, we burned it because we knew if somebody else found that IOU, they could go around and say, hey, you ain't never paid on this. So you never paid on this IOU. It's like you're finding an IOU on the ground. I owe you $5 million. Signed Karl Lentz. The guy could use it against me. He said, well, I never collected a dime from Karl. Well, I never gave you that note. Oh, no? Then how did I get it? This is a security instrument. It's very valuable. You mean somebody just left it laying on the ground? So the court would look in favor of the man who actually is holding the note. So to explain to the people, the big thing is you want to chase that note. Go get that note. Go get the original security document because that thing's worth a lot of money. It's either worth, if it was written out to Donald Trump, it's worth a lot of money. If it's written out to just some poor, like they were doing a scam, bringing all these people from West Africa over, Senegal, where they were bringing people from East Africa, they were bringing people from all over just to have a warm body, occupy a house, and sign a piece of paper, back in like 2003, 2004. It's worthless because they would judge that piece of paper based on that person's credit rating. Like Donald Trump's credit rating might be extremely high. So if he writes a note, if he writes out a loan at 20, 30% interest, he's going to pay it back. The odds of him paying it back are great. But if they wrote out a paper note to you, let's say somebody who's got a 500 credit score, obviously that note's not going to sell for as much money depending on who the debtor is. That's why the credit rating is so important, how much the bank could sell your note for. So it's just a lot of fun explaining to them, you're wasting your time with all this ridiculous nonsense, signature and money and, all these YouTube guru nonsense. Saying, once you write paper, all your debts have been paid for forever. No. It's just that if you signed an IOU to me, and I believe, based on my faith, that you're going to be a good, honorable person, pay me back, I'll give you, 5,000 bricks so you can build your house. You give me a worthless IOU piece of paper, then I'm not going to give you those. If I don't think your word's any good, then you're never going to pay me back. Why should I? So there's two ways we explained how they do. Chase the note around for a while, go after the note, because you want it back. Say, look, I got the money sitting in the back of my pickup truck. I'm ready to pay it off. Are you ready to give me the note? Something simple like that. And then I said to them, if you want to, I said you could go after the representative of this financial institution that believes you owe the debt. I said, do you have any proof that this man, what his name is, Bob Foley, has been assigned this matter, the collection of a debt on behalf of whatever, say, Bank of America. I said, just because he said he's a representative doesn't mean he is. Well, he wears a three-piece suit and tie. He can't possibly be lying. He doesn't look like you, Carl. He's dressed really nice. So why would he lie? He's charming. It's like, yeah. I said, the only problem with that is if you owe me money and this guy finds out on the internet and he runs through like the hot sheets or, spreadsheets or who owes who what, who has been late on a payment or delinquent on a debt. I'm sure they got all kinds of information like that available on the internet, the debt collectors. Who would you like to collect on my behalf, So some man might have just found it and said that, oh, Angela owes Carl money. Oh, good. I'm going to go to Angela and file a lawsuit against her on Carl's behalf. Where's Carl? I don't know. Carl's in Canada. Carl's in India. Carl's in a coma for 6 or 7 years. Who knows? Carl's dead. Whatever. So, but you get this representative saying, I represent Carl, and he found out that you owe me $100,000. He's going to start putting the heat on you and bring you to court and saying, I'm Carl's representative, and this is how much you owe, and you only paid him this much, and you still owe him $100,000, and I'm acting on his behalf. All you got to do is say, oh, bull, you're full of crap. I don't believe you. Why? Because I don't see, anything from Carl giving you power of attorney to act on his behalf to collect on the debt. So why don't you go get something from Carl saying that I'm acting as a power of attorney to collect on the debt? I said, the lady showed me like this, case file that they had going on. I said, do you have anything in that case file that supports that man, Bob Foley, is an acting agent, other than his word that he's an acting agent. If you have anything from Bank of America, and even if you have a letter from Bank of America letterhead, did you call up Bank of America and fax the paperwork over and said Bob Foley says he's acting on Bank of America's behalf? Is this the Bank of America that he's actually works for? You know, is Bank of America also the name of a lock and key company, and they make banks? You know, what other kinds of Banks of America are there in the United States? Is he actually truly your agent that could act on your behalf? And if all that stuff comes up, yep, he is. It's like, good. Now, who set this agent upon me? Who told this agent to do this? Who's the one who gave him that, you know, like the order to go collect on his debt? I want to talk to that man, because I want to find out from that man what the damages were for me failing to pay on that debt. You know, what has the Bank of America accrued a loss? And don't just show me a spreadsheet. You have to show me some sort of tangible, actual damage. You can't just say, "Oh well, she hit my car and she gave me, she broke my leg." Okay, where's the dented car? Well, she did hit it. You know, well, okay, where's the damage? Well, the leg is severely hurts. Well, you know, we're not going to give you any money for a car that doesn't look like it's been hit, and a leg that doesn't look like there's a scratch on it. So, can you show us an actual loss that your company has incurred due to my inactions or my actions? Can you show me? Can you prove it in court? Well, no. So can you prove that that is even true? You know, well, do you have the note? So like I said, that's just what we were doing today. We were killing some time doing that. It was too damn hot, actually, to go outside and work today. It was like 90-some degrees. So I said to Jeff here, I said, hey, man, let's go to Washington. I got to pick up an oven anyway out there, and got to meet this couple anyway. And that way we could kill some time, get out of the heat. And then the lady told me while we were at some Mexican restaurant, hey, man, don't you got to do answer the show tonight? I said, oh, man, I forgot all about it. It's already 7 o'clock. Oh, well. So I'm going to be driving on the road, doing a call from the road. I said, oh, well. I said, I'll just sit around and try to figure out, you know, what to do when I get on a call. But that's basically what we were doing, helping those people with the foreclosure. And, you know, we were talking about even like the man you had on last week, the Peter Hendrickson guy. And I said, you know, I'm very surprised that I'm the only one, because I didn't hear anybody in your show, who uses the internet to find out who your guests are. I mean, I've had people Google me, and they said Paul's saying the same stuff he said when he had an AOL account back in 1997. Paul's saying the same stuff. Like, Paul hasn't changed. Same smart alecky remarks, the same beliefs, the same way to deal with the law, same way to deal with... It's like, this guy's, he hasn't changed one bit. Like, nope, same spiel. You know, it's pretty simple, to keep it simple. About, you know... And, but that Peter Hendrickson, if you actually Google him, and you see how many times he's been arrested or been put in jail, and that his wife's been arrested now, and she's in jail, I'm like, okay, you might be the world's greatest code decipherer for the tax code, but somebody like him doesn't want to believe that the United States, I think it's Title 26 is the tax code, or, you know, do you understand that the United States tax code to be revised at any time, and all these codes that you're studying and mastering, and you know like the back of your hand, they could just take Title 27 and make it Title 26, make Title 26, 27, 29, 52. They could just, and now what? All those years of studying, all that tax code stuff, they just rearranged the whole entire tax code. They came up with all new revisions, and like I said, people with the 1099 OID were getting in big trouble, because at one time it said if you're a contractor, and then whatever the Winston Shroud crowd were doing, the IRS changed it to employee. So people were filing what they believed was a 1099 form for contractors, but the IRS had changed the code to not read contractors anymore, but to read employees. So everybody who was filing it under whatever the Winston Trout way that he learned in 1999 was no longer applicable by 2005 because they changed the code a little bit. So everybody was filing false returns because they just changed that one word. That's when I went to go help that Indian guy, Jake, up in Saskatchewan. Yeah, I think it's Saskatoon, up there in Canada. That he was actually going to jail for 7 months because I brought a man up there with me. The man drove me up there. He's a very smart man, the smartest man I met in Canada. Oh, what was his the name? Graff. Graff was his last name. I'm trying to remember his first name. But Mr. Graff, he was 65 years old. I couldn't believe why Jake was going to jail. So I read the case against Jake from CRA, and I couldn't believe it. I said to Jake, where's the order of the court? He says, there is no written order of the court. I said, how did you file an appeal? Because I was reading the whole entire case file. It was massive. And we were exhausted because we had to drive all the way from British Columbia to Saskatoon. And you probably don't realize, it's like driving from California to St. Louis. We were exhausted. And it was a winter time, and the one guy's truck that brought us there broke down. So it was a hell of a ride. So we were exhausted. So I'm thinking this guy, Jake, is totally effing with me because Dean Clifford was out there like a week or a month before I was. So I said, what did Dean Clifford do for you? And his friend who came out there, he says, oh, Dean Clifford was just chasing skirt. He was just chasing some guy's daughter around all weekend. He didn't, help me do any damn thing. He's like, he didn't read this case file? He's like, no. I said, okay. So I'm reading the case file. And I said to the guy, the only thing actually that I see here is the word employee instead of contractor. And I couldn't believe it. I said, there's no way in the world they convicted this man over this. So I said, dude, if you're hiding something from me, were you charged with gun possession or raping kids or something? There's got to be something more here than this one word. He's like, well, he said, that's the entire case file. I said, I can't believe this. So I called the other man over. I said, look, I want you to read this whole case file. It's massive. Can you I'm just going to give you this, 2 pages that leads up to this words. What do you read here? He read it. And he's like, I just see where he made an error where the code went from contractor to employee. I said, because I didn't give him a hint. The other man was in another room talking to some Indian guys, and so he had no idea what I was looking at. So he came to the same conclusion I did. I said, this is ridiculous. Are you trying to tell me that this man's going to jail for 7 months because he filed a 1099 OAD and it went from employee to contractor to employee? This is ridiculous. I said, well, when Dean and his friend was up here, they helped you be appealed? Like, yeah. I said, okay. I said, can I see the order of the court? I said, I don't see it here. He says, order of the court. I said, yeah, the order of the court. You had a ruling against you in this tax court, whatever, right? Where's the order of the court? Where's the ruling? He says, there isn't one. I said, look, don't F with me because you can't file you need the case file, you need the transcript, you need to file the brief, and you need to file the order because you're appealing the order. You're appealing what the order says. You go to jail or you pay a fine. You're appealing the order. And they help you with an appeal. Yeah. But you don't have an order. Yeah. You can't file an appeal. Okay, the appellate court can't look, or they can't start the appellate process, the appeal process, until you have an order, something to appeal. What are you appealing? You're appealing that you don't want to go to jail, right? Yeah, well, that's what you got to appeal. Where's the order? And he said, there is no order. I said, don't F with me. And I was getting pissed. By then it was like Sunday morning. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. We were driving all day Saturday. And I was just really pissed. And I said, look, I'm going to bed. I said, Monday morning, we're going to call that court clerk, we're going to call the prosecutor, and I'm going to get a damn copy of that court order. I said, you're hiding something on me. There's no way in the world that they're possibly putting in a man in prison for 7 months without a court order. There's no way. He said, what do you mean? I said, if you get hurt or slip or fall down and get injured in that prison, in that jail, without an order for you to be there, if you just walked in and there's no reason for you to be there in writing, I said, they could be liable for the sky's the limit. So when we called up, and Monday morning, the prosecutor said, no, there's no order, but Jake was in court that day and heard the judge clearly say that he had to turn himself in on Tuesday. He told me Jake isn't going to turn himself in on Tuesday. I said, oh, no. He's going to honor his side of the commitment, of the agreement, of turning himself in. Oh, no, he doesn't need you guys to come blasting through his French provincial doors. Again, all 8 of them, and none of them are ever locked because this is a bed and breakfast up here, but you just had to put on a show and break 8 doors for no good reason where you could just turn the handle and walked on in. No, he's going to turn himself in. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday to turn himself in. But we were just wondering what the order specifically said he must do at what time, because I'm going to drop him off, and I don't know if I'm supposed to drop him off at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I said, there's no order. And he said, well, he just needs to be here at 8. I said, ma'am, where is it in writing? And she said, are you a lawyer or something like that? I said, no, ma'am, I'm just his friend. I'm just here to help. And she said, this phone call is over. So there was no order. They put Jake in jail. So we got some very interesting paperwork going extremely quickly, and they, faxed it to every single minister, every, official in Canada they could do before 5, 6 o'clock in the morning when we had to get ready to drive him to jail to start serving a sentence. This is what I'm trying to say is the other lady said that they had a foreclosure against her today, but there's no judgment. I said, what do you mean there's no judgment? There's no judgment. The judge just gave the bank to the financial institution that claimed I owe the debt. So you lost the house. Yes. Okay. Can I see the judgment? There is no judgment. How can you people not know, like the simple process that, okay, they gave it to the financial institution. They told you to get out. But where's the order for you to evict or vacate? Where's the order that, the ruling or the judgment that you lost? I said, because they wanted me to help them try to get compensation, like on the equity side. I said, I got to have something to work with here. I got to have a judgment, how much they were awarded the other side. And they were like, there is one. I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. So like I said, with that Peter Hendrickson guy, this stuff was ridiculous. If he understood just the simple basic elements of moving a court, he wouldn't be so terrified of dealing with the courts. So, like I said, when he was saying, oh, it'll never work, it'll never work, it'll never work. Okay, it happened for Gus, it worked for this man, okay, it happened a couple of dozen times, but it'll never work again. We have to start a revolution. We got to start petitioning. We got to start, running for our congressman. It's like, why don't you just learn the rules of court? Why are you trying to crack the code when you should be learning how to crack the courts and just follow the procedures of the court rules and understand what you're doing? Of course, I couldn't log in last week. I was probably driving. And I listened to the replay of the show, and he kept saying, file a motion. And I was like, file a motion? File a motion where? In their court? They don't care. You're not an attorney. It's like people have heard it a million times. Like the 800-pound gorilla in a room. The judge with the 800-pound gorilla, and the attorneys and the lawyers are all terrified. And if the lawyers and the attorneys are terrified, you're not even on the same standing or status of an attorney or a lawyer, and they're terrified because the 800-pound gorilla doesn't give a damn what they got to say either. So what makes you think that the judge is really going to care about your ridiculous legal connotations or what your deciphering of the code is? He couldn't care less. And that's why I put it on my webpage when the person made a motion up there in Ohio, this couple up there in Ohio, they wrote some fantastic legal paperwork, and I highlighted it saying that the judge said that I don't see where you're licensed attorneys in the state of Ohio, so even though you made multiple legal conclusions and they might all be correct and accurate, I'm going to have to deny you at this time. He was basically saying, please submit it through an attorney, because we're not going to accept anything from you. So I can't see where there'd be any benefit to writing anything in a legal manner, in a legal proceeding, when they're going to just take a look. Are you a good standing, member of the bar? Are you a member of the bar? No. Okay, well then honestly, we don't see anything, we don't understand anything you're doing. Because when a member of the bar says this is the way it is, the judges all have the belief that the attorney actually did his job and actually did not modify a ruling or modify a citation or didn't twist or manipulate it. He didn't find it on Google, like he actually went to a book and opened up a West key and actually said, oh, okay, you actually, know what you're doing, and you actually pull it from the proper sources. You didn't pull it from Wikipedia. So we don't have to double check. When a lawyer says it, we just take him at face value, take him at his word. Because if he gets caught, we're going to disbar him. If you get caught, what are we going to do? Hold you in contempt? And you're going to say, oh, I don't know, I got it off of Wikipedia. I got it off of some guy named Karl Lentz's website. I got it I thought it was Pete Hendrickson. I thought it was true. Yeah, right. You didn't get it off of Westlaw, did you? No. Okay, well, you know what? You're wasting our time. And if we don't have better things to do than read what you believe is a proper citation or a proper quote from a Supreme Court case. Or like say like a Roe versus Wade, everybody always gets that wrong. They think it has something to do with abortion. So you're citing cases like Hale versus Hinkle that had to do with a fruit vegetable import-export company that has absolutely nothing to do with a man. It had what rights does a corporation have, not what rights does a man have. And you guys all use that ridiculous case with a fruit and vegetable produce distributor in New York, whether or not you should have to turn over his records when he was being questioned for it. First was a banana import. Now the New York State Attorney wanted all his records for apples, oranges, everything. And he's like, no, I'm not playing this. It's going to take me 3 years to get all these documents together. The fruit question is bananas. I'm going to give you every damn thing with bananas, but I'm not giving you everything else. It's going to take us 20 years to get all the files together. And the attorney was trying to say, no, you're a corporation. We created you. You have to do what we tell you to do. So that was basically giving like legal lawful status to a corporation, saying no, they afforded like the same rights as like a man, because a man is behind that corporation, and the impact on a corporation is also having an impact on a man. Same thing with Roe versus Wade. Everybody thinks it's about abortion. So a whole bunch of good Christians all get together all the time, and they try to protest it every year, like on Roe versus Wade Day. We got to overturn Roe versus Wade. And Roe versus Wade, Roe, it was a civil matter. That's why it wasn't Jane Doe. It was Jane Roe, because it's a civil matter, not criminal. She petitioned that the government is to have no business in her affairs when it comes between her and her doctor. Whatever her and her doctor wish to discuss is to remain in the private. It is not to be public acknowledgement. It is not to be in the public. I go to my doctor and I expect him to keep my business and my problems secret, like a priest or a lawyer. I expect confidentiality. And the United States government was saying, no, when you go into a doctor's office, you should have full access to every damn thing you people are talking about. Like Obamacare. That's what Obamacare is. You lost the right to privacy. So everybody's saying, we got to get Roe versus Wade overturned. I say, what do you think Roe versus Wade is about? They always say it's about abortion. It's like, no, it's about the right to privacy. So all you million or billion good Christians are stampeding the streets saying, overturn Roe versus Wade. And if the Supreme Court says, okie dokie, we overturned it, next thing you know, the government is not only in the doctor's office, they're going to be in the dentist's office, they're going to be in your school with your teachers, they're going to be in all your matters of private affair. So you want to eliminate the right to privacy in the United States. Is that what you're trying to say? You want the government involved in all of our private actions? Like, well, no. Well, that's what the lady was fighting for. She wasn't fighting for the right to have an abortion. She was fighting for the right to deal with this whatever situation's going on in her body is to be kept private, not to be exposed to the public, which was a wonderful thing she did. The abortion was insane what she did, but the cause that she was fighting for was privacy, was wonderful. Now, some people say she was fighting for abortion rights. No, she wasn't. She was fighting for the right to keep my business private. People like I said, the Peter Hendrickson guy realized what he was fighting for and how to fight through the courts and move the courts. He'd say, holy cow, all this code stuff is all ridiculous and it's all nonsense. Why am I studying all this stuff? Why am I writing this ridiculous cracking the code book that's 5,000 pages long, other than, because he's got nothing better to do. Because, like I say, those codes have nothing to do with me. Because any time you just wish to no longer volunteer, like Harry Reid said, when that guy interviewed him, says on income tax is voluntary. He said, absolutely. He said, well, if I don't pay my income taxes, I go to jail. He says, you're damn right you will. And the guy kept asking, but they're voluntary. Absolutely. Once you volunteer to do something, it's like, okay, like in Vietnam, they say, who wants to volunteer and take point? Well, guess what happens? You're probably going to die. Well, who told you to volunteer? Well, peer pressure? Or you wanted to show that you were brave? Or what? Well, the guy who did it, he's like, stuck his neck out. Okay, well, now you're going to get, whacked. So if you volunteer to intercourse with the IRS, or you volunteer to pay $20 to some woman to have sex with, and you come back with some sort of disease, or you come back, who told you to do what you did? Who told you to pick up that paper, pen, and ink and intercourse with them? Who told you how to deal with the devil? Whoever told you, like, oh, well, let's work with them, and everything's going to be all right. It's like I was going on here last week, or whatever the hell I was going on, when you said, oh, well, that's it, good night, call. When I was going on saying about bankers, when you guys go to borrow money, you go to the bank. And then when you get behind the times, which you always do, you guys like, well, it's not fair that, we should have to give back our ski mobiles, our car, our house, just because we can't pay for them. Just because we can't pay for them doesn't mean we shouldn't keep them. It's like, you made 2 payments on $500 payment house, and you should keep it? And you put how much money down? No money down. How many payments you make? 2. What are your payments? $600. Oh, so you should keep a $600,000 house because you paid $1,200 on it. Is that what I'm cashing from you? Well, my husband got the hard times, I got the hard times, the kids got diarrhea, the dog has bad breath. Look, did you pay for the house or did you pay for the house? Well, all the money's spent. Okay, you know what? Somebody laid out $1 million to build that thing, and you think you should just walk away free and clear because you signed your name on a piece of paper? And that's why I said, if everybody just starts saying, yes, we should all just walk away, if you just walk away with, paying pennies on a dollar, nobody's going to loan money anymore to the United States. They're going to say, we're not paying off on our debts. And we got 1 billion people in China and 1 billion people in India. They'd be more than glad to pay 20% interest to live in a McMansion. They'd be more than glad to put their children to work to pay off this debt. The United States, they don't want to pay off their debts. You know what? We don't need to deal with them no more. And that's why I say, too, if people go borrow money from a banker, I've never seen bankers other than, like, It's a Wonderful Life. And Jimmy Stewart was portrayed as a good banker. Almost every banker in every movie that I've ever seen is evil. He's the incarnate of the devil. He's portrayed as an evil man who always throws little ladies out of their homes. Yet you people, when you need money, you go make a deal with the devil. You go make a deal with the banker. And I said, you didn't go into town and look up the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You look for the banker. And why did you ever think that you're making a deal with a banker, it's going to be happy? It's like, why did you borrow money first from your family? It's because your mama wouldn't lend you a dime because she knows she'll never see you again, and she likes to see her grandkids every now and then, so she's not going to loan you any money because she knows if she loans you money, she's going to have to chase you around planet Earth to get it back. Why don't you get it from your friends? They know you even better than your mama does. Why don't you borrow from your co-workers? Yeah, right. You got to be kidding. They know you're going to get fired next week. They know you're not good for your money. You're not going to be able to pay up. So you got to go to the banker. So if he's gambling, then you're going to pay on the debt. And everybody's going to say, oh, well, it's all fiat currency. That's right. It's all based on faith. And once the credit rating of a country goes down, that's why it's so important for these schools that have these aptitude tests for these children and for them to get incredibly high grades, because then it shows the potential earning income of future generations. So they're going to set the credit rating or the interest rate based upon the competency or the test scores of children. Like in 10, 20 years from now, they're going to, take out loans, bonds, or whatever. And if we're ranked 81st in math and 112 in, English writing skills, well, obviously we're not going to have a very good credit rating, because the ability for those children to become professionals are pretty slim compared to them being equal to people who are capable of boxing a shelf at Walmart or mowing a lawn. So obviously our credit rating is going to go down, and we're not going to get, international funds. So, like I said, just like a Pete Hendrickson guy, is if they don't know how to get in and out of court, because one day, no matter what they're trying to do, I don't care if you're trying to teach people how to get traffic tickets, or how to deal with jaywalking, or spitting on a sidewalk, or divorce, or anything, if you don't know the basic, simple concepts of what a court is, who or what is moving the court, is it a who or is it a what moving this court? Am I appearing as a who or a what? If you don't know the rules of the game, and you're going to try to help people with IRS or bankruptcy or anything like that, eventually you're going to be called into the court. And eventually they're going to be called into court. And you have to know how to move through the court. Forget that you know everything about the IRS. Forget about all the rules about IRS rules. So what? Now you're in a new setting. Now you're in a court setting. It doesn't matter what the IRS rules are anymore. Now you have to know how to move that court. So, like I said, it's extremely important to know how to act in public or act in court, because this is just the system we have, and it's a skill that people aren't learning, or they're not teaching their children. So, hey, am I on the air anymore?
Yes, you're still on. There's a lot of people that are have their hand up. Sport people waiting. I have laryngitis. There's 4 people waiting to ask you questions.
Just talk to me. Don't worry if I'm on the air or not. Just tell me. Okay. Oh, no, I was talking, saying this, if there was anything that we were talking about this week that he really thought was interesting. Mm-hmm. That you guys would like to, because he's here and I'm trying to help him, with his case. He's got an extremely serious case, serious, amount of jail time he's looking at. So obviously he didn't want to just do it on the phone with me anymore, because it's ridiculous to try to catch me on the phone. And so he just said, you know what, I'm going to come down here for a week and, sit by my left hip and just talk to Carl like crazy. And what I'm basically doing is like you see on TV, like I was doing with him earlier, saying, look, I'm coaching you. It's like, well, like a TV, the attorneys say, when you go to court, you go before the judge, okay, like I say to certain people, cry. Cry. No, not boo-hoo. No, don't bawl like that. No, just cry. Just like an onion under your eye. Make believe there's an onion under your nose, and just like one teardrop fall out. There you go. It's acting. It's you're putting on a performance. It's just a show. It's if the gloves don't fit, you must have quit. It's just a joke. It's total. I said, that's when if you have to go before a jury. I said, and if you go before the judge, you still got to put on an act. The judge is going to look for very simple things, little nuances in your demeanor and your manner. Like if you treat people like the judge in your honor, if he says to you something like, take off that hat, or he tells you to sit over there, or if he starts talking to you like that, it's like you say, excuse me, sir, you mean please? Is there a please? Did you say please take off my hat? Did you say please go sit over there? Do you realize that there's a man present? Do you realize what I am and who I am? He says go sit over there, and you do it. I got jurisdiction over you. Say take off the hat. Excuse me? Are you addressing me? Is that the way you address every man? You just walk around town and say, you point to some man and say, take off that hat? You tell women, hey, take off that dress? Is that the way you address your fellow man? And the judge would be like, what? It's like, sir, you know I'm a man, right? See, so all you guys want to do all these notices and say, oh, I'm a man, well, fucking act like one. How about try to act like one? Instead of saying then the judge will just say, sit down, or take up the hat, or go sit over there. Well, I thought you just said you were a man. Yeah, well, now you're just a little bitch. Because he just told you to do that, or he's a little puppet. And now you just did because he told you to take up the hat and sit over there. It's like, oh, yeah, we're really going to man over you. Yeah, really. Just because you say it, it's a lifestyle. You got to act it. Now that you said it, perform. Now that you said it, do it. Oh, the judge says, I said it was funny, Jeff, all week long it was funny. We were coming up with new ways to say something or do something in court. I said, look, this isn't a one-trick pony. Just wing it. If it's an old white judge or a young cutie pie woman judge or a Jewish lady or a Hispanic gay-looking lady, you have to improvise. It's not going to work with everybody. So you got to. The other way we did with the judges is say, you did your spiel saying, I'm a man and I'm president of court, da da da, and the judge said, yeah, great, sit down, take off your hat. He says, hat? What hat? Are you talking about my property? What? Are you trying to tell another man what he can and cannot do with his property? Is this a public building? What's that?
One of the things that was cool was when you had man and person, and then how the words down the column parallel connected.
Oh, yeah, the connection between man and person, how they almost like flow. That's right. Yeah. What we're saying is how the legal system has their words and the words of man run parallel, but it's just a little tiny bit different. Where you say, well, I'm a man, it's like, well, you're a person. And people don't really distinguish the two because you're led to believe that word man and person were like, synonyms. And honestly, they're in law, in good law, there is no synonyms. It can't be ambiguous. It has to be precise. It's like the law of gravity or something like that. You might deny, that you might say that the law of gravity is infringing on your rights or your sovereign abilities, but you're still going to be held to, and you're going to be bound by that law of gravity, regardless how much you protest or file a motion saying that it's interfering with your sovereign rights or your God-given rights, because you're not sovereign. Because sovereign means you possess God-like qualities, and if you are truly sovereign, like God is, the law of gravity does not abide to him. You can't be. He's not held by the same set of laws that we are. So when people say I'm sovereign, I laugh at them because there is no such thing in my capacity, my belief system, of me ever calling myself a sovereign until I possess godlike qualities, because that's what a sovereign is. Something that the laws do not apply to a sovereign. So obviously the laws of gravity apply. Because somebody said that about the laws of gravity, and that's what I try to tell people all the time. You would have tried to say you're sovereign. Well, truly you're not. Because there are laws of nature. You will die. You will hit the ground when you fall. You can try to, avoid the inevitable for as long as you wish. But you're all bound by certain laws. And the way it is always portrayed on the national media is that we're running around the world. And Jimmy Carter got cancer the other day. And he was saying, like, the biggest achievement he ever did was spread, like, democracy around the world. And I'm like, holy cow, so kill the one liable for all this nonsense going on? That 51% are going to kill the 49% because they voted on it? So the 49% die or get everything taken away from them because the 51% voted against the 49? That's what a democracy is. It's mob rule. And instead of like somebody like me who's like, hey, we should have anarchy. Oh, anarchy. Oh, we were all trained and conditioned in school that anarchy is a horrible, evil word. No. Anarchy means we're all equal, that there is nobody that reigns above us. There's not a king. There's not a legislative branch. There's not a dictator. We are all self-governing. There is nobody that governs us. We self-govern. Anarchy doesn't mean mayhem and chaos and murder. You know what means chaos, mayhem, and murder? Chaos, mayhem, and murder. Anarchy is a completely, every word stands alone. But the media or public school will try to convince you that anarchy means chaos, murder, and death. And they'll teach you that democracy means love, joy, beauty, women's rights, rights for the disenfranchised, race, religion, sexual orientation. No, it's not. It's mob rules. When 51% can control the 49, guess what's going to happen? The 49 is going to be stripped of everything because the 51, guess what? They're called human beings. And they're greedy, average, gluttonous, and they couldn't have one damn bit of concern for the people who are not like them. They have no compassion or pity. And they're going to take everything away. Because why? Because they're the entitled ones. So, like I said, we were just talking about stuff like that this week, too. I don't want to talk about this case, but it's basically a right to privacy issue, and it basically has to do with beliefs. Like, what do you believe you saw? Oh, I believe I saw space aliens. Are you sure that wasn't a hologram? What? Are you sure that's not just like some sort of hologram? You know, that the government's just messing with you. Well, it could be, but no, I saw those space aliens for sure. Well, would it surprise you if I showed you that it's just zeros and ones that you saw, that it was just a digital image, that it was only like a certain wavelength, a spectrum of light, you know? Would that convince you if I could manifest it here today, if I could recreate it? And then when you do it, it's like, holy cow, I guess that's all it was. Yes, there was no Martians. Nobody was harmed. Nobody was injured in the making of that hologram. You know, there's no damage. So where does your case lie now? When there's no injured, harmed, or, you know, damaged party, where does it lie? I don't think you have a case. So you want to rethink it? Or do you want to take this to trial, and I'll put on this show in an open court? So like I said, sometimes you want to take it to trial and get it into an open court. Sometimes you just want to nip it in the bud, and like with Gus, you know, before the judge said, no, we're going to hold this over for a felony. We're going to send this over for an indictment at the grand jury level. And thank God the next day the prosecutor just said, no, well, I'm not taking it to the grand jury. As a matter of fact, I'm going to dismiss this. We're done. So that's what I try to do, is try to explain to them before even having to teach people how to go to court. It's like, well, this is how you perform. This is what you say. This is what you don't say. How about we just write some letters? And how about we just show them that by taking this into an open court, how their claim or their case will not prevail? How about we just show them in a form of writing and explain to them? Because who was I writing a letter for this week? Remember that guy called me? It was a great damn letter. Oh, was it the Canadian guy? Oh, we were laughing our asses off. The lady said, we can't reply anymore. Respond. Oh, respond. Please respond. Please respond within like 30 days. So please respond. And she was basically threatening to play, please respond in 30 days or we may seek legal action. I said, go get the word respond out of the dictionary. Send it to her. Said, how many different variations of the word define exist in the dictionary? It's like 4. I said, good. Send her the word respond from the dictionary and ask her which one of these 4 definitions of the word response that she wants you to respond in, you know, in a timely manner to, because if you respond in a manner in which she doesn't, you know, recognize as a proper response, she's going to move this into a court, and, you know, please ask her to respond as soon as possible, and like circle what you believe the word respond means, and tell her, can you please do it, you know, in a timely manner. And if she does not respond in a timely manner to clarify the word respond, that you are going to move this into an open court, and you're going to seek compensation for, you know, loss of, you know, time or, you know, harm or injury. You know, we're going to make up something. But it's just funny how we were spinning it back on them and saying, oh, if you don't respond in a timely manner, we are going to seek legal action. I was like, okay, well, define respond. How do you wish me to respond? In the written language, in verbal communications, in smoke signals. There's 4 definitions for the word respond. Which way would you wish me to respond? I said, this is what I'm trying to teach people, is just have fun with this. Keep writing letters back and forth. And that way, they can't never move you into an open court, because all you're doing is getting clarification of their letter. That you're trying to communicate with them, but you don't see or understand where they're coming from. And you're just trying to act in a civil, competent manner. You're not doing all this hate nonsense, because I forgot what he first said. It was all ridiculous. You know, like cease and desist and all that. I said, no, have fun with their letter. He says, well, they said they won't respond anymore in the written form, that everything they want to do is through the telephone because they're getting very frustrated with the letters. So I said, guess what? Let's do this for fun. I bet you if you send them a letter saying, like, Dear Jane, I got your letter saying that you no longer communicate in a written form. How do you wish to respond from now on, from here henceforth, for I do not have access to a phone at my disposal, and how other forms of communication do you wish to convey thought? If you wish to do it by cable or telegraph or smoke signals, and if it is smoke signals, what do we do at night or on cloudy days? Just be a goofball. Because she said, on a photo, I don't appreciate you playing games with me. And all he was doing was being literal. And it drives them nuts. She says, you know what the answers I want to hear. I said, well, then just tell if you already know the answers that you want to hear from me, why don't you just say you had a phone call with me and just write the damn answers down anyway? So he went, obviously, to one lady, to another lady, to a supervisor, so they kept moving him around on the phone. Because nobody got what they would say is a straight answer. You're not playing a game. They're supposed to say you're a Canadian citizen, not just say define citizen. Define Canadian. I believe I'm a man. Do you believe I'm Canadian? I believe I'm a man. Now, I don't know if I've ever seen a Canadian. Now, what actual Canadian am I? Am I Canadian maple syrup? Am I Canadian footwear? Am I Canadian flag? Just what Canadian am I? Can you define what type of Canadian I am?
Bacon.
Yeah, bacon. Yeah. Canadian beer. Whatever. Canadian what? So it's pretty funny. So let's just have fun with the letters for a while.
The income tax is voluntary, and it isn't. When it was created in 1862, it was for federal privileges. That's why you get federal income tax. It was for government was loaning out money for the railroads and whatnot. That's why you got the 1895 Pollock case that the 1913 16th Amendment overturned, which Pollock was receiving federal income, but he was argued the source. So when you go into that banana fruit company, like you were saying, it's the federal privilege. Only the bananas were the federal privilege. You have a contract with the government. The other stuff was all private, not taxable. It's federal income. That's the key to that.
You voluntarily walked into being considered a U.S. citizen. You voluntarily did it. If you became a Boy Scout, this was a great thing I was telling you the other day. Remember I was saying, if you became a part of the Boy Scout Society and you did something wrong, you get the merit badges. If you walked, if you're part of the Wicca Society or some hell demon cult society, you lose your left earlobe. Okay?
Let me finish my thought.
Nobody forced you to accept the benefits. Nobody forced you to be a Wiccan. Nobody forced you
I agree.
to be a Boy Scout.
I agree. Let me finish my thought for the people that aren't aware. But in the 40s, when the government was contracted with Ford Motor Company, whoever, for the war, they just split the companies with these legalese terminology. So everybody thought their earnings was all of a sudden income, and they used Donald Duck. You could volunteer to give your money if you wanted to. You could volunteer. You could be a good American, good patriot. Even though you didn't have to. But that's what it was. Anything that's federally connected, federal income, only that is allowable for the tax. It's mandatory. So Harry Reid was right when it's voluntary and it's also mandatory.
The way I look at it is the man called me up today. He's first class sergeant. What was his name? Bernard something Thompson. Nice man. Black man from Texas. He wants me to help him with a custody case. He lives in Colorado. Nice man. And he said to me, he says, he called me, he says, I'm one of your citizens. I said, thank you. I said, so you're a member of my family. So what I'm saying about being a citizen, it's not that, it's like you're a member of the family. And if you're a member of the family, like today, I just bought 2 shipping containers, one for my children because their room is getting flooded, my mom said, and one for my mom to put her garden implements in there. So I said to this man sitting next to me, I said, look, now I'm a citizen. I'm a part of the family again. I'm an active member of the society. And now if I want benefits, like my children give me a freaking hug or a birthday card or a Father's Day card, they're going to expect certain taxes from me. They're going to tax me. They're going to labor me. They're going to not force me, but they're going to put a strain on me. And now I'm going to have to give 33% now instead of just taking it and buying unicorns and pinwheels. I'm going to actually have to buy shipping containers and diapers or whatever else the hell I have to buy because I want to be part of this cult of this society. I want to be a citizen of good standing. What the United States is doing is they're basically saying, look, if you want the privileges and be able to wave the flag high and scream USA, USA at Olympic events, we expect a certain, contribution from you. We want a donation from you. It's voluntary, and but once you sign up, if you don't act in accordance, like if you're not a good dad, this is what we're going to do to you. We're going to ostracize you. We're not going to give you the benefits. So that's the way I look at it. If you want to be a member of the United States, God bless you. If you want to be an active person, God bless you. And
hey, Carl, for me and you, for you and I, it's voluntary. But people like Lois Lerner, when she wanted to plead the fifth, she was receiving a federal income, a federal benefit. She had a duty and obligation to return the tax, it's a federal income, return of tax. You're returning a privilege. But anyway, I was going to get on to my main question. Here's my question. Barack Hussein Obama has a duty and obligation to protect the borders. Could he be held liable?
Is he a constitutional president, or is he the chief executive officer of the United States Corporation?
Let me finish my question, and you'll see where I'm going with this.
All right, yeah.
That woman in California allegedly was murdered by an illegal alien. So, based upon the comments you made about Bill Clinton...
She was murdered by a man.
Okay, yes. We know that. But based upon what you said about...
I don't know he was an illegal alien. Do you know what illegal alien means?
Based on what you said about Bill Clinton...
Dude, answer this. Shut this guy up. No, you're going to answer this effing question. What's an illegal alien? What is the actual definition of illegal alien?
You went Gordon Hall on me there for a minute.
What is the definition of illegal alien?
Shut this guy up.
What is illegal alien? Tell me what does the word illegal mean?
All I know is Bill Clinton had to answer a claim in Arkansas.
Dude, answer the question. What is an illegal alien?
So I'm just wondering who could...
The legal society can't lien him. Okay, they have no jurisdiction. Dude, asshole, shut up and listen. Okay? An illegal alien means the legal society has no capacity to lien upon him. They have no jurisdiction on him, okay? That's what illegal alien means. Now, I don't know if you think it means about some clown who jumps over the border, but that's not the definition of an illegal alien, okay?
I would like to get my question out.
Illegal alien. Dude, if he's an illegal alien, then obviously the legal society cannot lien upon him, okay? Their codes, their statutes, and their laws and their rules cannot apply to him, okay? That's not applicable to him, okay?
I'd like to get my question out.
So a man killed him, okay? A man killed him. A man killed that woman, okay? Now, if you want to say an illegal alien killed a woman, that's ridiculous because you don't even know what the word illegal alien. Why don't you say some Martian killed that woman? That's about as ridiculous as you just sounded.
Let me rephrase the question. There's a debate about Obama and the illegal aliens, the borders, or whatever in the news media. Who, if any, could he be held liable for this since the alleged man, or the man, is allegedly an illegal alien? Could the president, be held liable?
To answer your own question, how could one man be liable for another man's death? Tell me.
Because he has duties and obligations, right?
No, he has duties and obligations to his fellow man.
So why is he acting as the end-all, be-all border man? Why is he even talking about it?
Okay, he's the end-all of okay, what are you doing on your behalf to secure and protect the borders? Why is it up to this man to do it? Why not you? What are you doing?
I'm in Yuma, Arizona.
If this is such a damn big concern to you, what are you doing? Why are you stepping up and acting like a man and taking on liability as well? What are you doing? Oh, you're not paying your property taxes, not paying income taxes, I bet too. What are you doing to step up?
I was going off the information you shared about Bill Clinton and the claim he answered. I was just wondering if that's relative with Obama.
Dude, you're all over the freaking board. You're all over the freaking board. What do you mean does Barack Obama have a liability? What do you mean have a liability? Liability for what? Some man decided to go any place he wishes to travel on planet Earth. nobody can stop another man from going over any place on planet Earth. I can go from point A to point B, any place on planet Earth I wish. I have just as much right to access planet Earth as you do, or any other man on planet Earth.
Is he responsible for this?
Should Barack Obama be liable for not allowing that man, for stopping that man from coming over the border? Oh, absolutely. No man should have enough capacity to stop another man to go from point A to point B. Any place on planet Earth he wishes to travel. It's like some UN charter from 1946.
Hello?
It's like Clause 32 or Clause number 3 that says that
Should have got muted and unmuted.
There's no borders. That man has the right, the capacity to travel from point A to point B, any place he wishes. That there can't be any walls, fences, passports, or anything that interfere with a man's right to.
It appears in the news media that Barack Obama does claim some kind of responsibility for the Border Patrol.
Because it's backwards. Because you people believe in borders. You people believe in fences. You people believe in it. I don't. I believe the man has the right to travel any place he wishes. He can go speak and act any way he wants, and he's ultimately liable for his actions. No other man is liable for that man's actions.
Carl, I and everyone else have heard you say that, like, if you have a problem with a court clerk, you go to their manager. Who the fuck is the Border Patrol's manager?
I don't care about what I'm trying to say. Is why is there? Oh, look, you're trying to say there should be a Border Patrol, right? You're saying that the government should build walls, build fences, and keep a man from going to point A from point B, wherever he wishes, right? We should all be putting fences, and people in Iowa shouldn't be able to go to Illinois, and people in Illinois shouldn't be able to go to Chicago. We should all have walls and fences because the government says, well, it's too dangerous to let them go from point A to point B, so we're going to control them because they're too dangerous. Is that what you want? You want fences all over the world?
Yeah, I believe Texans just say south of Oklahoma. That's what I think. But no, what
I know what the hell you're
responsible?
Nobody, every man is liable and responsible for their own actions, pal. Nobody's liable. That man is ultimately liable for what he did to that woman, okay? Now, should have that dad done something different when he walked with his daughter? Yeah, maybe he should have walked in front of her, okay? Maybe
there is a man called president. There are people called Border Patrol. Who manages them?
It doesn't matter. That man is ultimately liable. Okay, what you're basically saying is you want the government to be so
I'm not saying anything, Carl.
To be so entrenched in our lives that we can't fart without a passport. You want them? What do you want? What he should do? They should put chips in everybody so we know where every single person is at all times. You want to take away every single handgun and melt it down so nobody can shoot nobody anymore? Is that what you next propose? That the handgun was created so we should sue Smith & Wesson. Who else are you going to sue, buddy? Why don't you just take self-responsibility and self-liability for all your actions? Why are you trying to pass the buck on to Barack Obama? That guy's just like every other dad, every other person. He's got responsibility to his family. He's got to get up and go to bed and sleep. What do you think? What do you think? This guy's going to monitor everybody on planet Earth so you feel good? So you feel safe and secure at night?
I think Roddy just needs to lose the titles and look at people as a man or a woman, not, Obama the president, or, if Obama kidnapped a person and brought him across the border or whatever and did harm to that person, he would be liable. But
what I'm saying is with this guy trying to say, he's saying, well, shouldn't somebody be liable for not securing that fence? It's like, you know what? Good. You want to hold them liable for not securing the fence? Go ahead and keep clamoring up and down like one of these Sean Hannity kind of guys, or what's that other guy, Bill, whatever the hell he does, the other guy on Bill Irishman, whatever his name is, Bill O'Reilly. And they're screaming up and down for bigger fences, bigger walls, bigger fences, bigger walls. Just keep building, keep boxing everybody in, keep keeping everybody from traveling, make licenses harder to get, make it harder to transport from point A to point B. Make the ability for man to be free as limiting as possible so we all feel safe in our little cocoons. It's ridiculous.
And we need to lose the names they put on everybody, the labels, and just look at everybody as a fellow man or woman.
What I'm saying
first.
is it's starting to get ridiculous. It's like this guy's advocating for FEMA camps. Why can't you just put us all in FEMA camps so we can all be safe and secure from everything? Well, I don't want to be in a FEMA camp. Well, it's for your own good. There's illegal aliens out there that he's calling illegal aliens out there that might get them. So you know what? Round up your women and children and come in these FEMA camps so we can keep you safe and secure. So that way you can't sue Barack Obama because nobody could possibly get inside here. You can't leave. They can't get in. And Barack Obama can't be sued no more because he's taking care of his children because of the U.S. citizens or just a member of a family. He's taking such good care of his children, just like every mom and dad are doing nowadays. You don't see any children playing in the parks anymore. You don't see children riding bicycles anymore. All these children are kept caged at home, kept caged and locked inside of a cell, inside of their rooms. And this is what you want. You just want people to be so safe because Daddy Obama is going to make sure, I'll secure the borders, I'll secure you, I'll make sure you never get hurt and your children never get hurt and nobody will ever steal from you. You know, we got all these nice little FEMA camps that you guys could sit in, and the men will go on this side and the women go on this side, and there'll be no rape and there'll be no fights, and we'll put you all on drugs so nobody gets mad at each other and nobody gets angry, and, you know, that's what you want. That's all you're advocating for, more government control. And I'm advocating for less government control and more liability upon the man himself. And taking self-responsibility, making everybody liable for their own actions. So you have this nut job. Look at this nut job in Canada. He just chopped off this guy. He jumped on a bus, and all of a sudden he whips out a lawnmower blade, a machete, and starts hacking people's arms and legs, and he cuts people's heads off.
Oh,
the Canadian government is letting him out on work release. They just did this 2 or 3 years ago to a busload of people. And they said, well, as long as he stays on his medications, you know, he should be a functional member of society again because he just had a bad day. So why imprison him for the rest of his life when he could actually be a productive member of society? That's insane. You know, so like I said, I don't look. You know, to let the government decide. You know, the way the government acts. Like, are they trying to just release this man so he causes more chaos and mayhem in society? I don't know. Is this like a great experiment they're doing with this man to see, how many more people he could whack? I don't understand what's the purpose of letting a man who just kills people back into society to run around amongst us again.
They want him to do it again, obviously.
That's what I believe. I mean, for what? Like why? I mean, there's no way in the world you could possibly tell me, okay, you want to send him on work release? That's fine. There's a lot of penguins up there in the North Pole. Let him monitor some penguins. Okay? And if he wants to hack something, let him go hack a walrus. But don't let him back loose in Toronto. What are you out of your mind? Good. Go let him go, sweep some snow off an igloo, in Yukon territory somewhere.
Yeah, but by letting him out, he causes mayhem. He causes distractions from what's really going on. It keeps the people, busy.
Right. Puts them in fear. It keeps it right. Misdirection. Talking about this, it's just ridiculous. So you try to say, what's the agenda? What's the purpose of them doing what they're doing? It doesn't make a lick of sense. So you just say to yourself, man, this has got to be like all misdirection. It's like they say, well, this guy shot one woman, and he was from Mexico. Okay, how many other women were shot that day? Why is this guy so freaking important? Well, the agenda is, let's build big walls. Let's get government control in here. Let's people
create hate and discontent.
Let's get massive amount of paperwork and documents. Let's make sure everybody get a computer chip in them when they come over the border. Let's make sure your children all have chips in them and they have monitoring ankle bracelets so we know when they leave the school building. It's becoming a prison state. It's just like.
You want to take some more questions?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, good Christian people are going to be hankering and begging for more government control. When you guys should be going the opposite way. You guys should be saying, well, it was a tragedy. It was a horrible event, because I lived in what they call the wetback ghetto in Peoria, Arizona, on 43rd Street. If anybody lives in Arizona, they know exactly where the freak I live. And those people were great. I couldn't stand Chicanos, like people born in the United States. Oh, I'm from East LA. No, you're a bunch of lazy. They make fun of their own kind. They call a bunch of wetbacks. Those wetbacks were doctors, lawyers, teachers. But since they didn't speak our language, they mowed lawns. It's just like if I went over to China, as intelligent as people believe I am here, in China, the best job I could probably get is, making ramen noodles and maybe mowing the lawn because I don't speak Chinese. I don't write Chinese. I can't really converse with people in any kind of ball field. So the best job I'm basically going to get is, be a rickshaw driver or pick bamboo sprouts, because I don't speak the language. It doesn't mean that these people who are crossing the border are illiterate or uneducated or not hardworking or not college educated. There's a perception because we can't communicate with them. They're evil or dumb, or just, criminals. And I got extremely sick one time on a Friday, and I didn't wake up until a Sunday afternoon. I left all my tools in my truck. I left my door and the windows open because I didn't have air conditioning. I left all my CDs on my seat. I left the keys of my apartment in the tumbler on my door, and I just collapsed on the bed. I woke up on Sunday afternoon. I saw two Mexican women looking in the door to see if this white man was dead or alive. And I got up and I felt a little bit better. I said, oh my God, I left my door open in my truck, wide open, left all the CDs, the little dicks walked in there. They could have taken my truck, taken all my tools, and they didn't, because even though I was a white man in wetback ghetto, they realized I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning when they did, and they went to work. And when I got home, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, they were already home at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, barbecuing and hanging out, drinking beer. But they realized this white guy, he had the same reason why they were working 5, 6 days a week. He must be, a good man because he's working hard. So they respected me as a good, hard worker, even though we couldn't communicate verbally. We both had respect for we all had respect for each other. Now, if I did that in a not a wetback ghetto, but if I did that in a white trash mobile home neighborhood, all my tools would have been gone. My truck would have been stolen. I wouldn't expect to see one thing in my apartment when I woke up. But like I said, because these were decent people, just because, like Donald Trump said, they're all criminals and rapists, whole bull. They could have done anything they wanted to me. It's like 10,000 of them against one white guy. It would have been a slaughter. And they didn't. So I don't want to hear it. So anytime anybody makes fun of, like, people who come over from Mexico or come over from Germany, whatever, we had a flood of 1 million Germans come in. Everybody would love it. Oh, look at all the blue-eyed, blonde-haired people. Oh, we love it. I hope they move in next door next to me. It's ridiculous. They're people. It's a man. It's a woman. I don't want to hear it. I don't go through that hate crap. I'm playing that game with these people.
I want to talk about documents and what we should do if you actually went to court. They made an order for you for an imprisonment or to pay a large sum of money, and it got stayed for 1 month. And this was in February this year. So it's been about another 5-6 months already, and they haven't actually came and arrested me. But what actually should be in the document? I know that you have to write 2 notices. One notice is a separate one for I, a man, is an idiot to your society and cultures. Also, should you actually put in the definition from etymology online, where it actually says layman, and then it says the word person, lacking professional skill, opposed to writer, soldier, skilled workman, literally private person. Is that contradictive when the definition actually says the word person, when you're trying to say that you are standing as a man?
Okay. The big thing is, what court are you going into tomorrow?
Magistrate's court. I'm in Australia, Melbourne. So it's a magistrate's court.
The only problem with is using terms, Chinese terms, Japanese terms, in a legalese or man terms in a legalese court is they have no clue what you're saying, and they don't have to comprehend it, and they don't have to notice it, and they don't have to recognize it, because you're in the wrong freaking court. Those words don't exist. All the prosecutor is going to say is like, Your Honor, I can't answer this because these words don't exist, and these definitions don't exist in the legal world, in our legal terminology. There's no way for me to answer him in a legal manner because he's not speaking legalese. I don't know what language he's speaking. He knows you're speaking to him as a man, but he's acting as a legal person at that time. And he only has a duty and obligation to speak in legal terms. He doesn't have a duty and obligation to speak in whatever gibberish you want to bring into the court.
So how do you actually notice the court that you weren't standing as a person, you were standing as a man?
You write a letter to the prosecutor, and you tell the prosecutor you understand what I am and who I am. First you start with that. Did you do that?
No.
That's what you need to do. You always need to start to write letters to this man who's acting as a prosecutor, because he knows he's a man. He knows you're a freaking man.
And you have to tell them, look, I'd love to be a defendant in your lovely little legalese land, but I'm not confident as a person. I'm not confident as, and they give them all those damn definitions that you're relying upon when you're talking to him in a letter form, man to man. But if you try to put it into his court, it's like, the guy's like, look, Your Honor, I'm trying to play tennis, and this clown keeps throwing basketballs over the freaking net. I can't respond. I can't answer back to basketballs. This is a tennis court. Tell this guy to stop throwing damn basketballs over the net at me. Yeah. So we can play this is my court, this is my damn game. I paid to be here. Tell this guy to play by the rules. So that's the reaction you're going to get from the prosecutor. So you better get to the prosecutor way before you go to court, the guy who's setting up the game, and saying, yeah, I heard that you summoned me to this lovely tennis game, this tennis match, but honestly, I only know how to play basketball. And honestly, I don't see anywhere in law that requires I, a man, to learn how to play tennis.
Yeah, I'm talking about like in the past now, because this happened in February this year. So I'm trying to actually correct the court, because they issued a fine for $70,000, and they gave me or an imprisonment for 476 days with a 1-month stay, and this was 6 months ago.
Why do you do that with that other guy, the guy Felix did? Remember the guy Felix who called me up on my show and he sent me that Kruger hat? And he sent me that, what do they call those coats that don't get wet? Those, I'm trying to remember the name of the coat the man sent me. I'm trying to tell him thank you on the show because I know he listens. You know, stay dry hat, you know, stay wet, you know, stay dry coat. But anyway, he sent me a Kruger hat and it's nice dust, okay? Because he had a letter come to him from from some sort of traffic or motor vehicles event that happened. It was $600 over there, 600 koalas or, 600 roos, whatever your monetary system is over there. And I said, so what? I said, so you got a $600 and you want to keep your license and all this other crap. So what? I don't care if you got a $6 billion, fine or whatever. Who cares? He says, well, I didn't do anything about it. So the sheriff's department sent me a letter saying we're going to send our deputies over there, and they're going to come into your place, and they're going to take your property, and they're going to, auction it off to pay for the debt that you failed to pay. So I said, let's write the sheriff a lovely letter and say to him, we're more than glad to pay the debt, and all I have at this time is, one kanga or one roo or one koala to pay or whatever the denomination is over there, whatever the coin of the realm is over there at this time. Right, whatever it is, right. And, it's $1. Okay, whatever it is. I don't know. And I'm saying to the man, whatever you got in your pocket. I don't care if you call it a freaking roo. I don't care if you call it a walnut or a pineapple. All I got is one pineapple in my pocket at this time to pay the debt. And and I've been trying to negotiate a settlement, and I'm just trying to get these people to accept my payment on the debt because I believe I owe the debt. I believe it's true, and I believe that you have the right to collect. So, would you, if you extract any more from my person at this time, other than that, you're going to cause harm to man. And we wrote a lovely letter back to the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department wrote a lovely letter back. He says, okay, at this time, we're not going to send the deputies down to your property, and the lady you need to talk to is like Susie over in, not collections, but Susie at payments or something like that. You could get to the payment department, and she'll be more than glad to negotiate taking your $1 a year, whatever it is, for the next 600 years. You can negotiate with her over that matter. And the sheriff's department at this time will no longer be, coming after you. What did you call me up about yesterday?
It was for a loss of license. No, it was actually that they impounded my car.
Right.
It was for demerit points. Yeah, so it was the second time apparently I've got a license and they.
Oh yeah. Okay, guys. So this was a good guy.
And you gave me some good advice. I've been looking at the.
Okay, what did I give you? Tell the people what I told you instead of me telling what I told you to do.
Yeah, sure. So I think you mentioned probably the best way to go down is to look down under, to go down the path of how do the native Aboriginals use the law to get their cars back.
Okay, because you were trying to say, how do I get out of this matrix? I think you were going down that crazy matrix.
Correct.
Blue, red pill path, right? And you were like, I'm tired of this matrix. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of I said, dude, chill. The answer's so effing easy. It's not. How do I get out of this matrix? How do I get out of this legal person? How do I get out? And I just told you, well, let's look at it this way. Let's say one of the Aborigines get a Subaru Jeep or whatever the hell you guys drive on the wrong side of the road with the wrong steering wheels. The guy never drives a car in his life, gets behind one, and next thing you know, he winds up in Sydney or Melbourne. And they go, where's your license? Where's your registration? Where's your date of birth? And he goes, what's your name? He's got click, clack, click, clack. It's like, no, I want to know your name. Click, 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 clack, clack. Whatever the hell crazy language they got. The cop's going to run him in, obviously. The cop's going to impound his vehicle, obviously. And obviously, the guy's going to get an interpreter that's going to go click, clack, and the guy's going to be like, click, 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 clack, clack, whatever the hell he's going to do. Made all these kind of bird noises. And next thing you know, he gets his car and goes back home. How did he do that? And I said to him, that's where your answer lies. If you don't want to be a legal person, what do the Aboriginals do when they come out of their society and away from their culture, away from their way of belief of driving on the correct side of the road like we do in America, and not that crazy way you guys drive in Australia, and he decides to drive on the left like you're still, like, right-hand side like you belong, how does he break away from the legal system? How does he get his car back? And how does he get let alone from the legal society from now on? I said, the answer is there. Go research it. So now what have you found?
But they had some kind of, that's right, they put artwork on their vehicle. That's what it was. They would put artwork on their vehicle, and that would make it some form of a religious, it'd have some form of connection, and that somehow would allow them to keep the car. So I'm not sure if that is the right answer. It's only been a few hours, but I'm working on it.
Was that in a code that you found that? An act?
Yeah, it was in an act. And I'm trying to recall exactly which one it was, and it seemed to be that they would, they would use this quite frequently. They would paint some kind of tribal image on the vehicle, and that would automatically make it
his property.
Yeah, that's right. And his place of worship or along those lines.
Well, who cares what's on the vehicle? It's your property.
No, dude. Listen to this man from Australia, because I was working with this man yesterday, okay? What I'm trying to say, and what he's going to find it is they are establishing they are from another society. So the legal society cannot enjoin them in their rules, customs, practices, policies, and beliefs, or their codes, or their laws, or their rules. We are separate people. Yes, we have to occupy the same land in peace and harmony and tranquility and bear full liability for acts, but we don't have to abide by your rules.
I've got exactly what it was here. It was a sacred work. So artwork, rituals, lands are inalienable right for them. Seems like they are painting art on their cars and using it as sacred property, just like in the Constitution or in Protestant religion, religious belief and ritual.
Mate, I can hear like so much noise behind you, and it's you're really soft in your voice.
Okay, my apologies. Would you like me to speak up?
Well, well, it's hard. There's people talking in the background. Hear a female voice.
Yeah, what I'm basically trying to say to both of you guys. Let me try to get this. Maybe not crystal clear. Let me try it one more time.
Yeah, please.
What I'm trying to do is they're giving notice. Okay, notice. You see, we do it with paper, pen, and ink. They're doing it with chalk or koala blood on the side of their car, whatever. They're communicating a message to the other side, and an ability that they could convey that they understand. This is some sort of a symbol they're putting on. This is the hieroglyphics. We use A, B, C, D, F, G, and those are two of our hieroglyphics. It's not. It's a picture. The alphabet is a picture. It's hieroglyphics. It's an etching. It's no different than what they're doing. These symbols. That's what we use. We use symbols, even though we're so much more educated and so much more enlightened, because we use A, B, C, D, F, G, and they make these squiggly lines. But it's the same damn thing. They're conveying a thought that yes, we are here on planet Earth just like you people are, and we wish to go from point A to point B like you people do. But don't think you're going to put your rules, your responsibilities, your hang-ups on us, because we believe that it does not abide to it. You cannot, we do not have to subscribe to it to occupy the roadway just as you do. So what they're doing is, I'm trying to tell people all the time, which I would have told this guy once he establishes
an understanding of what's going on other than just listening to call, by listening to other people and reading code, and he'll see where the answer lies, that you have to communicate with the other side. If you don't want to be a legal person, fine. If you don't want to be bound by the legal codes and legal licensing, fine. Communicate with the other side in a form that both sides can understand it. I'm just a man, and I wish to go from point A to point B. I do not wish to cause harm to any other man. I believe that, I will, cause, if I cause harm, that I've got the ability to right the wrong in which, I may, a cause to my fellow man. And not only do I believe that I can do that in such a manner, but I've got a bond posted, or I got insurance, that I got covered on this vehicle, because I believe that your main concern is that if I cause harm to an Australian citizen, that you're going to have to pick up the debt in which I can't cover. But believe me, I could cover the debt that I befalls upon any man by my actions or my inactions by taking my property from point A to point B. If this is not, what you basically got to do in negotiations, what you're basically saying to them, if this is not acceptable to you, please, tell me what you accept. You see what I'm saying? You're basically saying, let's work this out. You worked it out with the Aboriginals by pointing the paintings. I'm sure you could work it out with me.
Well, what about, look, having read all this, and you take particular, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders do get, I wouldn't say necessarily advantages, but they do get particular kind of leeway in certain areas, right? Understandably. However, when I take a look at this, there almost is, the only avenue that I can see from here personally, unless I'm a Torres Strait Islander or Aboriginal, is to challenge the verdict or the charge and say, hey, look, the fact of the matter is, whatever, no matter what you think I've done, obviously, I haven't done any harm to anybody. The fact that you're taking my car and causing so much difficulty to get to work and whatever comes with it is unacceptable, right? So I'm just taking the path of thinking, I'll have to go to court, challenge it. In the meantime, I listen to what you say, and it seems to be, why don't you challenge it before it even gets there? But how do I tackle that, directly with the police station and the police officers? It's so hard to do, right? I mean, I'm going to say, I'm sure that there's a way to do it, so I'm getting there. But saying to them, hey, I'm just no different from Aboriginal, and I'm also sure this has been done before, it is going to be challenging, right?
Okay,
but,
what I'm basically trying to say is, before there is a problem, and a cop pulls you over, you just point to the symbol, like the Aborigines. They point to the symbol on the side of their door, and they say to the cop, "Oh, you must be new. You must not know what this squiggly line on my door means." Of course, I've got no freaking idea. He'll say, "Well, you better call up your supervisor, or here's a piece of paper I carry with me, and we'll explain it to you all. Take it back to your squad car, or keep a copy, and it'll explain what this squiggly line on the side of my car is, and the government has no problem with me doing what I'm doing, because I've already settled this, because I knew I was going to running through a situation. So I knew that, I know when I walk out this door, get in my car, and I go down the road, and I got no tags, no license plates, nothing on my vehicle, I'm going to get stopped. So before I do that, I've got to communicate with the other side of what my intents are and why I'm doing what I'm doing." And I said, whatever the Aboriginals are doing, because I'm sure they're living under their own rules, their own codes, their own societal beliefs, I'm sure that the legal society cannot put them in jail, cannot take their cause, cannot do anything to them, but let them be as they wish to be.
Well, circumstances as they are now, right? So you're right. I mean, and having read and looked at a whole bunch of stuff since that period, and again, I'm only a freshman, I would say that, it makes a lot of sense to me. Is there an order, so on and so forth? Like I'm all for it. I'm printing T-shirts, but circumstances that are now, the vehicle has been impounded. I didn't sign any documents saying I'm going to take the vehicle. I refused to give information. It pissed me right off, and I want to, do something now, right? So that's what I'm at. Whether it be, going down this path, whatever.
Okay, I'm trying to think what you'd have equivalent in Australia compared to what we have here in the United States, like something called like risk management, like a finance department
down there and just basically showing them that you have a receipt or that you are the proper owner of that property that, wherever it's located in Australia, and you just wish the immediate return of your property. And then you believe that no man or woman or no person on planet Earth will ever come forward and claim that they have any interest in that property.
Could that be a letter from the person or the man that you actually bought the car off?
If you could find that, man, that's even better, man. Yeah, you could sign it.
I got one. If
he could make a statement saying that, yes, I sold this man I turned my property, I conveyed it to this man for this, for fair and just compensation. Don't say money, just say fair and just compensation. That I conveyed my property over this man for fair and just compensation, and I will testify in court that that's true. That's all he has to write. Nothing else. Don't bother mentioning it's a blue Subaru Outback, whatever you guys drive down there. On the wrong side of the road.
So wait, the word property.
Huh? Yeah, the major word is property. Yeah. And then that property is yours. You don't have to say anything fancy like I'm the titled whatever, I'm the owner. No, just say I'm a man. That's my property, and I will bring another man forth before the court to say that I gave fair and just compensation in the conveyance of this property on April 9th, 1999, from Farmer Joe, and here's his affidavit to support that fact. Now, I require you to release my property, into my possession immediately. Have a blessed day. God save the koala or the queen, whatever you guys worship over there, and have a nice day.
Why are you looking at the codes? I'm like, if it's just your property, why don't you actually say, well, that's my property, you have no right or claim to it. This is how I have proof of my property.
Because they got a gun pointed at your head. That's why.
Well, this is the thing, right? So you look at it. I mean, there was a Supreme Court ruling in Adelaide, I believe, and they said that this impounding vehicles was actually illegal, right?
Okay.
And they brought in the property. So that was 2012. Yet they're still doing it frivolously, taking people's cars randomly, taking just bullshit. It's disgusting.
Okay, well, it's because nobody's addressing the fact that I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I don't have an effing car. I don't know what the hell an effing car is. Is that something I wear on top of my hat, or something after I yell after I step on a pile of kangaroo crap? I don't know what the hell a car is. Defined in their terms. What do they call a car? I don't have a clue because I don't speak legalese. Okay, when me and my friend says, hey, man, we're going to trade 12,000 roos, what does a 12,000 roo mean to you guys? It obviously means something different in Australia than it means to me over here in the United States. Okay? It's a totally different language. So when you come over here and we order up 12,000 roos, you're going to say, what? You're crazy. There's no way in the world to make 12,000 roos in this car. Yes, I will. Watch. Oh, no way. Yes, way. So the same thing with a car. What do you mean by car? What are you talking about a car? I'm talking about a car. I'm talking about something that looks like this. Do you see something that looks like this laying around in a parking lot over there somewhere? In that fence? In the area? Yeah, that's my property. Oh, you mean your car? Car, sir, look, all I know is that's my property. Nobody's going to say this. Is it stolen property? No. Did anybody say it's stolen? No. Do you have any report that somebody else is claiming it's theirs? No. Is anybody else on planet? No. I'm the only man who's come forth to claim the property, right? The only reason why this government exists is to secure and protect the property of man until man comes forth to make the claim for the property? Yes, well, I'm the man who's coming forth to make the claim for the property. Release it immediately. Thank you very kindly. If you know, it's just real simple.
Right. Okay. No, that's
We're going to have to move on. We have a lot more people.
Okay. I'm just trying to hope to catch up with Felix, too, because Felix and me wrote a hell of a letter yesterday. And Felix was the one who was going to be sent to jail because he helped a man come into Australia by using his ID from Malaysia to be a software developer. And the man made a lot of money over there and did not pay any income taxes. So when he left to go back home, the real Felix was left holding the bag from the ATO and the Australian tax office over there. And he was looking at going to jail.
And he was, that was some pretty serious stuff he did, getting the man over the country and the border. That's pretty crazy. But anyway, what we were very fortunate is that the lady basically communicated a threat. The lady just said, oh, do you want to be a smart guy about this? Do you want to take me to court? Do you want to take the ATO to court? Okay, when you take me to court, when you take us to court, and you're going to lose, and you will lose, not only are we going to do this, this, and this to you, put you in jail, we're going to also do this, this, and this to you. So you know what? You better settle with us now, or you're going to wish you did, when we're done with you. So that was just pure extortion. ATO Gambino lady, thank you very much for giving me proof of your attempt at extortion and communicating threats to me in the form of a written document. Thank you very much, and I'll be more than glad to entertain you in my court now, as I'm going to file a claim of extortion and communicating threats to your fellow man. Have a lovely, blessed day, and we'll see you in court real soon. And then he called me up in, I think it was January, February. He calls me up in January, February, and says, hey, Carl, I got a phone call from that lady today. I said, yeah, what does she want to talk to you about? Oh, she wanted me to sign a confirmation letter. And I told her, no way, I'm not signing anything with the government. I said, buddy, do you have any idea what a confirmation letter is? He goes, no. I said, you got to call her up on that phone immediately. What she wants to do is she wants to drop the case in its entirety, and she's just asking, are you okay that we don't want to prosecute you anymore? That's all she's saying. Will you please allow us to stop prosecuting you? He said, is that what she wants to do? I said, yes. She doesn't want to prosecute you no more. She wants it to go away. He says, oh, I thought she wanted me to confess to something. No, she realizes what she did. She realizes what you have the capacity to do to her as a fellow man by communicating threats to you in writing, by her own words, by her own hand. And she realizes, she asked somebody in the legal department, can he really do this? Did I really do that to him? And somebody legal said, oh, you better believe you just communicated a threat, and you better believe he could hold you liable. And she just wants to drop the case in entirety. Now, if I was you, I would sign it and walk away. If it was me, I'd say, oh, no, honey cakes, you're going to keep moving your case against me. You're going to keep doing it, and you're going to lose. And when you lose, not only when you're going to lose your case against me, I'm going to flip it on to the common law side, and I'm going to hold you liable. So you're going to wind up paying me big time, and your boss is going to pay me, and whoever runs this chicken Mickey Mouse outfit over here, they're going to pay me as well. So no, I wouldn't let her or the ATO drop the case against me. I don't give a damn right now if I owe a gazillion dollars in ATO back taxes, fine, and penalty. Ultimately, this woman committed a crime. I might just made a clerical error. I might have made a brief judgment of negligence. You know what? She communicated a threat and committed extortion on a common law side. Yes, I might have done something on the statutory side. You know what? Fine. The only problem is this is a common law land. And I guarantee she talked to somebody illegal, said, can he really take me to the common law side? Can he hold me liable as a woman communicating a threat to a man? I guarantee they said, absolutely. And she said, oh, well, what do I do? It's like, you better make this guy just wish that he's glad that you leave him alone and we walk away from this one.
Can I just clarify? So I need to actually write correspondence, a letter to the prosecutor, right? And make it really short. Three sentences.
The way you write it is you write, Dear Bob, I believe you're the man whose acts, and you put acts in big words, okay, big capital S, acts as prosecutor for this matter, okay? So you're showing to him, you realize this is all just a big act.
Oh, that's what we said. She said, am I held by a latch to speak at this court? My proper answer is in written form. Is there a law that my proper answer couldn't be in written form? Something like that. And that's pretty much all she said the whole time. And finally the judge said, well, I'm going to read it. And so he stopped and he started reading. Then I noticed as we finished, she came back by me and sat down. And the judge said, well, this is a criminal, because after she went back in her home, and the lawyer from the different court was there as well. And they was going to, the judge said this is a criminal charge, that you could go to jail for quite some time. He was telling her, but she trespassed on her property. It's like, how could you trespass on your own property? So basically, they was trying to scare her. And when the judge was saying all this, he said he was going to sign the other side's order that she can't file nothing else in the court, that this was a criminal act, but this is a bankruptcy court, so how could he say this is criminal? But anyways, he said, do you have the order ready? He was asked the other side. They was like, no. He said, well, put the order before me so I can sign it. And he said, you can appeal this, my order, at any time. And I noticed when we were sitting down, the judge kept looking at us. And when I would look back at him, he put his head back down. And I believe he was just trying to see, as Karl told us many times, he's trying to see, are you scared, are you whatever. And that's what I noticed. But she did very well. They never signed the order. They never made the decision that day. And so far as we know, there is no order. And she'll put a claim in a different court, which is the common law court, I'll say, because the bankruptcy court is not. So that's where we're at. She actually going to court tomorrow. So, and actually she met with Karl today. I couldn't make it. I was working.
What happened today was she wanted to make a claim that she was being robbed of a property, and I said, no, what you're going to make a claim is that in another court they used a forged instrument to obtain an order, and that order is causing her harm and loss. And the forged instrument is that the representative of the bank, his name is Bob Foley, claims to be the representative of whatever the name of the financial institution was, the lender. Yeah. But there's no proof of such a affidavit from the financial institution that he's got the power of attorney to act on their behalf to collect on any damn debt. So how could there have possibly been a ruling until we could even find out, is this man even Bob Foley? Did anybody even ask to check his ID before he even was allowed to stand before this court? Not only who is this really a man named Bob Foley, but does he really have the capacity to A, practice before a bankruptcy court, B, is he the representative, truly a representative of this financial institution? Does he have the power of attorney to act on their behalf? And who is the man that gave him that authority? We don't see it on record anywhere. Because I looked at it and I didn't see a damn thing that said this man could talk. It's like if I was saying to Aquila, I was saying to that other man, what was that man's name, her husband? Have any clue?
Bruce. It's her husband's name.
Yeah, Bruce. Okay, I just clicked on him Bob. I said, I can't remember Bruce. I'm not doing that. And her name started with M, so I told her Mary. I said, that's Bob. So anyway, when I told Bob, I said, Bob, look at it this way. Say you owed me money. And this man, Jeff, over here, came to you one day and said, I'm here to act on behalf of Karl's, and you owe Karl $1 million, so I'm here to collect. You would say, Bob, you'd say, wait a second, Karl loaned me the money. You don't look like Karl. Well, I'm his representative. And if you don't pay me, I'm going to file this lawsuit against you, and I'm going to take you and your house and everything away from you if you don't pay Karl. I said, wait a second. Let me get this right. Your name is Jeff, or Bob Foley, and you're going to take everything away from me if for Karl's benefit, on Karl's behalf. Do you have anything from Karl saying that you can act in his behalf? Well, yes. Show me. Oh, that's ridiculous. That's the most. Anybody could copy and paste that off the internet. No. Get Karl up here. Get the chief executive officer. Get the man who runs Karl Lentz. Get Karl Lentz. Get somebody up here in this court to swear that you could act on his behalf. I'm not playing this paper game nonsense. And you're not going to say, well, the judge could call up the bank. No. The judge is going to call up your secretary or your sister who's saying, yes, this is the Financial Institute hotline. How could I help you? No, I'm not playing this game. You're going to get a man before this court. If this property is worth that much money, if this debt is worth $1 million something, which is like $1.4 million, I think the man is willing to take an airplane trip over here and prove and say, hey, I want all that money and I want it now. I'm sure he'll come over and he'll be able to prove that by your failure to pay the debt, he's incurred a loss. I'm sure he'll open up his books and say, hey, look, this the $1.4 million, since she didn't pay that, this is what happened. This happened. I lost my house. This guy lost his job. This guy went out of business. He's not going to be able to prove a damn thing happened because that guy has gotten if that financial institution, which is the 58th financial institution that bought that note, probably paid 10 cents for that note. So they can't prove that that they've been harmed, injured, or accrued a loss due to her actions or inactions, because they don't have anything into that note. They never lent her a dime to build that house. And then the other thing that she did, luckily she got the loan for a construction loan. And she asked the bank to give her like $1 million. And before they gave her all the money, they went bankrupt or they went out of business. So she only got like, say, $900,000 and she could prove it. And the agreement is that she has to get the full amount to do the improvements on the property. And once they agreed that that's all the money that's needed, and after, the second clause was after the completion of the improvements have been finalized, and after the payments go back to the original lender, then the note will be null and void. So I don't know what you're telling her because you weren't reading it correctly, but that's the three clauses that must happen. I said, now, are there anything that happened, those three steps? Obviously you didn't pay. So clause 3, that's on you. But did they not give you every single dime that you requested of them? You said, yes, they only gave us $900,000, we wanted $1 million. I said, oh, really? You got proof of that? She said, absolutely. Because when we went for the rest of the money to finish the project, they didn't come up with the rest of the money. I said, oh, that's great. I said, that's basically saying, I'm putting an analogy of this, that you wanted a shrimp boat. You wanted to go shrimping. And they gave you 90% of the boat, but they forgot the propeller. And how could I pay them back the money for shrimping on a shrimp boat when they forget, like, the most important part, but it's not very expensive, but it is kind of expensive, you can't get the money, the propeller. So how could I pay you back until the project is finalized? We would have finished the project, sold the house, and paid back the bank. That's what we were planning on doing. But since they dropped the ball, and we couldn't finish the project, we couldn't sell the house on time, we fell behind because their breach of the contract. I don't know if you read that part of the contract with her, but I'm sure you did. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know how much of that stuff you read with her. I don't know. But that's just another angle you can work at her with, all right? Mm-hmm. They breached the agreement at the beginning. That's why this snowballed into the situation it is today, because of their breach of the contract, not yours. You couldn't pay back the debt because they didn't meet clause 1. All the money for the project must be paid up first. They didn't finish paying. But they said, we got involved in the project and they didn't finish giving us the money. It's simple. So, like whatever I said on Angela's show, just download it and listen to it again and see if you figure it. And don't let her put in a claim for robbery. That's ridiculous. Okay, nobody walked off with her house. Okay, then just because the U.S. Marshals guided her out of her home, they didn't trespass. Okay, they were just she was she was one of the parties to the case. And since she was a party to the case, she had to accept the terms and conditions of the ruling, which meant the U.S. Marshals coming and picking you up. And the only other thing you could work with, the only ruling they have in the bankruptcy court is against her husband, but her husband and her are two separate entities. She has got the deed to the land, and he added onto the deed later on, but nowhere does his name appear on the construction loan. So you can work that angle too. What's funny, man, I should get Chris on the call because it was hysterical, the note that we wrote for the lady. Remember he was saying that he had to respond within a certain amount of time?
Yep.
And I told him find the definition of the word response in the dictionary and ask her which version of this definition of the word respond do you wish me to respond in which manner. Do you want definition 1, 2, 3, 4? So I can answer you, respond in a proper manner. So, because if I respond in an improper manner, you might think I'm avoiding responding to you when all I want to do is respond. And I wish of you to respond to my, to this document, forthwith. So, and if you don't respond, I might seek legal, to take this into a court setting. Whatever she said to him, we just cut, copied, and pasted her letter and spun it around, and we're going to do it to you too.
Oh, that'd be funny.
It's funny, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm just paraphrasing, because like I said,
I just got home. I just had a long ride to Washington, D.C., and I picked some stuff up from the naval yard down there. Then I met these other people for a couple of hours. Tried to help them.
Not to get too off track here, these guys on the chat there, they're trying to say that you said men is plural for man.
Who said that? That's crazy. Mankind is plural for man.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to explain that to these guys. So I've made up my paperwork and stuff. I basically, a while back, I read you the letter that I was sending to the Chief Justice about getting help to help the court clerk file my claim. I have a claim made up. It's just a claim of trespass by way of extortion on the prosecutor, Ken. And so when I was in court last time, I sent Gus and the guys a copy of the recording. I ended up giving these guys a lecture on slavery, basically, and I had people crying in the back pews. It was funny, but so I just got a letter from Ken again saying that because the judge looked at Ken and said, hey, why is this man in my court? I don't see any shuffling papers. He says, I don't see any reason. Why is this man in my court? Yeah. He says to Ken, you better figure this out. And Ken's like, well, we stole his toolbox and robbed him of his toolbox, and he had 5 pounds of pot in there, and da-da-da-da-da, right? And the judge looks at him and goes, yeah, but I don't see anything here why this man's in my court, right?
Yeah, because what you should have said, good, see, the prosecutor just admitted that was my property.
Yeah, and I have a notice in.
No, you should have said it right there. You just admitted it's my property in open court. Whose part is that? It's your, well, there you go.
Carl, is your battery dying?
No, I'm inside of an office building.
Gosh.
He has an anti-yelling app.
What?
What I'm saying is the judge gave you a perfect way to end it. She said you honestly any reason why this is my fault.
I missed it again.
It's it was simple. I mean, the judge made it so simple. He says, I don't see any reason why this man's in my court. And he's not going to say, because prosecutor, you just admitted that you stole this man's property. He's not going to finish it up for you. You're going to have to finish it up. You're the one who's going to. The judge doesn't know if you believe your property was stolen. The judge can't make a claim for you. You have to make the claim that your property was stolen. But the judge was giving you the perfect setup. Just like happened with the birds of prey with Mr. Daly. The prosecutor gave the man the perfect setup, and the man walked right through it and got all his smuggled-in birds to Canada back. The judge flat out said, you're guilty of smuggling birds, and the fines and penalties and the court costs of this. And the guy's like, fine. Now give me back my damn birds. And they were like, what? Didn't the prosecutor, didn't Canada, didn't the Canadian government just swear that those are my birds? Yeah. Didn't they just swear that they found them on me? Yes. Then whose property is it? Mine. Now give it back. And the judge said to the prosecutor, well, the law, return his property immediately, forthwith. And the prosecutor went nuts. He's like, they're illegal. It's like, I don't give a damn. You just stood here and swore that they were his property. My job is to give a man back his property, not give him back his fucking property. And he had to give him back the damn birds. They were all smuggled in, no rabies shots, no vaccination, no paperwork, imported illegal, dangerous, endangered species. I had to give them all back to the man. The judge gave you the perfect setup. You could have just mowed the guy right down. Boom, it would have been over. Said, that's right. Listen to the judge. There ain't no reason for me to be here. You're damn right that's my property. There's 5 pounds of pot, and did you find the 83 fucking kilos of heroin and hashish back there as well? That better fucking be in there too, because that's what I fucking had back there. I hope the fucking cops didn't make that disappear too, because I'm going to make a claim of stolen 83 fucking kilos of hashish and cocaine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't give a damn what the hell's in my fucking box. It's none of your damn business. Was it exposed to the public? No. Then go fuck yourself. Give me back my shit.
Absolutely.
Chop, chop, chop. The judge was giving me the perfect setup line. You just have to follow it too.
That's that's twice I did that.
Dude, it's so simple. It's scary. He set it up. He said, I don't see any reason why for this man to be here. He didn't say for this defendant to be. He said for this man to be here.
Well, Ken sent me a letter here just recently. He's canvassing me for a date for a preliminary hearing.
Yeah, well, then you send him a fucking bill and say, look, this is my traveling expenses and court costs. You know, give me what do they call it, stipend? Give me a stipend, and I'll be more than glad to attend your hearing again, because it's not my hearing, it's your hearing. Why don't you get him to define just who the hell's hearing this is, if it's yours or it's his? And I guarantee he's going to tell you it's your fucking hearing. It's Al King's hearing. This is my hearing. I don't remember ever making a claim or a wish for a hearing. I think you were the ones who've been doing it. I think this is your hearing.
Well, and remember that time I called the judge by his first name back in provincial court last year? Well, so what he's saying is, he's saying in his letter, he says, well, I'm canvassing you for a date for a preliminary hearing. According to the transcripts, that Eugene Creighton did plea on your behalf, right? And he already has a notice that any man pleads on my behalf, they assume all of and for. And so I was going to send Eugene a letter saying, hey, Ken claims that you did plea on my behalf.
Who answered the plea on your behalf?
Eugene Creighton, the judge, provincial judge.
Okay. Did you send him your traveling expense bill?
No.
Why not? You told him anybody who enters a plea on my behalf is going to bear the liability of that plea, right? Of doing such an act.
I just got the letter.
Oh, no, okay, I thought you said a while back, you said if anybody, then you put the letter in there a while back saying if anybody enters a plea on my behalf, they're going to bear liability for that act.
I did. And then I just got the letter with Ken stating that, well, apparently Eugene Creighton plead on your behalf. So I just got that letter, so I was just about to answer it.
Okay, and like I said, when the judge entered a plea of the defendant on your behalf, have you been sending like monthly billing statements, like how much this has been costing you over the months by doing such an act?
I just got the letter.
No, I didn't say that. When did you put it into the court that if anybody puts a plea on my behalf before this court, they're going to bear liability? When did you do that?
I did that last year, and I did that again when I went to Queen's Bench.
Why haven't you been sending a bill every month?
Because they've been trying to get me the plea all this time.
Okay, so they entered a plea on your behalf a year ago, right?
Apparently, I just found out about it.
Okay. Okay. You didn't know they entered a plea on your behalf until today.
That's right.
Okay. So you had no clue.
No.
Okay. Well, that's fine then.
Yeah. So I'm about to do this.
So you're gonna have to send the cost of your itinerary. Say, look, this is what I presume it's going to cost at this time. It's going to cost me $500 for this, $500 for this. Are you willing to bear, the liability for your act of requiring me to attend your proceedings as defendant? Are these my proceedings or are these your proceedings? Is this my trial or is this your trial? Because I don't ever remember ordering a side of sushi, shrimp, and trial.
I just found out about Karl a few days ago. And I learned, I've been studying, I made the same mistake that he talks about everybody else made, studying laws and codes and court cases for 3.5 years. Because me and my wife were stuck in a CPS battle where our family was split apart and we've done nothing wrong. I filed a federal suit on January 5th, I was proud of it. 156 pages of crap based on everything I've been just learning since Thursday listening to Karl. And I think he's right. Because of everything I've been reading and researching, I cannot find any fault in what he's saying. So one of my questions I have is, how do I rescind the federal filing without dismissing the case to file a proper claim? Or do I just do that?
You filed a case in the United States District Court?
Yes, Northern District of Albany, U.S. Federal Court.
I mean, you basically, I mean, to me, you filed it in the wrong court. You should have filed it in federal court.
That's what I did file it in.
No, you filed it. You just said the United States District Court.
Yeah, it's the U.S. Federal Court, Northern District of New York.
Okay, well, you're only supposed to file in federal court. So you filed it in, what was the exact title?
The United States Federal Court.
Okay, the easy way to describe it is, what's the name of the building? What's the name on the side of the building? In Alabama, it's called the Frank M. Johnson Complex. Right, so what I would be doing is I'd be moving in a federal court at the Frank M. Johnson Complex. I like the rules of federal court. If I didn't like the rules of federal court, I'd be moving it in my court at the Frank M. Johnson plant, like I did with Jesse and Jonathan. I did with Jesse. It was the Arsenal Court at Queens Bench of New Brunswick.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know the rules of a federal court up there in Canada, but I know the rules of federal court here in the United States, and they're lovely. I don't like the United States District Court rules. They're too complicated, convoluted, and there's too much code and case law citation. I can't be bothered with all that nonsense. So I went to the federal court route. I like the rules of federal court. Federal court, okay, that's why I like that we have Canadians that listen to the show, because I say to people in Canada, did you have a federal court up there? And they say, yes, we do. And you go, wait a second, when did Canada become part of the United States? It's like, okay, sir, it's called the United States of Canada, the United States of Mexico. That's the name of their country. We're not the only United States on planet Earth, and we're not the only nation that has federal courts. China has federal courts. Yeah. They move on They move under Chinese rules. They move under Canadian rules.
So if I'm understanding exactly what you're saying, the James T. Foley courthouse is the one I filed it in, which
that's
goes
by
the
northern. So, like I said, now what rules do you want to play under? Do you want to play under your rules? Do you want to play under federal court rules? Do you want to play under the United States District Court rules? What do you want to play under Queensberry rules? What rules do you want to play under? So do you want to play on maritime rules? What rules do you want to play under?
I want to take it into the common law but knowing what you've been
saying, if you want to go into the common law side, if you're in England, you want to go on Queen's Bench, and in this nation, you go through the federal court, because that's where there's a court record, where the magistrate is independent of the tribunal, and you want just to talk to your fellow Americans. That's what you want to do. You want to talk to the people of this nation. You don't want to talk to a legal entity. But if you go into the United States District Court, you're going to be talking to legal entities.
Yes, I understand that part of it. But so this is what I'm asking. Since I basically, because of lack of knowledge, I filed this 156-page brief when I listened to you and found out crap. I didn't have to do all that work. How do I rescind that brief and file a proper filing for the common law court without having to pay $400 all over and dismissing the whole case?
The case in the United States District Court. And one thing I guess you could probably do is you could ask them, say, I believe I filed this case in the wrong court. Basically you'd ask them, has the other side answered yet?
Oh, yeah, we're waiting for the judge to rule on a motion to dismiss. The return date was the 23rd, and we just got a supplementary response the other day. We still haven't got a ruling.
Yeah, well, the only bad about that is you basically said, I want to rent out this venue to do a polka dance party. We're basically done with the party, and I'd like my money back, because I found out we're supposed to be doing flamingo dancing or fucking ballroom dancing. Oops, I forgot. We weren't supposed to be polka dancing. So you basically used up the venue, the court resources, the time, and put everybody to work, and everybody did what you wanted them to do. Now you're saying, well, I want you to do something else instead. But what I'm saying is, if you don't have $400 to move the next court into that public building, all you have to basically say, can you just tender me the bill of what I owe, and can I make payments? Just like the other guy said, I was trying to get Felix on the phone when he was saying that the sheriff's department was coming down with all flavors of hell on him in Australia because he wasn't paying the parking tickets or whatever tickets he was getting. It was $600-something worth of tickets, and he couldn't pay it. And they were threatening to come to his house and take his property and auction it off. And I just said, look, I'm more than willing to make payments on this debt. If you believe I owe $400 or $600, can I make payments? And they'll let you make payments.
Oh, I
Will
they
let you make payments? Will they let you make payments like Christmas club payments that they're not going to give you access to the court until the payment is in full because they don't trust you? Or they're going to say, you know what, if you put up a $400 bond, you can make payment, and then once you pay the payment off, we'll release the bond to you, back to you, but we'll hold the bond in case you default on your payments. You see what I'm saying? There's all kinds of options to work with these people if you don't have the money. You could actually just use the old, according to the common law, the courts free to man, because man obviously are the ones who, created the courts, and the man's the creator of the position of clerk, and man created the position of judge. And without man, there would be no court. So I wish to access my court, without, having to compensate for its use, which I don't think is proper, because everybody then would be running into the courts every 5 seconds thinking it's a free dance hall, and everybody would be just dancing their ass off, and, and nobody would get, it's bogged.
I don't remember the case. I'd have to look. I know I've got a copy of it. But, yeah, I did find that case where they're not supposed to be charging that, but they shot me down on that one.
In the United States District Court, you have to pay because that's their rules. But you didn't file in a federal court. In a federal court, you don't have to pay. But what I'm trying to once something like this gets out that I'm saying, all of a sudden all you nut jobs are going to be running out there putting 10,000 claims that somebody bent a blade of grass on your front lawn and you want $1 billion because he's wearing a cop uniform. And the next thing dude, I'm not telling you, okay? Yeah. I'm just telling people. Okay, I know people. I'm from New York. Yeah. I'm a great judge of people. The people who listen to these kinds of shows are wackos, okay? They're going to just put all this crazy paperwork into the courts and just clog up the courts because somebody bent a blade of grass and he's wearing a police uniform and they hate cops, okay? Mm-hmm. Or they stopped him because they were speeding. Or they got a parking ticket. It's like, oh, you got a parking ticket. When? The benefit of having parking patrol people is because you're going to get a band of gypsies or people who are lowlifes who want to live in a van, poop on a sidewalk because you don't believe it. Go to New York City. Go to New York City and see where the people poop. They poop right there in a gutter. They pull up their skirt, pull up their dress, and take a poop squat right in the street. When my kids first saw that, they're like, no, just keep walking away. There's no bathrooms available to these people. Just walk away. No, believe me, there's a great reason in policing departments and parking attendants because bands of gypsies will move into these cities. They'll squat. They'll say, this is common grounds, and we're a bunch of stinking hippies that don't take baths, and we're just going to poop all over the place. And this makes it easy for me to go to work because all I have to do is wake up, take a poop in the street, and walk over there to the factory and go to work. I'm going to park here in the street all day, all night, and nobody's going to do it. How are we going to drive our stuff? When do I get a chance to park? All the gypsy hippies are going to be like, oh, no, I'm parking here first. I have the right to be here. Oh, Jesus.
I used to deliver groceries in Manhattan. I know I saw a lot of what you said. I think the people overall are pretty great. I mean, New Yorkers are great people. But, you see some of that.
Yeah, my kids talk all the time. It's funny, man. It's like this really nice black lady dressed really nice in a dress, just spreads her legs and starts peeing on the sidewalk, standing up. And my kids are like, I said, look, the options you have here is some guy pooped in a gutter too, and it's funny. And I said, you got some options here. The lady's going to say you got a problem, and you're going to get into a fight. The lady's going to say, can you come over here and help me? And then I guess you got to help. Or the guy's going to pick up the poop and throw it at you. I said, you don't see nothing in New York. You don't get involved. This ain't L.A. You don't care. You just turn around and walk away. You don't see nothing. Just look at the sky and say, oh, what a lovely day. You don't give a damn what's going on around you, okay? You just make it home alive, okay? That's the mission statement. We make it home alive. We don't get involved.
Like you, I heard your story, read your story about your situation a long time ago. Yeah, I was forced into this too. I didn't want to have to do this because I enjoyed driving a truck every day, being with my family, and then CPS decided to file false neglect petitions. And I've been on this road ever since, just trying to put a stop to them.
The only problem is that if they file neglect charges on you, why didn't you just say, you're damn right I neglect my kids?
Well, I didn't know all that then.
You didn't know the definition of the word neglect. Because negligence just means you made an accident. It didn't mean you did anything with deliberate, wanton, or intent to cause harm, injury, or loss. It didn't mean you actually. Negligence is an accident. It's like when you get charged with negligence, it means because, like, you sneezed or you blinked.
Yeah, but here's the problem. When you read the transcripts, they admit the kids were healthy, house was clean, kids are fed.
I didn't say that. I said negligence.
Yeah.
You say, yes, of course I neglect my children. Of course I do. At night I close my eyes and go to sleep. I can't watch my kids 24 hours, 7 days a week like you people want me to do. You want me to put a little chain? Oh, that's right. I can't put a chain around them. But you want me to put them like on pills, on drugs, make them little tiny zombies, make them watch ridiculous cartoons or videotapes all day, and then that way they can't possibly scrape their knees, fall down, get a bruise, twist an ankle, because an insurance policy raises up because Obamacare, then all of a sudden now we got to get health coverage for my kid because he broke his leg, and you got to jump in and fucking pay for it, and you don't want to make sure my kid, is like running around in a bubble. Well, I've got a bubble boy. My kid's going to play, break his legs, bust his nose, and I don't give a damn. You can say I'm negligent. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? I'm not paying attention to what he's doing. Why? Because I got my own damn life to do. He's doing his life. He's learning. He's growing. He's experienced tragedy. He's experienced life. He's understanding pain and fear and frustration and loss and suffering. He's going through that gamut of human emotions. Why? Because he's a human. And this is what we've been doing for 10,000 years. And if you don't like it, lady, file a claim. But complaining, my wife gives me enough of that bullshit at home. You file a claim laying over me, that's just lovely. I don't give a damn. Complain all you want. I totally agree with everything you complain about. Now, make a claim I've done something wrong. Not negligence. Make a claim I've done something wrong. That I woke up in the morning and I said, I'm going to make sure that kid gets hurt. I'm going to make sure that kid doesn't have food, clothing. I'm going to make sure. Prove that I did it with willful, wanton, and deliberate intent. Do it. And you're never going to be able to prove it. You can never prove fraud. It can't be done. You got to get into the mind of the man who did it. And unless the man steps on an open court, he says, you're damn right I committed fraud. As far as he's concerned, like, say, at Gordon Hall, he believes he was doing a righteous justice thing, that helping people do offshore banking or defer assets from the IRS, whatever. He thought he was doing a good thing. He didn't commit fraud. He believed what he believed. Now, the IRS has a totally different opinion of what he was doing. They think he was, doing all these horrible things. And he was like, no, I was just helping my fellow man keep their property a little longer and keeping it, and because they earned it and they should have it. And you shouldn't be able to take it away from them. Well, they had a difference of opinion. Well, the only problem is that Gordon Hall didn't know how to move through a freaking court. He didn't know how to just say, hey, who's the plaintiff? And I said, where are they? Or where is it? Is it or who? Who's going to testify that it's for loss, harm, or injury due to my acts and inactions by helping my fellow man defer payments to something called Coca-Cola IRS? Show me. Bring him forth. See, he just didn't have to move a court. Just because all these guys are great in tax code and also the crap doesn't mean they know how to move a court. And before you guys get involved with, well, I'm going to help people with taxes, and I'm going to help people with divorce cases, I'm going to help people with bankruptcy, you better know how to get in and the hell out of a court, because someday you're going to be put in chains, shackled, dragged down there and say, hey, are you helping these people beat the IRS? Are you helping these people beat the social services? Is that what you're doing? It's like, who's talking to me? I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, or what's talking to me? Who am I addressing? You see, and I know how to talk to the other side and get them to say, oh, is a judge? You mean a what is talking to me? Because my dog is a judge. He can judge whether he should, lick one side of his butt or the other side of his butt first. He's a good judge of the meat smells like stink or the meat's worth to eat. My dog's a great judge. What kind of judge are you? The one who licks his butt on the right side first or the left side first? What kind of judge are you? I don't ask you what you are. I ask you who you are.
I love the way you put things. I have to say, it blew me away. I found you about 2.5 years ago. I called your number on the website.
Oh, I didn't know I was lost.
Answered.
I didn't know I was lost.
So
you said you found me. You said you found me. I didn't know I was lost.
You're not lost.
Oh, okay.
I found your uncommon. I found your website.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I misplaced that either. Thank you.
You're welcome anytime. But so I didn't do no more with it. I just continued to try to fight this fight, and me and my wife just been through hell. I mean, it's just, and now everything I've been listening to all your shows, and I'm gonna say, I can't believe it. It's this simple. Because honestly, with all the research I've done, I don't take the opinions as that is the law and that's how it is. No, that's not how it is. Because I've learned a lot from my father in the past. But even the stuff you're talking about, he doesn't necessarily know. When it comes to taxes,
why don't you go to my talk show 127469? Why don't you go to episode 81? And don't listen to the first 20 minutes. That's just Bali saying hello to me, like for the first time, and asked me to come to England. I said I don't want to go to England because the food is terrible, the weather sucks, and the women ain't all that hot. Don't listen to the first 20 minutes. You're wasting your time. That's just me and Bali talking about if I come to England. But the 20 minutes after that, a Mexican man calls me up and says his Mexican wife was arrested for drunk in public, fighting with the police, and having the baby fall out of the car seat in the truck. And she didn't do anything that the social services wanted to do, didn't do the AA classes, didn't do family planning, didn't do anger management, still had the criminal felony cases against her. And the prosecutor laughed and said, oh, but she did do this. I, a woman, Maria Estevanata, whatever the hell the name was, claim the wrong of robbery. My property was robbed on this day, see Exhibit A. I will require compensation of $1 a second until the property is returned. And the prosecutor laughed. And the Mexican husband is saying, and he laughed. He scoffed at it. And he said even the public defender that they gave us said, no, I'm not putting that into the court. That's ridiculous. So the prosecutor said, yeah, this is ridiculous. This is all they've done. And the judge looked at the Maria lady and says, is this true? Are you really going to charge us $1 a second? She's like, sí, señor, yes, $1 a second. And then the judge said to the prosecutor, restore her property immediately. And then the prosecutor said, but Your Honor, she hasn't complied with any of the court orders. He says, you know the law, restore her property immediately. And then the guy said, and the daughter's name was Serenity, and Serenity was restored. So go listen to how it's just some, what you guys would say, like some wet back or being a lady who doesn't even speak our freaking language, walked into the court with some silly little paper, like me Tarzan, she Jane Steel Bone, Get Back Bone. That's the perfect lawsuit right there. Me Tarzan, she Jane. There's the caption. There's the parties. Me Tarzan, she Jane. Jane Steel Bone. There's the cause of action. There's the and then what's the remedy? Give back bone. And then if you want to give an order, give back bone. If don't give back bone, you get back 2 bones every 2 days or something like that. Until bone is returned. It's something simple like that. It's so simple to write a lawsuit or to make a claim that this Mexican. I made sure I made it so simple that this Mexican woman who spoke like no English can understand those few words that I put on there for her. And I told her husband, I said, explain to her in Spanish because she should be able to understand what I'm saying right there. It's so simple. And he said, he'll work with her. And she did, and she got a kid back. This 3-year-old kid walked across the courtroom and went back home with the mom and the dad. She still had felony charges against her for fighting with the cops in public and being drunk in the public.
Yeah. Now, I have been writing some papers up because we have a scheduled violation hearing for contempt of court October 13th because I've refused to follow their orders.
Well, why would you refuse to follow the orders?
The reason I refuse is because if the foundation
Tell me one order they told you. Just one order. For shits and giggles.
They want me to do all this psychological treatment and all this testing and this, that, and the other. And tell them I'd love to carry out your order. It's going to cost me this much money for my bus fare or my car broke down. And I'm going to have to get another alternator or a water pump. It's going to be $350 for that. And then my license was revoked, so it's going to cost $500 for that. I'm going to have to get a time away from work. So can you place that order in a form of writing so I give it to my boss and explain why I'm not, performing a function and carrying out a service or producing a product for him like we agreed on. And it's going to cost roughly, it's going to be $980.17. And I'm going to require payment up front. Because at this time, I don't have the money to carry out your order in the way you wish in a proper manner. And I wish to carry out all your orders. Wow. But the big thing is, if you're a party to that case, you can't make a claim for compensation.
Okay, if you're a member of my family, okay, and you're my daughter or my son, and I tell you to go get a psychological evaluation, you can't give me, well, Dad, you got to pay me this to go do it. No, I'm your damn dad. I'm in charge here. I'm the judge. I'm the one who makes the ultimate rulings here. You're just a lowly defendant. You're just a lowly respondent. You get your ass in that car and you get down there and go do it. And I don't want to hear no crap out of you. I'm going to hold you in contempt. So now, if you're a party to that case, whatever case number they have, and you still allow them to use your name in that case, and you're not noticing them, that I don't know why you have my name on that case, because I'm not a party to this. I have no knowledge of any legal proceedings or legal matters based, pertaining to my property. Now, this legal name that you created, John Jr. over here, that's a legal person that you have jurisdiction and control over. But you don't have any jurisdiction over the flesh and blood, the man, my property. See Exhibit A and put a picture of your kid there. That's my property. Now you have jurisdiction over this legal person known as John Jr. because I was stupid enough to give him a name, and I made his name public. Because if you didn't put his name in the public, you can't claim. The government can't make a claim against something that isn't named because they only operate in the second dimension. So what are they going to put on a piece of paper? We took blank into custody. Blank what? A parrot? A penguin? A child? We took a child named what? What's the name of the child? I ain't telling you his definite name. I'm not going to create a legal person for you. The parents created the legal, helped them. The state created the legal person.
Well,
I'm not going to create a legal person for you. I'm not going to reveal his name to the public. It's none of your damn business. It's the name I gave him. Like I gave him a drink of water. I gave him a yo-yo. He doesn't have to share the yo-yo with the world. I gave it to him.
Well,
I don't have to give it to you.
One.
Just if you want to give me my name, if you want to give you his name, give me $1 million. I'll be more than glad to give you his yo-yo too.
Well, I remember in one of your episodes where you corrected a lady on the term violated.
That's funny.
Now, before you go into that description, that is exactly how my wife and I feel about what they did to my daughter.
Yeah, but
they violated our daughter.
Yeah, but conjecture and speculation, it's not tangible. It has to be broken bones. Your mama told you. Any broken bones, any blood, broken bones, no, then you ain't got a claim. Go outside and play again.
To force her to go through an invasive medical exam when there was never an allegation of abuse just because
their mom and dad didn't know how to just make a simple claim to give me back my property and we'll start charging whoever's holding that property in naked possession $1 a second, and it's 80,400 seconds in a day, so the bill is running quite high really quickly. I'll give you 3 days before I start billing you. Just like Jonathan and Jesse did. Jonathan and Jesse did the same. Jesse did the same thing. It's like, I'll give you 3 days to get those children back, or I'm going to start, the meter's going to start ticking. And you don't write no damn cease and desist effing letter to anybody. You have no power to threaten anybody.
Okay, so what would you write first?
To tell them that you got my property? Say, I believe that you're in possession of my property. See Exhibit A. I require the immediate return of my property. I know you want to cause no harm to your fellow man, and the return will be forthwith. If you wish to keep my property, which you may, I am going to start charging you $1 a second for every second you hold my property in your possession. Have a lovely, blessed day.
Well, that's what I plan on writing this weekend.
Yeah, it's all lovely, sweet, no threats. Yay! You want my property? Not a problem. You want my property? You need my son to wash your car, rake sleeves, mow your lawn? Not a problem. I rent them out real cheap, $1 a second. I hope you don't need it for more than 60 minutes because I don't think you got a wallet deep enough to pay for them for 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying he comes at a very high price. That's why they got rid of all this. They got rid of the word chattel. That's why it's like, we don't use chattel anymore. Oh, no. Why? Because if it was chattel, I could rent out or lease out or loan out my children to go help you pick your corn. You want my children? You need help picking your corn? Yes. Okay, well, I need my children over here to help with the cows, but you know what? if you need my children to come over there, I'll let you borrow 10 of my kids for 50 bushels of corn. How's that? Well, for everyone they pick for you, they pick one for us. How's that? And the father of the farm will say, God bless you. I'll do it. Okay, your children were a very valuable commodity. It was like a horse or an oxen or a cow. The reason why people had 10, 20, 30 children was just for that reason. They didn't just do it because it was going to cost them, oh, man, it's going to cost me $80,000 a year to put this kid in college. No, they didn't care. They were making money with these kids. It was a medium of exchange. It wasn't like dollars. It wasn't like they were trading gold coins. It was a medium of exchange. I'll let you borrow 3 of my kids if you let me borrow 2 of your mules. Oh, okay, not a problem.
Yeah.
It's a medium of exchange. That's how we've been doing it since caveman time.
You're right.
Yeah, so it's no big deal. But now they're making it seem like it's a perverted word. Oh, man, I can't believe you just called the kid chattel. I can't believe you just called them property. What do you call it? What do you have kids for? To watch them swing? Yay. To take pictures of them at Disney World? Nay. No, I get them because when I'm 60, 70, 80, 90 years old, I want them to remember, hey, I'm the clown who wiped your behind. Now it's your turn to wipe mine. That's why. I gave you something, now you give me back. Yay, I'm from New York. What's in it for me? That's right. That's the way caveman's been doing since day one. They're trying to make it seem like an ugly thing.
That's not the way I look at it.
Contempt summons for failure to pay child support. Have something tomorrow that I need to appear for. Trying to figure out exactly how to respond to this.
Well, did you court order to pay it?
Yeah.
Okay, were you a party to the case? Did you say you have no authority to order me to do anything, but if you wish to place an order before me, I'll be more glad to carry your order, but I'm going to require compensation to carry out your order? No, you didn't know how to do that back then. Okay, that's a ridiculous point. Okay, how much money are we supposed to pay a month?
I think that's $5,000, like something like $400 a month.
Okay, $400 a month. And since you were part of this party, and that you knew that you were supposed to bring the beer and cheese, and you didn't, and they had a lousy party because of what you did and didn't do, somebody else had to bring the beer and cheese and pay $400 a month. Since you didn't do it, did you at least write them a letter to tell them why you weren't coming up, why you weren't bringing the $400 a month? Did you give any kind of...
No.
Okay, so you just said, you know what, F you, I'm not bringing the wine and cheese. Okay.
Right. Basically, for all intents and purposes, did not know exactly how to respond.
Okay, so what you could basically do is you could basically just apologize profusely and say, I'm sorry I acted in such a dishonorable manner. I wish to settle all debts with, any party I'm associated with. If you would just tender me the bill, I'd be willing to work out some sort of a payment schedule, at your earliest convenience. Please accept again my apology for acting in such a discourteous or dishonorable manner, and have a lovely day. That's all you basically could do at this point, because it's just contempt. And contempt just means they want to see that you're not sticking your middle finger up at the court anymore.
Okay.
Now, eventually, you want to pull yourself out of that. You don't want to be part of that court situation anymore. But you don't do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, you just want to apologize and say, can we, whatever the hell I just said, you just back it up and re-record it. I ain't saying. Listen to that, okay? And then eventually, you pull yourself, right, you want to pull yourself out of that, but you don't pull it out tomorrow because you already got them pissed off enough as it is. So then eventually you want to slowly start pulling yourself out, being a party to that contract. And it's like they laugh at people all the time.
Right.
Somebody says, well, I got into a contract and, and the judge is threatening me, I'm not going to let you out of this. Okay, wait a second. The biggest contract any human being can get into their life is when they join with another person before the eyes of God, their community, their church, and the world. It's called marriage. And people get married, and 20 minutes later, they're divorced. So this was supposed to be a holy, sacred matrimony contract, agreement, that nobody in the world was allowed to break. It was impossible. When I was a kid, nobody could believe somebody could get divorced. There was that wasn't even part of our imagination. It's like, what are you kidding? when one kid's parent got divorced, it was like, oh my God, that kid's last name changed. You know, it was like, and that kid was like a leper through school for like the next 7-8 years because he was the only one that has changed his last name. It was amazing to see this kid go from Ronald Sullivan to Ronald Gust. They said, wait a second, we all knew him as Sullivan. What happened to Sullivan? Oh, his dad left. His mom, you know, took a maiden name. Gust. What? That's unheard of. That's obscene. It can't be done in any form of human imagination. Nowadays, it's a joke. So say, wait a second. Are you telling me I can throw away the holiest contract that I swore before God, church, my fellow man, and the whole entire community, that I'm going to stay with this woman or this man until the day I die? Nobody may come apart. Nobody may come between us. No man may tear us asunder. Nobody can do it. But, what the hell? We don't, I'm in love with you, but not in love with you anymore. Goodbye. What, are you kidding me? So if you could break out of a contract that easy, what makes you think you're bound by any ridiculous contract with affection? It's ridiculous. You're supposed to be bound by blood and oath and God and family and, you know, to death for all time, eternity, and you guys blow it off like it's a joke. And everybody says, oh, you can't break away from a fiction unless you get bound by a contract with a fiction. They got you forever, and they can sling you around and put you in a cage and do all this other. Yeah, well, whatever you say, well, I got this matrimonial contract with my wife, and I'm going to sling her around, and I'm going to tase her, and I'm going to put her in handcuffs, and I'm going to put her in a cage because she's breaking the terms and conditions of the contract. Yeah, you broke the terms and conditions of the licensing contract. Yeah, so they'll sling you around, tase you, break your window, drag you out of the window, put you in a cage, strip you of your clothes, hose you down. Go ahead and do that to your wife and tell them, oh, I got a matrimonial contract. She broke the rules of the licensing procedure. Oh, yeah, and you just think you're going to execute, you know, and no, I'm just going to bring her to justice. Oh, okay, that's how we do it around here. Well, that's what the cops do to you. That's what the cops do to that woman. And everybody seems to be okay with it. You know what they tell the woman? You know what they tell the woman who gets the window busted out, dragged out of the car? She gets handcuffed. She gets tasered. She gets pistol whipped. She gets hogtied. She gets put in the back of a strange man's car. And she gets put in a cage, fingerprinted, photographed, stripped, butt naked, things put up inside of this check to make sure she's okay and clean and not carrying a weapon. You know what they tell her? Well, next time, do what the man tells you to do. Okay? That's what, like I said, with women back in the 60s and 70s, would go to the cops and say, hey, my husband died on my eye because dinner was cold and it was late. The cops would say, you know what? Next time, do what the man tells you to do. Don't make the dinner late and make sure it's not cold. Now get the hell out of this police department. That's the same thing that the cops would tell you now. A woman now. Oh, he beat me up. He pulled me out of the window. He dragged me. He tased me. Was he wearing a badge? Was that man wearing a badge? Oh, that's okay. He can do that. He was wearing a badge. That's ridiculous. Of course you can't do that, but it became acceptable to do that to women as long as you're wearing a badge. You know, at one time it was acceptable for a man to do that to a woman, but now it's not. But if he's wearing a badge, well, okay, there's green light to go. And all the women will agree that that man should kick your ass and do that to you because all you should have done was give him the damn driver's license and don't give him no lip on the side of the road. Well, why don't you give the husband lip at home? And he does all that nonsense to you at home because, oh, I told you, go give me a beer. Now I'm getting you a beer. Oh, you want to play funny with me? Okay, let me bash your window, drag you out, handcuff you, hog tie you, tase you. Next time you turn over that driver's license, I mean that beer to me, in 2 seconds. Don't give me no crap. And all the women in society be like, yeah, that's right. Don't give the guy no crap no more. Just make that man happy and give him the damn beer. I mean, the driver's license. It's weird how it works. How it's fun around.
Getting distracted here.
I'm just saying it's funny how the whole culture is taught it's never okay. It's never okay to touch a woman. It's never okay to touch a woman and hit a woman or do anything to a woman. But if you're wearing a badge, that's okay. And even other women will agree, yeah, that's okay. You gave him lip. You know, you wouldn't turn a piece of plastic off fast enough.
No, it's not okay. And I made a comment every time I see the cops do that to some women, it's like, no, if your husband can't do that shit to you and get away with it, neither can a cop.
Right, but I'm just saying the majority of the women in society will find that, you know, the woman was acting like a crazy free man and saying, well, you know what, if you stop with this crazy free man stuff, maybe he won't beat you so damn much. Maybe the cop won't pull you out of the window next time. You just gave him that damn piece of plastic and just do what everybody else does.
Yeah.
The majority of the women will just say, just go along with the program. Don't give this guy no more crap. And then they won't tase you no more. You know, because the women will walk away from that woman. They might hug her and say, oh, it's a shame the cop dotted your eye and broke your window. And then he'll walk away with a couple other women. It's like, you know what? See, that's that crazy Susie. She should just give the damn cop, but no, she's got to go with this wacko. I'm a free woman. I can do as I wish, travel anywhere I want. The Constitution says, you know what? That's what those people get all the time. They get their ass kicked. Well, she'll never learn.
Honey.
Hey, Carl,
Donald,
I was asking that question for a friend of mine. That scenario is not mine personally, so just to give you the background on that. But I had to make it kind of fast. And so appreciate the help on that. I can let him know to go ahead and apologize tomorrow. And then can we ask for more time to respond?
To respond to what?
That basically, you know, I guess to like make payment arrangements or something. Like,
the judge will direct them to the court clerk's office, and there's somebody in charge of payment scheduling. I just did that with a man in Australia. I was trying to find Felix, okay? And the sheriff's department said to him, fine, I'm not going to come kicking in your door and dragging your stuff out and putting up an auction. Fine, we're no longer getting involved, you know, since you wrote this lovely letter saying that you believe that you're guilty and you wish to pay the damn debt. We're just going to recommend highly here at the sheriff's department that you call Susie Johnson over in payment scheduling and work out some sort of payment arrangement with her. And if that's all you come up with is $1 a month for the next 600 months, that's fine with us. Have a nice day. And he said what was funny, he said the cop signed a blank piece of paper on the other side. He said there's plenty of room for the cop to sign, the sheriff to sign that letter that he wrote back to the man on the first piece of paper, but he didn't, but he signed his name on a blank piece of paper on the second page, which was pretty funny. I said, yeah, because the cop doesn't want to bear any liability for, you know, his legal people saying, how did you let this guy get away with this? You know, why did you say it was okay for him to make payments? You know, we demand you to go there and kick his ass and show all these free man hippies that they got to pay that damn debt immediately in full, or we're going to take all this crap and put it up in auction. So it's funny, the sheriff knew. He's like, well, no, he called me out man to man, and honestly, I couldn't threaten him anymore. And honestly, he said he was guilty, and honestly, he said he wanted to pay the debt. So what more can I do? He already said I want to pay it. I will pay it. You know, this is as much as I can pay at this time, and I know you don't want to cause harm to a fellow man, but you're going to take food out of my wife's and my children's mouth, and I certainly know you wouldn't want another man to do that to you and threaten you and threaten your children and your wife. I certainly know that's not what Australia Sheriff's Department stands for. And
to make a little more exciting, he definitely doesn't want to pay because he feels like this woman basically just stole the child from him.
Great. Then he better learn how to pull himself out of being a party to that case.
Okay.
Okay. And so he's going to either pay, that he's got to sit around all day and listen to me talk, or he's going to have to pay and just go with the program. So he's going to have to pay with time and listen to all those YouTube videos and learn how to pull himself out of being a party to a case, or he's just going to have to play the game and just go to work, put in the time, and turn over his paycheck. One way or the other. He's going to have to pay with time, or he's going to have to pay with going to work. He's going to have to pay one way or the other. It's just not a magic word that he's going to say, "Ooh, I got out of it. Ha ha. Screw her. Screw the whole system. F them." He's going to have to learn how to act like a man, whether he likes it or not.